Hello friends, this is Utz, stretching a video to the 10-minute mark yet again. Today we're going to be looking at every single perk in Dead by Daylight. I think there's 190 plus of them right now. First for Killer, then for Survivor. We will tier list them, rate them, and ultimately explain almost everything there is to know about them. Anything I could come up with, I'm going to try to cram it into this video. Timestamps down below will help you find a particular perk that you're interested in by name. But I'm not going to be giving them stars as I did before each time. We're going to do it much quicker. This is the tier list of perks, roughly, for Killer. You can find this as a picture in my Discord if you want to have it handy somewhere with a bit of extra explanation on it. And this is the one for Survivor. Again, roughly. And after that, we have said everything we need to say in the intro, really. We're going to jump right into it and we'll start discussing killer perks right about now. Again, don't forget to check the description for any Control F needs you might have to find a specific perk. Otherwise, we're going to start with the first up until the last. Perks are ordered alphabetically, if you didn't know, once they are all in the same rarity. So we're going to do that. And we're going to start with the first one, A Nurse's Calling. This used to be an incredibly useful perk because there were not that many killer perks back in the day, and survivors had to heal very often. Nowadays, it's not quite as strong or consistent of a perk for a number of reasons. Let's go over the things that this perk does. This shows you the auras of people that are healing or being healed. This does not include people that are recovering from the ground by themselves. That does not show. It does not include people that are mending. And it does not include people that are healing through other methods, such as healing from a plague fountain. Only the action itself of healing with medkits, self-care, normal healing on themselves or on other people. Then this perk will pick them up as long as they are within 28 meters. Another nice thing about Nurse's Calling is that it has a small lingering effect. So sometimes you will see a survivor heal and stop heal and then go slightly to the right, and you can line up a shot or predict where they're going. So the little information that Nurses gives after a survivor stops healing can sometimes be very nice in gameplay, can make you hit someone that's waiting at a pallet. Little things like that do give this perk a little bit of advantage in close and quick-paced encounters. That being said, 28 meters, it is a nice distance, especially if you're playing one of the few killers with a smaller terror radius, or if you have a killer that has a reduced or non-existent terror radius for whatever add-on or perk or whatever reason. If you are in this situation, then this range is a lot better. For the normal killer, 28 meters is not great. They are hearing your terror radius already, so they are likely to stop healing, and maybe this perk will not let you even catch a glimpse of that if they're quick enough. The major problem with Nurse's Calling is that there are many methods of healing nowadays that this perk just does not help against. If a survivor uses inner healing or inner strength, as it's called, obviously they are inside a locker. This will not help you. If a survivor has some kind of insta heal, such as adrenaline or a medkit with a syringe that heals them passively, this perk will also not pick it up. And more commonly nowadays, survivors will typically retreat into a certain part of the map to heal with the perk Circle of Healing, a boon perk. And they go away from you actively. If that perk is also paired with another common boon perk called Shadow Step, then they are literally invisible to auto reading. So you could have Nurse's Calling and have a survivor near you heal at very quick speed, or multiple survivors near you heal at multiple speed, at very fast speed, and you would not see them. For that reason, this perk has dropped in utility a little bit, and it is not a staple of killer builds at all. It's still quite useful on a few killers that can use that information in chase to land shots, such as Huntress. It's still quite useful on killers that injure many survivors and can capitalize on finding multiple survivors together, such as Ghostface. It has its uses, and it's a perk that you almost always can rely on, with the exception, as I said, of the few perks that can block it. Shadow Step can block everyone involved. Fortunately, Distortion, which is another perk that blocks auto reading, and off the record, another perk that blocks auto reading, does absolutely nothing if it's multiple survivors. Because if one survivor is blocked by these perks, the other one healing will still show up, so you'll still know that something's going on. So it's mostly Shadow Step that counters this perk very heavily, and the other things we mentioned. Overall, a solid perk if you need to fill a build and it makes sense for your killer, but you do not really want to engage in the playstyle of injuring multiple survivors and hoping that you find them, because in the current meta of healing very quickly with boom totems, you are more likely than not to lose those survivors and have them heal very, very quickly before you can even do anything about it. Moving on to the next perk, we have Agitation. Agitation has two effects. Let's talk about the secondary effect because it's the simpler one. While you pick up a survivor and throughout the whole time you are holding them, which can be anywhere from 1 to 16 seconds or so, your terror radius expands 12 meters. This has a few decent effects, but mostly is largely inconsequential. For a normal build with no other perks, having your terror radius be a little bit bigger, it's not going to do anything. It might help some really smart survivors realize that you have this perk. For survivors that are not so smart, that are not so aware, it might actually spook them. They might be working on a generator, hear a terror radius, super, super loud, and they might think that you're actually much closer than you are, get off the generator early, and give you a chance to contest it. So that part, mostly not very big of a deal, until you consider other perks. Other perks that afflict themselves towards survivors with terror radius can benefit from Agitation. So if you have something like Coreophobia, Overwhelming Presence, etc., etc., Agitation will make those perks have a larger range of effect. None of them really are worth it, with, I would say, one exception. There's one exception that makes this perk really worth pairing with, and that is Starstruck. It's a perk that we'll talk about later, but it's basically a perk that makes anyone in your terror radius while you pick up become exposed and one-shottable. And obviously, because Agitation only increases your terror radius when you pick up, it is a really good pair on a few killers. So for that reason, the terror radius is something that you have to consider and think about, especially if you're going to pair with one of these perks. The more important effect of Agitation, the main one in fact, is the massive increase of 18%. A killer carrying a survivor moves at around 92% movement speed compared to that of a running survivor. So since you move at 92 and they move at 100, you are always slower than the survivor. If you chase a survivor with someone on your back, unless that survivor runs into a wall, you are never going to catch up. With Agitation, the tables are turned. You're actually a little bit faster than the survivor. You move at 110-ish. It's not exactly 110 because you have a survivor on your back that is fighting off and your movement is not perfect, but you are a little bit faster. So a survivor that is careless can be hit with Agitation. Having Agitation alone will allow you occasionally to get hits on survivors that are trying to do flashlight saves, that are just being careless with their pathing. So this perk, on top of speeding you up and making you reach a hook that is close faster, or a hook that was too far now actually being reached, on top of saving you a little bit of time, a few seconds every now and then, will give you free hits on survivors, which is awesome and already makes it worth it. You do not transport survivors all that often. If you're having a rough game where you're not getting your first downs, then Agitation's doing absolutely nothing for you. But use it smart with other perks. Use it on killers that need to be territorial, that benefit a lot from getting a survivor to the basement, that benefit a lot from getting a survivor to a open hook that is easy to defend. And this perk can honestly be quite game-changing. Making it to a basement, making it to one of those open hooks for people like Hunters, Trickster, Trapper, Hag, people that can begin to defend the area with their traps or their very powerful defensive powers. It is quite strong. For that reason, it's never a bad perk to run, but ultimately, there will be games where this perk does nothing for you. You down a survivor and they're already underneath a hook. Agitation does very little for you. That being said, it is one of the best hook slash carrying perks out there. So it is quite okay. Despite killers having different movement speeds, all of them have the same carrying speed. So every killer is slower than survivors, and all of them will be just as fast as each other when they have Agitation on, if you're wondering. And yep, there are other perks that you can pair this with, and they would work okay with it. Mad Grid being one of them, Iron Grasp being one of them. Ultimately, most of those perks are just not really worth the perk slot. So I would say drop it. Use this with Agitation with Starstruck on nurses, on slingers, and you have a very powerful idea. Since survivors will have a hard time getting away from your very big terror radius while you pick up. Moving on, we have Bamboozle. Now, Bamboozle again has two effects, and we're going to focus on the first one because it's the simpler. It has a fixed, at level 3, 15% faster vault animation. This one's already a really decent buff. Vaulting a window quicker means that a survivor might not make it all the way around to a pallet. It means that if they run a straight line, you might catch up a little bit quicker. And it does stack with other things that make you faster. There are not many, but it does stack with them. So for example, Myers, the shape in tier 2 and tier 3 vaults windows faster by default. And this stacks very nicely with that. There's also another perk that can make you vault even quicker, which is Fire Up. For every gen that gets done, we'll get to that, you vault quicker. And all of those things stack very nicely on Bamboozle. Wraith, I believe, also has something similar. And it's nice. It's nice. But ultimately, it's not what makes this perk so powerful. It is a nice thing, especially if you fake going in a certain direction and you trick a survivor into running in front of the window. You can vault it very quick and really catch them off guard. Ultimately, however, what makes Bamboozle strong is the fact that that window gets blocked and cannot be recycled and used multiple times in chase. This, for the average killer, is not always worth a perk slot. Survivors can chain different windows together. They can just start using the pallet instead. They can just be greedy and use other things around the map if they need to, and sometimes get away with it. So Bamboozle is not a great generic perk. However, on a few select killers, it actually shines quite a lot. Killers like Cannibal or Hillbilly in particular, they shred through pallets with their chainsaw. But the problem, of course, is windows. Windows can be recycled, and windows are hard to play around for these killers. So you get rid of the pallets, you start to block the windows, and suddenly those killers spike up in utility, and the counterplay against them becomes very limited. The fact that you can use this perk preemptively is also quite strong. If a survivor gets to shack and he's out of the inside, you can just immediately vault the window, and now they need to leave shack or try to play around the pallet. If they play around the pallet, you can break it quickly with your ability. If they do not play around the pallet, they might find themselves in a dead zone with no safety, and they will go down very quickly. For that reason, Bamboozle makes killers like Hillbilly and Cannibal much more of a threat in maps where they would typically struggle. So that alone makes Bamboozle very worth considering, if only for some very specific killers and builds. What are the problems with Bamboozle? It does not affect pallets, obviously. A survivor vaulting a pallet can vault it indefinitely, and Bamboozle cannot be used to block a pallet in any way. Don't try to use it with Lesion to block a pallet. It doesn't work, even if you vault it. And there's also a few windows that are very peculiar, and they're what I would call a one-direction window. There are many windows where you vault through and then fall onto some height, and you don't take these windows over and over. You just take them once, they're very strong, and if the killer follows you and blocks that window, it doesn't matter, because you go through the window and then typically you fall onto something else and move on to something else. So if you play on maps like The Game, where there are very few windows, you'll find yourself wondering why you brought this perk, because the pallets are everywhere and this perk doesn't help against them, and the few windows that are here or there are still strong because you cannot preemptively bamboozle them in any way. So unfortunately, this perk does fail a little bit there. If you have to go through those windows, it is a little bit nice that you do it 15% faster. But yeah, it's not the end of the world if that happens, but this perk does have, unfortunately, some holes, and it's not a perk that you can just slap on any killer. Many killers play around windows extremely well. Some of them almost never vault windows. You might find yourself in situations where you bring this perk and you vault a window twice in an entire match. So bring it on if it seems like it helps. Count the amount of times it helps you in a match, and you'll be able to figure out whether this perk is for you and your playstyle or not. Next up, we have BBQ Chili. This is a priority perk for most people to pick up, just for the sheer fact that it gives you basically double blood points at the end of every match if you play it right. If you hook everybody once, at the end you get a lot of points, and that is incredible. That alone would make this the best perk in the game by far. But if we're only concerned about gameplay, and we're only worried and thinking about what it does in the actual game, then BBQ Chili is a serviceable, okay-ish perk to run. Much like a Nurse's Calling, it reads auras from people at a distance, and that is risky. There are a lot of ways that survivors can hide their auras nowadays, and some of them are not immediately obvious to the killer, and they're very hard to pick up. So when you hook a survivor on a hook, any other survivor that is further than 40 meters, which is typically a good chunk of the map, becomes visible for 4 seconds. If you want to make the best use out of barbecue, what you typically do is not hook in the middle, but hook in a corner, and then you cover almost the entire map with it. This can be very useful if you're trying to find a survivor on the ground, for example. If I have a survivor on the ground that I cannot find because they've been on the ground for a long time, I will find someone else, hook them in a corner, and then almost the entire map will be covered. And if they're not on the ground far away, then they're on the ground nearby. The problem comes with survivors that are not on the ground and that I can actually do things to hide. If they go inside a locker, their aura is completely hidden from you, so you will not be able to see them. This is a nice deterrence, a bit of a nice thing, because many survivors instinctively go into lockers when someone hooks if they want to hide, especially newer survivors that are afraid of the killer. This is a really nice thing. Even if you don't bring barbecue and chili, you will sometimes have survivors waste 10 seconds of their time just trying to avoid this perk, which is a really, really nice side effect, I guess. For everyone else, what else can they do? They can get behind a generator, and if they hide exactly behind the aura of the generator, it can be very difficult, if not impossible, to see their aura. They can also have perks such as Distortion, which is not very common, such as Off the Record, which is not very common, or they can be inside a boon totem area with Shadow Step, which is a little bit more common. So unfortunately, barbecue and chili has many holes, and it's not super reliable. However, when it does work and you see the auras of survivors, what can you do with this information? If you're playing the right killer, quite a lot. Killers with high mobility, such as Wraith, such as Hillbilly, they can zoom around the map and quickly catch the one person that is most out of position, or the one person that they really wanted to find, and down them extremely quickly. If you're one of those killers that can also learn from survivor behavior and try to make a plan, that can also be great. If you're playing the Pig herself or Ghostface, you can see which survivor is going from which box to which, or which survivor is in an area where you could potentially stalk them and use your power in conjunction with barbecue and know what to expect, which is brilliant and awesome. So if you run this perk on the correct killers, not only will you get in the blood point benefit, you will also get quite a bit of gameplay value out of it. It's also a very healthy, very nice perk that encourages killers to go out and not stay near the hook, so that is awesome. Obviously, on the flip side, if you're playing a territorial killer like Trapper or Hag, you don't benefit from this information nearly as much, but it's still a very decent perk that works on basically every killer, will help you on basically every game. Just don't put it on a pedestal. Understand that the blood point thing doesn't actually help you in the gameplay. Decent perk. Unfortunately, I cannot say the same about this next perk. Beast of Prey is a very difficult to use, very bad, and ultimately not a perk you want to rely on. One very nice thing that it does is it gives you extra 50% for any action in one of the 4 categories, this time Hunter. Now, Hunter category is one of the easiest categories to fill. And once you fill it to 8,000, which is the max, you don't get any extra. This perk, unlike barbecue, does not actually give you extra points at the end of the game. It just makes you reach the limit faster. And it's a limit that you're probably going to reach anyway. So in practicality, this perk giving you extra points is a very small thing it does. It doesn't give you that many. So that aside, what is the actual effect? When you reach Bloodlust tier 1, you become undetectable until you lose Bloodlust. So Bloodlust is a mechanic that kicks after 16 seconds or so in Chase, where the game understands that you're struggling to catch up and gives you a small speed boost, which then becomes a bigger one and then becomes a slightly bigger one afterwards. This happens sometimes in Chase. Sometimes it does happen. It shouldn't be happening all that often. When you break a pallet, you lose Bloodlust. When you perform some kind of attack, you break Bloodlust and reset it completely. And when you use your powers, for many killers, that also resets Bloodlust. So if you watch your games, unless you're really struggling, you will not trigger Bloodlust that often. Often you will trigger Bloodlust against a survivor that is just the last survivor, or you're just chasing them for an extended period of time. And when you are chasing that survivor, you become undetectable, which basically means that your terror radius goes away, your red stain goes away, it's not a big deal. Like, that survivor sees you perfectly. If they're in chase, they still hear the music of the chase. You still make normal killer noises. They are going to 100% still know where you are. And if you move away from that survivor to chase someone else, you will lose bloodlust in a matter of seconds, which means that this perk doesn't help you. So yeah, in a absolute best case scenario, you chase a survivor for a very long time, which is a bad idea, and this perk somehow helps you get a hit a little bit quicker. Or maybe you pivot from one survivor to another, and the lack of terror radius messes with that survivor and you get a hit that you wouldn't otherwise get. But it is ultimately an extremely unreliable perk that you never really can control at will, and it's not one that I would recommend in almost any circumstance with almost any build, unfortunately. A much more palatable perk is Bitter Murmur. It's a very passive perk that works when survivors complete one of the 5 generators. For the first 4, it lasts 5 seconds, and it will catch anyone within 60 meters of a generator. Basically, when a generator gets completed, whoever was in that generator, and typically maybe the survivors that are slightly nearby, will have their auras revealed to you. What this means is if you're in chase actively in that area, you can use those 5 seconds of auto reading to line up a shot, to do a little mind game, to make sure that you catch a survivor that's trying to sneak away, which is useful. And if you're one of those range killers like Huntress, you can also use this this auto reading from afar to also line up a shot, or just have a general idea of where the survivors are going after they do a generator. This is a perk that will teach you how to play this game amazingly. It will teach you the survivor behavior. You will see that they do a gen and then they start healing, or they do a gen and they go to another. And it's a perk that can help you, and even if you're still pretty experienced, give you a very nice insight into what survivors are doing. You can sometimes see a survivor finish a gen and make themselves vulnerable, or go into a locker, or do some other thing that gives you a massive advantage if you go to that survivor. And the really nice thing is that this perk is twice as powerful and shows you the auras of every single survivor in the map if the final gen is done. This, combined with some other perks and in certain scenarios, is completely game-changing. Sometimes survivors finish the final generator, the 5th one, by the skin of their teeth, and they're in a very vulnerable position, and the only thing they have is the fact that they're spread out and you don't know where they are and you don't know which gates to protect. This can change that. You have a survivor that's already dead, a survivor that's on the hook, and then the last 2 finish a generator. Now you know exactly that one of them is hiding behind a bush, and you know that the other one is on that other gate, so you can quickly deal with that and then have a really good chance to catch the other. So the fact that you can do such a big comeback with Bitter Murmur near the end of the game is huge and extremely useful. Obviously, the 10 seconds of auto reading at all ranges can help massively for killers like Nurse. It can help you finish a chase that would otherwise be difficult immediately and still have a very good chance to catch other people. Of course, the elephant in the room, people can still be protected from Bitter Murmur if they are inside a locker, if they are hiding behind a generator, but there shouldn't be any generator autos left. If they are hiding with distortion and other perks that hide their auras, yeah, that can be a little bit confusing, but typically this perk is worth its weight, and typically it's worth the perk slot. One thing that you need to be aware of, though, is that when a generator is finished, it produces this visual effect that covers a significant part of the screen, and sometimes you will not see the auras clearly because of that visual effect. It's something that you need to learn how to play around and try to interpret. Okay, I'm not seeing the aura, so that means they are still behind that generator. That can be a little bit annoying. But still, Bitter Murmur is great information. It's a perk that you can put on to learn. It's a perk that you can put on to track. It's a perk that you can put on to line up long distance shots and predict where survivors are going to be in the next few seconds, which can be huge for some killers. And it's a perk that ultimately gives you a chance to do a big comeback near the end. Pair this with other common perks such as Hex, No One Escapes Dead, Noid, and you have incredible comeback potential. And ultimately, it is a very decent perk that, because you don't need to trigger it and you don't need to activate it yourself, works in the background quite nicely. Best case scenario, they only do a few gens, you win, you don't need it. Worst case scenario, you get to the end of the game and this perk gives you something you can try to work around. Next up is Blood Echo. Now, Blood Echo does an effect that is actually quite strong in the current meta, but it does it with such conditions that it's generally regarded as a very weak perk, and I wouldn't run it very much myself. A Blood Echo affects all of the survivors that are injured when you hook another survivor. This, unfortunately, does not include the survivor that you hook. So if you hook survivor A, it will be survivor B, C, and D that will be affected, and only if they are injured at the exact time of the hooking. So if they just finish healing while you're picking up and transporting, this perk will not work, and that is very sad. As I'm sure you're aware, the meta of Survivor right now is very geared towards quick heals. Medkits are abundant and powerful. A circle of healing provides healing to the whole team very quickly, very conveniently. So getting multiple people injured in the first place and then having one of them go down and be hooked before the other ones can have a chance to heal up is exceedingly rare and difficult. Only a few killers with certain perks, certain add-ons can manage to do that even consistently. But if you manage to do that, what are the rewards? Well, those survivors are applied with Hemorrhage, which is a very similar, it's a very silly, non-impactful effect. Basically, they leave more blood on the ground. Not a big deal. It helps with tracking slightly, but it is basically nothing. And this is the important one. It hits them with exhaustion for 45 seconds. 45 seconds is a long time, a very long time. If they sit on a generator, they should, unless other perks are in the way, they should recover from that after 45 seconds. If they keep running, because they're being chased, they will not recover in a very long time. This basically stops survivors from using strong exhaustion perks like Dead Hard and Sprint Burst. And that's pretty nice. However, what are the problems? After that, the perk goes on cooldown, so unfortunately you cannot trigger it multiple times quickly. So what are the problems? This perk has too many conditions. Too many conditions. It is possible that the survivors that you're chasing don't have any exhaustion perks, which would be bad. It is possible that they've already used them against you, and the exhaustion doesn't do anything. It is possible also that they just heal in time, obviously, and are not affected. And it's also very likely that when you hook a survivor and everyone else is injured somehow, that this perk happens to be on cooldown. So when you line up all of those things together, Blood Echo is incredibly frustrating to use because you need to roll several die and hope that they all land on a good phase. And ultimately, you will find that this perk is just not worth ringing. Even though exhaustion perks on survivors, as we'll see, are very strong and very game-changing, the chance to stop them with this incredibly inconsistent perk is just not worth it. And only works on a few select killers, such as Legion, that can keep multiple people injured. And even then, other perks on those killers just work better. If you want a perk to deal with exhaustion, Fearmonger, aka Mindbreaker, is a better choice typically, and some add-ons can help. And ultimately, learning how to deal with them is just better than trying to stop them from the root. Blood Echo is just not very good, unfortunately. Bloodwarden is a very black and white perk. It's either incredible or it just falls flat. The effect of Bloodwarden is quite simple. First of all, this perk triggers and becomes lit up when a gate is open. So if you miss the endgame collapse, this perk will tell you. And any survivor that is on the actual exit area will be highlighted. This is not a super useful part of this perk, but it can sometimes be helpful. If you're dealing with 2 or 3 survivors in one area, in an endgame scenario, and you're wondering if the other survivor is there to do a rescue, well, if you see them from afar with this perk, then you can rule that possibility out, and it can help you make some decisions. So that's great. If you're playing Deathslinger and someone's trying to be cheeky, hiding behind the exit gate, you can see their aura, and they might not have any way to know that the aura is being tracked, so you might be able to reel them back in and secure a down. So the auto reading, it's a nice plus, but ultimately a very inconsequential part of the perk. The real kicker, the real nice thing about this perk is that if you get a hook on a survivor at any point after the gates are open, it will trigger for 60 seconds. 60 seconds is a long time. It's just as much as a survivor needs to die if they're already on their second hook, right? It's a hook stage in its entirety. And the exit gates are completely covered. At that point, if it's a single survivor, their only chance is to find the hatch. And if it's multiple survivors, obviously the hatch doesn't spawn. Or if the hatch is already closed, if it's a single survivor, they have no way to get out until the 60 seconds are up. If the endgame collapse is already at a certain point, that means that it's a guaranteed kill. So basically, this perk can sometimes turn a 1-kill game into a 4-kill game. Obviously, I'm sure you've seen clips and funny moments regarding this perk. That can be incredibly funny and incredibly satisfying. And that alone, the fun factor, makes this perk absolutely worth running. However, it runs into one big issue. Survivors will not open gates unnecessarily. And once they've opened gates, they are likely to just leave if they suspect that this is in play. There's also the whole problem where when you down a survivor or keep them on the hook, the timer for the endgame collapse moves at half the speed. So what does this mean? It means that in the endgame collapse, if a survivor gets to a gate, they're not going to fully open it, they're going to 99% the gate. They do this because they don't want the timer to start, because they want to make sure that they get heals, that they get rescues, that they do everything they need to do to ensure the best possible escape chances for everyone. They will mostly open the gate when they know that they can all get out and not a second before. Once they open the gate, the entity collapse takes 2 whole minutes to happen. And that is bad. That is bad. 2 minutes is not enough for Bloodwarden. You can very, very easily hook a person, go for someone else, down that other person, and then they get unhooked, the 60 seconds pass, and you still lose all of them, or most of them. And again, it's 2 minutes that can turn into 4 minutes. So depending on the situation, Bloodwarden might just not last enough to block the gates, enough to kill everyone. So what you need to do is you need to have the gates open, you need to have the 2 minute left, the 1 minute left mark happen, and then you need to hook someone, and then obviously the timer will get halved, so it needs to be less than that. It gets very complicated. If someone is dead on hook, the survivors will fear this perk, and by force of habit will just leave. It's just very difficult to engineer these situations. If you yourself hook someone and then try to open a gate yourself right before they do that, that is a dead giveaway that you have this perk. They will open the other gate, they will outweight it. So yeah, if you are a little bit smart, the survivors are a little bit stupid, and you get a little bit lucky, this perk is great. Overall though, you have a lot of things working against you. It is an extremely big roll of the dice, and when I play against this perk myself as a survivor, 4 or 6 out of, 4 or 5 out of times out of every 6 or 7, it does absolutely nothing. If the survivor, like, if we 99 the gates, we play around it, and if we just leave when someone's dead, we don't get caught. So yeah, maybe a perk that you'll eventually stop loving once you play against smarter and smarter survivors. Our next perk is Bloodhound, and this perk does some interesting things. First, it makes the blood on the ground considerably brighter. On maps that don't have a lot of grass, blood is very easy to track. Indoor maps. Maps that have a lot of grass and corn and other things that get in your way, grass can sometimes be easy to lose. So this doesn't make the blood appear any more often, but it does make it extremely bright and extremely hard to miss. For some folks that are colorblind or that have some kind of struggle visually, this perk can be a game changer. So obviously for them, this could be a very worthwhile investment. For someone that doesn't have such an issue, however, it's not that big of a deal. Blood is easy enough to track. Blood is typically accompanied by scratch marks, by injure sounds, by other visual cues. You don't really need the blood to track. Now you might be thinking, but what if I am playing a certain killer? and I want to see the blood, like Victor with Charlotte, the twins. They already see the blood bright, Victor, so you don't need this perk on them. There's also an add-on on Wraith that makes the blood already bright. You don't need this perk, ultimately. Although, in some builds, especially if you pair it with Hemorrhage add-ons and Hemorrhage perks, the blood can be very, very easy to track, so maybe that will be up your alley. One thing that this perk does that is actually quite nice, however, is that it makes the blood on the ground last 4 extra seconds. And those 4 extra seconds are only visible to you. So a very, very sneaky and crafty survivor can try to go around the corner, hide inside a locker, or somehow get away from you, and look at the ground and see that their blood is gone, and they'll think that they're safe. But you, as a killer, will see the blood for longer. So you might be able to track a survivor who thinks that they're covering their tracks really, really well. So that is a really, really nice part about this perk that if it was ever buffed, would make it actually worth running. As it is right now, though, there are better tracking perks that are better tracking methods. This perk is basically useless. Brutal Strength. Brutal Strength is a perk that is... that doesn't have an extremely powerful and strong effect, because it only speeds up your speed by 20%, but that actually comes in handy for a number of actions. It will make you break pallets faster. It will make you break walls, the ones that can be broken, faster, and it will make you kick generators faster. Now, there are a few ways to break these things or do these things that don't involve Brutal Strength, that involve the killer's powers. So if you're breaking a pallet with a Cannibal Chainsaw, or a Hillbilly Chainsaw, or a Demogorgon Shred, or a Oni Cannibal Smash, all of those things are not affected by Brutal Strength. So on some of those killers, having Brutal Strength is a complete waste of time, and probably this perk slot would be better off on something else. Similarly, generators can sometimes be regressed without you doing anything. If you run the perk Hex Ruin, or or Scorch Hook Pain Resonant, or Surge/Jolt, sometimes you can just regress generators without ever kicking them. So if you're going for those perks, then Brutal Strength becomes less appealing. However, there are many killers that have to deal with pallets that will often constantly kick generators. I'm thinking killers like Lesion, especially if you don't have the pallet breaking add-on. Killers like Clown, who are very much forced to play around pallets often. And these killers can use Brutal Strength quite well. You're going to be kicking gens, which will save you time. You're going to be kicking pallets, which will make survivors make less distance. For Clown in particular, it's quite useful, since you can slow down a survivor, and before they fully get rid of the slowdown effect, you're already on their tails. So for those killers, it is a very minor help in chase that can sometimes make a small mistake from a survivor turn into an actual hit. Killers that are really good at what they do can sometimes make that very consistent. I know Huntresses, for instance, that swear by this perk because they know that if they zone out a survivor a certain way, by the time they're done breaking the pallet, the survivor does not get to the next loop. So it might be a perk that works for you in your particular playstyle. It also stacks with other things that increase your breaking speed. From the top of my head, your breaking speed is better with things like Fire Up, another perk, and from add-ons such as the Shadow Dance from the Wraith, as well as a few others. So this can stack with that, although ultimately it's nothing that incredible. 20%, even stacked with other small percentages, is not that crazy or game breaking. A survivor that drops a pallet typically makes distance, so do not be deluded into thinking that this perk is incredible and that you're going to win every game because of it. Sometimes it's better, even if you're running this perk, sometimes it's better to play around the pallet and not necessarily break it. You might want to keep it there because you have it trapped. You might want to keep it there because it's a very unsafe pallet. So don't get in the habit of just breaking everything with Brutal. Sometimes if a gen is at 1%, you don't need to bother kicking it. Even if you kick it, kick it faster, you're still wasting time. So make sure you don't use this perk wrong. And it's serviceable. It's okay. It's nothing incredible, but it is okay. Next up is Claustrophobia, also known as Cruel Limits. This perk got buffed quite a bit, and it's now a little bit better than before. Anytime a survivor finishes a generator, and this is going to happen up to 5 times, no more, no less. If a game is obviously taken until the very end, the windows 32 meters around the generator itself will become blocked for 30 seconds. Now, there are some problems with this. Let's go over the problems. When a generator is being finished, you're not always there. In fact, it's very often the case that you are contesting a generator and stopping it from being done, and another generator in the distance gets done. By the time you go there, those 30 seconds are up, and the survivors are well gone, and the effect of this perk is completely wasted. Even in the situations where you are right there from the start, survivors still have pallets. They still have the ability to just take a hit and go very far away out of those 32-meter radius. So you'll find that this doesn't do so much for you all the time as a normal killer. Now, that being said, if you're playing a certain killer with certain perks, this perk goes from often a waste of time and energy to sometimes potentially quite okay, and even game-changing. So for example, if a survivor finishes the generator in the main Haddonfield house, that house has a bunch of windows on the top floor where the gens spawn and no other way to get out. So if you're at the bottom of the house and at the bottom floor and they finish that, they are completely trapped in there. So if you happen to be a cannibal or a hillbilly or some other one-shot killer, you can trap them and kill them. And that's awesome. That is great. You lose a generator, yes, but you get a quick down that could completely change the course of the game. Some maps have very cheeky windows that once they are blocked, they become death traps for survivors if they go into that area. And this perk can sometimes happen and activate in these situations, which can cut your chases by a lot if you're very, very lucky. Survivors obviously are smart. If they are in the team, they'll start to play around this perk. They'll delay the generator if it needs to be. They'll save the pallets and so on. But just the occasional chance to have this perk help you in chase is at least worth the perk slot on insta-down killers, especially if you pair it with other perks to help defend generators and keep an eye on generators such as Tinkerer. So if I was playing Hillbilly, I would have Tinkerer and I would go to the gen if I have nothing better to do when it's about to be done, and then know that if it does get done, at least I have this little help. And if they drop a pallet, I break the pallet quickly with my power. If they go for a window, it's not blocked. So yeah, very okay-ish perk when it works. You're just gonna bang your head against the wall very many times when you see that it just doesn't work in that many situations. By contrast, we have Corrupt Intervention, an extremely reliable perk that you will see very, very often playing Survivor, more often when you get to the quote-unquote higher ranks. This perk is just incredible for a number of ways, and it's hard to know where to even begin. The effect is rather simple, but still very powerful. The killer spawns in one part of the map at random, and at that point, the game will choose the 3 generators that are the furthest from the killer. Those generators typically are close to each other, although sometimes if the map RNG is strange enough and the killer spawns in the middle, those generators can also be split up across the map. Those 3 generators are just straight up blocked for 2 minutes. Nothing can be done to those gens. They cannot be kicked, they cannot be worked on, they cannot be regressed, they cannot be... nothing can happen to those generators, essentially. So we go from having 7 generators at the start, that they need to be, 5 of them need to be completed, to having only 4 generators. That is huge. That is incredible. For the average killer, that gives them wings. They get a down, maybe in the first minute, and now instead of having to worry about 7 potential generators being worked on, they only need to worry about 4. Now, maybe one of those generators is already right next to the killer, and maybe the other has just been passed by the killer and they know that it's at 0. So sometimes those 4 now only turn into 2. And now you only need to worry about 2 generators, and you can focus all of your perks, all of your effort, all of your time, all of your resources into defending those 2 generators. Eventually, you can stall the game enough to get a survivor killed with very few generators done, and that goes on to win you the game. This perk is crazy, crazy good. Now let's talk about it from the survivor point of view. if you're the survivor and you spawn, you see a generator, you're about to run to it, and it immediately gets blocked. This wastes your time. Now it forces you to run around the map to find other generators. In the worst case scenario, you go to another gen that is also blocked, and then you find another gen that is also blocked, and you've been wasting 40 or 50 or 60 seconds doing absolutely nothing. Maybe you've even given the killer a first chase because they found you. Some survivors, when they find corrupt intervention, they become scared. They start opening locker chests. They start opening hiding into lockers. They play very passively. And if another survivor gets caught, that's giving killer massive momentum. We also have to talk about indoor maps. Indoor maps are very difficult for many survivors because the layout of generators is not always visible and obvious. You spawn, you don't see any generators, you take a minute to find one, and then when you find it, it's corrupted. And then you go room to room, finding another one. Oh, forgive me. Forgive me, I had to sneeze. You find another room, and the generator is also there corrupted. So this makes indoor maps, which are already difficult, very tricky for survivors to get quick repairs on, which is awesome for killer. And it really helps. Some killers are bad in indoor maps, so this perk helps them there as a big insurance. There's also the huge maps that have a massive amount of land to cover and incredibly spread out generators. In these maps, the killer is at a massive disadvantage because typically survivors spawn spread out and they immediately jump on 3 gens, and no matter what you do, 1 or 2 of those gens is going to be done with barely any interruptions. If you're lucky, they spawn right in the area where all of the gens get done. And now the massive length and width of the map plays against them because they need to either wait 2 minutes, which is risky, or hide for 2 minutes, which is incredibly risky and almost no one does, or start spreading around the map. And that's when they step on your traps, that's when they run into your line of sight, that's when they start a chase or give away their teammates. That's when the magic happens for killer. So Corrupt is an incredibly good perk on basically every killer. On killers that need to prepare and set up an area like Hag and Trapper, it is particularly amazing. On killers that are slow and move along early, like need to find someone early and cannot patrol an area because they don't have great stealth like Hunters, this perk is a godsend. On killers that start stealthy and want survivors to move into them, like Myers or Ghostface, this perk is also really good. And the question almost is, who is this perk not good on? If you have certain other perks and certain other powers, you might want to skip this perk. If you're playing Legion and you want survivors to all be on 1 gen, then yeah, it might actually benefit you to run Ruin, let them all gather up against a corner of the map, and then find them there, get them all injured, and get your power started. But other than those very singular situations, Corrupt Intervention is a fantastic perk on basically every situation, and it's possibly the strongest killer perk in the game. Now, what are the only things that you need to be worried about Corrupt? If survivors begin to hide and you don't find a survivor quick, this perk can backfire and lose some of its potential. If 3 survivors all run into 1 gen and you're busy chasing a survivor into the area with all the corrupted gens, that gen's gonna get done really quickly. You're gonna get a down, maybe, and then you'll find that you have 0 pressure because the area that you're in has no people in it. So that could backfire. In some maps, it's possible that the gens that were corrupted initially are super spread apart. And then when it comes down to defending them at the end of the game, it becomes a really difficult thing. So there are a few situations where Corrupt will have its power diminished, or you need to quickly adapt to a unique situation to have this perk do anything. So yes, keep in mind the 4 gens. Keep in mind that you don't necessarily want to waste time into an area of the map with no survivors doing gens, and then this perk, for the most part, shines very much in your average game. Very good perk. If I could only pick 1 perk for every killer to slow down the game, this honestly might be it. There's also a perk. This is also a perk that, unlike others that you'll see, has almost no RNG, doesn't really have any way to be countered by survivors. Yeah. So many things about it make it a very solid pick. Now, our next perk, Coreophobia from the Clown, was made in a different time. This perk gives a 50% penalty to a healing survivor, which is a big deal. It will make them heal not 50% slower. That's not exactly how speeds work in this game, but it will make them heal very slow. And that is great. The problem is that it only works within your terror radius. And that's where the problem begins. When this perk was introduced in 2018, survivors would constantly heal mid-chase with very strong perks back in the day. That is not something that happens anymore, typically. What happens is, first of all, getting a survivor injured is difficult because survivors are going to play it safe. So you're not going to have a lot of people injured. If you do have a lot of people injured, it's very likely that they are healing with inner healing or inner strength, as it's called now, which is not affected by this, or they are healing with boon totems in a secluded part of the map, which is far outside your terror radius. So yeah, it's very likely that anytime you hit a survivor and you keep them injured, obviously if you chase them, this perk serves no purpose, and if you leave them and they try to heal, they will more likely than before leave your terror radius and heal elsewhere. Now, what are the places where this perk kind of shines? What can this perk do? Let's analyze the places where you might think it does well, but it does not. If you bring a legion with the pin that extends the terror radius indefinitely across the map, yes, this perk will literally affect the whole map, but only for a few seconds. And after that, survivors will have an easy time healing. Not worth it. If you bring a killer with agitation, yes, that gives your terror radius a little bit more of a distance during carry, but again, only during a limited time. If we bring distressing, which permanently increases your terror radius, yes, this perk will affect survivors a little bit more often, but again, it has the downside that they can heal you from further, they'll know where you are, they'll avoid it. Even with boon healings, this perk can sometimes be made not even that crazy good. What this perk honestly does is, if you find a survivor that is in the middle of healing, sometimes it gives you a chance to interrupt them and not let you finish. So survivors unhook, they start to heal, you come back, they would finish the heal very quickly if you didn't have this perk, but because you have this perk, you now see them have to stop what they're doing because they cannot finish it, because suddenly the 50% penalty slaps them and puts a stop to that. In those situations, Coreophobia is worth it. It can also help to prevent slug pickups. So what do I mean by this? You have a survivor on the ground that can recover up to 95%. And another survivor is running around and they try to pick up the survivor on the ground. Now, typically, they would take, let's see, 5% healing, 0.8 seconds, I believe. So they would take almost a second to pick up from the ground. But because you're right there, they are slapped with the 50% penalty and they take more than a second to pick up now. So yeah, this perk can help you slug many survivors, leave them on the ground, and make it a little bit difficult for the survivor that is running around trying to pick them up to do it in front of your face. However, several problems with the strategy. Survivors on the ground that recover do not get affected by Coulrophobia. That is a different type of healing. So Coulrophobia will not make people on the ground recover slower. Survivors that are on the ground with Unbreakable, a survivor perk, can pick themselves up, so this perk will do nothing. Survivors on the ground with No Mither or Boon Exponential or other perks that let them pick themselves up will obviously also ignore Coreophobia. There's ultimately too many things that counter Coulrophobia and too many holes in the strategy of bringing it. If you bring it, occasionally it will do something, but that's not what you expect from a perk. You want consistent effects that will actually hinder the survivors. Not to mention, and we completely skipped over this, if you play against survivors that are comfortable being injured and never even try to heal, well, this perk obviously does absolutely nothing. If they just get their heals from adrenaline and they just heal very late, if at all, then you have a perk that literally does nothing, which is not what you want to do. Overall, a very weak pick unless you send yourself to a very small map and have an incredibly niche build around it. And even then, I'm sure there's better options. Next is Coup de Grace, a very interesting perk with actually a fairly strong effect that is ultimately destroyed by its trigger conditions and its tokens. So it's very simple, much like Bitter Murmur. It triggers when a generator gets completed. So that means that you can get up to 5 tokens of this perk. And each of these tokens stays in your inventory until you use them. And when you use them, it makes you reach 60% further with your basic attack lunge. Basic attack is the M1 basic attack that every killer has. It does not affect any power whatsoever. So any hatchet from Huntress, shred from Demogorgon, tentacle from Nemesis, whatever it is, you name it, this perk does not do anything. It only affects the basic attacks. Now, there are some killers that actually use their power and then deliver basic attacks with it. Spirit delivers a basic attack after using her power, so this perk works on her. The Deathslinger uses a basic attack after the chain. The Nurse uses a basic attack after her blink. So those killers, yes, they benefit from this, but it's not a great idea. It's better to just be accurate with the Nurse than to use Coup de Grace. It's better to just have the purple chain on Slinger and resist a little bit better than to have this, because the problem with Coup de Grace is that it's very easy to waste it. Whenever you do anything that's more than a small lunge, you will consume the token. So many times you can down a survivor with a very tiny lunge that's not even Coup de Grace range, and you will lose the token. And that is very frustrating, because sometimes you get a stack of Coup de Grace and you're in a chase where you need to do a small lunge, and now you ask yourself, if I do the lunge, I lose the token, and I didn't need the token, and I'm wasting it. But if I don't do lunge, I lose the survivor, and that's a horrible thing. So the fact that you'll be hungry for these tokens in the first few minutes of the match, then you'll get some, and then you'll accidentally waste them. That feels terrible. Now, the very nice thing about this perk is when everything works out and you don't waste them. The 60% range on a basic attack is huge and constantly throws survivors off. Survivors, especially the really good ones, they know exactly what they can and cannot get away with in a chase. So if they go for another loop, it's because they know that even if you play perfectly, they are still going to make it to the window. They are still going to make it to the pallet. Once you have Coup de Grace, those calculations completely go out of the window. So if they get greedy for another loop, you're going to catch them. If they try to make it to the window and do a quick vault and dodge you barely, you're going to catch them. So Coup de Grace is actually incredible once you have it and you get to use it. If a survivor uses Dead Hard, Coup de Grace covers a very similar distance. So a survivor using Dead Hard for distance can be caught up to by Coup de Grace very many times, which is awesome and feels great because a survivor is using a perk to get away and you're using a perk to catch up and ultimately down them. When that happens, this perk feels great. I would run it on Legion because when he uses their power, this perk is not consumed. I would run it on Myers, who also has a big tier 3 lunge and can add to that big tier 3 lunge with this perk. And I guess if I was memeing, I would run it on Spirit for a similar idea. You can also run it on Nurse if you're learning and want to get long distance lunges. You can run it on Hack if you feel like you teleport and miss very often. But yeah, mostly those few killers would benefit from it. You can also just put it on a normal M1 killer like Trapper or Nightmare to just help you out occasionally. And it can be an okay-ish perk. When it works, it really throws survivors off, and it feels good to use it. It definitely rewards skillful play. It will just force you to waste time and not do lunges or be afraid that you're going to lose it. And it feels really bad to lose a game and have 3 stacks of coup and know that you just couldn't use them anywhere because you just got very unlucky. So if we keep all of that in mind, it's a perk that sometimes can influence a chase very positively, but most of the times requires you to lose the game, can only be used 5 times, doesn't work with any power, needs to be on a basic attack that doesn't always necessarily help you. Yeah, too many ifs for this perk, unfortunately. I wish it just triggered in a different way, and then you would probably see a lot of it. Is there anything else worth mentioning about Coup? I think we've covered everything. Next up is Dark Devotion, a very interesting perk that ultimately doesn't see much use, but that can really throw survivors off. Even very experienced survivors sometimes don't even know this perk exists, and it's a really fun one. This basically also only works on basic attacks, so a killer hitting with their power does not trigger. You will need to do the basic attack that every killer shares, and this triggers when you hit the Obsession. Once you hit the Obsession, something magical will happen. You will become undetectable, which means that you don't have a red stain, you cannot be seen by auras, you cannot be seen by, you cannot be heard by survivors. and you cannot be heard by survivors through the heartbeat, the terror radius. And the very interesting part is that your terror radius is gone, but the obsession gets a new terror radius right on top of them. So there's many things you can do with this. And there are some nice benefits that come. Let's talk about some of the smaller benefits and then walk towards the bigger things you can do with this perk. Small benefit. If you down the obsession and you hook the obsession immediately, if someone has kindred, they will not be able to see you. If someone has alert or any other auto reading perk or power or item or add-on or whatever, they will not be able to see you for those 30 seconds. 30 seconds of undetectable is quite a lot. You can hook the obsession, the terror radius will stay on the hook, and you can go across the map and grab someone off a generator because they're not paying attention. Meanwhile, if the survivors are not paying attention and they're a little bit confused, they might get scared of the fake terror radius that stays on the obsession. So if a survivor is on the ground or on the hook and they emit a terror radius, other survivors that are not well coordinated or communicated might actually be scared to go in there because they just hear a terror radius coming from the area and they don't want to expose themselves, right? So that's pretty nice. The terror radius is always 32 meters. If you have a perk that makes your terror radius bigger or smaller, it does not affect this perk. So whatever your terror radius is or is not, always will be 32 meters when it's on the obsession. Obviously, if you stay very close to the obsession, it's almost imperceptible. So an obsession being chased by you from very up close is not even going to realize at first that you have Dark Devotion. Once you leave them, for a little while, they're going to genuinely think that you're still on them. And here's where good survivors will quickly realize, wait, I'm the obsession. Oh, Dark Devotion. Right, this killer's gone. And bad survivors will still panic for the full 30 seconds. We're like, where the hell is this killer? Where is this killer? Oh my god, I am panicking. Where are they? Are they underneath me? Are they above me? What is this? I am so confused and I am so scared. Which admittedly is hilarious. So yeah, at some point, however, they should realize that you have this perk and you can do a lot of damage. If you hit the obsession and stay near, this perk doesn't do that much. But the moment you start to split out from the obsession and you become detectable for such a long time, it can be quite okay. Another really nice thing is that all the obsession status effects, all the terror radius status effects carry on to the obsession. So if you have a perk to make people heal your terror radius slower, like Coulrophobia, it will happen on the obsession and around them. If you have a perk, blah, 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 blah. Anything that works within the terror radius, including killer powers, like Doctor Shocks and so on, will happen. Now, don't get sidetracked by this. Don't think that this is the bee's knees. You need to hit the obsession with an M1 attack. And then separate from them for this to be meaningful at all. So if you think about it that way, it's not very good. So for example, if you're on Starstruck, which exposes and makes people insta-downable within the terror radius, yeah, it works with Dark Devotion, but for it to work, you need to hit the obsession. And then if you hit the obsession, then the obsession's out of the injured. So what's the point of insta-downing them? Yeah, you know, it is a quirky thing, ultimately not incredibly powerful, or you cannot be abused in any meaningful way with any perk, but it is a quirky thing that you can keep in mind and maybe have some fun builds around it. So that's awesome. If the obsession changes, don't forget, you'll need to hit the Neo obsession for this to happen. The duration is 30 seconds and the cooldown is also 30 seconds. So one thing that you could do, and you'll often have this, is chase the obsession, right? Hit them, keep chasing them, 30 seconds and 1 second later, hit them again, and then hook them, and then you leave and you trigger the perk twice. Once they know that you have Dark Devotion, there's a very dirty strategy that you can do, which is to bait that you're leaving. If a survivor is smart and they know that you have it, you can hit them, pretend to go away, and they're like, okay, yeah, this killer is stupid, they think I don't know. I'm gonna go do this gen, and then come back from some other unexpected angle and grab them. I have grabbed and caught survivors off guard who think they are safe because they think that I'm just going away. So after you've used your Dark Devotion to trick them once, you can use it a second time to trick them a second time in a different way, which is really, really fun. So as you can see, very fun perk. Who benefits from this the most? Killers that use their basic attack. Obviously, you do not run this on Huntress because you're going to be using your hatchets. And killers that insta-down with it. So you could use this with Myers, pop your tier 3, down your obsession, hook them very quickly or leave them on the ground, and then be an insta-downable, fast, silent killer going around the map, which is awesome. That also occasionally confuses survivors and keeps them from going to the obsession. Works quite well in that regard. But ultimately, yeah, it's a meme perk that can be quickly picked up by perceptive survivors, especially if they're on comms with other survivors. And once they know about it, it doesn't become that strong. So it should be a perk to fill a certain role. Don't try to make a whole build around this and expect it to do super well. Still though, very fun perk. Next up is Deadman Switch, which has an interesting effect, but again, too many conditions to really be good. It's also an obsession perk, and it will work after you hook the obsession. Once you hook the obsession, this perk activates and lasts 45 seconds. And whatever happens next is confined to those 45 seconds. Obviously, this can only be done up to 3 times if you have one obsession, although sometimes, depending on survivor and killer perks, obsession can be switched around. So you could potentially use this perk many times if the obsession keeps switching for whatever reason. Typically, however, you'll run it and use it a couple times per match. So during those 45 seconds, any survivor that leaves the generator will make that generator get immediately blocked by the entity. Blocked generators by the entity cannot lose or gain progress. They will continue to regress if they were regressing, and they can continue to be worked on if they were worked on, but during those seconds of blockage, nothing can happen. So if this happens very early, it could be 45 seconds of blockage. If it happens very late, it could be 5 seconds of blockage. It depends on whatever timer is left. And if the survivor gets unhooked, it doesn't matter, the effect still lasts. The survivor, the generator that gets blocked also turns white, which is a nice little bit of information. So what is considered leaving a generator? Leaving a generator happens when a survivor stops working on it. If a survivor misses a skill check, even though it looks like it, it doesn't count. So skill checks alone will not kick if the survivors don't panic. But other things can make a survivor get off a generator, like a Doctor Blast, or the survivor themselves being scared of you approaching, or a hatchet, or some other things. If you force one survivor, only one survivor to get off a generator, that generator gets blocked for the remaining of that time, 45 seconds max. Even if other survivors are on the gen. And that is the beautiful part of this perk, and the only redeeming quality of this perk. You have 3 survivors on a generator. They all are working on it together. And someone gets hooked, that is the obsession, and one of them thinks, okay, I'm gonna leave and go for the rescue. That person leaves, and the gen gets blocked for everyone. So in those situations, it's great. And you as a killer would immediately see that a gen goes white and know that someone left it a few seconds ago. So that part can be awesome. Now we run into the problems. 2 of them mainly. Number 1, there's only one obsession at a time, which means that this perk is it's just hard to use it. It's just hard to use it. If you use it twice in a game, or even once in a game, consider yourself lucky. Sometimes the obsession can be very elusive. They can hide. They can just never show up. And yeah, it can just be really, really rough to actually get the perk to even trigger. And once it triggers, yes, a generator gets blocked. But a generator that is blocked cannot be consumed by Ruin, cannot be kicked with Pop, cannot be affected by Pain Resonance, it cannot be hurt or regressed by Jolt or Surge in any way at all. Which means that the generator is protected. It's protected from survivors, but it's also protected from killers. Sometimes that's not good. Sometimes if a generator is at 99 and it's protected, that can give you time to do something else, or it can prevent you from actually hurting and regressing the generator with perks and so on. So for that reason, even though this perk is hard to use, once you do use it, you're not guaranteed to get a good outcome on a generator. And that is very sad. What I find best about this perk is putting it on killers that can exert pressure from afar, such as Doctor with a big turret radius, or Artist with her distant map White Crows. You put this perk on them, get lucky with the obsession, shock or send birds, force survivors off generators, or have them go off generators themselves, and suddenly you see white gens pop up and you know that you're doing something. And if a generator that is very contested is blocked for 45 seconds, that might let you go back to the hook and camp and sit on the survivor and make it very difficult for them to do anything and advance the game in any way. So in those very, very edge case scenarios, this perk is okay-ish. But on average, you'll notice that it's just very, very weak and very difficult to use consistently. Now, a perk that is actually very consistent and quite strong, that works in a similar way, is Deadlock. Deadlock is tremendously simple and very, very good as a result. Typically, simpler perks that work on gens are best. when a generator gets repaired, the other generator that the entity finds that has the most progress will simply get blocked for 30 seconds. Ta-da, that's it. As we just explained, generators that are blocked cannot be repaired or regressed in any way. If they were being repaired, they can be repaired after. If they were being regressed, they will continue to regress after. But anything that happens in those 30 seconds will not touch the generator. If it was at 99% before, it will be at 99% afterwards, no matter what. So what this typically means is that if survivors are spread out on multiple generators, and one of them is finished, then one of those survivors is going to be very angry that their generator gets blocked for 30 seconds. And the best part is that you don't need to do anything. It doesn't trigger on this, it doesn't trigger on that, it doesn't require this or that, it just happens. And that is awesome. Now, obviously, when the 5th generator gets completed, there's no more gens to block. So this perk will happen in normal game that does all the gens, has all the gens completed. It will happen 4 times. 4 times of 30 seconds in the worst case scenario for survivors is incredibly crippling, especially if they don't split up on gens very well. If the killer is trying to play really, really dirty around hooks and exerting massive pressure, and they only have one gen they're working on, and they just see the gen get blocked, that can be super, super detrimental to them. Another nice thing is that generator is visible to the killer, and this gives you tons of information, potentially. If you're a killer that is busy doing killer things far away and you see a generator turn white, then you know that generator was the next one that they were working on, and that they are over there and that they cannot do anything there for the next 30 seconds, and you can just use that information down the line. If you're near the generator, you can also deduce other generators. So for example, if you have a generator next to you that seems visually that it's about 20% done, and it gets blocked by Deadlock, then that literally tells you that generator at 20% was the most progress. So every other generator in the game has to be at less than 20%. That information is very, very good and allows you to make very, very important decisions. Should I stay in this area for a little bit longer to secure that this happens? If you know that no gen is about to pop, then yeah, that's a thing that you can afford. So that information is also great. Victor from Charlotte actually sees the auras in red, even when this happens, which she typically cannot see. So this perk works even with Victor, which is great for killers that need to be passive and decide when and when not to camp and stay near the hook. Huntress, Hag, Trickster, killers that are very good at camping if they really need to or want to. This perk works wonders because their mobility doesn't matter and has no trigger conditions. So this perk is brilliant on them. On the average killer, it's also pretty good. And that's just wonderful if survivors don't play around it well. Now, let's go over some of the not so wonderful things about this perk. If there are no generators being done at all, it will pick one at random. So that's one thing that you should know, as far as I understand it. And there's also a problem. Sometimes survivors are not affected by this if they are working, focusing on just one generator. And what do I mean by this? If survivors are all of them working on one generator and all the other gens are at 0, they're going to work on that gen. They're going to finish it. One gen randomly is going to get deadlocked. And they can just ignore it. They can just go for another gen. Alternatively, you can also have situations where survivors are injured. Two of them are working on the generator. Some of the generator gets done. And now they kind of work on that generator for 30 seconds. So what they do is one of them heals the other, 16 seconds. One of them heals the other, 16 seconds. And by the time they both are healed, now they work on the generator again. So survivors can find things to do in these 30 seconds. They don't necessarily waste the time. They can heal, they can do totems, they can go for the rescue, they can finish another generator, they can move on to take hits for their teammates. If the survivors are really smart, resourceful, and quick on their feet, they can make those 30 seconds not that big of a deal. Another thing that I've noticed is that Deadlock can actually be bypassed if survivors are incredibly coordinated and finish 2 gens at the exact same time. If they finish 2 gens at the exact same time, Deadlock doesn't seem to trigger in time to block the second. This, I assume, is a bug and might get patched in the future, but it's a small flaw of the perk that you might want to look out for. Then we also get to the bad things for the killer. As we said, a generator that is blocked cannot be regressed by the killer. And sometimes you will not have a chance to touch a gen before this happens. So if you have Pop Goes the Weasel and you want to kick a generator to reduce it a lot, and this perk happens, that's it. You're going to lose that perk. You're not going to be able to use it. If you have Ruin and the generator gets blocked, I mean, it's good, but it's not great because Ruin is not going to work through the block generator. So this perk has bad synergies with active regression perks. It has good synergies, however, with passive slowdown perks such as Corrupt, right? If all the gens, if there's only 4 gens available for the first 2 minutes and they finish one and then another one gets blocked, now there's only 2 gens available for a short time. That is rough. That is rough. On some maps, that will make survivors basically do nothing for 30 seconds, which can be very huge. The fact that Deadlock works passively and it's a fairly easy to use perk does work in its favor though. Overall, pretty solid perk, but don't rely on it. If survivors are smart, you're gonna feel it not doing what it should. And that is also ultimately up to you. If you need to pressure the gens and make sure that Deadlock works the way you want it, not the way they dictate. In that case, you'll find it a very, very solid and reasonable perk. Moving on to Deathbound. Deathbound used to be a very weak perk that is now even weaker given the current meta of Dead by Daylight. So what happens with Deathbound is simple. It has 2 effects. One happens always when the trigger happens, and the other happens if. So if a survivor heals another survivor for 1 health state, we'll get to that. When they are far away from you, they will both, actually, no, not both. The person doing the healing will scream. Which will give you a loud notification that will let you know that this perk happened. Then the perk activates for the next 60 seconds for the person screaming. Not for both, for the person screaming or the people screaming only. During those 60 seconds, if those 2 people separate, now the person that screamed will become oblivious, which means that they will not hear your terror radius. This is not a huge deal. Yes, 60 seconds is a long time, but it's 60 seconds if they split up. And yeah, it only affects 1 of the 2 people. So yeah, this is not great. So first of all, this perk triggers when survivors heal others from the ground to up and from injured to full healed. So this perk can work and help you find someone being picked up from the ground from afar, which is nice for some killers. This also helps you know where a heal happened. So if you're Oni, you can go and find a lot of blood in there, which is pretty decent. And if the survivors split up and one of them is a bit clueless, yeah, maybe you'll run into them because they don't hear a terror radius and you might be able to confuse them. However, if the survivors stay together, this doesn't happen. And if the survivors are on comms, they're talking on Discord or whatever, they're going to communicate. It's like, oh, I hear the terror radius. Watch out, he's coming over here. That's it. And the effect of this perk is very mild. So mostly this is an information perk that lets you know that some people are healing somewhere. There is a plus and a minus to this perk. What is the plus? If 2 people heal 1 person, they both get affected by Deathbound. So if there's a Claudette and a Meg healing a Dwight from the ground and you're far away, they will both scream, which is great, and they will both be affected by this. But what they can do is they can both heal and then Claudette can just stop and let Meg finish, and then it will only affect Meg. Or what they can do, which is depressing, is Meg can just heal someone to 95% or so, and then have the person heal themselves with a medkit or whatever. And if a person heals themselves, this perk does nothing, and that's where the main problem of this perk comes. Many people heal themselves with passive perks, with medkit, with adrenaline, with whatever. None of that ever triggers Deathbound. And as you know, the meta of the game now is pushing more into the direction of self-heals with medkit, self-heals with Circle of Healing, and all of that will get lost in Deathbound. And even if people scream in one area, you don't necessarily have the ability to go and chase them. So yeah, you could run this perk with Deathbound, Deathbound with nurses and have a close range heal detector and long range heal detector, but they could legit dodge both of them super easily with just some basic common perks. So for that reason, Deathbound is ultimately a waste of a perk slot in almost every scenario. And I honestly only would value it if I was playing Oni and I wanted to find lots of people healing in one area where I could maybe find a lot of blood, because they cannot really help that. So yeah, once survivors are smart, they'll play around it. If survivors are smart in the first place, the effects are very meh. You need to be 32 meters away, so knowing where someone is at that distance is not always a guaranteed anything. And sometimes you might already know that someone was there anyway, and you don't need this perk. It might give you completely redundant information. So yeah, very, very weak perk that could honestly use a complete from the ground redesign. And I believe that's pretty much it. Mending will not trigger this perk if they help mend each other. It needs to be heals, and remember, from the ground or to full health. Deerstalker is a very simple, beautiful perk. Unfortunately, gives you something that is just not all that useful. When a survivor is dying on the ground, you will see their aura from up to 36 meters. This is one of the longest reaches for a nearby aura perk in the game, which is awesome. Basically, if a survivor is on the ground anywhere on the map, it's going to take you just a few seconds to find them. This is great to find the last survivor in a match when they're hiding away. This is great to find someone that just crawled a little bit far away. And as far as I know, there is no way to stop this auto reading. There are some perks that hide your aura, yes, while you're up and running, but I don't think distortion or off the record work when you're on the ground. I'm almost sure they don't. So this perk, at least in theory, should have no real counter. In practice, probably has no real counter from the survivors. Now the problem is, why is there a person on the ground in the first place? Typically, the people that you down on the ground can be picked up extremely quickly by other survivors, and they can even be picked up extremely quickly by themselves. So it's very risky to leave people on the ground. You only do it if you really, really have to. And once you do it, it's very easy to find them. Sometimes, yeah, there's a bug that makes them emit no noise. Sometimes they crawl away in unimaginable corners on the map. But that only delays you a little bit. Worst case scenario, they just bleed out to death, right? You don't really necessarily need the help from this perk. They are either easy to find or you find them eventually. There's also other perks that can help you find people on the ground much quicker and that also do other more useful things. So if you have whispers, which we'll get to at the end of this list, you can just go around the map and have it turn on and off and find people on the ground. If you have BBQ and Chili, you can hook someone in a corner of the map, as we explained, and have almost the entire map affected by BBQ. You'll find someone on the ground. If they're not there, then that means they're close. You'll find them in seconds. So other perks like BBQ and Whispers are just better at finding people on the ground and do other things that are helpful throughout the match. Whereas Deerstalker only helps when you slug people. So now that we've talked about everything that's bad about this perk, what is good? Right, there are a few killers that excel at downing people quickly. Twins is very good at this. A very aggressive nurse is very good at this. Even a hack sometimes can do this. And these killers can sometimes do really nasty things and leave a lot of survivors on the ground. And just a little bit of greediness and it's easy to lose multiple people on the ground. With Deerstalker, you keep perfect knowledge about basically anything that happens around you, which is nice. A survivor gets picked up, you might see it visually happen from a distance, which is great. You might even see the angle at which they start running and get a bit of a head start at catching them. So in those situations, this perk is comfy and okay to use. Another thing that is a bit underrated about it is that a survivor that's on the ground sometimes tells you information that they don't necessarily realize they're giving you. So if I see a survivor that has fully recovered on the ground and I see them from 20 meters away and I see them crawl towards a certain corner, that is already telling me there is a survivor coming for him from that certain direction. So if I go there right now, I can expect the survivor to be in that general vicinity. So you can gather information through seeing the survivor's aura and what they do on the ground and where they look and whether they're recovering or not and stuff like that. So that little bit of information can sometimes make a difference. There's just better perks for that kind of stuff, truly. Infectious Fright is a perk that makes people scream. It makes people scream on the ground so you can find them. There's just so much better perks that do many other things and are not as niche as Deerstalker, unfortunately. So it's very, very hard to recommend that. That being said, if you really struggle to find people on the ground, you'll find this perk is okay. Sometimes, some killers like Trapper, you can leave a swabber on the ground and go on trap for like 10 seconds during that downtime before Kindred kicks in and reveals you, and then come back and still know for sure that you're catching that they didn't walk away. But even those uses are very dangerous, and you'd honestly just be better off with other perks. That's my big summary on this very, very simple perk. Discordant is also a fairly simple perk. Once it gets to tier 3, this perk used to be better at tier 1. So if you've ever seen me or someone else recommend that you keep it at tier 1, that was before. Make sure you get this perk to tier 3, and it has a range of 128 meters. That basically covers the entire map, no matter which map you're in. So this perk basically covers the entire map, and it's very simple. When 2 or more survivors touch a gen at the exact same time, when they're at the same time touching it, the perk triggers. You hear a noise notification, the perk lights up, and if you look at the generator, it will turn yellow. It will remain yellow until there are no more survivors touching it for 4 seconds. So if a survivor is working on a generator continuously, and one of them comes and touches it for a second, discord them. They immediately go away. 1, 2, 3, 4 seconds later, the perk will deactivate, and you'll know that 4 seconds there were 2 people. Now there might be 1 or 0 or whatever. This perk is insanely good. It is incredibly good. The fact that it's perfectly reliable, has no range limit pretty much, and has no trigger conditions or preconditions to start working is what makes it so brilliant. It gives you information one way or another. When you load into a match, you can hear discordance on 1 or 2 gens and know that you have every single survivor accounted for. And that's huge. You will not waste time checking one corner. You will go straight to where you need to be. And obviously this pairs really well with perks like Ruin or Pop or whatever to slow down gens and regress them, because you know exactly where your efforts need to be concentrated. If discordance doesn't go off, that could mean 1 or 2 things, and you need to use your brain. They're either splitting up on gens, which is both good and bad, or they're just being sneaky and they're not really doing gens much. So either way, either because it's on or because it's not on, you have some information about what survivors are doing. And that information is just really powerful. Sometimes you wonder whether you can set up something, or whether you should break a pallet, or whether you should set up more traps, and you just don't know whether you can afford it or not. If I have a survivor near the basement, and then I have another survivor down, do I bring them to the basement too? Is that a waste of time? Should I just hook them here and then go defend the basement? If discordance suddenly pops up and I see that the other 2 remaining survivors are across the map, then I know for a fact that I have a lot of time, for a fact, no doubt or conditions, that I can pick up the survivor, bring them to the basement as well, and then have all the time in the world before they reach me and I can defend the basement. So tons and tons of game-changing, absolutely crushing decisions that you can take to completely cripple survivors sometimes come because discordance triggered and you know exactly what happens. Let's say that you chase a survivor right after an unhook. That survivor could have Decisive Strike, which is a really strong perk that we'll get to later. And if you chase them, it's a bad idea. But if you know that they touch a generator because you saw discordance activate and you know that they were one of the 2 people there, then you know that they've lost that perk. So many good decisions that you can make with discordance. What are the only issues with discordance? Obviously, you don't know if it's 2 survivors or 4 survivors on a generator. So, it tells you that there's multiples, and that's typically a good thing. Sometimes you pair this with obsession perks, and you go there and you have a 50-50 of finding the obsession, which is awesome if you really need to find them. And a guaranteed chance to find someone other than the obsession if you're running a perk that requires you to chase non-obsessions, right? So that's awesome. But yeah, sometimes the 4 second can make you, I guess, estimate that there will be more survivors than there were. Sometimes discordance triggers across the whole map and you just cannot go there and the information doesn't help you. Sometimes you're just too busy doing something and it doesn't feel like the information can help, but this perk, one way or another, is going to really help you and works for most killers. Even killers that don't chase Gen Super directly. For that reason, I recommend it dearly. And the only reason why you wouldn't want to run a perk like Discordance is because you're running something else that is just as reliable, such as Tinkerer or some other perk that will give you information on gens. So other than that, other than not having redundant information perks, Discordance is a really good choice. And makes sense on many killers that cannot afford to go around and looking for people, or killers that benefit from catching multiple people at once. The list goes on and on. It's just a really strong perk. Unfortunately, on the other side of the spectrum, we have Distressing, which is a very bad perk that is extremely niche, and that is actually detrimental to use on the average killer on the average match. So your terror radius on most killers is 32 meters. Some of them it's a little bit smaller. And this perk will just make it, whatever your terror radius is, it will make it 26% bigger. So that's about a quarter more. Roughly what? 40 meters? This is terrible. The extra blood points for deviousness, that is a complete afterthought. Deviousness is a category that you gain for using your power. For many killers, you max out deviousness very quickly. For killers like Demo, you do a couple shreds and you're already maxed out. So getting more points in a category that is easy to max out, it's pointless. You're gonna be at the max points anyway. These points don't come after the game. They just help you get to the max quicker. So the extra blood points of this perk, in my opinion, forget them. They're a complete afterthought. And the bigger terror radius is actually a horrible thing. With an extra 8 meters or so of terror radius, you're giving survivors almost 2 extra seconds to react. If you put on this perk a bunch, you're gonna notice that no matter where you go, you never find survivors on gens, you never find survivors healing, you never find survivors being caught off guard. You always see nothing or see scratch marks leading to a strong area because survivors have such a head start knowing that you're coming. Does this mess with survivors sometimes and make them play a bit scared? Yeah, sometimes. But overall, giving them more information rather than less information is bad news for you. So why would anyone run Distressing? There are a few perks that trigger and work when survivors are within your terror radius. The problem is that all of these perks are mostly really bad. Overwhelming Presence, as we'll get to, is weak. Overwhelming Presence. Unnerving Presence is also weak. Coreophobia has a lot of issues and holes. These perks are just not worth running. The only perks that affect terror radius that are honestly worth considering are Infectious Fright and Starstruck. However, with Starstruck, it's much better to pair it with Agitation, because it only makes your terror radius bigger when Starstruck triggers. And with Infectious, if you want to enhance it, the best thing you can do is run it with Monitor and Abuse, which makes your terror radius smaller out of chase when it doesn't matter, and big in chase when it matters. So for Infectious and for Starstruck, other perks are better off. So if we, and obviously you don't want to stack because, let's be real, you don't want to have a perk that's not crazy and out of the invest 3 perks in it. So with that out of the way, what does Distressing ever do? Why would you ever run Distressing? The only reasonable answer is Doctor. Doctor is a killer whose power actually works to terror radius, and who has a very big terror radius with add-ons. You could make your terror radius even larger with Distressing, and potentially shock people from very far into a map. Some doctors are kind of cruel and they send themselves to very small maps where they can do this repeatedly over and over. And yeah, in that situation, those add-ons stacked with Distressing would be a little bit annoying, especially if you have a skill check build with them and it's newer players. Yeah, that could honestly get a little bit annoying. Distressing might find a very limited niche place in such a build. However, if you're in any other map, if the survivors are smart, if they can hit skill checks and your gimmicky build doesn't work, Distressing is only making things harder. And yeah, typically I would say focus on other add-ons, on other perks for even a build like that. That would give you more than Distressing. Overall, a bad perk that I would recommend people to avoid and only use very carefully if you really know what you're doing. Dragon's Grip is a bit of a tragic perk because it does something quite strong and quite powerful and quite useful, but it is ultimately completely crippled by its cooldown and its and its timers. As you can see, there are 3 different timers in this perk, and it's very, very... Actually, technically, 4 different timers in this perk, and it's just very painful. So basically, anytime you kick a generator, the generator has a trap in it for 30 seconds. If during those 30 seconds somebody touches it, then that person is exposed, which means they can be insta-downable for 60 seconds. That is a long time, the 60-second part. The 30-second is not a long time. It's a very short time. And it sucks, because 30 seconds is very little. Typically, a survivor is not going to touch a generator immediately after you kick it. Sometimes, yes, but typically, no. If they do, they might very well touch it 31 seconds after this perk is put in place. And then the perk is completely worthless. If they touch it and they are injured, they will trigger it. And then someone that is injured becomes insta-downable. But then they're injured. And they were out of the insta-downable because they're injured. You understand the problems, right? It has a short timer of only 30 seconds to trigger. When it does trigger, yes, it's 60 seconds, which is nice. And they do scream, so you can hear the voice of the survivor and figure out who it was, which is nice. But if they're out of the injured, then this perk does nothing. Once they know that you have this perk, they will have injured people touch it. They will just ignore the gen. They will just wait 31 seconds. There's too many problems. There's too many problems. And here's the worst part. When those 30 seconds pass and nobody touches the gen, if somebody touches the gen, it's very simple. 60 seconds. After those 60 seconds, back to being able to use it. But if nobody touches the gen in 30 seconds, which will happen more often than not, it's an 80-second cooldown before you can use it again. That is devastating. Like, that cooldown alone, combined with the fact that you have to kick the generator itself, and you cannot kick complete generators, and so on. And obviously you cannot kick generators that are regressing already. Those conditions alone make this perk very hard to trigger. If you're not lucky, this perk will legitimately only be usable 2 or 3 times per match. And even then, it's not guaranteed to mark a person that's healthy. Sorry. And even then, you're not guaranteed to catch them. Even if it marks a survivor that is healthy, that you definitely want to chase, maybe you don't want to even chase that survivor, you're not guaranteed to catch them. It's very possible that that survivor now makes it away and you waste time trying to get value out of this perk. So the difficult trigger conditions, the horrible cooldown, the fact that luck could just make it completely redundant makes this perk a very, very hard to recommend one. You could pair it with other kicking perks to try to do multiple things at once, and then it takes a bit of a second seat, but it can find some utility. Ultimately, though, I wouldn't recommend it. Don't forget also that a survivor that is exposed and one-shottable can only be one-shottable by a basic attack. So a perk like this on Huntress would be a waste, because maybe you're not going to be able to use a basic attack. This only works on the killers that use basic attacks, so that limits its usefulness even further, unfortunately. Next up is Dying Light, another disappointing perk that has the very, very dangerous property of actually buffing survivors before it starts to do anything for you. So one of the survivors will be the Obsession in every match. If you have this perk, that survivor will have a blue little buff indicator letting them know that they are the Dying Light Obsession. That survivor, for the rest of the match, as long as they're the Obsession, will heal other survivors 33% faster and will unhook them 33% faster. That is horrible. That is terrible. There are many killers that in the current meta can barely keep multiple people injured. And when you are in an unhooking scenario, you can typically hit a survivor, they rescue, you hit them again, and you guarantee the down afterwards. With the faster unhook, it's very possible that they can unhook right in front of your face and completely get away with it with some crafty strategies and other perks involved. That is terrible. That is so bad. That is so bad. And it's a permanent buff that stays on the Obsession as long as the Obsession is alive. and as long as the obsession is doing things to other survivors. The healing is not for themselves, only to other survivors. Why would you ever do this to yourself? That is terrible. Very, very, very bad. Now let's get to the things that the perk actually does for the killer. For every non-obsession that you hook, and there's 3 of them, obviously, every non-obsession gets a 3% penalty to repairs, heals, and sabotages. So it's very simple. Let's say that you hook a non-obsession, 3% to the other non-obsessions. Hook them again, 6%. Hook them again, 9%. Hook them again, this starts to add up, and it can go up quite. You can get 5 to 6 stacks and make this perk actually be a little bit annoying for survivors, especially when you consider that they cannot heal as quickly. Although this is basically, I mean, compare the 3% against the 33%. Yeah, if the obsession is healing, this is not good. They sabotage a bit slower, which could potentially mess with them if they're trying to do some sabo. And they repair slower. And if you have several gens to go, that 3, 6, 9%, that begins to add up. That's not too terrible. The problem with this perk, it buffs survivors, it buffs them early, it does nothing for you early. The most vulnerable time for you as a killer is early on, when survivors are spread out on gens. So they can do 3 or 4 gens before you ever get this perk to do anything meaningful. And once you get this perk to do anything meaningful, that's the heartbreaking part, it still sucks. Let's think about all the survivors. The obsession is not affected by the slowdown at all. It is not. In fact, if you kill the obsession, this perk disables. So you are encouraged to ignore the obsession, which is bad, but whatever. So the obsession is not affected by this perk at all. So that 3%, let's say it's 6% or 9%, that's not affecting the whole team. That's affecting only 3 people. Now, one of those people, non-obsessions, you're chasing them and you're hooking them, right? Because otherwise this perk does nothing. So when you chase or hook one of them, that person's not doing gens or healing. So at any point in a best case scenario, Dying Light is affecting the other 2 non-obsession survivors. And if you ever kill the obsession, the perk disappears. And if the obsession ever gets in your way and you need to chase them and down them, then the perk gets no value. And if a new survivor becomes the obsession, because several ways to make that exist, then that could completely jeopardize your strategy. This perk has so many holes and has such a tiny effect. Survivors have items and perks and add-ons that make them heal at 100% faster speed. Do you think that making them 6% slower is going to make a dent into that speed? No. Survivors are going to get away with it, and the buff that you give them is just salt in the wound. Now, is there any way to make this perk redeemable? A couple. You could pair this perk with other slowdown perks, mean ones, on killers such as Legion and Plague. Now, Plague has the unique property that survivors cannot heal against you. And they mostly do not heal each other very well. So yeah, you don't slow down the healing, but you also neglect the unhooking, the altruistic healing buff from the obsession. So that's nice, I guess. I suppose. Plague has such good perks, don't bother with Dying Light. Another one that could actually work even better is Legion. If you have Legion with several slowdown perks and you start hooking people other than the obsession, then suddenly they will need to mend, they will need to heal, they will need to do gens if they don't want to be in trouble, and this will all get slower. Not the mending, but the healing and the repairing. And if the obsession heals other people, that's 2 survivors together that you can hit quickly. And even if they heal fast with Dying Light, they have to mend. And grouping up against Legion is a bad idea, and healing against Legion can sometimes backfire. So in those very niche perks, niche builds for Legion, Dying Light could actually have its downsides reduced. Still though, other perks vastly outclass Dying Light when it comes to slowdown. They do it without conditions, they do it to everyone without discrimination, and they don't have any downsides. So using this perk is nothing short of a mistake that I hope you don't ever make until they have the decency to just buff it in some meaningful way. Next up is Enduring. Now Enduring is a very simple and straightforward perk. And yeah, when you get pallet stunned, and that's it, pallet stunned, your stun is significantly shorter. So much so that getting pallet stun and not is almost comparable. In many situations, you are afraid of being pallet stunned by a survivor because you know that if they pallet stun you, they can make it to safety while you recover. With Enduring, you're basically completely unafraid of such scenarios. You're chasing a survivor in one of those very, very unsafe pallets where if they drop it, they're basically dead because they cannot play around it. With Enduring, you don't even need to be afraid of those. Typically, you would want to avoid the stun, just in case they stun you and somehow make it to the next loop. But with Enduring, you just go right through it. Go right through it. They stun you. They barely make no difference. Maybe after the stun, you can quickly use your power to catch up to them in some way. So it's a perk that helps you not respect pallets and not be afraid of them. It can also pair up okay with other add-ons and perks that are geared towards breaking pallets. So if you have this with Spirit Fury, for example, when you get stunned and Spirit Fury activates, you will break the pallet immediately with Spirit Fury, recover at max speed with Enduring, and then be able to hit a survivor almost right away, which feels really, really good. Ultimately, the better the survivors, the less you're going to see this work. Eventually, they'll figure out that you have this combo or some other combo, and they'll just pre-drop the pallet. And if they pre-drop the pallet and they don't stun you, this perk does nothing. If you get stunned by Decisive Strike, by Head-On, by a Flashlight save, by a pallet save when you're carrying a survivor, all of these stuns are not affected by Enduring in any way. All of your stuns from your powers are not affected by Enduring in any way. So this only affects pallet stuns. And sometimes, in some matches, you don't get stunned that much. And some killers play around pallets really well. A nurse, for instance, she just teleports through a pallet and hits afterwards. So for many, many killers, Enduring is a waste of a perk slot and should never be considered. For some others that need to play a little bit more around pallets, it's a nice perk to lose the fear of the pallet. It's a nice perk on some specific builds to be aggressive around them. But it's not a perk that ultimately changes the course of a game tremendously. And it's a perk that survivors have much control over. If they get away with it, they will sometimes just drop pallets early, as we discussed, and make this perk not really do anything. So make sure you're putting in a build that makes sense with that it meshes well with. Don't put it on Nemesis if you're going to hit over the pallets. Don't put it on Huntress if you expect to hit over pallets when they drop them, because you don't need it. Who would I recommend this perk on? It's a great perk on Hillbilly. If they drop a pallet, you just shake it off and break it immediately. If they don't drop the pallet, you stay very close and use your chainsaw. So that's very useful. I quite like it on Legion. Early on, I don't respect pallets at all. If they drop it, I go over it early. If they drop it on me, I recover immediately. If I'm using my power and they stun me afterwards, they literally save me the 4-second stun. So on a few builds like that, on a few killers like that, it can have a place. Overall, though, I would say learn to know when to respect a pallet or not. Long story short, if a pallet is very, very strong and you cannot play around it, go right through it. If they drop it, it's a good thing. Get rid of it. If a pallet is very unsafe and you can play around it easily, respect it. Make sure you don't get stunned. And Enduring becomes a perk that doesn't have that much utility. Eruption. Seemingly complicated perk, but it's actually not too difficult. When it triggers, it has a cooldown of 30 seconds, during which it will do nothing. And it will not affect or become active. But anytime it's not on cooldown, this perk is on, and it activates when you kick a generator. Now, you need to be kicking the generator itself. If another perk kicks a generator for you, quote unquote, this perk does not work. You need to be kicking the generator for Eruption to turn that generator yellow. Once that generator is yellow, it becomes erupted and will remain dormant until you down someone. The nice thing about this perk is that it doesn't matter how you down that person. If that person is down by a basic attack, it works. If that person is down by a special attack, it works. If that person goes down by themselves because they bleed out or whatever from borrowed time, that also works, which is awesome, because it means that this is a perk that you can actually use on several killers, just no matter what type of killers they are. So at that point, when you down a survivor one way or another, all the generators that you have kicked since then, all the yellow generators will explode and lose 6%. 6% is not a massive amount of time. I believe it's in fact, what, 4.8 seconds? I believe it's 4.8 seconds. So it's roughly 5 seconds worth of time. Although, it's actually more. Because if a generator explodes, a survivor that is on it gets affected by the explosion and they cannot immediately work on the gen again. So typically it translates into more than 5 seconds worth of time. In fact, any survivor that is caught in the explosion becomes incapacitated. Incapacitated survivors can open gates, can rescue, they can vault, they can do everything related to chase, so they're not useless, but they cannot work on generators or heal themselves or do anything. So in a situation where you trigger this perk by downing, let's say, Claudette, and Dwight and Meg are on a generator, that Dwight and Meg are basically powerless for the next 16 seconds. And that's where this perk is really, really good. In the endgame scenarios where survivors are hungry for that one generator and they're all on it and you know that you're running out of time, you have a beautiful, beautiful chance to save that generator by downing someone after kicking it, obviously, and then have everyone in that situation be useless. 16 seconds is typically enough time for you to pick up, hook the survivor maybe next to the generator, and have absolute certainty that unless some other survivor comes out of nowhere, that gen's not going to get done too quickly because it lost percentage and because any survivors working on it are now incapacitated for 16 seconds. Then it has a cooldown of 30 seconds, which means you cannot like combo it on and on and on. But for the most part, this is a usable perk. Now the problem, if you are kicking too many different generators, you don't have time to actually down people. There's no time limit to eruption. You can kick a generator and have it be erupted a long time afterwards, but generators get done. If you kick a generator, it's yellow and then it gets done, you're going to lose that eruption. And I think you don't get refunded the cooldown. So this perk sometimes runs the risk of not being enough, of a game going too quickly for you to effectively do anything. You're super busy chasing a really good survivor that you really, really need to get out of the way. You don't have necessarily time to kick gens to make it happen. So because it requires a little bit of input from your side, it's not a perk that you can just slap on a build and forget. I would use this perk on killers that move around with their power a lot or that are very good and territorial along with other perks. So if you're playing Freddy, the Nightmare, you can teleport to gens, kick them, and follow your normal flow of gameplay. Then you're actively placing this perk everywhere without really wasting too much time. If you're playing a killer like Lesion, for example, or Plague, killers that control gens quite okay and can make up for wasting a little bit of time. Plague because survivors slowly become injured over time, and Lesion because he can catch up with his power. You can run this with Pop and apply a Pop, which is a strong perk, and apply Eruption at the same time. You brought Brutal Strength, you do this a little bit quicker. You brought Oppression, other gen kicking perks, you can use them. They don't, you will never apply this perk to multiple gens, but you can use multiple perks at once, which is cute and nice. And this perk, by itself, not the best, but can tie a build together quite nicely. For that reason, I think it's decent. I think it's fun. It's unexpected. It's not the most common regression perk you see from the survivor side, but it can honestly be quite clutch. For that reason, I give it a decent, good rating. And I place it quite highly among the rest. Next up is Fearmonger, previously known as Mindbreaker. This is now a common perk, unless you own the demo version. This perk is neat. It makes all survivors blind and exhausted for as long as they stay on the gen, and for 5 seconds afterwards. And for exhaustion, this is awesome. Let me tell you what that means. If a Meg spawns in the game and has Sprint Burst, and then starts running and gets on a generator, her timer of 40 seconds is actually going to pause. So this perk destroys survivors that run Sprint Burst and that don't manage it effectively, because that whole big timer that they had to wait while they do a gen suddenly doesn't actually refill slowly. So a great counter to Sprint Burst. Unfortunately, even more common than Spring Burst is Dead Hard, which survivors don't use preemptively, they use it in chase. Even then, sometimes survivors are greedy, they stay on a gen while injured, and anytime you catch them right off a gen, you know that for the next 5 seconds, unless they stand and walk for 5 seconds, as long as you can keep them running without 5 seconds of pause, they cannot use their perks. And that frees up a lot of resources in your head. And what I mean by this is that if you chase a survivor and they're about to reach a pallet, you don't need to think, okay, do they have Dead Hard? Are they going to make it to the pallet? Should I wait? Should I bait an attack? Should I do a 360 speed and hope for the best? You know for a fact that they cannot use any perk on you. And that's awesome. And really, really nice. And thankfully it works without any conditions. So that's great. Only issue, of course, it's only 5 seconds. So you need to be on top of generators constantly for this perk to even do anything. So if you ignore generators, if you are too focused on other things and never interrupt and contest generators, you'll find that this perk literally does nothing. Another nice effect that it has, however, on top of the exhaustion, are the blindness status effects. Blindness basically makes it so that survivors do not see the auras of the perks and items and add-ons that they brought. So if you hook a survivor, and that survivor has Kindred, which typically reveals your aura to everyone else, if everyone else is on a generator, they are not going to see it because they're blind. If you have, as a survivor, a perk like Bond to see your teammates, you're not going to see them as long as you're on a generator, which is a considerable amount of time for most survivors on any given game, because you're blind. So that blindness does rob survivors of some nice information that they gather passively. So blindness, exhaustion, this perk is pretty okay. The best way to use this perk, do not put it on a killer that you expect to be territorial. Put it on a killer that is active, that seeks out gens. It goes really, really well with things like Ruin, which forces survivors to stay on a gen, and thus it makes this even more of a threat, and perks that give you information on gens. So for example, if you run Tinkerer or Discordant, you always find people that are in groups or that are close to finishing a generator while they are exhausted. And if they're injured, they are easy targets sometimes. So yeah, on killers that get heavily countered by exhaustion perks, this perk is a godsend. As a Wraith, you don't need to worry that when you uncloak next to a gen, they're going to immediately sprint burst away. As a Nurse, you don't need to worry that once you teleport on top of them, they're going to Dead Hard and dodge a hit. So this perk, as I said, does eliminate a lot of fear and doubt and lets you know what to do immediately after chasing a survivor off a generator. That being said, here's a crazy idea. Sometimes survivors don't have exhaustion perks. If you exhaust a survivor, and he's one of the very few survivors that doesn't run an exhaustion perk, this perk is doing very little other than the blindness. So yeah, I think it's a perk that you need to use to complete a build rather than to build around it. That being said, exhaustion perks on survivors are really strong. We'll get to that. And this perk counters them in a small way. And it's probably one of your best ways to counter exhaustion. So yeah, it's pretty okay. Next up we have Fire Up. Simple effect that in paper might sound really good. In practice, it's really not so much. There are 5 generators that survivors are supposed to do. Every time they complete one of them, up to 5, you get a 4% stackable buff to picking up survivors, dropping them, vaulting, damaging generators, breaking pallets, and breaking walls. It doesn't say about the breaking walls, but yeah, breaking walls and breaking pallets is basically the same animation. So you have my word, I'm pretty sure it works in breakable walls as well. And this stacks with other perks, such as Brutal Strength, such as Bamboozle, and with any other add-ons or innate speed up abilities from killers. So that's great. Sometimes you will see Fire Up pair with those perks because it's fun to see a killer vault unnaturally quickly. The obvious problem with this perk, it's a very small effect that only really begins to be noticeable once they've done several generators. And at that point, you're already starting to get close to losing the game, and you might want to have stronger, more reliable, more direct perks. So that's ultimately the downside, the big downside of using this perk. It does little, and it only does it when you're really losing, when it might not even be that helpful. Breaking pallets 8% quicker is not that noticeable. Vaulting 8% quicker is not that noticeable, although sometimes it will catch survivors off guard. And you can honestly mess up with a survivor's perceptions if they think they really know what they're doing. A small percentage can sometimes throw them off. But there are a few things this perk does that no other perk does. Completely unique to this perk, as far as I know, is the bonus to pick up and dropping survivors. Picking up a survivor doesn't seem like it's such an important task. Sometimes when you have multiple survivors around you, it's very important to pick up and hook quickly. Other perks like Agitation are better to speed this process up, but a Fire Up can be uniquely powerful. You can pick up a survivor quickly enough to get out of a pallet and avoid a pallet save. You can pick them up at a different speed that will completely throw off any survivor trying to use a flashlight save. If you have a few stacks of Fire Up and some really smart survivor comes with a flashlight, they're going to be used to a different timing. And when they start to use their flashlight, they're gonna be like, what? I missed? Oh, that's strange. That should have worked. So you will mess without giving them any clue at all with their muscle memory and their expectations, which is really fun, admittedly. If you get to a certain place and you notice that you need to drop a survivor, you can do it a little bit quicker with this. So yeah, if this perk was just a little bit stronger, I would have so much fun running it. Unfortunately, it's hard to recommend it on anyone. If you have a lot of gen defense perks, it's possible that you'll lose several gens at once, and you will not feel the effects of this perk for a very long time at the start of the match. So yeah, who would I recommend this perk on? Put it on Myers. Put it on someone like Hillbilly, someone that is going to be vaulting windows and threatening survivors, and eventually you will get some value out of it. But it's a very small value that unfortunately is just not very universally useful, and that's pretty much it. Yeah. Don't forget, at five stacks, you will have a 20% faster pickup, the 20% faster break-in, and yes, this does stack with other things, but it's not that crazy. And at that time, the game is over one way or another. Force Penance actually has an effect. It's a very simple perk, thank goodness. Has an effect that is really useful in the current meta. It inflicts a survivor with the broken status effect for 80 whole seconds. We talked earlier how 80 seconds is an eternity. It's also an eternity for survivors. There's no way to speed this up other than having visual or some other miracle happen. And that's rare. So for the most part, if this perk happens, that survivor that it afflicts will become broken and thus unable to get fully healed for a very long time. Medkits, adrenaline, boon totems with circle of healing, nothing can stop a broken survivor, and nothing can heal them until the broken timer is up. So that is awesome. That is great. If you can have multiple survivors get hit by this back to back, you can put them in a situation where someone needs to heal to come for the rescue, but no one can heal. And that is rough. Now, the problem, that is what makes this perk not complete trash. The problem with this perk is that the trigger condition for it is extremely harsh. It's very difficult to trigger it. A survivor, for a survivor to be affected by this perk, they need to take a protection hit. So what is a protection hit? A protection hit is a survivor, healthy or not, that takes a hit when another survivor is near it and is injured. Or being carried by the killer, which counts as injured. So what are some scenarios of this perk working on protection hits? Very simple ones. If you're carrying a survivor and someone takes a hit, that is 100% a protection hit all the time, guaranteed protection hit, 100%. So anytime you're carrying someone, hit someone, they take a hit or whatever, force penance triggers. Great. If a survivor that you're chasing has someone else come and take a hit for them and body block for them, for the most part, unless something really bad happens, that should be a protection hit. There you go, 80 seconds. This also happens sometimes when you hit survivors from a distance. So if you're playing Huntress and you throw a hatchet at someone from very far, and someone else takes the hit for them, that person, if the other was injured, will be a protection hit. That can also happen in quick succession if you're playing Lesion. You stab a bunch of people, and because you can injure people quickly, yeah, this could trigger. Although if they make distance, then it won't count as a protection hit. That's great. If you can apply this, you could sometimes really cripple survivors and completely counter any big healing ideas that they might have had. So that's great. If, for example, you hit a survivor that is recently unhooked by someone that's injured and they have borrowed time, yes, they will tank the hit because borrowed time, but they will be unable to heal for a long time. So if you play accordingly, for certain killers, triggering this perk a few times can be quite devastating. And mostly I'm thinking twins. Twins makes people injure very easily. They can heal still, but hit them with this a couple times, they will be in a really rough spot if they cannot heal against twins. Hag can do it. Hunters could do it when people gather up. And it is quite nasty to have one person, one quarter, or half the team not being able to be healed for a long time. Another thing that can happen with this perk, which is really, really funny, is that you can sometimes deduce the presence of other survivors that you would have no idea were there. So let's say I'm chasing a survivor, right? And I hit them, and I see them become broken, and I'm like, wait, what? Wait, that was a protection. Wait, what? And then I look around, and sure enough, there is a survivor with Iron Will or some other perk that makes them stealthy, hiding right there next to me around the corner. And I would have never looked there if this perk didn't tell me, hey, there's an injured survivor right here somewhere. So this perk can actually double as an information perk, funnily enough, very, very occasionally, which is hilarious. On top of that, I've told you all the good things about it. Now the problem is, for the average killer, getting protection hits is rare. Solo survivors that don't have good communication, they never take protection hits for each other. They sometimes don't even act that altruistic. Really good survivors sometimes just split up chronically across the map, and it's really hard to ever get two of them together. Some people can run things like Deliverance to unhook themselves, to not even have to have two people when they unhook. You can put this perk on the wrong killer and not have it trigger even a single time in a single match. And that's terrible. Another thing that could happen that would be really tragic is you hit someone with this perk and they are one of those survivors that just doesn't mind being injured. Some survivors run perks like Resilience, which makes them stronger when they're injured, Iron Will, which makes them stealthier when they're injured, and they will just stay injured. Yeah, they might not be able to come for a rescue, but they're just gonna sit and do gens elsewhere, and that could not really do much. So yeah, you need to really, really know what you're doing before using this perk. For that reason, I don't recommend it until you're at a high level and you know exactly what kind of playstyle you want to counter with it. Franklin's has lowered in utility a little bit, but it's still a decent perk. This perk is very simple. When you slap a survivor with a basic attack, very, very important, basic attack only, their item that they're carrying will drop to the ground. And I don't think there's any exceptions to this. Yeah, is there any item that cannot drop? I think all the items can drop, even the pyramid head. Even the pinhead lament configuration box can drop, and you can pick it up. I believe even vaccines from Nemesis can be downed. Again, only with the basic attack. And this is pretty decent. This is very, very decent. Once that item hits the ground, it begins to slowly drain itself of charges. This is immediately useful. If an item like a medkit has charges for 2 heals, only 2 heals, dropping it on the ground now makes it so that it's 1.9 heals. So that means that that item now cannot do 2 full heals. So even if it only stays on the ground for a few seconds, on some items, that is already very, very good. And if it stays on the ground for a longer time, then the entire item could be completely useless. Let's go over some good, bad things about this perk. Number 1, you need to use it on a killer that hits with basic attacks. So it's good on Hag, it's good on Huntress, it's good on Nurse, it's good on Spirit, aggressive killers. On Hag in particular, you can play around flashlights. Flashlights are very annoying as Hag, so you make them down them, trap the item on the ground. Now they don't have an easy time picking it up. Those things work out quite well. Nurse and Spirit are very aggressive, they can hit them once quickly. Healing against them is a really good idea, so if they lose their medkits, that's good. If you somehow get rid of a toolbox early on, that's awesome, because any charge they lose is time that they don't save on gems. Great. Keys are no longer as powerful as they used to be, but they're still quite okay. So dropping a key is nice. If a key has no charges, I don't think it can be used to open a hatch anymore. I believe I would like to check that. I don't know if they changed that recently, but it's still a good thing. Survivors are not stupid. Sometimes if they anticipate this perk, they might just drop items on the ground and go and pick them up when they need them, so they can play around it. They can also pick up an item and drop it immediately to stop the charge depletion. And ultimately, there are things that survivors can do without items that Franklins cannot stop. So if you play against survivors with very strong medkits with Circle of Healing, yeah, you might stop the medkits, but you might not stop the Circle of Healing. If they have very strong toolboxes, they might literally use the toolboxes immediately at the start of the match before you can get them out of their hands. If they have a key, they can drop it somewhere and pick it up when they need it. Yeah, this perk is good. And you definitely want to consider it if you see many medkits in your lobby. Don't bring it if there's not a lot of items, and don't bring it if your killer cannot do basic attacks consistently, because you're not going to get the full utility. You might as well go for something else that will help against healing or against whatever it is you're concerned about. So yeah, it's a perk that you need to understand how it works, and it's a perk that can honestly make good survivors do very dumb things. Very good survivors are really attached to their little flashlights. They'll come back for them and sometimes die because they're greedy. So knowing that, yeah, this perk can be quite useful. You will see the items on the ground, by the way, that's important, but that's only the items that you drop. I'm pretty sure that items that they themselves drop do not show up. Yes, I'm fairly certain. So it's not like you're going to see other items on the ground that they place with Franklin. So don't forget that even though it doesn't explain it here, this will not be the items that they drop that you see. Only the items that you make them drop. Yeah, that's it for Franklin. It's a solid pick on a character like Nurse if you're afraid of the medkits, but again, Circle of Healing can hurt you. It's a solid pick if you see a combination of flashlights and medkits as a hag, because you can counter both of them quite nicely. But other than a few killers here and there, I wouldn't worry about this perk too much. Sometimes items are not so strong, sometimes items can be countered with other perks or certain playstyles. You might as well embrace them, other than try to counter them and use more useful perks in its stead. Furtive Chase is another poorly conceived perk that is just designed to fulfill a role that nobody ever wants. When you hook the Obsession, Furtive Chase gets a token, and then the person that unhooks the Obsession, only if it's the Obsession, then becomes the new Obsession. So Furtive Chase encourages you to hook the Obsession, then hook the unhooker, and then hook the unhooker of the unhooker. And then it gets more and more and more tokens. Let's talk about what the tokens do. For each token, you lose 4 meters of terror radius, which is awesome, but only while you're in chase. That is terrible. That is horrible. So at max strength, this perk makes your terror radius 16 meters smaller, but only when you're in chase. Only when you're in chase. And when you're in chase, the survivor that you're chasing is hearing the music of chase, so the terror radius doesn't really do anything. And other survivors can just see the others, like... Okay. So in a best case scenario, you're playing a killer like Myers, who has a small terror radius, like 16 meters. And then you have a very small terror radius when you chase. So when you chase one survivor, maybe, you will catch another survivor off guard while doing so. But there's a massive problem with this strategy. Number one, good survivors run away from their teammates. If I am being chased by the killer, my objective typically is to run the killer away from everyone else, so that when I eventually go down, my teammates are doing gens safely. So that strategy is flawed. Even bad survivors that don't follow this strategy still can communicate with their teammates. With perks or with communications outside of the game, through Discord or whatever. A survivor can tell them, hey, I'm being chased by Myers. I'm going to this gen in the main building. Go away. And whatever small effect this perk has is completely anecdotal and horrible. So yeah, some more cruel things about this perk. It starts by doing nothing and only powers up when you find the obsession, which you might not find. It encourages you to hook different survivors repeatedly, which puts power in their hands instead of yours. As a killer, as ugly as it might be, the best strategy is to hook a survivor, then hook another, then hook the first, then hook the other, then hook the first, then hook the other, and get 2 people killed or 1 person killed as soon as possible. If you hook 1, and then 2, and then 3, and then 4, and then go back to the first, then back to the third, then back to the second, you are literally wasting time without killing anyone, and 4 survivors are still on deck doing gens at any given time. That is horrible. So this perk encourages you not to tunnel and gives you a poor reward. It only works when you manage to find the obsession. It's just bad. Now, the one thing this perk does that is kind of funny and kind of gimmicky is that it constantly changes the obsession around. So if you're very bent on hooking the obsession multiple times to get an archive done, to activate Deadman's Switch, which we covered earlier, multiple times, if you want to hook the obsession multiple times or have multiple obsessions going on for whatever gimmicky, non-meta build reason, then this perk can do that for you. Although there's another perk called Nemesis that changes the obsessions a little bit better and is maybe a superior choice. So yeah, for the gimmicky reason that it changes the obsession, this perk can sometimes find its way into a meme build or another. Other than that, it is a horrible perk that I cannot recommend on anyone under any circumstance. One common misconception that I would like to clear up before you go that way is how this perk interacts with Monitor and Abuse. Monitor and Abuse is a perk that we're going to see in a minute that makes your terrorist smaller when you're out of chase. So some people think, okay, my terror radius is 32 meters. With this perk, I'm going to reduce it by 16 meters. And if I also have Monitor and Abuse, I'm going to have a 0 meter terror radius. So I will be stealthy forever. Wrong. This perk only works when inside of chase. And Monitor only works when outside of chase. In fact, it makes your terrorist bigger when in chase. So this perk completely nullifies Monitor. And you will not have a 0 meter terror radius. The only way to do that is to be in chase as Myers, who has a naturally small terror radius. Or perhaps with some Doctor add-ons and stuff. But ultimately, pointless. If you want to be undetectable, use an undetectable perk. And that'll be better, generally, than whatever else you can do with this. Next page, exciting, is Gearhead. Gearhead is another perk that is just badly conceived and actually got nerfed, and it's just barely usable. I could talk about it for an hour. I'm gonna try to keep it short. This perk only works on basic attacks, so it means that if you want to get use out of it, you're not gonna bring it on Huntress. You're not gonna bring it on Hillbilly. You're gonna bring it on killers that do basic attacks mostly and have no special attacks or almost no special attacks. So it's a perk that immediately is only usable by those killers. Once you get 2 basic attacks on any survivor in any way at any given time, the perk activates for 30 seconds. And then it stays active for 30 seconds, then disables, then back to being activatable. So 2 hits, 30 seconds. After that exact time, then you can begin to get 1 hit, 2 hit, and trigger it again. You cannot do multiple triggers laid out on top of each other. So if you do 2 hits and then 2 hits, you don't trigger it immediately. You cannot reset it while it's up. Unfortunately, that would make this perk a bit more runnable, but no. You have to do 2 hits, wait for the full effect, wait after the 30 seconds, and then begin to build it up again. So during the 30 seconds, Gearhead gives you a passive power to detect people at generators. If the survivor hits a good skill check, then that generator will be revealed by a yellow aura for as long as the survivor is on the generator still, or anyone is on the generator still. There's a lot of problems. A lot of problems with this. Let's go over them really quickly. If a survivor is not getting any skill checks because they are lucky, then this perk does nothing. And this can happen for a very long time. You can do a whole generator and have 1 or 0 skill checks if you're unlucky, or lucky in this case. And that would mean that this perk for those 30 seconds does nothing at all. Nothing at all for that generator. If a survivor hits a great skill check, this perk also does nothing. Many good survivors hit great skill checks very often. So this perk does nothing for them. If a survivor has the perk that hits automatically skill checks for you, a perk called Stakeout that also completely counters this perk. So already this is a perk that is difficult to trigger because 2 hits is quite a bit. Not always comes fast. Difficult to trigger, short duration, and might not even do anything during the whole duration. Now, if by some luck during those 30 seconds a survivor hits a skill check and doesn't hit the great small part and hits the normal part, then yeah, this perk triggers, turns the generator yellow, and you know that there was someone there. However, the perk has a big buffer effect. If a survivor leaves the generator, I believe it takes 3 whole seconds for the generator to stop being yellow. And it will also immediately stop being yellow after 30 seconds. So here's what's gonna happen. I hit a survivor. I look around, nothing happens for 25 seconds. Then when there's 5 seconds left, I see a generator turn yellow. And then 5 seconds later, it turns back off to red. What happens? Did someone leave? If so, they could have left a long time ago. Is someone still there? If so, I wouldn't know because the perk stops working. The information that you get for this perk is incredibly muddy, incredibly situational, and is out of sync. Because if a generator, if someone leaves a generator, it still stays yellow for a long time. So it's not immediate, it's not reliable, it doesn't work on many killers. It can be countered by a bunch of accidental perks and add-ons and stuff that mitigate skill checks. It's just horrible, it's just terrible. You run this perk 10 times and one game it will do something. I just cannot recommend it on absolutely anyone. Unfortunately, a waste of a perk. If you have absolutely nothing else, and I mean absolutely nothing else, you can put this on a killer that does M1, such as Slinger, when you're leveling him up for the first time, and it might occasionally point you towards the right direction. Still, do not trust it too much. Hangman Streak is another underwhelming perk. The information that it gives is certainly immediate and reliable for the most part, but it's just not very good. Whenever you're carrying a survivor, you see the auras of anyone close to a hook anywhere on the map. That's actually potentially a very large distance that you're covered. So you could pick up a survivor on one distant corner of the map, and if a survivor is on a generator that happens to be next to a hook on the opposite end, you would see them. So that's interesting. Obviously, if a survivor is trying to be sneaky by going to a hook and trying to sabotage it, you're gonna see it coming. If you recently hooked a survivor and then moved on and are hooking another, you will many times see 2 survivors at the hook that they recently unhooked at, healing right there. So you can be like, they're healing, maybe they'll take hits, maybe I shouldn't go here, or oh, they're healing, I can go here and stop them. So you can make some decisions on the fly with this perk and find people with Starstruck and stuff like that. So that information that you get from this perk, on some maps, it can be okay. In indoor maps that are stacked on top of each other, such as Midwich, you can sometimes see auras in angles that are a bit weird, or the game. On most large maps, 6 meters around the hook is tiny, and most hooks are fairly distant apart from generators. Just the way the game works, the way the spawns work, it's not that common. So it's entirely possible that you run this perk and you never, ever, 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 ever see anything with it, which is sad and makes it horribly unreliable if you expect to get information. Now, the other part is more interesting. When someone tries to sabotage a hook, even if they have certain perks to try to be stealthy about it, or add-ons rather, you get a notification when it starts. And that means that, hey, they're gonna sabotage that hook in 2 or 3 seconds from now. I mean, that's cute. If you're very, very, very close to the hook, because the way notifications work in this game, you don't actually even see it. So this notification, I actually have missed from up close. And I've actually had a survivor try to sabotage right under my nose that I couldn't even see. I couldn't even hear, and I was looking away. So even that is not that incredible. So this perk gives info, badly prevents sabotages, maybe, and ultimately does nothing. The only good thing about it is that it works passively, and occasionally it might feed you some information. But yeah, if you want to know where to go after hooking, barbecue is a great choice and it's popular. If you want to know where gens are being done, Tinkerer is a great idea. If you want to know if there's people around you waiting for a flashlight save or a sabotage, Infectious Fright is a wonderful idea. And any of those perks will outclass Hangman Streak any day, unfortunately. So yeah, it's a bad perk that I just cannot recommend. Yeah. I'm sorry. The best thing this perk can do for you is alert you that someone is sabotaging ahead of you so that you have a plan B. But honestly, if you're that smart to even think of that situation, you can probably use other perks better. You can use Agitation so you can get there faster or go elsewhere, or you can use your own game sense to determine whether or not it's a good idea to take someone that far. Drop it. Don't ever use it, I say. Blood Favor is a beautiful, beautiful perk that has recently been buffed, and it now works on both basic attacks and anything at all that injures survivors, even things you wouldn't expect it to work. It's currently bugged, and when a survivor dies on the hook, for some reason the game thinks that that is a health change and it triggers this perk. But I'm going to assume that that will be patched at some point soon. The way this perk is meant to work is that anytime you injure a survivor and hit them, and they lose a health state, the pallets around 32 meters, which is a very decent range, will be blocked for 15 seconds. That's pretty huge. Let's go over the obvious pros and the obvious cons. The obvious pros: you down a survivor on a pallet. The pallet, if it's upright, it gets blocked and no one can drop it. So a cheeky survivor coming in to drop it cannot. A cheeky survivor with power struggle, survivor perk that we'll cover later, cannot drop it. So yep. The pallet, you're completely safe. Just pick up. If there's not a flashlight nearby, you're completely, totally safe. And that's nice. It saves you a bit of baby trouble. Another obvious thing. If you hit a survivor and recover quickly and they don't make a lot of distance, they have nothing now. Windows, maybe. Pallets, all the ones that are up will be blocked. So if a survivor doesn't create a lot of distance after you hit them, they might find themselves in a actual dead zone where they have nothing to stop you. So that's awesome. Some killers can recover very, very, very quickly from injuring survivors. So if you're playing something like Huntress with certain add-ons, you can hit a survivor with your M2, recover very, very quickly from the special attack, and then really put pressure on them with your next one, which is awesome. And 15 seconds is a decent amount of time. Funnily enough, after the 15 seconds, you can trigger it again. You cannot trigger it continuously, but after the 15 seconds, there's no cooldown, you can trigger it again, which is awesome. Some other things worth considering. So if a survivor uses their speed really well, they can very easily make it out of the 32-meter radius. So what this means is that if you hit them and they just hold forward, if you're not a ranged killer or catch up or recover very quickly in some unusual way, they can typically make it outside of the 32-meter radius and find safety elsewhere. That's where using this perk needs to be a bit of an act of you need to be a bit creative with it. You cannot just hit and expect this perk to do the chasing for you. You need to hit, understand where you are, understand where they can potentially make it, and decide whether or not it's worth chasing. Sometimes it might be a good idea to hit a survivor and then let them go elsewhere and stay close to the other survivor that's nearby that now has a harder time keeping you away from them, which is awesome. Obviously, this perk is not so good on killers that insta-down because, I mean, you don't get helping chase so much. It's good on killers that can injure, that can maim survivors from a bit of a distance and recover quickly from it. I personally like it on Trickster. You injure with knives, and now they cannot drop a pallet to keep away from you. So those things are pretty brilliant. And I guess it's time to talk about the Hex. This is the first of many Hex perks that we're going to get to. A Hex perk spawns it makes one of the 5 dual totems in the map lit, and it turns them into flames. And this is a Hex totem. This perk will do all of what we just explained as long as this totem is up. If this totem is destroyed, this perk completely disables and stops working, and that is the same for all of the upcoming Hex perks. So this perk can potentially be very nasty. You can use other perks to distract survivors from this. You can use this perk to distract survivors from other hexes. If you go to a map that is really stacked on top of itself, this perk shines a lot. You can hit a survivor, have them go up the 2nd floor, and everything on the 2nd floor is blocked. So it's actually quite serviceable if you put it on the right killer. And other than being a little bit unreliable and unpredictable because it's a Hex perk with a cooldown, or rather a Hex perk that can activates for a certain amount of time and not forever, it is a very decent perk that finds utility in many killers if you have a build around it. Crowd Control is our next Hex perk. Much like every other Hex, it works, does its thing, and the moment the associated Hex totem gets cleansed by a survivor, this perk disappears. Until then though, it does do a very strong effect that lasts for a very long time. When a survivor vaults a window quickly, without doing it slowly and stealthily, either because it's a medium or fast vault, as we call them. So anything that makes noise, anything other than doing it slowly, this perk triggers on that window and blocks it. So immediately you will compare this perk to Bamboozle. There are ups and downs of this perk compared to Bamboozle that also blocks windows. The ups, you can have this on multiple windows at a time. Unlike Bamboozle, it only works, which only works on one window. This perk actually can work on multiple. It's not on the killer to trigger it, as Bamboozle. I'm just remembering the one or two things I didn't say about Bamboozle now that I go about it. So sorry for the sorry for the absolute mental breakdown I'm having right now. Back to crowd control. It can trigger on multiple windows by multiple survivors independently, and this is beautiful. If a survivor goes through two windows, those two windows cannot be used for the next 20 seconds each. Another thing that is amazing is that it can make survivors trap each other. So if you're chasing a survivor into a building that only has a window at the top to escape, one survivor panics out, the other survivor tries to follow but finds themselves trapped. This can happen on the game, this can happen on Haddonfield, and when it does, it's extremely satisfying. And obviously, a survivor that is really good at playing the shack, which is a common tile of many maps, cannot vault the window multiple times. If you're playing properly, they do it once and it's gone. Yes, survivors can be smart and do a slow vault to keep a window up, but if you're pressuring them in chase, typically they cannot afford to do that without getting smacked. So yeah, there is a way to counter this perk by doing a slow, quiet vault, but typically panicky survivors almost never do that when they're in chase. So it's a very decent perk that works passively. So it's also a good idea for killers like Victor when you play the twins. When you play with the twins and use Victor, many of the killer perks are completely disabled and don't work. Because this is a passive perk, it totally works even when you're playing as Victor, which is awesome. Survivors going into the shack basement that take the window will block it when they're coming out. Little things like that really add up and make this perk a decent pick. If you're playing a killer that benefits from blocking windows, Bamboozle typically, while it is more predictable, it is also more solid because it cannot be taken away. Whereas this perk potentially can be taken away by survivors that eventually find the totem. Still, though, on killers that benefit from corralling survivors and do not play around windows so well, I think it's a decent choice and fairly solid. Just the fact that it's a hex perk already gives it some power because it will make some survivors waste time finding it, waste time cleansing it. If they want to use boon totems, they won't be able to do it as easily because you need to cleanse it and that removes the totem, or you need to bless a hex totem, which takes more time. So just by virtue of being a hex, this perk is already decent and worth running, on top of everything else that it does, of course. Next up, Devour Hope, which is easily the scariest killer perk in the game, and the one that can easily derail a game the quickest if survivors leave it unchecked. First of all, it's a hex, so that has good and bad things associated with it. The good is that they need to find the hex if they want to get rid of it, which wastes time. Once they start cleansing it, that also wastes a bit of time. When they do cleanse it, they will alert you to that they were there, so that's also good. And if they want to bless totems, this perk might get in the way, and blessing a hex takes longer. So in the current meta, running hexes, not a terrible idea, even though they're fragile and unpredictable. If this perk allows itself to stay up, it is an absolute monster. It triggers in a very special way. You need to hook a survivor and then have that survivor be unhooked by somebody else while you are 24 meters or further. And then you'll gain a token, and then again, and then again, and then again, up until 5, which is the maximum. So let's go over that again. You cannot be close to the survivor, or else this perk doesn't work. In fact, you'll see that this perk lights up and becomes lit up in the HUD when you're at the distance. When you're close, or you don't have anyone on the hook, this perk will always be blacked out, so that you know that it's not actually doing anything right now. It's also very important that the survivor needs to be unhooked by somebody else. If the survivor unhooks themselves through any method that they have to do that, this perk gets big counter by that. But typically that doesn't happen. There's only a few methods to do that, and they're not very common. So mostly, let the survivors unhook at a distance, keep your distance away. The perk will light up when you're far, so you know that you're doing good. And then you'll hear a ping, and you'll get a token. Your first token does nothing. Your second token also does nothing. But from that point on, when you hook a survivor, from that point, you'll get a 5% extra speed for 10 seconds. 10 seconds after your next hook. So for your third hook, you hook 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, and then it's 10 seconds of 5% extra speed. That is a 5% that gets multiplied to your base speed. So it's actually more than 5% that you would think. So if your killer is 115, it's 5% of 115. That can add up a lot. That alone can honestly be quite good. 10 seconds after hooking a survivor, if you're playing a killer that moves normally, that doesn't have any speed associated to their power, being 5% faster for 10 seconds can make your next chase actually very unpredictable for the survivor. So that little bit of extra speed is really good, and it also obviously helps you to get away from the hook so that you get more tokens. Once the third token kicks in, that's when the party starts. At that point, you become able to instantly down any survivor with your basic attack. Very important, only with your basic attack. Don't forget that the exposed only works on base attack. And that's huge. That is huge. Being able to insta-down with basically any killer potentially is terrifying for a Hex. At that point, survivors will be warned. The moment that you touch a survivor with your power or your basic attack, they will learn about Devour Hope. So once you have 3 stacks, you need to be careful. Next time you attack a survivor, even if you don't use a basic attack, this is a very unique perk in that regard, they will get a warning. So if you're Nemesis and you hit them with your punch, you will insta-down. And they'll get, everyone on screen will get Devour Hope, you are exposed. And if they didn't already know, now they do, and they're going to start to search for it frantically. If you use your tentacle, they also get warned. You might not insta-down, but they get the warning anyway. As far as I know, every killer that uses their attacks reveals Devour Hope, with I think only one exception that might get patched in the future, and that is the Plague. For some hard to understand reason, if you use the red puke from the Plague, that doesn't tell them about Devour. But any other killer, and maybe the Plague in the future, any attack you do reveals Devour Hope to the survivors. So once you have 3 stacks, if you can, try to grab a survivor, try to get them out of a locker, try to grab them from a pallet vault. If you can, grab it. That will prevent this perk from being revealed too early. But anyway, you'll have the ability to insta-down, which by itself is already huge. Now you can be incredibly aggressive, and they need to do this totem while you insta-down. Healing is not good enough. It's really tricky. But it gets even worse. After the 5th token, you now have the ability to mori anyone on the ground. Anyone on the ground, whether they have been hooked or not hooked, whether they are completely... whether you've chased them for a long or a short time, anyone on the ground with 5 tokens, you can just hold M1 and mori them on the spot. Some killers like Pig have a very short mori of 7 seconds or so. Some killers take 15, 12, 10, 11 seconds, but killing a survivor is obviously a really good thing. If they, it saves you time. If they were not dead on hook. And if they are dead on hook, you might as well hook them, which is faster. But the moris are very cool, and they play around a bunch of perks. So if a survivor is on the ground with Decisive Strike, or if a survivor is on the ground and you're afraid of a pallet save, if you don't want to overthink it, just mori them with Devour Hope, and that's it for that survivor. So obviously this perk cannot be ignored by the survivors. If you get more than 3 hooks and you manage to get the tokens for each, this perk becomes a monster that survivors absolutely have to deal with. Let's go over some of the good things about it and the bad things about it. The good things, it's a very quiet perk. Nobody's going to suspect that you have it until it kicks in. And it's not extremely obvious that it's there until you really begin to use it, which is awesome. Another really good thing is that you can run it with another Hex perk that we're going to see in a minute called Hex Undying. And if you have Hex Undying, this perk basically gets 2 lives. They cleanse it once, and it redeploys itself on Undying. So if you have Devour Hope and Undying, you will eventually, survivors will eventually have to do 2 of these, or else they'll face the wrath of the insta-hit and the insta-mori that you get eventually. Now let's go over some of the things that are not so good about this perk. Number 1, in some maps, in some situations, it's really hard to be away from a hook. You hook a survivor and someone rescues immediately out of nowhere. A complete ninja comes and unhooks. You were too close, you don't get a token. So that delays your ability to get this and diminishes your chances a lot. That is terrible. Occasionally, yes, survivors will unhook themselves, and then this perk obviously doesn't gain tokens. Occasionally, they will also find the totem for Devour Hope, which is active from the start of the game, right away. And that is very bad, and it's the major risk of running this perk. If survivors find it immediately and they cleanse it immediately, yes, they wasted 14 seconds. Yes, it's a hex perk, so maybe it prevented them from blessing a totem quickly, but that's sad. So worst case scenario, you lose this perk very early and it does very little, but it's still delaying the game a little bit. So even in that situation, you know, don't be too discouraged. For the times where this perk kicks ass, it's typically worth bringing. And I believe that's it. If you kill a survivor with your own hand, I believe that does interact with Moris, that you might lose a green Mori, but that mechanic is getting changed. I don't think you should think about it too much. If you have a Mori, you probably don't want to bring Devour anyway. Or perhaps the other way around. That's pretty much it for Devour. Make sure that you understand that Devour Hope is always turned off until you hook and you step away. And you can, and the tokens will let you know whether it's working or not. So pay a lot of attention because it's a bit of a tricky perk. If you pay attention to your other hexes, you will figure out if you have lost this one or not. That's the best advice I can give. I see that a lot of people get confused with Devour Hope. And again, don't forget that your M2s reveal this perk when you have 3 tokens or more. Next up, we have Haunted Ground, which is a really, really nasty perk. And now is arguably more useful than before for reasons that we'll get to in a second. This hex is unique in the game in that it doesn't create 1 hex totem, it creates 2. So out of the 5 dual totems that always spawn in every single match, 2 of them, 2 out of the 5, will become hex totems that are lit. The survivors will see these totems and they will look at them the same way they look at any other totem. They'll think that it's some kind of hex. And typically, if they find them, they might try to do them. And if they finish them, then whichever totem was done will be destroyed. Or if it's blessed, it will turn into a dull. Or a blue totem. But yeah, that totem will do whatever. And the other totem will go from a lit totem to a normal dual totem. So if that happens, this perk will one of the lit totems will deactivate, and then the perk will trigger. And it's very simple. If it triggers, for 60 seconds, every survivor in the game is exposed, which means that your basic attacks will now insta-down them. That means that Huntress cannot use this perk very well. That means that Hillbilly, who are the insta-downs, and Yosuzachenso might not use this perk very well. But for most killers and some killers that hit with basic attacks really well, this perk is huge. 60 seconds, you can easily down 1, maybe more survivors. Even if you don't down anyone, you might push survivors into making mistakes, into not going for rescues, into staying afraid and not doing gens, into giving you a lot of pallets because they want to avoid being insta-down. So even in the worst case scenario, 60 seconds of being scary is still pretty good for you as a killer. And the really nice thing about this perk is how it interacts with the meta and the other hexes. So let's talk about blessing for survivors. Survivors in this day and age have very powerful perks called Boon Totems that they need to find a dual white bone and bless it to turn them blue, and then they get a bunch of advantages. If out of 5 totems, several of them are hexes, that means they don't have blue totems that they can do quickly, and they have to bless your hex. Blessing a hex takes a significant amount of time compared to blessing a dual totem. So this perk, taking 2 dual totems into hexes, punishes survivors that want to bless and slows them down if they opt to do it. So that alone is good. Obviously, if they use Blessing, mostly they're going to be using the perk Circle of Healing. Circle of Healing encourages survivors that are injured to all gather in a certain area and then heal themselves or each other very quickly at twice the speed, basically. With Hunt the Ground, that's not a thing. If you fight a survivor, you instantly down them, instantly hook them, no hit and run playstyle, no healing in between hits. So the ability to instantly down a survivor and skip all of the healing in between, and the ability to slow down blessings is very, very good. And then we get to how this perk interacts with other hexes. If you have a very annoying perk, a very impactful perk like Devour Hope, which we just discussed, or Hex Ruin, which we'll get to in a minute, survivors will want to get rid of that very annoying perk. And when they do, they'll find Hex Totems everywhere with Hunt the Ground, and then they'll have the difficult decision of, oh, do I cleanse this or do I wait? This perk has a bit of deterrence built into it. Anytime I see a Hex perk, even if I think it's a strong one, I might not always cleanse it, because I am afraid that if I cleanse it, it could be Hunt the Ground, and I could put my teammates in a bad position. So even if I see a Hex as a survivor, sometimes I will wait until my teammates are injured to do Hunt the Ground, just out of fear that it could turn things around. So this Hex scares survivors a little bit when other hexes are involved, and it can also combo with other effects, namely two of them. First is Hex Undying. Hex Undying basically is Get Down Mr. President Hex. When any other Hex gets cleansed, Hex Undying gives that Hex a second life. And weirdly enough, that also happens with Hunt the Ground. So Hunt the Ground takes 2 totems, right? And then Undying is another totem. When one of the Hunt the Ground's totems goes away, then Undying becomes the new Hunt the Ground, and then that other totem still remains. So with Undying, you can have Hunt the Ground trigger twice, which is hilarious and actually really, really powerful if it happens. So if you're playing a very mean Spirit or a very mean Nurse build with Ruin, tough, Undying, rough, and Hunt the Ground, you have this situation where survivors need to get very, very lucky. If they get lucky, they do Undying and then Ruin, and they breathe. And even that is difficult. If they get unlucky, they do Hunt the Ground, and panic ensues, and then they do another Hunt the Ground, and then panic ensues, and then maybe if there's still any of them left, they do Ruin. And that is huge for you. That is a rigged system that could be unlucky, but typically the odds are very much in your favor. And if you defend totems a little bit and you play a certain way, you only increase your chances for this to work. So Hunt the Ground with other Hex totems, very strong. With Undying, particularly nasty. Another perk that is incredibly cruel to run with Hunt the Ground, especially on these very strong M1 killers that attack with basic attacks like Nurse and Spirit, is Hex Retribution. As we'll get to in a minute, Hex Retribution makes it so that when any Hex totem, including itself, but also Hunt the Ground, when any Hex totem gets done, all of the survivors in the game get revealed for a very long time. So if you think about it this way, you see where everyone is, and you insta down. With some luck, you can make very, very bold plays and create a massacre for survivors. Obviously, the big downside to Hunt the Ground, and if you run it with Retribution, it's also the same with that, is that it does nothing if it doesn't get triggered. So if you have Ruin and survivors ignore it, this perk does nothing. If you have this perk by itself and survivors ignore it, this perk does nothing. So the key to having Hunt the Ground and having it work is to pair it with other perks that make survivors desperately want to cleanse Hex totems. For the most part, that's how you run it. And in that regard, it's very good. Obviously, the Expose doesn't work for M2 killers, so this perk immediately is only useful on a handful of killers, but it's pretty damn mean and it works quite well into the healing meta that survivors have going right now. Next up is Huntress Lullaby, which has an interesting effect. It has all the virtues and vices of a Hex perk. The virtues, it's a Hex perk, survivors might waste time doing it. It's a Hex perk, it might get in the way of survivors blessing boons quickly. And yeah, that's cool. They might also think that this is something very strong and get afraid and distract themselves with this perk instead of doing something else that's more useful. So that's something nice. The perk itself is not that threatening. It has 2 effects. One of them is immediately on from the moment the game starts. And that is an additional regression to healing and doing gens if survivors miss a skill check. If you're playing against newer survivors, or if you have some insanely evil skill check build and survivors are missing a lot of skill checks, this perk can be quite brutal. A missed skill check on a generator reduces 10% progress immediately. So with this, it will be 16%. 16% is almost 15 seconds off a generator. It's a lot. It's a lot of progress. So that 6% is ugly for survivors to deal with. And the more tokens you get, we'll get to that, the more skill checks they are likely to miss. So it could be really terrible if survivors keep missing skill checks, and this perk adds in that 6 and 6 and 6%. Wake up call, however, survivors at a high or moderately decent level, they almost never miss skill checks. Almost never. Skill checks in the game are very easy. Hitting the normal ones is terribly easy. And this is not an effect that really matters. Could you stack it with Overcharge? Could you stack it with other mean skill check perks? Yeah, but even the best combination is typically not that powerful. So I heavily advise against this, unless you really have a build in mind that you think is hilarious and you want to try it out anyway. It's really not that insane. So the 6% is cute and can hurt, but ultimately survivors don't miss skill checks. Every time you hook a survivor, and this is very simple, one hook, one token, this perk powers up. With your first token, anytime they hit a skill check, they will now get a notification that they are cursed. So they will only know that you have this perk when they hit a skill check. Unfortunately, the perk is on and lit from the very beginning, so there's a chance that you could lose this perk before it does anything, which is bad. But yeah, once they have at least one skill check, you have one token, and they get at least one skill check, they'll know that you have this perk. For every token, the skill check will be a little bit harder to predict. So typically you hear a sound, boom, and then you get a skill check. But with more and more tokens, it's like boom, skill check, boom, skill check, boom, skill check. Eventually, at 5 tokens, they don't even get a warning, and the skill check happens very quickly, and you need to react to it. New players get absolutely decimated by this. So this is a perk that you can start using in some of your first builds, especially with Huntress, who comes with it, and you will get some value out of it. I, as a streamer, when I'm reading my chat, I get absolutely decimated by this perk, because I'm looking away and I don't react quickly. But the average player and the average good player can easily play around this and hit every skill check without a fail. You can go an entire game with this perk and hear absolutely 0 missed skill checks. And that's just not good. So yeah, this perk just doesn't do anything that useful at a high enough level. Again, if you pair it with other things, it can be cute. It's a hex, which has nice things about it. But ultimately, I cannot recommend it in good conscience very much. Anything you could build with this build, with this perk, is just fragile and will only work in certain maps against certain survivors under certain circumstances. So it is inconsistency made a perk. For that reason, I don't even think it should be a hex perk, and I don't recommend it very much. That being said, if you find some insane use for it, let me know. I'd love to learn something. The next perk is a very common one that you're going to see fairly often, and for a very good reason. It's called Hex No One Escapes Death. People shorten this name to Know It, an acronym, Hex Know It. And it is a very nasty perk. It's a common one too, so every killer has access to it. It's a pretty good perk at level 1, so even level 1 is perfectly fine. And it's very simple. When the generators are all done, or when the killer closes the hatch, if there's a 1 survivor left, basically when the exit gates become available, the perk triggers. And there's one trigger condition for this perk, and it's a very simple one. There are 5 dual totems in a match at the start, and you need to have at least one of those dual totems still up. And that's very easy. That happens almost all the time. So if a dual totem gets cleansed, then it doesn't count. If a dual totem has a hex, then it doesn't count. If a dual totem has a blue boon and it's blessed, it doesn't count either. So if every totem is blue, it doesn't count. But then if there's 2 dual totems, one of those 2, or the one that's left, that one whichever one, it's randomly, will become Know It the moment the gens are done or the gates are powered. And from that point on, the killer gains 2 abilities. Number 1, they become a little bit faster by 4%. 4% is significant. Some survivors are so used to Know It that they can immediately tell by looking at a killer that they are 4% faster. So they might even be able to see it coming. And it obviously helps a lot in chase. Hits that would be narrow misses now are confirmed hits because 4% is quite a bit. So that's nice. And it also makes everyone exposed. This perk is only revealed to the survivors when the killer does a basic attack. And that is very, very dangerous. Let me tell you why. Unlike Devour Hope, M2 attacks and grabs don't reveal Devour Hope or no one escapes death. But M2 attacks reveal Devour Hope. M2 attacks, special attacks, do not reveal no one escapes death. And that is, as I said, very, very dangerous. If all the gens get done and a Huntress downs your teammate with a hatchet, you don't know whether she has Know It or not. So if you go for the rescue and she whacks you, you're going to go down in 1 hit because she had Know It and you didn't know. Know It only gets revealed to all 4 survivors, if they're still alive, when someone takes a hit by a basic attack. So that's very, very important. Once it gets revealed, or even before, if the survivors are smart, they have a chance to go and cleanse it, and they typically have to, because a killer with Know It is basically uncounterable. In chase, they can down you very quickly. If they're defending a hook, there's very little counterplay, other than some incredibly complex and unlikely daring ball plays. A survivor that walks in is going to get whacked, and once they get whacked, they're going to drop down, and then the killer's going to be able to camp a hook or camp an execute or do whatever it is they wanted to do. So this perk basically scares survivors into keeping an eye on gens. Some survivors try to do all of the dual totems, but that is very risky. If you do a dual totem, it's possible that you will miss the 5th one, and then the 5th one will be very hidden, and then you will never find Know It. So the counters to Know It are difficult, and sometimes they are completely random. If you're the killer and you hook a survivor in the basement and you have Know It, and the Know It totem is right on top of basement, survivors have 0 chance to do anything, basically. Because you can defend the totem and the hook at the same time. For that reason, Know It is incredibly capable of turning things around. I have been in innumerable games as a survivor where a killer who would have had 1 kill or 0 kills ends up killing everyone because Know It saves the day. You don't hook anyone, you don't do anything, but at the end you get lucky, you smash a survivor, smash another survivor, chase another survivor out of the execute, now you get 2 kills. So Know It, in my opinion, by itself boosts the average result of killers maybe more significantly than any other perk in the game. It turns 0Ks into 1Ks, 1Ks into 2Ks, 2Ks into 4 kills. It's really, really dirty. And as I said, as a survivor, there's not a lot of counterplay. The only real counterplay is to cleanse all dual totems before the 5th gems, or make sure there's not enough dual totems by the end. That is difficult. If the killer is camping or is sitting in a certain place or exerting pressure, doing that is very, very difficult. Best thing you can do as a survivor is keep an eye on all of the bombs. And if Know It shows up, try to cleanse it as soon as possible afterwards, and not give the killer a chance to hook someone near it or something else. But even that is difficult, especially if you're playing solo. If you're playing with your friends, you might be able to communicate and come up with some plan. But yeah, this perk slaps. It's not a perk that helps you improve in your chase. It's not a perk that helps you improve in your game plan. So I do not recommend this perk a lot if you're trying to get better. But it is undeniable that this perk has potential to be really, really profitable. It allows you to play in very sleazy ways. You're playing Cannibal, doesn't matter. Hook a guy, camp him for 2 whole minutes. You have a chainsaw, so no one can get near. Yes, they do gens, because they can't do anything else. And then near the end, slap, slap, you get 2 extra kills, and there's very little things they can do. If you want to play dirty, this perk enables, allows you, and encourages you to do that. So for that reason, I recommend it partially. Yeah. Try not to rely on this perk is maybe the best piece of advice, but use it if you will, because it's powerful. Yes, Know It, funnily enough, can be affected by Undying. If you have Undying and you have Know It, which is very unlikely, technically you could have Know It twice. And you could, if you have Retribution and Know It comes up, if they do Know It or Retribution, you will still be able to see them. So it interacts with other Hex perks the same way you would think, but because it's such a late game perk, it doesn't do that much with them. The other Hex perks typically get taken care of before that happens. Important piece of advice: this perk also triggers when you close the hatch. So in 1v1 situations, a survivor that has an open gate at 90-something%, typically you would hit them, they would open the gate and get out. With Know It, you get them. So it can also turn secure 3 kills into 4 kills with the speed boost and the exposed that it gives. So yeah, it's a dirty perk, and it's very hard for survivors to completely counter it at times. So do with that information what you will. I believe that's all I have to say. Do not be afraid. Do not be surprised, however, if you notice that this perk scares survivors away. Sometimes it is a really nice idea to hook a survivor and encourage the other survivors to come for the rescue. Maybe you turn a 1 kill into a 3 kill. Sometimes this perk can have the opposite effect, where survivors are like, oh, there's no it. All right, whatever, we're out. So this perk does sometimes make games a little bit sadder than they need to be, and less fun and exciting. So other than that fun comment, that's all I have to say about it. Hex Plaything is a really exciting hex. It interacts with other hexes the same way you would think. If you cleanse it, Retribution will trigger, and this perk can be cleansed many times, so Retribution with it can be fun to see survivors constantly all the time. If you cleanse it, Undying can also protect it, so the first person that cleanses it might have to cleanse it twice, which is hilarious. So it works basically the same way as every other hex, with one exception, which is that this is a multi-totem hex. And it doesn't start at the beginning of the match. It actually activates every time you hook a new survivor. So this can activate up to 4 times, and that's it. If you hook survivor A, it triggers on that survivor. Survivor B triggers on that survivor. You hook survivor A again, does nothing. So once you hook a survivor, if there is a dual totem in the map, then that dual totem, much like Know It before, becomes this hex perk. And it's really funny because that hex can only be done by this survivor specifically, and other survivors cannot do it, at least for the first 90 seconds. So it's a hex that is associated to the person that you hook. And once that person becomes unhooked, the survivor is heavily encouraged to go and find it. In fact, they actually have the aura of this totem revealed to them when they're nearby, so they can find it more easily. If they don't find it, they have to deal with the effect of Plaything. And the main effect of Plaything is that survivors are permanently oblivious. Oblivious status effect means that survivors do not hear a terror radius, and they're not affected by the terror radius. So what this means is that I can be going around the map and not knowing what's going on, and if I have Plaything effect on me and I'm oblivious, the killer might be right around the corner and I would be none the wiser, and I could make some very bad decisions and get caught in really awful, awkward spots where I would go down in seconds because I didn't realize the killer was that close. Killers that are dangerous to be close to, killers that have very powerful insta-downing capabilities like Cannibal, are very good users of this perk because being close to them is very dangerous. Killers that have multiple objectives going on that force survivors to go up and down, do certain things like Pig and Pinhead himself, the Cenobite, also use this perk really well because survivors have a difficult choice of, do I go and do things around the map and do side objectives, but I don't know if the killer is near, or do I try to focus on getting rid of this? So on those killers, survivors are heavily encouraged to get rid of Plaything, which over time can translate into a lot of wasted time. If you force on average 3 survivors to do a totem and look for it a little bit, that is an amount of time wasted that easily outclasses many supposedly good slowdown perks. So that is awesome. Obvious down effects, obvious down effects to Oblivious. If a survivor is oblivious, they're not going to react to certain effects. So Legion, for example, cannot find survivors that are oblivious with their power, which would be bad. Doctor can blast survivors with his power, so he's an exception. But if you have a perk like Infectious Fright, then you're not going to hear anyone scream if they're all affected by Oblivious. So use your brain, make sure that you don't have this perk along with other perks or powers that conflict with it. That aside, the perk is pretty solid and has some obvious and not so obvious downsides. The major downside to this thing is that it doesn't work at the start of the game, and it only works if you hook multiple survivors and let them do their thing. Sometimes you just want to tunnel a survivor out of the game. Sometimes you just struggle to get your first couple downs. And in those difficult matches, you will find that this perk does little. Let's say that you do pair it with Retribution, right? So that every time a survivor cleanses a totem, everyone is revealed. That sounds really huge. But if they do Retribution first, then Retribution is gone and it will not trigger every single time anymore. Yeah, you could also pair it with Undying, so that the first survivor has to cleanse the totem twice. But what if the first survivor just ignores the totem? What if they are on comms and it's a very open map and they just call you out and they don't really care about Oblivious? This perk has some potential to have little effect. Against certain survivors, you'll notice that it just doesn't do that much, which is a bit sad. Another thing that you need to keep in mind is that it needs dual totems to work. There are 5 totems that spawn in the map every single time. You hook a survivor, one of them becomes Plaything. You hook another one becomes Plaything, up to 4, right? But if you already have Ruin, Haunted, and Devour, then you don't have any real room for Plaything. So if you run Plaything with many other hexes, Plaything will only work once, twice, or maybe, or maybe less than that. If, let's say that you have 4 of those totems occupied, and then some survivor finds the dual totem and blesses it, then this perk won't even work a single time. So be mindful, put this perk with 1 complementary hex or none. You can also run it with Pentimento, another hex that we'll get to in a second, where it actually does have some nasty combination potential. And be smart about how you use it. If you down people early and you're the type of killer that catches people off guard and punishes them a lot, you can actually find quite a bit of value. But remember, this is a perk that makes survivors oblivious, and that by very nature hurts survivors that are new more than survivors that are smart. Survivors that are smart, they listen to sounds, they position themselves well, they talk to their teammates, they read their perks really well. They don't really care that they don't hear terror radius. Eventually, unless it's some really difficult indoor map, they're going to figure out where you are and they're going to do their thing. They're going to do the jumps, they're going to get out, and you're going to be sucking on your thumb wondering where you went wrong. Don't rely on this perk to do the heavy lifting for you. Retribution, we've talked about this perk a lot and it's quite nice. Anytime a survivor touches a dual totem or a hex totem, so basically any kind of totem, they become oblivious for a very long time. And that is a dead giveaway to the survivors that you have this perk. That is the only thing that's bad about it. If survivors ignore totems because they get away with it, this perk does nothing. If they touch any totem, they will realize that this perk is in play, but it doesn't really matter because the perk does a pretty good job at what it's supposed to do. When they touch any totem, they become oblivious. This means that they cannot be found with Legion powers, they cannot be susceptible to some perks, keep that in mind. But it's still a very, very crippling thing to have. While you're standing still doing a totem, it's completely possible that a killer with maybe Undying, and we'll get to that, sees you from a distance and comes right at you and interrupts you and you have no idea they're coming. So being oblivious while you're forced to do something lengthy, like doing a totem, which can take 14 seconds or so, is a bit of an issue and will make some survivors second guess themselves. But the oblivious thing, even though it lasts a nice time and will overlap with the main effect of this perk, is only secondary. The main effect of this perk is that when it itself or any other hex perk is cleansed, you see everyone on the map for 15 seconds. And that is one of the longest reveals of any perk ever. And it's brilliant. It is awesome. It is okay for the average killer. It is quite strong on certain killers, and it's borderline oppressive on certain killers. A killer like Nurse, who can see you through walls, and that you cannot really escape in any other way other than breaking line of sight, can immediately zone in on you and down you through anything when they see your exact aura for 15 whole seconds. A killer like Huntress can line up a shot and hit you with a hatchet before you realize that this perk is working. And you will be wondering, why the hell did you know that I was there? A killer like Myers can pop a tier 3 and find you out of stealth, or immediately know where to find you, or do some sick mind game because they literally see you through a wall and get you at the very last second. Even a normal killer like Trapper, that might not be able to do any magic in those 15 seconds, can still have a good look at the map and be like, okay, that dude is far, that girl is terribly far, that person's really, really far. So I know that I can do this and do that. Or this person's over here. You can make a lot of decisions with the information that you get from 15 seconds of seeing everyone. For the most part, there's no way to avoid this. If a survivor has distortion, this will burn through 2 tokens of distortion. So it's very likely that you'll see them. If a survivor is in a boon area with shadow step, yeah, this will protect them. But it's only a part of the map. If a survivor is in a locker, I mean, yeah, it would protect them, but why would they be in a locker? It doesn't make a lot of sense. And if they go into a locker, you would see them do it. If a survivor is behind a generator, yeah, that can be a bit hard to spot, but with a bit of, during 15 seconds, you can eventually figure it out. So 15 seconds, the aura reading is amazing. It's crazy. Now the problem, if you just run this perk by itself, survivors don't have any reason to ever touch a bone, ever. So this perk by itself, it's just bad. The nice thing about this perk is when you pair it with other mean perks. You pair this with Ruin, and when they do this and Ruin, you'll have Ruin and this, you'll have aura reading. If you pair it with Undying, which basically gives you a second life, you will have this perk trigger twice. If you pair this with Undying and Hunt the Ground, then you will see everyone, you will be able to down everyone, and you will be able to do this multiple times. You understand, right? This hex is a monster when you pair it with other hexes of the right killer. The person that cleansed the totem will still be oblivious, and you can maybe catch them off guard. The other people might be completely unprepared. You might be able to catch them off guard. I love this on Plague because I can quickly go and puke on a survivor. I love this on Myers because I can know whether I should use my tier 3 and I can catch people off guard. Obviously, it's really strong on Nurse. It's a really strong perk on a number of killers that can make use of it. I would say the best way to use it is to pair it with Undying, which we're going to cover soon. And pair it with a third perk that is really annoying for survivors. And if you play your cards right, your survivors will need to at least do 2 to 3 totems to get rid of it. And even in that situation, they might still do it 3 times and give you 45 cumulative seconds of seeing everyone, which is so big. That yeah, it's really worth ringing. Way to use this perk wrong. You put it on a killer that doesn't really care about auras, like Hag. They trigger it, you see everyone, but you can't really move or do anything about it. And you should just be doing your territorial defensive stuff anyway. So yeah. Use it well, and I think it's a very serviceable, very strong perk, and quite an underrated and underused one. One very important thing that I need to mention, however, is how this perk gets revealed. It's a really funny thing. When survivors cleanse another perk that is not Retribution, they get a Retribution notification on their screen. So if you have, say, Ruin and Retribution, and they do Ruin, they'll see, boop, Retribution, you are marked. This confuses survivors a lot. They think that they got the wrong totem and they keep searching for other, even if they gotten rid of the one they want. And those survivors that get the warning, if they're smart, they're going to be, okay, the killer sees me, I'm going to try to be careful. But here's the kicker. When they do Retribution itself, it does not warn them. So there's a very good chance that depending on which totem they did, and you can't really know which one they did, unless if you have Undying, you cannot really know. But if you have the other perks, maybe you can figure it out. If they did Retribution itself, you get to see their auras, but because the totem is technically gone, they don't actually get a warning. So I've seen many survivors cleanse Retribution, hide in a little locker, and I can see them from across the map hide in a locker. I walk them and I pull them out, and they're like, what is this? Because they don't get warned about it. So it's a very cheeky perk that can make even decent seasoned veteran survivors wonder where they went wrong. And it's a really fun one. Highly recommend it. Ruin is a really good contender for the second or third or so best perk in the game for killer. It does something invaluable that other perks struggle to keep up with. The downsides of Ruin, mostly, there are a few perks that it doesn't go well with, that it doesn't combo well with, and it's a hex, which means that it's brittle and it's fragile. The fact that it's a hex has some upsides as well. It will make survivors go look for it. It will make survivors waste time cleansing the totem. Sometimes you'll be able to stop them. Maybe they'll do the wrong totem if you have other hexes. If they want to bless that totem, they cannot bless it as quickly and they'll have to remove it and bless something else or bless that totem, which takes longer. So it can get a bit in the way. And on the other side, they can also find it in the first 10 seconds of a game and you lose this perk really early, which is a bummer. But typically you can run this perk with Undying, which we'll get to, which protects it, or other hexes to just distract. Or even then you can just defend it aggressively or get a bit lucky and have this perk last a long time. Ruin effects is very, very, very simple and tremendously powerful. Any generator that is not currently being repaired, it automatically begins to regress. So typically a generator that is, let's say, at 50%, stays at 50%, and if a killer walks there and spends a couple seconds kicking it, the gen begins to very, very slowly regress. And the regression happens at 25% time the rate of repair. So in order for a killer to undo 10 seconds of repairs, they need to kick a gen and wait for 40 seconds. So let that sink in. For you to undo 10 seconds, you need to kick a gen and wait 40 seconds. This perk is twice as fast as that. Not only does it regress gens automatically, so you completely skip the kick in and completely skip even being there sometimes, it does it twice as fast. So that means that 10 seconds of a generator at tier 3 regress in 20 seconds. That is very, very fast. A survivor can have a generator done to 90%, almost completed, and if his team starts to fall down and he needs to go there to rescue, that gen is going to immediately begin to sap away and drop all the way down to 0%, which happens all the time. Now, I don't need to tell you that a survivor that loses a gen that's at 90% is losing an insane amount of time. This perk, if you're lucky, can completely undo 50, 60, 70 seconds on gens at a time. Sometimes, if you're very unlucky as a survivor, it can undo whole minutes and multiple minutes of progress by itself. And it is incredibly cruel because survivors often have to get off a gen. If you chase survivors and you have quite the presence, that gen slowly regresses without you having to do anything. If survivors are being murdered en masse in one corner and someone else needs to let go of a gen to go rescue, there's very little ways to stop Ruin other than cleansing it. There's basically no real counter to Ruin. There's one perk that we'll get to, but it's very, very difficult and unlikely to be used, so they need to go, and that gen will begin to regress immediately. Gens that regress leave sparks, which also makes Ruin a really good tracking perk. Sometimes I will see a gen at a distance, and I will see it does psst, and I see the sparks. So I know someone let go of that gen. Or I'll see a gen that is progressing, and I won't see the sparks. And I'll think, wait, I have Ruin up. Why are there no sparks? And soon enough, I get close, and there's a survivor doing it. So this perk gives you some small amount of tracking, regresses gens without you doing absolutely anything other than somehow one way or another pulling survivors out of those gens. And even though it doesn't have synergies with some other strong perks, it has synergies with many, many good perks. While a generator is regressing, you cannot kick it as a killer, which is, understandable. So Pop Goes the Weasel, which is another great regression perk, does not work well with Ruin. But Surge, also known as Jolt, works right through Ruin. Pain Resonance works right through Ruin. Anything that slows down gens, like Thanatophobia, will also pair well with Ruin, because if they lost 10 seconds of progress, but those 10 seconds take longer because of Thana, then Ruin is even stronger. It pairs really, really well with everything. It goes well on almost any killer. If left undone, this perk is incredibly annoying to survivors. Generators that are regressing can also be picked up by perks like Surveillance, so you can use Ruin to track with other perks. Yeah, it's a mean perk. The fact that you can just passively, like, one of the best winning strategies of this game is to down a survivor in the vicinity of a generator that is quite advanced and hook them right next to it. If you hook a survivor next to a gen that was 80% and you sit right there, even if you're doing nothing else, survivors cannot do that gen and cannot get that rescue because you're camping it out. So that's two things that you're doing at once. Ruin allows you to very, very nicely multitask and play very territorial and completely get away with it. In other situations, if you kick a generator, a survivor can quickly go and tap it, just touch it for a fraction of a second, and the generator stops regressing. With Ruin, that doesn't happen. If a generator is touched and then let go, the generator goes immediately back to regressing. So it heavily counters the very strong ability that survivors have to just touch a gen quickly to stop it from regressing. So yeah, mostly what survivors will try to do is just find Ruin when it's convenient, or try to finish a generator altogether before you even have a chance to kick them off. So what are the two ways you counter those two counters? Number one, run Discordance, run Tinkerer, run Information perks, and then anytime they're trying to do a gen quickly, you're gonna show up and not let that happen and make Ruin painful. If a generator that triggers with Tinkerer goes back, it will trigger again, which is very, very painful to deal with sometimes. Another thing that we're going to try to do, find the totem quickly and get rid of the totem early. And that's where you can use Ruin with Hunter Crown, Ruin with Undying, Ruin with a bunch of abilities and powers just to keep it alive longer, and that can drag on for quite a bit. If they don't successfully manage to do those things, Ruin is single-handedly the biggest carry perk in the game, and you'll find that the right or the wrong way. That being said, some survivors are really, really smart. They do gens really quickly, strategically. They find totems with surgical precision. And if you don't like the Hex perk unreliability, the other strong regression perks that we'll talk about and we've talked about might be more your cup of tea. Hex the Third Seal is a very a perk of big contrasts. It can really be crippling or it can really do nothing, and it seems like there's no in between. It is a Hex perk that works from the very start of the match, but only starts to really get powerful as you hit survivors with your basic attack or your special attack. It does both. So this perk works on technically any killer that hits survivors, so all of them. When any survivor gets hit, that survivor becomes blind permanently until the Hex gets cleansed. As a Hex, it has the potential to get cleansed right away, which would be tragic, but it also has the potential to slow down survivors who are searching for it, get in the way of other stronger Hexes. You know, it's a Hex. It can annoy survivors. Hexes do that, so that alone is okay-ish. What happens when a survivor is blind? It's important to think about the things that don't happen. Obviously, if you hit all 4 survivors with your special attack or your basic attack, eventually everyone will be blind. Let's go over the things that blindness does not do. Special power auras that are unique to certain killers are not invisible, but every other aura is. So if a survivor teammate of mine is on the ground, I will not see him. If a survivor teammate of mine is on a hook, I will see the hook animation when it happens, so I can figure out that he's there. But if I didn't pay attention or if I forgot, I don't see hook survivors either, which can be interesting. I don't see auras of my map. I don't see auras of my perks. I don't see auras of my item add-ons. I don't see auras of anything. Generators, teammates, the killer himself. I am blind to all of that. But the one thing I'm not blind is specific power auras. So the pig has boxes that survivors need to search. The boxes are visible. Freddy clocks are visible. Plague fountains are visible. Nemesis supply crates with the vaccine are visible. Any power related to the killer that survivors need to find, that is always visible. Cages for Pyramid Head are visible, so don't try to use Third Seal thinking, oh yes, I'm gonna have Third Seal and they won't see this and my power will do that. That does not work with this blindness or any blindness, unfortunately. Also, sadly, the big issue with Third Seal, other than it can be cleansed early and do almost nothing, is that there's a big divide between survivors that are knowledgeable and aware and smart and on comms, and survivors that are new, disorganized, and non-coordinated and not on comms. So if you have Third Seal and you play against 4 solo players that are all doing their thing, and suddenly you down a dude, and suddenly you hook a Claudette, and suddenly you do this, they're all going to get super lost, and they will not find each other, they will badly coordinate. If they have Kindred, Bond, those perks, they will not help if they are already blind. So that's really powerful. And those weaker teams of survivors that are not coordinated will quickly fall to this perk. If you're playing a killer like Lesion who can quickly go stab, 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 then you can very quickly apply this to everyone. And it's pretty nasty. Now, on the other side, we have the teams that are really smart. They have a lot of hours, they interpret the game really well, they make it hard for you to even get hits on multiple people no matter what, and maybe even they're on comms on Discord. Those teams make this perk basically useless. If you down a survivor and their aura cannot be seen, they'll just tell their friends, hey, I'm here, down in the shack, come and pick me up. If they cannot find the gates, if they cannot find the gens, they'll quickly call them out. And yeah, Third Seal, while not entirely useless perhaps, is definitely nowhere near as powerful. And it's a perk that they can basically afford to ignore. And they would just be better off ignoring many times until it becomes a bit of an issue. So run this perk on a killer that can hit survivors multiple times if you want to go for that cheeky playstyle. Run this perk if you want to hide other auras from perks like Trail of Torment, which makes you undetectable but gives him an aura that gives it away. But don't run it under the idea that you're going to do some incredible mind game. Unfortunately, there's no way for you to know that the survivors that you're playing against are lost, headless chickens, or if they are completely coordinated Navy SEALs. And running this perk is a big risk, because it will work against one type of survivors, but will not work against another type. The fact that you can counter common perks like Kindred, auto-reading from keys and stuff is a nice thing, however. So yeah, there's that. Ultimately, I cannot recommend it too much, but if you find a build for it, feel free to enjoy that. Thrill the Hunt is an interesting perk. It gives you extra points, but it doesn't go past the cap, and it doesn't do it after the game. So for each duel on Hex Totem, you get extra points in Hunter. So the blood point part is completely irrelevant. I mean, if you're gonna run a build with this perk, I guess it's nice, because it's worth running. But yeah, the extra blood points, just completely forget about it. Getting points in hunting category is super easy. Once you get to the max, you don't get any extra from this perk. And you're gonna get to the max anyway, most of your games. So yeah, the extra points, completely forgettable part about this perk. You might as well forget it. Now, the thing that's really interesting is that for every token, and you get one for each hex, for each bone that is still in the map, any bone at all, this perk gets 1 point. And for every point, survivors that cleanse and survivors that bless do it slower. That is pretty huge. That is actually pretty huge in many builds. Mainly for 2 reasons. Other hex perks, including Pentimento, which is coming up soon, and as well as, and I just remember, oh my god, I just remember we don't have Pentimento on pick, do we? Oh no, I forgot to unlock this perk. That's okay, we'll do it on the next one. Forgive me. I'm having another mental breakdown. As I was saying, let me get back on track. I'm sorry. It's been a few hours. When survivors have to deal with multiple hex perks, the effects of Thrill the Hunt really add up. Unlike a generator, which you can do and interrupt, a totem cannot be interrupted. If you interrupt it, your progress is set back immediately, all the way to 0. And this means that if you make it longer and they get interrupted later and later, that can be a lot of waste of time. So typically doing a totem takes about 14 seconds, and blessing a totem takes about 14 seconds as well. But with this, it takes longer. And if you interrupt it, they need to start over all the way again. And if they bless totems, they still have they don't get rid of totems, so the bonus of 50% still stays up. So basically what this perk does is it makes multiple hexes harder and harder to cleanse quickly. It makes multiple dual bones and hexes be very, very difficult to bless. So a survivor that's trying to bless takes a lot longer. And here's the kicker. I just showed you the formula that talks about the speed, but for some cruel reason, it seems to stack in a really bad way for hexes. So if a survivor needs to bless a hex totem, it takes a really, really high amount of time. And I don't understand exactly how the formula is calculated, but it takes many, 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 many seconds. I don't want to tell you a number and be wrong, but take my word for it, it takes forever. So if you run Hex, Thrill of the Hunt, alongside Haunt the Ground, which will create another 2 hexes, Ruin, let's say, because it's annoying, and then let's say Devour, that creates 5 hex totems. And each of those hex totems takes forever to cleanse and takes even longer to bless. And because there's no dual totems, only hex perks can be blessed, and this alone makes blessing basically impossible and not even worth the time. So if you want to run a build like this, you are completely, as far as I understand it, countering the effectiveness of boon totems on the survivor side, which is a big part of the meta right now. For that reason, having something like this is very, very cruel. And if you don't mind, I'm about to do something I should have done before that I forgot I hadn't done on pick, which is to unlock the next perk. Yeah. Let's unlock them to level 3. I really wanted this video to have very little wasted time, but I guess we can afford 30 seconds just to do this. We have enough points. The next perk is Hex Pentimento, and let me tell you about it. It's a very unique perk as well. But let me have a second. I chose, by the way, let me tell you why I have the pig on screen. The pig is one of the few killers that while she's in the lobby, she's very quiet and doesn't do any annoying noises. And I forgot that I hadn't unlocked these perks on pig. I've been recording for 3.5 hours, so I'd rather not start from the beginning. Hope you understand. Just skip a minute ahead if you are really in a rush. There you go. And there. Grim Embrace should have already been covered, so I guess we'll cover it right afterwards. Level 3 Grim Embrace, come on. There we go. My apologies. Let's resume. So, as I said, Thrill the Hunt delays other hexes, delays blessings, delays blessing on hexes, which makes it super, super, super duper slow. And it also has another effect that makes it very, very cruel, which is that it slows down the cleansing of rekindled totems. Now, rekindled totems are a unique effect that is only present from one perk, which is Pentimento, that we're going to get to right after this. So basically, this perk also makes it so that if you have multiple hexes, it's slow for survivors to get rid of them, and once they get rid of them, you use Pentimento, and then when they try to get rid of Pentimento, if Thrill is still around, that will also be slow. Overall, a perk that can make anything related to cleansing and blessing very, very painful for survivors. And next up is Pentimento, which we, forgot to cover a second ago. Pentimento is a hex perk, but it's a very unique hex perk. It doesn't actually create hex totems, it creates rekindled hex totems, which is basically the same thing. Basically, anytime a survivor cleanses and destroys a totem, because they cleanse a dual non-active totem or a hex totem, they destroy the bones. With this perk, you can turn those bones into a new hex. If that hex is destroyed, then it's gone, and it cannot be protected by Undying. So Pentimento, you can really reactivate a broken bone into a rekindled bone. And for each rekindled bone, Pentimento, oh wow, it's so long, it's actually messing with my line. Pentimento will basically let's not distract you. Hold up. Pentimento will actually mess with survivors in a different way. So where to begin? Retribution, I think, will trigger when you do Pentimento if it's still up. Throw the Hunt, I believe, will affect the slowdown of cleansing totems, but Undying will not make them reappear, as far as I understand. Here's how it works. When you set a Pentimento bone and it rekindles, first of all, it happens very quickly. You can do it without doing any lengthy animation, and then you create one rekindled. And then you can do this multiple times from 1 to 5. I can tell you already, you are never going to do all 5. For you to do all 5, you would need to have Pentimento and other hexes, and the survivors would need to be absolutely insane, and they would need to cleanse every single totem. Cleanse every single totem, which almost never happens. Also, if they bless a totem with a blue boon totem, that also doesn't count, and you cannot Pentimento those totems. So if they bless a single one, or if they don't cleanse even one, then you can never get the 5 tokens. If you get 5 tokens, then the perk blocks all of the tokens and all of the things are locked in. But again, that's never going to happen. So typically what's going to happen is you're going to get somewhere between 1, 2, maybe 3, maybe 4 tokens for each totem that you rekindle. And they have a very big effect and then other side effects. The first totem makes gens slower by 30%. That is the main effect of this perk and mainly what you want, right? When you start to do the totems, the rekindle totems, survivors are going to notice the effects, and whichever survivor cleansed the totem that you rekindled is going to remember that they need to go back there and deal with a new one. So typically you will only have 1 or 2 of these totems at a time, but as you can see, the first 2 effects are really strong. The first one is 30% slower gens. The second one is 30% slower healing. The next one is 30% slower recovery on the ground. The fourth one is 30% slower gates. And then the fifth one would literally lock all of them forever. But as we said, that's never going to happen. Survivors will never cleanse all the bones. And if they cleanse them, you would need to go quick, set them all. Because if they break even a single one, you never reach 5. So your idea with Pentimento is to never run this perk by itself. By itself, survivors never cleanse dual bones almost. Very few exceptions. So this perk by itself is largely useless. The real strength of this perk comes when you pair it with other annoying hexes that force survivors to get rid of them. So, pair this with Ruin, or pair it with Devour, or with Ruin and Undying, or Devour and Undying, and survivors need to get through 2 hexes to do a very annoying perk, right? They need to cleanse Undying, and they need to cleanse Ruin. And when they do that, then you quickly go and bam. And you quickly go and bam, and add 1 or 2 tokens of Pentimento. If those tokens last a third of the match or half the match, that's already giving you immense value, because a 30% slower repair is incredibly noticeable and obviously stacks with anything else you might have to make that painful. So if you have Ruin and Undying and they do a totem, that first totem will be Undying. Then you go, you set this perk very quickly as you can. And now they have Ruin and Pentimento, which is incredibly painful. So yeah, this perk will highlight the totems that get broken, so you know where to find them. But not every killer can do it equally. Killers that are very fast, like Nurse, that can traverse big distances and floors quickly, excel at using Pentimento. They're also very good with Hexes typically. So those are the killers that you want to use this on. A killer that is very, very slow and needs to prepare might not benefit from this as much, but even a slow killer like Trapper could still trap some of these totems and make them nasty. With Plague, for example, you can puke on them. With Hag, you could go to a totem that they destroyed, rekindle it with Pentimento, and trap it as well. So there's so many things. Pyramid Head, you can set trails. There are so many things that you can do with Pentimento to make it super hard for survivors to cleanse 2 totems back to back and have to deal with all of your other stuff. So in my opinion, Pentimento is an incredibly nasty perk, and you should aim to keep 1 to 2 First of all, you need to play well enough that survivors will want to get rid of hexes. And once they do, you need to aim for 1 or 2 tokens at any given time to make it really, really difficult for them to get rid of it. And if you do that, I think the average team will have a really, really hard time playing against this perk. I think the explanation that I gave you is fairly thorough, and I don't think there's anything else to this perk. Some people rightfully ask me whether this is a good combination with Plaything. We cover Plaything, and Plaything makes a lot of totems that survivors quickly get rid of, right? And that is pretty good. That is really, really good. It is true that Pentimento with Plaything can create a lot of empty bones for you to rekindle. Don't forget, however, that Pentimento does nothing at the start of the game, and Plaything does nothing at the start of the game. So if they do 4 gens and you get 1 hook, one of those difficult matches, that is a combination that might fail. Other than that though, decent, give it a shot. And we're moving on to Grim Embrace, which we skipped earlier. Apologies. There you go. There you go. So Grim Embrace is a really interesting perk. It works only a single time per match, and it has a very difficult trigger activation, actually. It requires you to have hooked each survivor once. So when you've hooked survivor 1, then survivor 2, then survivor 3, then maybe at some point later survivor 4, on the first time that you hook all survivors at least once, this perk triggers. And the effect is actually quite intimidating. All the generators available in the map, which can be anything from 3 to 7, however many are left, will get blocked by Grim Embrace. If they were already previously blocked by another perk, that might conflict with Grim Embrace, so watch out for that. This Grim Embrace perk does not go super well with things like Thrilling Tremors, keep an eye, or even Deadlock, watch out for that. But still, despite that, it blocks gens for 40 seconds, which is huge. 40 seconds is a long, long time that they cannot do anything. And it's all the gens, again, other than some weird perk interactions, all the gens without exception. If the person that you hooked was the Obsession, you see nothing. If the person that you hooked to trigger it was not the Obsession, then good luck, because you also get to see the Obsession wherever they are for 5 seconds, as long as they are not inside a locker or have some other effect to hide their aura. So that's pretty good. This lets you know, okay, gens are not going to pop for a little bit, and I know where the Obsession is, so I can go and maybe do a bit of damage to them. It's a really nice perk that rewards fair play and rewards you for, you know, distributing your pressure across survivors. And it also helps you a little bit in those matches where you're like, oof, I'm hooking too many different people. This gives you a bit of a second wind to come back from such a difficult situation where you're hooking everyone but no one's dead yet. It can give you a bit of time to seal the deal, get a person killed, and get the game back in track. That's about everything I can say positively about it, however. There is something about this perk that is tremendously hard, and that is finding all 4 survivors. Many matches you can find 1 survivor easily, 2 survivors easily, 3 survivors easily, and the 4th survivor just never shows up. They never show up. Or maybe you find them, but they are in this tremendously good area where, frankly, chasing them would be a waste. So yeah, this perk doesn't reward you for tunneling. It encourages you to spread out and find different survivors, which is not always easy or even possible. And it also has a flaw to it. When you hook a survivor and you get 40 seconds, that would be amazing if you want to camp that survivor for 40 seconds. But because that survivor has been hooked for the first time by necessity, that means that that survivor is on their first stage. And camping the survivor on their first stage is not a good idea. They have a lot of time to, you know, heal up and do other things. It does allow you to camp them, but you might find yourself that after you've camped them for 40 seconds, everyone is healed up, one person's ready to go for the unhook, and two people are spreading out on gens ready to take them on as soon as they are available. And from that situation, you don't necessarily recover. They can be on the gen for another 20 seconds, they can be rescued last second, and now you have one person dead on hook and maybe nothing else. So it's not very good. This perk encourages you to play fair, but playing fair sometimes is hard as a killer. Another thing that will often happen, this perk would be really, really nice if you could trigger it while you have multiple people down, right? Think about it this way. You have two people down, right? And now you hook one of them, trigger this perk, and then now go hook the other person, and now you camp the other person that you had already hooked until they die on the hook. But there's a problem, that in those situations, people are out of the off of gens. What I've noticed many, many times is that when I trigger this perk, it happens exactly on the time where 3 out of 4 of the survivors are healing and running away from me. So this perk, unfortunately, when it triggers, has a tendency to trigger at the time of the match where survivors are in recovery mode and are not necessarily slamming gens. If this perk triggered early on, then definitely 40 seconds would be incredibly impactful. But it has a habit of not triggering at all if you have a difficult game, or triggering at a time where it does where its effects are greatly diminished. For that reason, I love this perk. I love how fair it is. I wish they would buff it. Until then, I will tell you that it's just a very difficult perk to use. But if you want a challenge and you want to play fair, have this perk in your arsenal, because it's a really satisfying perk to pull off when it works. And next up, we talk about Hex Undying, which is the last Hex that we are yet to cover. Hex Undying has 2 effects, and one of them is supposed to be the secondary effect, but it actually is incredibly good by itself. And we're going to cover that first. It's the first line. Hex Undying shows you the auras of any survivor next to a dull totem. So a dual empty bone that doesn't have any hex or blessing next to it, associated to it, will show you the aura of a survivor. That is so good. That is so good. Because survivors, many times, are trying to bless dual bones to give Circle of Healing, Shadow Step, Exponential, to give all of these good perks to the team. So if a Michaela walks to a dual bone in the middle of the map and tries to, or in a corner of the map, and tries to bless it, you will see them constantly while they do this. They will get a warning that they're being hexed, so if they pay attention, they should figure it out, but many times they don't. And you can see survivors bless totems and interrupt them, or know that they're there, and then quickly snuff out the boon totem thanks to Undying. Undying will also occasionally show you the aura of random survivors at the start of the game, which can point you in the right direction, which can give you an early chase, which can give you an early down, which can easily win you a game. So in a match where everyone's being sneaky, if you happen to find one survivor early with Undying, that is incredibly valuable. So the other part of Undying is awesome. Every now and then, you will also have survivors who are looping a certain structure and they're running you around it. And in the middle of that structure is a dual bone. So you literally see them and have wall hacks on them as you chase them, which with some killers, it is so powerful. And even with any killer, it is still useful to know exactly where they are. So that secondary part of Undying, of seeing the auras, is brilliant and really useful. The only time when it doesn't shine is when you have Undying with like many other hex perks. If you have many hex perks, then most of the bones in the map are hexes, and hexes don't give you the auto reading. So Undying works really, really well with another single hex perk. And it also works well with many hex perks, but you will not get as much value out of this secondary thing. Now, the main thing about Undying is very, very simple. And it's also brilliant. Undying is basically a get down Mr. President perk. It takes any hex that is active, I think, other than Pentimento. I think Pentimento cannot... I'm almost sure that Pentimento cannot work, but even that, I will need to double check. Any perk other, I think, than Pentimento will get revived by Undying. So if you have Ruin and Undying, and they do Undying, well, you lose Undying, you keep Ruin. But if they do Ruin, then Undying will become Ruin, and this will happen once per game. So that means that any hex perk in the game can get to live twice thanks to Undying. And that means that Devour Hope will work and keep its stacks, and it means that Third Seal will work and keep its stacks. It means that Ruin will not be gone in 10 seconds, maybe. Yeah, it gives a second life to all of your hexes, and that is brilliant. As we explained, it can make Haunted Ground trigger twice. It can make Noid, potentially, it's difficult, but it can make Noid also stay up. So yeah, it's a very nutty perk that actually enables a lot of nasty strategies and gives longevity to very, very strong hex perks, and makes it so that cleansing perks at the wrong time can be very detrimental to survivors. If you cleanse any hex perk, including Undying, with Retribution, which we covered earlier, it also ensures that you're going to see auras constantly. So it's a very, very nasty perk. Also works with Plaything, making the first person to do the first Plaything totem now have to do it again and be oblivious for even longer. So yeah, it's a perk that's as strong as every other hex perk can be, and has a really deserved rightful place in the top part of the tier list. Out of the hex swamp, we come to Hoarder. Now, Hoarder is a bit of an unusual perk. It does two separate triggers and gives you two separate and distinct visual indicators. The first one, which is maybe the least useful, but also potentially the first one that you'll get, is when survivors touch a chest. If a survivor is touching a chest, even just for a second, you get a notification from within 64 meters. 64 meters is a lot. If you're in the middle of a map, you're basically covering the entire map with 64 meters. So basically, as long as you're not in a corner, any survivor touching any chest whatsoever is telling you, hey, I'm here. And they have no idea. There is no way for them in any way, shape, or form to know that you know that they're there. So if you're playing Cannibal with a Chainsaw and some dude goes into the basement and tries to get lucky, you are going to know, and you're going to down that person and potentially keep them in the basement forever. So the potential of this perk to reveal someone early on is awesome, and sometimes comes into play. People touch chests fairly often. If you're playing against a team in the lobby that you see has 4 flashlights, those people are not going to open chests. They're not going to mess around in the basement. So obviously this perk will not help in that way at all, but there are other ways you can use it. The second thing this perk does is also give you a different, distinct, slightly different looking indication when a survivor picks up an item. And this can be an item from a chest, or it can be an item that they dropped, or it can be an item that you made them drop, or it can be an item that the killer itself makes survivors pick up. So if you're playing Pinhead and they pick up the cube, this will warn you. If you're playing Nemesis and they pick up a vaccine, not when they open the chest or the vaccine, that's a unique chest, but when they pick it up, this will let you know. If they later pick up another item, this will let you know. If you have Franklin's or one of the many add-ons, like the spinning top for twins that make survivors drop their items, this perk is pretty brilliant, because when they are greedy and go back to their items, they will reveal themselves constantly around you. So Hoarder actually has a fairly unique place in several builds. While it is a largely potentially useless perk in some matches, if you put it on the right killer with the right build, you can constantly get information from Hoarder, and you can get information on survivors that are in the basement that are exposed in the middle of nowhere that got greedy to pick up onto our, one item thinking you wouldn't notice, and that can be quite nice. So for that reason, Hoarder is an okay-ish perk. Pair it with Franklin's, pair it with one of these add-ons that makes survivors drop items, and it starts to get a bit of value. It is uniquely powerful on the Cenobite, because the Cenobite has a whole strategy revolving not allowing survivors to ever pick up your cube and solve it. If they solve the cube, the slowdown diminishes and it keeps getting delayed. If you have Hoarder and they pick up the cube anywhere near you, they will immediately let you know that they're there, and you can immediately act on that information to stop them. So Hoarder by itself, or Hoarder along with Franklin's, is an interesting and attractive choice on Pinhead. Even though you don't absolutely have to run it, it is a decent pick for him. I would also try it on Nemesis as well, for a similar reason, because you get information every now and then. With some of the add-ons that make survivors exposed when they pick up a vaccine and stuff, it can be interesting. And definitely for such a seemingly weird perk, has some usage, which unfortunately is not the same about some of the other perks we're going to see. Hysteria, I think, is just a really strangely designed perk. Basically, when a healthy survivor, needs to be healthy, goes injured, that survivor itself and anybody else that is injured become oblivious and do not hear a terror radius for the next 30 seconds. And during those 30 seconds, you cannot reapply it. So the duration is the cooldown, basically. This perk is really strange. Obviously, if you're going to insta-down survivors with your power, this perk has no place in your build ever. Skip it completely. If you're one of those killers that has to find survivors with their power through their terror radius, like Legion, this perk is a bit of an odd choice, because your power stops working if they are oblivious, and some of your perks can also stop working if they're not inside your terror radius. So you need to be careful about which perks and which powers you're pairing with Hysteria. And the way it will typically trigger is one of two ways. Number one, you injure a survivor, and then that survivor is oblivious, but it doesn't really matter because they can still see your red stain and they can still hear you normally, and they can hear the chase music. And then what you do is you go away, and the survivor doesn't know if you're there, and maybe you ambush him, or maybe you don't. Or later into the game, sometimes you will injure a survivor, and then if everybody else is injured, that can be a big thing. Because if you injure one, and then everyone else suddenly across the map, all at once, all of them become oblivious, that's a lot of unpredictability. But there's a big problem with this. Number one, the cooldown. The cooldown makes it so that sometimes in situations where Hysteria could suddenly come into play, you're just still recovering from the previous one, so it doesn't work. Another one, the healing meta for survivors is now really strong. With Circle of Healing and Medkit, survivors are going to be healing themselves extremely quickly and consistently in many of your matches. So trying to get them all injured for some potential stealthy plays is a horrible recipe for disaster and will backfire more often than not. Another very big, obvious idea is that survivors can be on comms. So even if you have Hysteria affect all of them at once, there's nothing preventing one or two of them from calling you out and being like, yep, the Huntress is coming here. Yep, the killer is going to the main building. And any and all stealth ideas you might have could go completely out of the window. Another common thing is that this perk, it's not a sneaky perk. It literally tells the survivor that they're oblivious. It's not a perk that they don't see coming. So for example, I used this perk recently on a survivor, and I left them, and I thought I was really smart, but the survivor just did the normal, logical thing to do. They kept running away, and they started healing in an area with a lot of space around them. So if I leave them, they get the heal off. And if I go after them, they see me from a mile away. So yeah, who would you run this perk on if you were to ask me? Put it on Plague, who can injure people randomly across the map with her power. And put it on Legion, who can injure people very quickly and keep them injured with his mending. The problem is that for Plague, you can just run Tinkerer. You can just run other stealth perks, and they're just better. And on Legion, you have a vast selection of perks that are all wonderful. Like, you are running this perk and you have no idea exactly how it's affecting the survivors. You don't know exactly what's going through their head. You don't know exactly if they notice you or not. You still are noisy and can be detected. And you're basically running this perk in the hopes that they are completely clueless and you'll hit a survivor, go away, go back, and they will just stand still like little birds waiting to be slaughtered. So no matter how I try to spin it, no matter how I try to pair it with interesting add-ons and whatnot, I am yet to find some kind of consistent use that makes Hysteria better than any other option out there. And my conclusion so far is that that's just the way it is. It's just a bad perk. If this perk affected the healthy people, it would be a different story. But because keeping people injured is difficult, ultimately this perk just sucks. Amelior's is a really solid perk that is mostly held back by its big cooldown. It does something really awesome. Any survivor doing a rushed action, mostly vaults, will have their aura revealed to you for 6 seconds. 6 seconds in Chase is quite a lot. Allows a Huntress to line up a mean shot. Allows a Nurse to zone in on a target through a wall. Allows other killers to do sick mind games, or at least not lose a survivor in a difficult indoor map, for example, and make sure that you're on the target and not far from the survivor if they start running away. So the auto reading of Amelior's is great. It will trigger if a survivor fast vaults a pallet. It will trigger if a survivor fast vaults or medium vaults a window. It will trigger if they go into a locker, but then the perk won't work because they're in a locker and you don't see the aura. But it will trigger if they come out of a locker fast as well. Other than going in a locker, there are a few things that defeat this perk. If the survivor has distortion, they will lose a distortion token and not be spotted. So, you know, if you're chasing a Jeff, which is likely to have distortion, or more likely, they might come to this perk. If they have Quick and Quiet makes their action quiet, which it does every 20 seconds, that completely counters this perk, unfortunately. So cheeky survivors will, unfortunately, at least once per chase, maybe, not trigger this perk, which is a big shame. Other than that, most survivors in most chases will trigger this perk at least once, and for some killers, it's a pretty big deal. Some short killers that don't stick out very much above walls can use this perk to wait at certain walls and mind game survivors in incredible ways and get downs in places where survivors typically would run you forever because you see their aura and can react a certain way and you know exactly where they are. So this perk is really brilliant in Chase. It helps the killers that I mentioned. It helps people like Legion to finally get a down or catch a survivor who's running away. It's pretty decent. The problem with this perk, it triggers and then it's 40 seconds of nothing. If a survivor vaults a window and then you immediately hit them through the window, they waste this perk because they trigger it and you don't get it back. You have to wait 40 seconds. So the cooldown on this perk is very cruel. If the cooldown lines up and it works every time it should and survivors still have Quick and Quiet, you typically get good value, and in many maps it can honestly be an amazing asset. If the worst case scenario, the perk doesn't line up super well, the survivor has Quick and Quiet and Distortion, or they go into a boon area with Shadow Step, which hides their aura. If everything goes wrong, then this perk can truly feel worthless. I would say place it on the right killer with the right build, and it's quite okay as a complementary fourth perk. I think you would enjoy it. And I believe that's pretty much all there is to say. Another really annoying thing about this perk is that the range is actually really big. So sometimes survivors will figure out they will not figure out that you have this perk. That doesn't happen often. But they will accidentally vault in the middle of the map and trigger this perk on a survivor that is completely far away, that you have no business chasing, and that will be 6 seconds and then the 40-second cooldown. So that could be really unlucky. If this perk ever became meta, survivors will constantly just vault near you just to waste it, and that would be annoying. Luckily for you, that doesn't happen very often, but it's another downside to a perk that's already not the best, but I still like it. Infectious Fright is actually a very simple perk, and it is so beautiful to explain it. When you down a survivor in any way, in fact, when they go down in any way at all, without any cooldown, anybody in your terror radius will scream. And when they scream, you don't see their aura, you just see their outline, the location that they were next to. One small caveat, one small caviar, If a survivor is super close to you, you don't actually see this very well. So if you down, let's say, a Meg, and you hear a Dwight scream, and you look around you and you don't see anyone, that means that that Dwight was literally right next to you. So a little bit of caution with that. You get over that really quickly, and it's not a big deal. But for the most part, this perk does exactly what it says. You down a survivor, anyone within your terror radius screams. Exceptions. People with Calm Spirit, there's very few of them, will not scream. It's a perk for survivor. People with Oblivious, the status effect, will not be affected by your terror radius. So watch out, don't run this perk with many Oblivious perks and add-ons, because it will be kind of worthless. And people inside lockers also do not scream for some reason. So yeah, other than that, everybody else goes, ah. And that can actually stop them from doing certain actions. If you're doing a totem and it's like 99% and you scream, it goes back to 0. If you're doing a pick search action, scream, back to 0. Things like generators, well, they scream and they go right back to it. They don't even technically get out of it, I think. But yeah, so it can interrupt certain actions, which is awesome, and has a small bit of utility. If a survivor is recovering on the ground, they still scream, and sometimes that can throw them off and they can start recovering a bit lower. So this can save you a little bit of time, but it's a very small remark. And mostly what you use this perk for is 2 reasons. You leave the survivor on the ground and then you go for someone else, or you just look around before you pick up and try to use that information. So Infectious Fright is really strong on killers that can quickly snowball pressure and quickly jump from one survivor to another and quickly get downs and injures really aggressively. So as a nurse or a blight, you can down a survivor. Doesn't matter how you down them. If they die to your power, if they die to your basic attack, if they go down by themselves, if they down themselves with a reverse bird trap, with a bird trap from the trapper with the honing stone, no matter how they go down, people around you will scream, no matter how far they are. And then you can go for those people, try to down them, try to injure them, try to get a pallet out of them, and then go back, or you can do whatever you want with that information. So it's good to find other people. It's also really effective at scaring survivors, interrupting them from certain actions, and from protecting yourself from people that are constantly chasing you with flashlights. So if you're one of those new killers that is a little bit annoyed at survivors that chase you with a flashlight and try to flashy save and annoy you, with Infectious Fright, it's super simple. You down a survivor, if you hear a scream, someone's around you, have a look. If you don't hear anything, then you can pick up and no one will do a pallet save, no one will do a flashlight save, because more often than not, that means there's no one there. So the fact that you can down someone and not have any information is in itself information. So that part of Infectious Fright is pretty damn dope. The problem with Infectious Fright is that nowadays, leaving survivors on the ground is very risky. Survivors have Unbreakable, which allows themselves to be picked up, and a multitude of other perks and resources to get themselves off the ground very quickly. So the idea of downing a survivor and then trying to down another and then trying to keep that going is now less viable than some years back. For that reason, this perk has dropped in utility. If you want to find survivors around you or around the map, Barbecue is fine, and you can run Infectious on Barbecue, and you could have nearby information and faraway information. But typically, the reason this perk is not so common is because information on gens is more reliable than information on survivors. So instead of Infectious Fright, killers will opt to run Tinkerer or Discordance or other perks that let them know when the gens are getting done, as opposed to when people are around you, because you cannot always act on this information. It also goes without saying that on killers with a small terror radius, on killers with a terror radius that disappears with certain perks or add-ons, this perk has no utility, or a smaller utility, unlike those information perks on gens. So yeah, this becomes slightly less appealing. You could still run it on a very aggressive, strong killer, but those aggressive, strong killers have other options as well. So this seems like a second choice rather than a first choice for many killers. Still very good. Do with it what you will. Insidious, unfortunately, I cannot say anything positive about. If you stand still for 2 seconds, sometimes this can trigger while you do other actions like setting a bear trap. But yeah, mostly if you stand still for 2 seconds, you become undetectable. You're not invisible. You're not completely silent. You're just not emitting a red light or a terror radius or cannot be seen by auras. Although, while you stand still, you can't be seen by auras. So if you do this next to a hook with Kindred, survivors will see you stand still for a couple seconds before you go undetectable. So basically, this perk is a meme. It was designed back in 2016, maybe earlier, who knows, and it has not aged really well. As a killer, you need to be places, you need to be moving, you need to be chasing people off gens, doing things. Very rarely, it is a good idea to stand still in one area. Now, the thing that you will most commonly see Insidious used for is camping. You will have a killer, typically a killer with a chainsaw, typically a fat killer with a chainsaw, sitting in front of a hook with Insidious. That makes Kindred not show the aura, it makes you make no noise, and then if a survivor is foolish enough to come to the rescue, suddenly you start moving out of nowhere and maybe down them and maybe get another extra kill. If you're playing against solos that are lost, they might fall for it. If you're playing against a team on comms that is communicating, this is a complete joke. Using it for that is just... I mean, it is unfun for them. It is unfun for you, probably. You don't learn anything. It is a horrible investment of your time, and it shouldn't work against good teams. So please don't do it for that. Outside of that, can Insidious be used for absolutely anything? Funnily enough, yeah, sometimes survivors are very attached to their gens and to their items. You can down a survivor's items with Franklin's and then stand next to it and have them come right back at you thinking that you're gone. And that's hilarious. I've also pretended to be asleep with twins and grab survivors out of hooks by pretending that I'm not actually controlling Charlotte. So there are some utilities here and there. I've kicked gens and sat next to them. But the problem is, those situations happen very rarely. And you don't want to bring a perk slot just in case they happen. It's not good. Like, you can use Insidious occasionally for some actual strong effect and catch a survivor off guard that you couldn't catch any other how. But the risk is just too great. You could stand still and maybe they could see you and maybe they could call you out and maybe some other teammate is seeing you from afar and you would have no idea. And the risk of staying still is just too bad. So, other than some deep use plans aside, as far as I am concerned, there's no real consistent practical utility to running Insidious that doesn't involve being a bit of a jerk. So yeah, this perk is just terrible, absolutely terrible, and I really wish I could tell you something else. Maybe in a future rework, it will not be. Next is Iron Grasp. Now, Iron Grasp does something cute, but ultimately it gets defeated by other better perks, many other better perks, so I don't think you should run it very much. The first thing it does is that when a survivor is being carried, they can resist, and they often will resist, and this makes your character swivel and move around side to side slightly. It's not a big deal, it's not that annoying. With Iron Grasp, however, it becomes basically imperceptible. So when you carry a survivor, it will feel really, really smooth. It will feel like nothing at all. And that, I guess, is a little bit nice. I mean, it's something that you get used to, that you counter just fine, and it's barely a factor. Barely a factor. Maybe when you're chasing another survivor nearby, but it's barely a factor. But this perk reduces it significantly. So, hey, that's okay. Now, the real value of this perk is that it increases the time that it takes for a survivor to get off your grasp. This doesn't really change pallet saves or anything. If a survivor is pallet safe, they will get off. If a survivor is flashlight safe, they will get off. But if a survivor fills the whole bar with this, it's going to take them longer. Now, the whole bar takes 16 seconds. 16 seconds to fill. That's a long time. That's a very long time. 12% is a little less than 2 seconds on top. This perk is just bad. If you were going to carry a survivor to a nearby hook, this perk doesn't save you any real time. If you were going to take a survivor to a hook that is like slightly 1 second extra than you could, first of all, that's incredibly risky. Why would you ever do that? Why would you spend 17 seconds carrying a survivor? That's not a good use of your time, and it's very risky. But then yeah, that perk would help you make that little extra meter or two. And also, if for whatever reason, you have a million survivors try to take hits, this perk can buy you a bit of time to hit a survivor, and eventually hook. A few things to consider though. When you hook a survivor, you don't need to hit them. When a survivor is body blocking a hook, you don't need to hit them twice. If you're new to the game, this is very important for you to understand. If a survivor is blocking the hook, you hit them, and then you can go right through them and hook right through them. If they want to body block twice, they need multiple survivors to do that. The first survivor, once you hit them, you lose collision with them for about 3 seconds. So there's body blocking hooks is actually really difficult. And you don't really need Iron Grasp to fight that. If you want to fight that, the perk Agitation that we've already covered is infinitely better. And actually gets you hits a lot more easier. And you should not stack them, honestly. The perk Save the Best for Last, which we'll get to, the perk Mad Grid, which we'll get to, and the perk Starstruck, which we'll get to, all are better solution than Iron Grasp. So Iron Grasp is a perk that maybe you pair with Agitation if you have nothing else and you want to get people in the basement to do whatever you want to do in the basement with them. Other than that, this perk is horrible, really bad, and offers no real advantage over the rest of perks, or over just not using it. So for that reason, it is among the worst, I'm afraid. Yeah. Would this perk counter a perk that survivors have called Breakout that makes it so that they escape a little bit quicker? Yeah, but you could still be hit by it because it outdoes the 12%. Just take my word, don't run it. Stack the other perks instead if you really want to carry survivors. Next up is Iron Maiden. Now, Iron Maiden makes you open 50%, makes you open and check lockers 50% faster. And this is for anything regarding lockers. So 50% faster means that you do it twice as fast, right? Right? No, it actually doesn't. 50% faster in practicality means that you open them 33% quicker. Because the way the formula works in this game, it actually seems like it's a lot better than it is. It's not. It's not. 50% faster means that on a couple second interaction, you now shave a small you shave a small chunk of that. So as a normal average killer, you're gonna be opening lockers maybe once per match. Like, you barely open lockers. Yes, if you open a locker and there's a survivor, you're gonna pull them out faster. And if it's empty, you're gonna check faster, and that's nice. But that's not what makes this perk somewhat appealing. What makes it appealing is that this applies to all of the things you do with lockers. So if you're playing Huntress or Trickster, the two characters that reload their weapons from a locker, this automatically makes you do it faster, which is nice. Is it game-changing? Is it absolutely incredible? No, don't be fooled. Saving a second here and there is not worth the perk slot most of the times. So please do not be deluded into thinking, wow, this perk has crazy synergies with Hunters and Tricksters, so it must be the best perk on them. It's really not, and might be a bit of a noob trap if you're trying to learn them. So don't get fooled by the fact that you open them a bit faster. The other nice thing it does, however, is that any survivor that comes out of a locker screams and reveals their location. You don't see their aura, but you see their location. You will also hear a scream that will give away which survivor it is. And for the next 30 seconds, if you catch them and hit them with a basic attack, not a special attack, but a basic attack, that survivor can go down in one hit. This is not incredible. Some of the misconceptions that I know about this. People think that this is really good on Cannibal. If you play Cannibal and use your chainsaw, you're going to see that many times survivors hide into a locker. And then you think, okay, they come out of the locker and I hit them and easy, right? That's not necessary. If you anticipate that they're going into a locker, cancel your chainsaw and then grab them out, easy. And if they beat you to the locker and you're still doing your chainsaw swings, use all of your swings and bump into the locker. You will have a very long animation and they need to be very lucky to get out of there. Because if they came out too late, you grab them, and if they came out too early, you hit them with a tantrum. So for Cannibal or other chainsaw killers, I don't recommend it too much. So what other killers could honestly use Iron Maiden other than Trickster and maybe Huntress? Doctor actually can use this perk quite okay. If you have a doctor with, let's say, barbecue, anytime you hook someone, you will see people from afar. If they go into a locker to avoid barbecue or to avoid your blast, when they come out, you will see them. And as a doctor, you can deny pallets and down them in those 30 seconds, which is pretty damn good. Hold up. I'm just making sure the recording hasn't stopped because I saw something scary. We're all good. So yeah, as a doctor, you can actually use this to discourage people to go into lockers to avoid your power, which will give you more information of where they are. And occasionally when they come out of a locker, you have a good power to make sure you get that basic attack on them and actually down them. So I would run this occasionally on Doctor, although there's better perks. I would run this occasionally on Huntress, although there's better perks. And I would run this occasionally with Trickster. If you really, really push me, I could put it on an aggressive killer like Nurse along with Barbecue so that there's no escaping me. If they go into a locker, I eventually find them. If they don't go in a locker, maybe I find them with Barbecue. But even that has its flaws and it's not necessarily perfect, and 30 seconds is not a long time. Sometimes they can run you for that long before you hit them. So overall, this is a very mediocre niche perk that you need to find a decent build for. Jolt also is a bit niche in that it only works with basic attacks. Unfortunately, this is not a perk that you can run on Huntress or other killers that use their base special attacks a lot, like say Hillbilly. But it's a common perk, and sometimes even on those killers, it can still be okay. The perk is very simple. If you do a basic attack on a survivor and that puts them on the ground, then this perk triggers. 32 meters around you, which is the same as your terror radius for most killers. All of the gens that are there, if they have even 1% progress, will explode. If there's no gens around you that have at least 1% progress, then the perk doesn't trigger. And that's also kind of good because it lets you know what's going on. So if I chase a survivor into a corner of the map and I down them and I don't see this perk, Jolt or Surge, activate, then I know that there's no gens in a big radius and I'm going to focus my attention on the other gens, right? So one way or another, this perk will give you information. If there are indeed generators that are being done or have a bit of progress in those 32 meters, they will immediately be sent back 8%. And then, if a survivor is not touching the generator, they will also begin to regress. And this has a cooldown of 40 seconds after it happens successfully. This perk is awesome. This perk is great. It has a big cooldown, yes, but you're not going to be downing people that often. And it doesn't waste itself if there's no gens affected, which is awesome. But every now and then, with most killers, you're going to be downing people. And the generator next to you, you would typically have to kick. Right? If a generator near you is 50%, you have to do this thing where, all right, I need to pick up the survivor, I need to carry the survivor, I need to hook the survivor, I need to go to the gen, kick the gen, and now someone else. Come on. With Jolt, you skip a significant amount of that. You down the survivor, you see that the gen near you regressed, you hook the survivor, and you immediately follow Barbecue and Chili or whatever other info perk or whatever other plan, and you just know that that gen is slowly regressing and lost a bunch of progress. If you're lucky, you can also pair this with other perks really, really meanly. If you have Ruin, a gen is constantly regressing, you know, it's 50%, 49%, 48%, then bam, Jolt, 40% all the way back, then 39%, then 38%, slows down, slows down, slows down. And when Ruin is gone, this perk still works. And same with Pain Resonance. Pain Resonance is a perk that we're going to discuss in a minute that makes gens passively explode, similar to Jolt / Surge. And you can have them both and use them in conjunction for some very mean back and forth gen regression and information. Because obviously, anytime they trigger, you know that a gen is nearby. So this perk is very simple to use. Works with a decent amount of killers. The killers that insta-down, like Myers, like Ghostface, like other killers with certain perks, use it even better because every hit is a potential Jolt trigger. And when survivors get really greedy and they start to stock up on an area and you constantly down one or another, the Jolts every 40 seconds along with other perks really begin to do damage. So it's a very, very decent perk. Because the generator begins to regress, that means that they can also be tracked with Surveillance, which is an interesting choice to run with Jolt. And And yeah, it's a very simple perk that helps you with that. Now, there are a couple of things that you should know about this perk that are fairly important. Number one, some of the worst enemies that you will have as a killer are the biggest maps in the game. The biggest maps in the game, we're talking Mother's Dwelling, we're talking... what's another? Ormond, for example. Those big maps are typically tough on most M1 killers that run Jolt. In those maps, you're gonna be lucky if you hit 1 or 2 gens. So sometimes this perk, as good as it is not enough on those big maps. If you want a nice combination, run Jolt/Surge along with Corrupt Intervention, and you'll have a bit of both worlds. You have a bit of insurance against big maps. On the other side, on the small maps that are stacked on top of themselves, like RPD, especially the game, the GD Bitplat, those maps have a lot of gens on different floors, and they all get hit by Jolt at once. So this perk in Midwich can hit 4 or 5 gens from the middle and be super, super mean in some scenarios. So those maps that are typically good for killers, this perk is particularly helpful. One thing that you need to remember, though, is that Jolt does not actually affect generators that are blocked by other perks with its 8%. So if a generator is blocked by Thrill and Tremors, Grim Embrace, Deadlock, any perk that blocks a generator, Jolt cannot damage it. If a perk, if a generator is blocked by Thrill and Tremors, for example, entity blocked, and I hit it with Jolt, after those 16 seconds or whatever, maybe the gen will continue to regress, yes, but the 8% damage does not happen. So I would say be careful what you pair this perk with. Pain Resonance, good. Ruin, great. Corrupt, I mean, good, because you only focus on the other 4 gens. Thrill and Tremors, good, but careful. Watch out. Because a gen has to be kicked to apply Pop and Jolt are good, but you cannot stack them on the same gen. And I would advise against running this with Deadlock and with Grim Embrace if you're going to defend gens with those perks. Other than that, serviceable, decent perk that fills some builds as a 4th perk, and it's almost never a bad idea on some killers. So yeah, highly recommend it, pretty damn good. Knockout similarly triggers only on basic attacks. So anytime you fully down a survivor with your basic attack, not a power, but your basic attack, knockout applies to them. It does actually 3 things, even though it doesn't quite say that. The first thing is that the survivor hears a deafening noise. So when you down them, they hear this noise where everything is muffled. So if you're a trapper and you set a trap nearby, they might not hear it. If you're kicking a gen or doing something for those 15 few seconds, they might not hear it. But, you know, it's a very anecdotal thing. For those 15 seconds, they are also slower on the ground. This is not a big deal. When you down a survivor, most of the times, what the survivor is doing is sitting still, recovering. So that if you leave them, they can get picked up quickly. But if a survivor is trying to beat you to the exit gate or trying to beat you to something, the 15 seconds of them moving slower, it's not terrible, I guess. So, I mean, it could help occasionally in some very, very, very incredibly specific scenarios. But again, it's only 15 seconds. So, yeah, I guess it's something, but something to consider. The main appeal of this perk is that it makes a survivor on the ground invisible to their teammates as long as they are not within 16 meters. So this is how it works, basically. I am playing survivor. I hear my survivor teammate go down, and I look around, and I don't see their aura. Their aura that I should see across the map, I don't see it. That's because knockout is working. And I don't know where they are. I need to figure out, I need to go around the map, maybe. And until I get really close, 16 meters, which is pretty close, I won't see them. So a killer could potentially down multiple survivors and try to fool them and keep them on the ground by making them invisible to others. But this has a couple major downsides. The very most basic one is that survivors are constantly on comms when they play together with their friends. So if you down a survivor and you leave them, it's very possible that they just tell their friends, hey, I'm down here, please find me. Or they just slowly crawl out to the middle of the map where they get found eventually. So that's not so good. And another even scarier option is that maybe the survivor on the ground could have a perk like Unbreakable that allows them to pick themselves up. So you leaving them on the ground means nothing because they move slower if they crawl, but they recover at the same speed. So they can pick themselves up in a little over 20 seconds. So Knockout is not a very good slugging perk. It doesn't work against communicated survivors. It doesn't work against survivors with the right perks. So what is it good for? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. This perk fills a really weird niche where if you're playing with survivors that are very confused and non-communicated, it can actually be kind of mean. If you pair this with Third Seal, that makes other people straight up blind so that they have 2 layers of not seeing each other, and you're playing something aggressive like a nurse and you start downing people, yeah, some survivor groups might be completely caught off guard and be like, wait a minute, where is that teammate of mine? I cannot find them. I can't get up. And that could sometimes make a team fall apart really quickly. But those killers can just use strong perks anyway that have way less counters, that don't get countered by comms, that don't get countered by Unbreakable. And that would be a lot more solid of a choice than Knockout. So for that reason, it doesn't work on M2s. You know, if it worked on M2s, then I could tell you, yes, maybe put this on Huntress and down a survivor, go reload, go back, they can't go away. But yeah, typically a very incredibly niche perk that you could only run on a few killers that even then wouldn't be that good of an idea anyway. So yeah, for that reason, I say skip it. Lethal Pursuer is actually a very simple perk with very interesting implications. It actually works on every killer mostly fine, although not every killer benefits as much from running it. It's a very simple perk. At the start of the match, all of the survivor auras are shown to you. You see their outlines, no matter where they are in the map, for 9 seconds. Now, there's only one way to avoid this for the survivors. Shadow Step would avoid it, but Shadow Step needs to be boomed, so that one's not a good one. And going into a locker helps, but if you go into a locker, the killer can see you. You don't spawn inside a locker, so yeah. So basically, the only way to dodge this is to have the Jeff Johansson perk, Distortion. And if you have Distortion, then you lose 1 Distortion perk, but it doesn't matter because the killer will see your 3 teammates that don't have it. So basically, this almost always guarantees that you're going to see 3 or maybe all 4 survivors at the start immediately. The only thing that could happen is that maybe one of them gets behind a generator and they're a little bit hard to see at first, but you're going to see everyone well if you look properly. Seeing every survivor at the start is incredibly useful. Incredibly useful. Now let's go over some of the killers that don't need this and then get to the killers that can benefit and then get to the killers where it's actually really scary. Killers that don't need this. The Doctor. With the Doctor, you walk to the middle of the map, you do your blast, 9 times out of 10, you're going to have at least 1 survivor screaming. You have a very good idea where they are. If you want to, you can run perks like Discordance, which point you towards survivors and use your blast. You're going to find people. For some average killers, perks like Discordance and so on are, you know, they're perfectly good replacements. You will find people throughout the match, not just at the start with those perks. So this perk might not be the best choice on them. Although, do not underestimate how important it is to find a survivor early and chase and down a survivor early. There are many maps in this game that are horribly stacked against you. Haddonfield, Badham, lots of buildings, lots of bushes, lots of walls where survivors, if they want to, could hide forever. Forever. The fact that this perk exists in the first place already scares some survivors passively into never hiding at the start and getting and doing things. So the fact that this perk exists is already a really good thing. And if you do use it in a very bad map like I just described, you might be able to find a survivor that could have taken you ages. And instead of finding a survivor 3 minutes into the match, when 3 gens are already about to be done, you find them in the first 10 seconds, then you start chasing them, and if the other team is not immediately doing gens quick, that could be a really decisive advantage for you. So getting to your first chase early, amazing. And then we have the killers that have insane mobility and even immediate chances to down a survivor super quickly, especially if the map is really small. Blight can catch up to you in 3 seconds. Billy, the hillbilly, can catch up to you in a few seconds and insta-down you. The Huntress can throw a hatchet at your face from across the map. The Huntress with some, the Nurse with some add-ons can be right on top of you and down you in seconds. Those killers with Lethal Pursuer not only don't have to worry about stealth being a thing, they can really get a chase going super quick and become super hard to beat if one of your teammates falls down to Lethal Pursuer as a survivor. So this perk is really, really good on them. I particularly like it on Pinhead, the Cenobite. With Pinhead, if you see where everyone spawns and you know where you yourself spawn, you can often, in seconds, figure out exactly where the box spawned because there's a certain logic to it. So you can use Lethal Pursuer to get the box and immediately grab it and immediately put survivors in pressure. And the nice thing is that sometimes Lethal Pursuer's usefulness extends beyond the first chase. So you find 2 survivors at the start of the match with Lethal Pursuer in the shack doing a gen. And then you find 1 survivor in a little corner doing a totem. And you're playing the hillbilly. Well, you catch a survivor in the corner, right? You down him in seconds, and now you know where most of the other team is. And you catch that survivor and bring him to that gen. And then you hook him right there. And now you know for a fact that 2 survivors are there. One of them is running away and the other one is not nearby. Maybe they're in a locker, check the locker. Maybe they're hiding behind a tree, check the tree. They're there, bam. Now you have 2 people down. Huge, huge, huge amounts of pressure that you basically get for free. Anyway, I just realized that there's an option to pause, so I'm going to pause and use the bathroom. I'll be right back and we'll talk about the next perk. Lethal Pursuer is a really, really strong, really, really nice perk. And the better you are at using it, you'll realize it helps in with a lot of killers in a lot of builds. The obvious downside being that it's a perk that only helps you at the start. If you don't feel like you need help at the start, by all means, run another perk for information or skip the information perks altogether. I'll be right back. Anyway, moving on. It's a really nice thing that I could pause the recording and use the bathroom. I was a bit struggling. Moving on to the next perk, Lightborn. Lightborn has a really strong effect that, oddly enough, you might not always want. What it does is very simple. It makes you completely immune to all the blinding sources in the game. So survivors running flashlights, which is the most common one, when they aim at you, they're going to hear a little sound, but they're going to see that their flashlight doesn't change shape. And soon they'll realize that you cannot flashlight this killer at all. Firecrackers and flashbang grenades do not work. The blast mines are a bit special. When you kick a gen that has a blast mine on it, you will be stunned, which is annoying, but you will keep your vision and your sound. So even though you'll be stunned, you still retain some more awareness of your surroundings. So it doesn't counter the perk entirely, but it counters half of its effects. Also, any survivor that tries to blind you will also have their aura revealed for the next 10 seconds, which in Chase helps a little bit. And that's kinda nice. That being said, flashlights are not that big of a deal. As a killer, especially if you're not new, you understand that flashlights are a huge source for survivor misplays. So what you're gonna do typically is pick up a survivor and face away from the middle of the map or face into a wall where flashlight saving is completely impossible. And that typically deals with it, and it doesn't take a perk slot. And it's almost as good as Lightborn. What you can do with Lightborn, however, is pretend that you don't have it and turn a little bit and constantly bait survivors into doing flashlight saves until eventually they realize that you have this perk and then they stop trying. And yeah, you're still completely immune. Overall, use it if flashlights really annoy you or if they mess with your sensors to a point that makes you uncomfortable because it completely counters them. but try not to rely on it as a new killer, because tricking people into doing silly flashlight saves will win you many games. So for that reason, I don't recommend it too much for the average killer. Next up is Mad Grid. This perk is quite interesting. It completely removes the cooldown from your attacks when you're carrying a survivor. It completely removes it. So typically when you are carrying a survivor, you can do a little attack. It's not even a lunge. You cannot lunge with it. You cannot move forward, but you can do a little attack that has a limited range. With Mad Grid, you have no miss cooldown. So you can attack constantly and do M1, M1, M1. And you can sometimes see killers who are carrying someone do like crazy spam attacks, and they look really funny. You can do that and be a meme lord, and that is fun, but you shouldn't. You should not show the survivors that you have this perk. You should instead hold it as a bit of a secret, because if you trick them with this perk, it can actually be pretty huge. If you hit a survivor while this perk is active, the person that is struggling on your back will not be able to resist for the next 4 seconds. So you will, because you recover in about 3 seconds, you will essentially lengthen the amount of time, and you will now be able to make it even further than you could before towards the hook or whatever you're going. So many fun things can happen with this perk. If the team that you're playing against is not in communication, I've seen survivors take a hit, then another comes around, takes a hit, then the first one comes and takes a hit, then someone else comes around and takes a hit, and everyone is taking hits, and everyone thinks that they're just about to save that guy, and then they don't, because Mad Grid. So Mad Grid is a really fun perk in those situations. Another thing you can do is have a survivor, carry them to a hook that is a little bit too far, and then if some survivor is like, oh, that killer is about to lose the survivor, I'm gonna take a hit. If they think they're a bit too smart, then Mad Grid will obviously completely backfire. You will injure them, the person on the back will not recover, and you'll guarantee that you get the hook. However, 3 main problems with this perk, unfortunately. The first one, if you're playing against solo survivors, people that are not very well communicated, most of them do not really care about their teammates. So you are not going to see any coordinated, crazy rescues or sabotage attempts or anything like that. You will down a survivor, and the other survivors will be healing or doing gens, and no one will really get in your way, and this perk will do nothing. Another problem is that if you play against coordinated survivors, then this perk can work once, but after that, they will see it coming. So they will fall for it once, maybe, then they will tell each other about it. Hey, there's Mad Grid, I can't wiggle out, please don't take hits from me. And then, yeah, that will work once and never again. They won't be able to take hits, yeah, but they're also not going to fall for it. And then the third reason, there are other perks that are better than Mad Grid and also do other things. So if you have Save the Best for Last, which is a perk that we'll cover soon, that perk can help you secure hooks and help against body blocking while still being a very solid perk overall. If you have Agitation, that perk can get you to a hook faster and save you time and make it harder to body block against you, while also saving you time in your normal hooking, transporting sequences. So those perks are just less situational, overall better, and you don't necessarily want to use this. You can also use Starstruck, which we'll get to in a little bit, to also completely insta-down people. It's a very loud perk. It announces itself, unlike Mad Grid, which no one knows about until it's a bit late. But it is more effective because you insta-down. So this perk, unfortunately, as funny as it is, gets outclassed. If you use it for the memes, just to spam attacks, it is really funny though. That has to be admitted. Next up is Make Your Choice. A very simple perk, and one of the only perks that some killers might prefer at a lower level, because this perk lasts for 60 seconds and that is also its cooldown. So you use it for 60 seconds and the moment that you stop using it, then it becomes available again. Some aggressive killers might prefer to keep it at lower 40 and 50 seconds. Overall though, 60 seconds is fine, so Make Your Choice level 3 is completely fine. So when someone rescues another survivor and you're 32 meters or further, that rescuer screams and you'll hear their voice, so you might be able to tell which survivor it is. And for the next 60 seconds, which is quite a bit of time, they become exposed. So this is a really, really great way to escalate violence in your killer games by hooking a survivor, going for someone else, downing someone else, and now the rescuer that goes for the first one can be down very quickly. In the best case scenario, you down that person and you get a free insta down. Only works with basic attacks, so this perk is not very well suited for hunters and the like, but still decent. The worst case scenario, it's still not too bad. If someone rescues and they're injured, then yeah, they're already insta-downable because technically they're injured, but this also prevents them from healing and doing something in front of your face, so they need to be careful. And even if they are healthy and they just hide, the fact that they are kind of scared and they cannot do anything bold in front of your face with Make Your Choice buys you time sometimes. Survivors kind of get scared, and sometimes you're going for them, sometimes you're ignoring them, but no matter what, they're a bit on the edge, they're wasting a bit of time. So that alone makes this perk a little bit worth it. The main issues with this perk: it doesn't work on basic attacks, obviously, so it's limited to which killers can run it. You need to be very far away from a hook. Very far away from a hook. If you're playing Trapper and you're playing Hag, killers that need to set up, you don't necessarily want to leave the hook immediately. So it is a bit awkward that you need to force yourself out of the hook. And this perk encourages you to chase multiple different people as opposed to chasing the same survivor into the ground and killing them immediately. Which is very nice and very fair, but also sometimes will lose you games. Sometimes the best way is to just focus on the same 1 or 2 survivors and kill them very early into the game. Whereas with Make Your Choice, you might be forced to chase a survivor to get value out of it that you don't necessarily want. So that's another issue. You need to be smart as to whether or not you want to commit to chases with Make Your Choice, and don't let the perk dictate how you are going to play the rest of the game, for sure. Now, some maps make this perk really difficult to use. The very, very, very large maps are troublesome because in many of them, typically, if a survivor unhooks and starts to run away, it will take you 50 seconds alone to catch up to them. And at that point, they drop a pallet, vault a window, and you will never get that hit ever, unless you're a certain really fast killer. So Make Your Choice is tough on those. Maps with corn, which are typically also big, make it really hard for you to keep track. Maps that are indoor, they're typically small, and it's very hard for you to keep the distance from the hook, but also track. There are a lot of maps that make this perk very difficult to use, and for that reason, because other perks are more impactful and you have more control over when they trigger, Make Your Choice is not, unfortunately, not that big of a deal for most killers. A few killers that can run this well: killers that teleport, and killers that can immediately go back to a hook with some kind of power can use this quite meanly. A Hag can teleport back from an obscene amount of meters and down someone that rescued immediately, which is horribly, horribly dangerous. A Freddy can teleport back to a gen and be nearby a hook, ready to hit someone that just unhooked. Demogorgon can put someone in the basement, teleport to the top, and make it almost impossible for the rescuer to ever come out. There are a few builds like that, and if you have a build around it, I think it's okay. Killers like Wraith can be stealthy and make people paranoid and make people hide a lot, and have the mobility to actually catch up to survivors. This perk can work out. For the average killer, for some of the killers that basically rely on their special attacks, this perk is not for you. There's also the very unfortunate side effect. If you play against 4 Feng Mins, for example, and you hear a scream, they're all going to sound the same. So there is a chance that you could be confused as to which survivor exactly is the target of Make Your Choice, which is also an unfortunate possibility. So yeah, I think that's all there is to say about Make Your Choice. Not the best choice, unfortunately. I would like to see this perk improved in some small way. Monitoring Abuse is actually a simple perk. I like to see that they've changed the description again to explain it a little bit better. Let's go over the secondary effect, which is the simplest. When you're out of chase, your field of view, your FOV, increases slightly by 10 degrees. So when you're not actively chasing a survivor, your screen covers more distance to the sides. This can, I guess, help you. It makes you feel like you're moving faster, which is really funny. And it can help you see your surroundings slightly better, but it's not a big deal. The main thing about monitor is that when out of chase, when you're not actively listening to the chase music, your terror radius, whatever it is, becomes 8 meters smaller. When you're in a chase and you actively hear the music of the chase, it goes from being -8 to being +8. So outside of chase, your terror radius is 8 meters smaller than normal. And then when you go in chase, it jumps up by 16, and now you're 8 meters larger than normal. So for an average killer like Pig, that means that outside of chase, she is 24. In chase, she is 40. And this has some interesting implications. Anytime you're out of chase and you're following some kind of tracking perk, you're going to give survivors less time to react to your approach. I believe for most killers, it's about 1.5 to 2 seconds less time to react. So a survivor that is relying on the terror radius to start running away from a generator, which is most of them, instead of getting reasonably far away, they will now be a little bit closer. You will be catching survivors off guard a lot more. So information perks, perks like a nurse's calling, all become a little bit more useful and a little bit more impactful with monitor and abuse, which is generally pretty dope. There's also the fact that some killers have an unnaturally small terror radius. The Spirit, Michael Myers, they have a smaller terror radius, and monitor and abuse adds to that. So a Michael Myers with monitor and abuse literally can be right on top of you before you know it. And the smaller terror radius killers, like Hag or Spirit, can also be right on top of you almost before you know it. For Hag in particular, it's quite good because you can chase a survivor, big terror radius, scary, leave them. Terror radius completely dissipates, they lose you, you get to set more traps. Monitor and abuse can also, it's a popular choice on Pig. People run it with Whispers, so that when Whispers turns on, they begin to crouch, and if you do it that way, they never even hear your terror radius before you crouch and lose it. And it's a bit of an interesting tracking combination. Ultimately, not that huge of a deal. And let's also talk about the bigger terror radius. When you chase a survivor and you have a bigger terror radius, some good things happen. Some skittish, scared survivors think that you're closer than you are. So if they're working on a gen or they're doing a totem, something crucial, they might get off thinking that you're just around the corner when you're really not and you're actually a bit further. So that's nice. It also messes with their perception a bit. And some effects from perks like Infectious Fright will actually trigger because your chase is bigger. So if my chase is if my terror radius is 40 meters and I'm chasing a survivor and I down them, at the moment of downing the survivor, my terror radius is 40. So everyone within 40 meters will scream with Infectious Fright. And then right afterwards, my terror radius shrinks back to 24 or whatever it might be. So in situations like that, monitor can have some kind of use. It can also be bad if you're relying on perks to make survivors afflicted by some effect through your terror radius. Because if you're not constantly in chase, this perk is hurting that ability. So that can also be a concern. I would say this perk is most useful on the killers with small terror radius that are not constantly in chase, that go in and go out and do damage. Hag, Myers. And if you have a build where information perks lead you straight to people, and this perk hurts a little bit more. Overall, there will also be some matches where your survivors are constantly on top of you. They are harassing you consistently and constantly throughout the match. They are constantly calling you out to their teammates. And having a small terror radius or a slightly bigger terror radius makes absolutely no difference. So this is a perk that ultimately does not affect gameplay in a completely, unavoidable, massive way. So that's a reason to perhaps not run it if you're really looking for really impactful perks on certain killers. But it is otherwise an okay perk. It does stack with add-ons that reduce your terror radius, and this is very effective on Doctor. It is not so effective on Myers. Myers has an add-on that reduces his terror radius, but it reduces it by a percentage after Monitor and Abuse. So Monitor and Abuse and the Myers add-on Dead Rabbit have diminishing returns. Use one or use the other. Using both, I think, is a waste. Monitor and Abuse with the Calm add-ons on Doctor make his terror radius super mega tiny, but they also make his normal blast a bit smaller, so yeah, know how to find the balance between all of that. Next up is Monster Shrine. It's a perk that has a very single purpose and does a few things to help it, but those things are small and the purpose itself is often misguided. It's a bad perk, is what I'm trying to get at. This only works when you hook people in the basement. When they are hooked in the basement, the entity progresses 9% faster. So instead of dying or getting to the next hook stage in 60 seconds, they will take 50-something seconds. It's really bad. It's really bad. Most survivors will get there and rescue them before that, or let them die regardless. The slightly faster entity progress by 9% is very, very, very pathetic. Yes, every map has a basement, but not every basement is reasonable. Many matches, you will notice that the basement is completely far away, and no matter what you do, you cannot hook people there. And when you hook people there, you're wasting time going to the basement and then coming out, and you don't always have a good plan to defend it. So for that reason, if you're going to run a basement build where you want to keep people in the basement, use an offering to spawn the basement in a certain place, use a map offering to send yourself to a map with a good basement, and use perks like Set the Best for Last, Agitation to grab people and bring them there faster, but don't use Monster Shrine. The 9% faster progress is bad. This also increases the difficulty to escape the hook, but that difficulty increase is very pathetic, and it only affects them if they try to escape, which they probably won't. If they try to escape, they have an increased penalty, and that means that instead of trying to escape from the hook 3 times, they only get to try to escape from the hook 3 times. Yeah, they still can get 3 attempts despite this perk. Yeah, like just know that this only affects the basement, which you don't always get, and the things that it does are all tiny. They're all super tiny. 15% of 4% is very, very little. It's very, very little. And 9% increase translates into almost nothing, and 90% faster translates into almost nothing. So it's a very niche perk that literally does nothing. Don't run it ever, and that's pretty much it. One question that you might have, and it's the only reasonable thing. If a survivor has Deliverance, and they have an active Deliverance, and they have a 100% chance to escape from their hook, if I have this perk, does it mean that they have an 85% chance to escape from the hook? Could it be that this perk, in some insane scenario, could actually counter the perk Deliverance from survivors? The answer is no. They will still deliver 100% of the time. So yeah, even that crazy dream scenario doesn't work. Moving on. Nemesis. Nemesis has 2 main effects. One of them is very easily forgotten, and it's actually kind of hilarious when it works. Basically, this perk works when someone that is not the obsession, this is important and it's not explained, when someone that is not the obsession stuns you or blinds you, they become your obsession. This doesn't work with Blast Mine, as far as I know. I'm pretty sure it doesn't. This only works with flashlights, firecrackers, flashbangs, stuns from head-on, stuns from decisive strike, stuns from pallets. All of those things do work. If you do that against the killer and you're not the obsession, you will become the new obsession. So this perk does that. It makes a non-obsession that stuns you the new obsession. Sometimes some killers want to be chasing obsessions because of their perks, or sometimes add-ons work only of the obsessions. And you could pair Nemesis with Play With Your Food, for example, and it would be a reasonable of a slightly awkward and unreliable combination. to get Play With Food tokens and make sure that you always have an obsession. Even if the obsession has already died, you can create a new one with Nemesis. So that's sweet. You can always have potentially an obsession that you're chasing, and anytime they stun you or blind you, they are putting a mark. They're painting a target mark on their back, which is nice. When a new obsession is created, either through Nemesis or anything else, that's very important, then the obsession becomes oblivious for a minute, and you see their aura for 4 seconds. So this means that if Nemesis triggers and the Dwight becomes your new obsession, you see Dwight for 4 seconds. But if the Zarina, who has For the People, which turns her into the obsession, uses For the People on another survivor, that also makes her the obsession. So this perk detects that, and the Zarina will be revealed to you for 4 seconds, and she'll be oblivious for 60 seconds. Now, the perks that make this happen are extremely limited. So this is very rare scenario, but it's worth to know. So if a character becomes the obsession due to Furtive Chase, which we already discussed, yeah, they'll become oblivious. But yeah, long story short, use Nemesis if you have some kind of daily or archive to chase the obsession. Use Nemesis if you really want to use Play With Your Food and find multiple obsessions. And a few other situations like Rancor, where you can moor the obsession, for example, you could use along with Nemesis to Rancor multiple people. We'll get to that in a minute. But yeah, for the most part, a very useless perk by itself. The obliviousness is not a big deal. I've sometimes grabbed people off gens because they're oblivious due to this perk, but it is a 1 in a million thing. I do not recommend you run it without a really serious plan behind it. No Way Out, on the other hand, is a very nice perk that works on every killer, has very few conditions, is very reasonable, and gives, at the very worst, some relief and potential, and at most, it can win you games and clutch in big ways. So basically, this perk has a base timer that gets increased for every time you hook someone. The base timer is 12. So this perk will work for 12 seconds, but if you hook one person at least, then it will be 24. And if you hook 2 people at least, then it will be 36. And if you hook all 4 survivors, this perk lasts for a whole minute. It triggers when a survivor touches the exit gates after they are powered. So that can be when you close the hatch at the last survivor, or when all the gens get done. And then up to 1 minute of the exit gates being completely locked and completely untouchable. And it also gives you a notification on the exit gate that is touched. So this typically plays out in a few ways. You kill absolutely everyone except one person, and then that person hides, and then you find the hatch, and then you close the hatch, and then they go to a gate, they touch it, and this perk activates, lets you know which gate was touched, and then they literally cannot get out, because you know where they are, and the exit gate is blocked. So this perk turns every 3 kill scenario where they could potentially go through the gates after you close the hatch, it turns all of that into straight up, pretty much guaranteed hard 4 kills. So if you care about your 4th kill, this perk is disgustingly effective at doing that. If you use an offering to spawn the hatch in a certain location, so you know what it spawns, basically guaranteed 4 kill. As long as you get 3 kills, they will never get the hatch. Unless they have a key or something. And even then, if they have a key, you could just camp the hatch, make sure they don't use it, because keys now take some time to get used. And if they go and touch a gate, then you know they're far, then you know you chase them. And if they don't touch a gate, then they just die to the end of the collapse. So this perk hard counters single man escapes in many scenarios, which is really mean. And it's not the reason it's good. The reason it's good is because 50, 60 or 30 or whatever seconds you get in an endgame scenario are an eternity. When all the gens get done, it only takes one survivor on a gate for 20 seconds to open a gate and have the other survivors pour out and escape. With No Way Out, you are buying yourself time in such a precious situation where you really need it. Let me tell you about some of the things that you can do with No Way Out. If there's a single last person and you don't know which gate they might be opening, you don't need to worry. The moment they touch it, they're going to be revealed. If there are 2 people and you're worried that going for one will have the other one be escape, it's very simple. You can commit to one person, down them, and by the time the other person touches a gate, the gate is still blocked, they cannot leave. So that is huge. You have time to chase one of the last two people. If there are multiple people, you can still do a lot. If there's a survivor on the hook, and you're a killer that can defend the hook, just sit on the hook. Sit on the hook, camp that survivor out. They're gonna die in, let's say, 20, 30, 40 seconds. And if the survivors are not touching the gate quick enough, you can camp them, kill them, and then go and kill someone else while this perk is holding the gates for you. So in many situations, the only thing survivors can do is do the gens, touch the gates extremely quickly so that the perk activates immediately, and then try their best to run away from you and not give you an extra 1 or 2 kills. In some games where you get very few hooks, where they have a lot of pallets saved up, this perk can not be enough. You will be in a chase, they will touch the gate, but the guy will just not go down, and then someone will come and take a hit for them, and then they will all get out, and it's difficult. But most of the games, if you play just a little bit right, this perk can turn close ties into decisive victories. And losses where you would get 1 kill into really contested games where you get 2, maybe 3 kills. Just the fact that you can hold survivors for so long and you know for a fact that they haven't touched the gate is tremendous. Sometimes I have a survivor on the hook and there are only 2 survivors left apart from that survivor. And they're both in front of me. And I know that this perk hasn't triggered. So I know for a fact that I can just sit there and no one is opening a gate, because if they were, this perk would have told me. So it makes camping and knowing what to do and giving you and being able to commit to a certain survivor for X amount of seconds a perfectly reasonable decision when you know for a fact that they cannot possibly get out. And don't forget, after the 60 seconds of this perk, apologies, after the 60 seconds of this perk, the exit gates don't open automatically. They still have to go on the gate and sit there for 20 seconds roughly to open them. So this perk can buy you like a ton of time. And if you take someone and hook them next to a gate and you sit right there, that gate probably is not going to get randomly touched. So survivors will have to go to the other gate and touch it and then have to wait. Oh, there's just so many scenarios with this perk really, really clutches. And the best part, it works on stealth killers, it works on loud killers, it works on slow, on fast, on M1 basic attack, on a special attack oriented killer. It works on everyone. As long as you're getting a few hooks per game, which you're more than capable of doing by the end of the game, it still works. If all the gens are done and you get another hook, it still counts towards the stacks. As long as they don't touch the gate already, you can get stacks up until the very end. And it makes hooking multiple survivors, which is typically a bad idea. You don't want to necessarily hook everyone. It makes it into a more long-term strat. So if the obsession that you were ignoring the whole match gets in your way and you hook them, you don't feel like you've wasted that time if you don't kill them, because you know that it's contributing towards this perk, and that time that you're spending now is going to get reimbursed back into you later. So for that, and probably even more reasons that I can't even think of, this perk is incredibly nice and I cannot recommend it enough. Oppression is a very sweet perk that, much like Dragon's Grip, is held back in a big way by some small design flaw and a big cooldown. So when you kick a generator by doing the appropriate action to kick a generator, by holding space or whatever button, other 3 generators that have some progress also get the kick. That's it. And then the generators begin to regress normally. If you have Hex Ruin, you cannot kick generators, so this perk obviously doesn't work. If you have a perk like Overcharge, Pop Goes the Weasel, Dragon's Grip that activates on a generator when you kick it, it doesn't activate on multiple generators, unfortunately. So you cannot apply Pop, Dragon's Grip, or anything else to multiple generators at once. However, if you activate this perk and the other gens regress, perks like Surveillance will work. And whatever perks that you're running will obviously apply to the generator itself that you're kicking. If another survivor is at the time of the kick working on one of the generators that is unlucky enough to be selected, Typically, it selects all the generators, although if you are really unlucky, there could be a scenario where there's 4 generators, one at 1%, one at 1%, one at 2%, and one at 99%, and this perk picks the 3 that are at nothing. So that could happen. But for the most part, in most realistic scenarios, this perk should be hitting the gens that matter, so that's nice. If a survivor is there, they're gonna get a difficult skill check that has no warning. If you hit the skill check, you do get a bit of progress, I believe, so this could help them. But for the most part, survivors have a hard time hitting this one because it has no warning whatsoever, and it's a difficult one. So this can often make a survivor miss a skill check, and as such, it can go okay with perks like Lullaby that make skill checks harder and more punishing if you miss. It might be one of the very few ways you can realistically make good survivors miss skill check. Although, those good survivors, if they're smart, they'll start to pay attention and they'll call out when they see you kick a gen, and they'll get off the gen or they'll be ready for it. So yeah, this perk is not like that insanely oppressive, funnily enough, against them. All of this part so far is really nice. You kick a gen, which is sometimes a bit of a waste of time, but if you kick other gens and you get information on other gens, and if you make them miss skill checks on other gens, that makes kicking a gen a lot more worth it. And if on top of that you're applying pop and other perks at the same time, you definitely like oppression so far. The part where it gets really sad is the 80-second cooldown. A match typically lasts 7 to 8 to 9 to 10 to 11 minutes. Obviously the first minute you're chasing people, there's no gens. The last minutes the gens are done, so it's more like 5 or 6 minutes where the gens are actually contested. So in a very good case scenario, you get to use this perk 3 times, and that is just tremendously sad. This perk could have a very short cooldown and it would be completely fine and fair, but it has a very long cooldown, a very long one, which makes it very frustrating. You're gonna have tons of situations where you can kick a gen and it would be a perfect use of oppression, but it still has 10 seconds left, and it's just not a good idea to wait. Like, you cannot sit around and waiting. The cooldown ultimately kills this perk that has otherwise some potential, because it could help slower killers to keep up with the gens and track them across the map. It could really be helpful for many killers, and it's still okay on some of them with the right build, but it's hard to recommend it. I would run this perk with Pop Goes the Weasel. I would run this perk with Eruption, or other perks that trigger on kick, so that it's a little bit more palatable to kick a generator. But definitely by itself or with other perks, you're going to feel that cooldown and really dread it. Shame that it's not better because of it. Overcharge is a bit of like a reverse oppression. When you kick a generator, instead of sending an attack on other generators across the map, it focuses on the gen that you're kicking. And basically, it does nothing until a survivor touches it again. When a survivor touches that gen that you've kicked, they will get a very difficult skill check with a very quick warning, which is basically the same as the oppression one, which is also very similar to a decisive strike skill check. So survivors are pretty used to running it. And if they miss it, the gen loses the usual 10%, which is a lot, and supposedly an additional 5%. From my testing some time ago, that 5% never happened. But it doesn't matter. Whether they patched it out or not recently, 10 or 15%, that's still quite a lot. If they constantly miss skill checks, that's quite a lot. Yeah, a gen that's 90% suddenly goes to 80. Ooh, harder to, yeah, it could be a bit tricky. Now, the problem, normal skill checks, even overcharged skill checks, are super easy to run and hit consistently by good survivors, especially good survivors that play on PC with nice FPS and everything. So against good survivors, this perk is a joke. You don't get to kick gens that often. Kicking gens often robs you of momentum. You don't get to do it all the time for free. You need to be places, right? You have things to do. And when you do kick a gen, a survivor can go and touch it and hit the skill check and completely nullify this perk with absolutely no downside or consequence. Even if they tap the gen and run away, they can just hit it as they run away. They don't miss the skill check if they tap it and run away. So they can just hit it as they run. So this perk quickly undone by very good survivors. There's also the chance that, obviously, if you have Ruin, you cannot kick gens yourself. There's also the chance that maybe no one will ever touch that gen again. There's also, they just focus on other generators. There's also the fact that kind of helps a little bit that skill checks like this are affected by other perks. So if you have a nerving presence, and if you're playing Doctor, that makes the skill checks appear in random places, yeah, this can be a bit difficult. But again, it's a bit difficult, especially for beginners. The better survivors will kick your ass and make you miss some other stronger perks. For that reason, and because it encourages you to kick gens, which you're not always advised to do, because you need to keep up with survivors. You cannot be kicking gens, which takes a long time, while survivors are doing gens much more efficiently elsewhere. This perk is ultimately reserved to some very niche builds on Doctor and maybe a few others, but that's about it, unfortunately. And I don't think there's much else to say. Overwhelming Presence. It's a very simple perk. Anytime a survivor is within your terror radius, they will use their items at basically twice the rate. So if they have a flashlight that they could use on you for 12 seconds, anytime they use it on you, it will consume twice as fast, and they will go out in 6 seconds. This is terrible. This perk is really, really bad. And it doesn't seem like it's bad in paper, but in practice it's really, really bad. Let's go over why. Number one, lobbies where survivors don't have items are completely pointless with this perk. If you go against 4 survivors and none of them have items, you're doing absolutely nothing. This perk does literally nothing. Literally nothing else. If a survivor has an item that they use outside of your terror radius, this perk also does nothing. So if they spawn and they start using a toolbox and a generator and you're not immediately there, this perk does nothing. There's also a few items that survivors use and they are a one-time use item. So for example, if a survivor has a key and uses the key just to get out, that doesn't really change anything. If they have a medkit with a styptic agent to tank a hit, or a syringe to heal automatically, this does absolutely nothing. If they have flashlights, yes, this helps a little bit more. But there's other perks that just help better with flashlights, or just, you know, help you in other ways that are more important than dealing with flashlights. If they have medkits or Circle of Healing, they don't need the charges, and they can just use a fraction of the charges, close, or just get away. There's so many easy ways to avoid this perk. It gives itself away if survivors are affected by it, so it's not even a sneaky perk. So if a survivor was using their flashlight on you, and they suddenly run out and they were like, wait, what? That would be amazing, because you could catch them off guard. But unfortunately, they get a warning when this perk is in action, so you won't even have that kind of surprise effect. For that reason, and for the fact that many items just get used from afar, and some killers have small terror radiuses and a million other things, this perk virtually has no use outside of you trying to, you know, really bully survivors out of their items. Play with Your Food is a really interesting perk. When you chase the Obsession, you will hear a particular sound effect. It's like a bring, like a little sound effect, and then you'll notice that the Obsession nostril thingies start to move in the HUD. Once you leave a chase with such Obsession, this perk gains a token, and it goes on a 15-second cooldown. It doesn't say anywhere here, but it has a little cooldown. So you cannot chase the Obsession, leave them, chase the Obsession, leave them, chase it. You cannot do that. There's a bit of a cooldown, right? So you cannot get tokens of this perk too fast. Don't try it. If you feel like you're messing up this perk, it might be that you're trying to do it too quickly. When you chase the Obsession, you'll hear that sting sound, and when you leave them, you will hear the sting of the bling. You got a perk. You got a perk token. You do that a couple of times, and for each token, you become 5% faster. And it's actually quite fun. 5% is actually 5% of your base mobility with your killer. So it's actually a little bit more than you would think. A killer that is 115 is 5% of that. And one stack is enough to throw survivors off massively. The better the survivor is, the more capable they're going to feel and the more comfortable they're going to feel running you around certain loops that they know really well. They know that if they keep their distance, they're going to be able to make it to the window. They're going to be able to make it to the pallet in time before you have even a chance to hit them. With Play With Your Food, even one stack, that goes out of the window. You catch up so much quicker, and it's such an insidious, quiet perk that it can get you hits against survivors that just don't expect it. If you begin to have 10% from 2 stacks, or God forbid, 15% from all 3 stacks, then you become a little monster. And survivors are going to notice that you are just zooming into them. For some killers, this is huge. If you're playing, let's say, Cannibal, and you have 3 stacks of this perk, you are going to catch people with your Chenso from everywhere. That used to be a really important thing for Cannibal. Now he moves fast enough that he doesn't need it. But still, this perk can be useful on a number of killers. As you see down below, every time you attack with a special or basic attack, you lose a token. So immediately with this information, we already can figure out which killers work well with Play With Your Food. Killers that attack a lot and often lose stacks very often, and they're not good with Play With Your Food. So Huntress, every time you throw a hatchet, that's a bad idea. You lose tokens immediately. Don't run Play With Your Food on Huntress. A killer like Nurse, she gets her movement speed from teleporting, same with Hag, so they wouldn't benefit from this. But then we have killers that move around a lot and not necessarily attack a lot, such as Myers. With Myers, you can go around, stalk a bunch of people, get a bunch of Play With Your Food stacks. When you stalk, you actually lose chase mid-chase. Same with Wraith, when you cloak, you lose chase immediately. So these killers can very quickly begin to use their power and lose a stalk, lose the chase immediately and get a stack immediately, and then use it on that person or on someone else and be incredibly fast. And then you can have a Myers that has a small terror radius that suddenly gets a big terror radius, insta-downs, has a big lunge, and is 15% faster, then 10% faster, then 5% faster after every attack. And because you insta-down, you're not doing attacks all the time, and you're saving Play With Your Food for a while. Ghostface could do a similar thing, where you have multiple people nearly stalked or fully stalked, and then you slowly pick them off one by one. They're very confident. They know that you're a Ghostface normal speed, so they try to run you and maybe play around certain pallets, but because of that little bit of speed or big bunch of speed, you catch up and you slap them and they go down, and it's awesome. The obvious downside of Play With Your Food, you need to find your obsession. In some games, your obsession is just Dora the Explorer going off in different distant lands, and you never find them. So I like to run this perk with Discordance, because Discordance always points out where multiple people are, better chances to find the obsession. Or if you really want to, you could also run with Nemesis, so you can create your own obsession. Although I don't think that's very worth it for 2 perks. No matter how you find or create your obsession, once you get to them, you leave them, and then, you have this back and forth. This is a perk that is quite advanced. If you miss attacks ever, then you're going to lose value from this perk enormously. It could lull you into making big blunders by wasting time chasing the obsession and then wasting these stacks elsewhere. But in a best case scenario, if you use it well, it can be quite tricky. What are some good examples? You can play With Your Food on Lesion. Lesion attacks a lot, yes, but he also can find people very easily with his power. So you can get everybody injured, find the obsession, get a stack or 2 from the obsession, and then go for the people that are injured. And yeah, you're a Lesion, but now you move at 100, more than 110. Sorry, more than 120. You move at 120 something. And that is rough. That is rough. Good luck getting away from a killer that injures you easily, and then he moves at that speed. And then you keep going back to the obsession, back and forth. And the best part, if the survivors are not really smart, they are going to have no idea what's going on. The obsession is going to be like, why is this killer luring me? And the other guy's is like, why is everyone going down? And that part, how this perk is really quiet, is maybe the best part about it. The better the survivor, the more likely they are to fall for it while being greedy. They also are more likely to eventually pick it up and try to play around it. But there are some things you can do as well to keep this perk and make it more longevous. Make it last longer. So if you attack a survivor, yes, you will lose a token, which is bad. However, you do not lose a token if you grab them or pull them out of a locker. So if you can, try to fool the survivors into going into a locker and then grab them, or try to fool them into vaulting a pallet and then grab them. You kind of vault at windows if they do a fast vault, but if you can trick them into doing a medium vault, you can grab them. Anytime you can grab them, you will keep one of the stacks and recycle it for the next chase, and that will kick ass. So yeah, if you bring in on one of those killers, Legion in some instances, Ghostface, maybe Myers with some builds to have a long tier 3, and so on, this perk can be occasionally alright, and honestly quite fun. But other than that, you need to find the obsession, you need to hope for the best. Yeah, it's quite a difficult perk to build around, and not a very generally useful one, especially not for beginners. Moving on, we have Pop Goes the Weasel. Pop is an incredibly good perk. It might not be incredibly clear to you what it does, so let me clarify this for you. When you kick a generator, when this perk is active, a quarter of the generator gets immediately deleted and removed from the generator. So if a generator is at 25%, it will go back to 0. And if it's at 50%, it will go back to 25. So it doesn't lose a quarter of its current progress, it loses a quarter of its overall total progress. So you are removing 25% of the whole generator. Now that translates to about 20 seconds of a survivor working on it. So every time you kick a gen, you are making the survivors lose 20 whole seconds. That is huge, and it's the main reason why kicking gens can be worth it. Along with other perks, of course. It also works fairly okay on most killers. You need to waste a bit of time kicking gens, but if you play it fine, it's mostly manageable. For the killers that have great mobility, it's even better because you can actively choose which gen you're going to kick. And obviously, it pairs incredibly well with perks like Discordance, which perks like Tinkerer, both of which will tell you barbecue even. Perks that tell you which generators you need to go to so that you can deliver the pop. If you're running Corrupt Intervention, a very popular perk, there will be fewer generators at the start to worry about, and you'll have a better chance to deliver a really strong Pop Goes the Weasel. Some of the things that you need to worry about, you need to kick the generator itself, so it doesn't go well with Ruin, because the gens are not kickable if they are regressing automatically. It only lasts for 45 seconds, so if you get a little bit greedy, and you have like 3 seconds left, and you start kicking a gen, if you don't finish the animation, the perk will not work. So you need to kick a gen with at least half a second or so to spare. You still need to have the perk going. So don't wait until the very last second. You need at least 3 or so seconds to pull it off. And obviously, if a gen is already regressing by another method, then this perk doesn't work. So don't kick the gen, hook, and then kick the gen. Or kick the gen, hook, and then go for another gen. So use your brain a little bit. This is a perk that honestly cannot work if you have your brain entirely turned off. But losing 20 seconds of a gen is great. With certain other perks, those 20 seconds can be huge. If you have Coulrophobia, for example, technically it's more than 20 seconds because maybe it takes them 21 or 22 or whatever seconds to get 25%. So it's a strong perk for sure. What are the main things to warn you about? Some killers don't have great mobility, and they are better at defending hooks and defending areas than they are at reaching certain parts of the map. So if you're playing the Nightmare, Freddy, you can teleport whatever, you just pop immediately, fantastic perk. If you're playing Hag, you might not necessarily be defending gens all that much. You might just be caring about trapping around yourself, and that might be everything you care about. Even then, even in those worst case scenario killers, this perk is still fantastic. Because you kick the generator, other perks can also apply at the same time. So you can do Dragon Strip and this, Oppression and this, do this and track with Surveillance. Although typically Pop by itself is still very solid. And a very nasty combination is Pop and Scorch Hook, Pain Resonance. This Pain Resonance triggers when you hook on a white Scorch Hook, and that can tell you which gen to go to. If a survivor has been greedy and touches that gen again, you can immediately pop it a second time. This also happens very frequently when survivors don't have a big plan and they suddenly fall like flies. So you have a generator at 50%, you hook someone next to it, you kick that generator, somebody comes carelessly, touches the generator, then goes for the rescue, then you down them, and now you kick that generator again with the second pop. And it went from 50 to 26, 27 to 2%. So you can demolish single generators if survivors don't play around them carefully and give you hook stages carelessly. Another great part about pop is that it encourages you and gives you a good compensation for hooking multiple survivors. Sometimes the obsession or the fourth survivor that you haven't seen the whole match will run into you and you'll be like, damn it, I don't want to waste time with this guy. Everyone else is almost dead, but this guy, if I hook him now, I might be wasting time. Like, maybe everyone else will get away. I haven't hooked this guy at all. And that is bad. In those situations, committing to that survivor is a bad idea. And you have to just leave them or leave them on the ground. With Pop Goes the Weasel, even chasing undesirable survivors can sometimes be a good thing. Because if they give you a quick down, you just hook them immediately, use that pop on another gen, and buy yourself time so that you can eventually kill whoever you want off and eventually go on to win the game. So that is also one of the main reasons why pop is just so good. Run it with perks on info, run it with other common perks that make sense to run with, that all accumulate gen regression, and pop is legitimately one of the strongest perks in the game. Unfortunately, not so strong is the perk Predator. Predator makes it so that the scratch marks that survivors leave on the ground are not spread out over a bunch of obstacles and ground. Instead, they spawn much closer together. And the higher the tier perk, the higher together they spawn. This seems like a good thing for a beginner. And to a degree, it is. When you're a beginner and you see scratch marks, it's very hard at a quick glance to know exactly what those visual cues mean. And if you see just a little trail leading a certain way, it's much easier to pick it up. Sometimes if I'm playing on a map with a lot of corn, the scratch marks are just difficult. And with Predator, I can follow them neatly into the survivor, which helps. Also, if you're playing Spirit, she uses a power that is very unique that makes her unable to see survivors at all. So you need to follow scratch marks and sounds. Scratch marks are very easy to follow when Predator packs them tightly. So on a beginner Spirit, Predator can help you get the gist of how to play her. But that's about it. Predator gives very little advantage, and in fact, it brings a major disadvantage that potentially makes this a bad perk to run in the first place. That potentially makes it worse than having no perk at all. The fact that survivor scratch marks, which are the things that they leave when they run, the fact that they spawn super tight together means that they almost never spawn on vertical obstacles, poles, trees, and the like. And this means that seeing scratch marks from a distance is incredibly difficult, sometimes straight up impossible. So if you chase a survivor in a map with thick grass, you will not see scratch marks on trees, rocks, boxes, and the like. Instead, all of the scratch marks will be on the ground where they are very hard to see due to the thick grass. And if a survivor runs across the map and you are moderately far away, instead of seeing scratch marks on the tree, on the wall, on a generator, you're not going to see any of them. So survivors doing silly movement around the map could go completely unnoticed just because Predator is hiding these things from you. So because this perk actively takes away from your tracking, it actually is terrible. And it is really bad. And if you run it once you're used to the normal scratch marks, it will probably mess with you and outright just hurt your actual trapping capabilities. Not to mention that even if you're playing Spirit, Wraith, whatever, and you think this is helping, looking at crows, listening for injured noises, and doing all of those other things are ultimately more useful than just focusing and keeping your whole attention on scratch marks, which can sometimes disappear. There are many perks to make that happen, and this perk Predator does nothing to counter them. For that reason, it is legitimately one of the worst perks in the game. Rancor is a very mean perk that is honestly not too strong, but also in a way kind of unfair. Every time a generator is completed, and this can happen up to 5 times, obviously, your obsession will see your aura. So they will see your pink aura and probably guess that you have this perk if they are not entirely new. This is bad. This lets the obsession know that you have a perk, a certain perk, and that they are the target of it. And they also lets the obsession see you, which means they might be able to hide better from you or use that information in whatever it is they're doing. So this is already bad, and this is not good. If you're playing Trapper and you're setting a trap and a gen pops, well, the obsession is seeing you set that trap. So that's a bit rough and not so good. But what you get in return is actually fairly reasonable. Every time the generator is completed, you see the locations of all the survivors. You don't see their auras, you only see their outlines. And it lasts very little, but it's enough to paint a picture of the whole map. Sometimes this goes from meh to POC. Sometimes you see the outlines of every survivor and you're like, yeah, that's more or less what I thought. Alright, more or less, yeah, sure, whatever. I already knew that. To situations where you genuinely become surprised. Maybe you're next to the basement and you see the outline of a survivor down in the basement. Easy down. Maybe someone who is vulnerable is hiding and you see them right at the perfect time with Rancor. Maybe 2 people are on a generator that you would have never expected and you see 2 outlines next to a gen and you go and prevent the next gen from popping. So all of those things, all of those magic things can happen with Rancor, and it will happen a few times per match, which is nice. The real kicker though, the main effect of the perk, which is really, really mean, is that anyone who is your obsession at the end of the game, when the 5th generator pops, this doesn't happen if you close the hatch, by the way. This only happens if the final generator explodes. That person gets a warning on their screen, Rancor exposed, and they know that you have this perk. If they somehow missed it prior, or they become the obsession then, this perk lets them know that they are the Rancor obsession, and they are insta-downable permanently, so they cannot check it off. You can insta-down them from health to down in a basic attack, always. And once they're down, you can straight up mori them. So you can use your mori animation and just kill them. And that's just so mean. That's just so mean. So if you have Rancor at the end of the game, if you're chasing the obsession, even if they've never been hooked, you can just mori them. If the obsession has to go for the rescue, they can't, because you can insta-down them. If they try to open an exit gate in front of you, they're in danger. What they're most likely going to have to do is to die or hide and just not give you a chance. Obviously, if you mori the obsession, that takes about 15, 10 or so seconds on average. So it's possible the other guys will get away, but it doesn't matter. You've already gotten away with murder, so that's funny. If for some reason your obsession is dead, then this perk is unusable. Alternatively, if you get multiple obsessions that switch, you can mori all of them. So you could run this perk with Nemesis, mori an obsession, then get blinded by another obsession, they become the new obsession, then mori them, and then if some survivor uses Decisive Strike, or For the People, or something that makes them the obsession, then yeah, you could mori that person too. Which is really funny, impractical, unlikely, but funny nonetheless. So Rancor overall is a perk that is not the best at what it does. There are other perks that are more reliable to get a comeback at the end. Hex know it. And there are other perks that are more reliable at getting information, like Better Murmur. So those perks typically outclass Rancor, but Rancor is okay. On a killer like Pyramid Head, for example, killers that are mobile, that constantly move around, Rancor's kind of scary, and the information that you get from them can reveal things like where people are in cages, where people are doing boxes with the pig. Things like that can come in clutch. So Rancor is an occasionally alright perk to run. Of 8, not one that has a super consistent way to get value out of. There's a chance that you'll kill the obsession. There's a chance that the obsession will be dead on hook, so it's not worth mooring them. You could run this with Bitter Murmur, which shows you the auras of everyone near the end. You could run this with No Way Out to make sure that no one gets out early, and when the obsession touches a gate, you know that they might be there. But ultimately, other perks are just a little bit better. Still, fun, decent perk. Next up is Remember Me. Very simple perk. Right until the very last moment. I think, oh, hold up, I need to remember this one super quickly. I think right until the time where they touch an execute. Or is it right until... I cannot tell you. You know what? Let me figure it out and I'll tell you for real. Right, sorry, I had to double check. But indeed, right until the point when survivors begin to touch an execute, Remember Me can gain tokens every time you do a basic attack. You guys know what a basic attack is. Not special attack, unfortunately, to the obsession. So you have one obsession that can switch places, and anytime you do a basic attack, you get 4 seconds, and then 8 seconds, and then 12 seconds, up to 16 additional seconds. So this perk is quite mean. An execute would take 20 seconds, now takes 36 seconds to open. But this does not affect the obsession itself. So this perk has basically 2 conditions. Number 1, find the obsession, hit them a bunch of times. Number 2, make sure that the obsession dies, or at least is disabled in some way, from opening the gates. Because if the obsession itself opened the gates, then this perk does absolutely nothing to them. But if you keep all of those things in mind, delaying the exit gates by 15, 16-ish seconds, it's not that great. It's really not that great. The main issue with this perk is that it gets way outclassed by No Way Out. No Way Out, which is a perk that we just discussed, blocks the exit gate at least 12 seconds and at most 1 minute, warns you that the exit gates are being opened, doesn't need any big requirement, doesn't really discriminate between survivors, works on all of them, obsession or not. And as such, it's just a complete straight upgrade to Remember Me. Unlike Remember Me, survivor cannot speed up anything of No Way Out. With Remember Me, they could have Wake Up, they could have Resilience, they could have Spine Chill, they could still open the gate a little bit faster with some perks that allow them to. But with No Way Out, if they have to sit through a minute, they'll have to sit through a minute, and there's no way to change that if you have all the tokens. So for that reason, this perk is like a shadow of No Way Out. Does that mean that it's terrible? No. No Way Out is very good, and Remember Me is very okay-ish. If you have it along with No Way Out, then you can make a survivor wait 60 seconds, then 20 seconds, then 16 seconds on top, which is a lot. So yeah, you could stall forever with Remember Me and No Way Out. So the fact that you can stack them is nice. And yeah, this perk would also work if it's a 1v1 situation, you close the hatch and the last person is not the obsession, I suppose. So yeah, the fact that you can get it somewhat easily, I guess is okay. And the fact that it can do something is okay-ish. It's just way outclassed by No Way Out. So don't ever run this perk by itself. Run No Way Out from the Trickster. And if you're gonna run it along with that perk just to keep survivors from leaving you too early. Save the Best for Last is a fantastic perk that doesn't work on every killer, but the killers it does work on, it is very decent, and a few killers where it is particularly useful shines a lot and has a rightful place among some of the best perks in the game. So Save the Best for Last works like such. Every time you hit one of the 3 non-obsessions that are in any game, you get 1 token and get 1 point up. Every time you hit the obsession, you lose 2 tokens. So hit non-obsession, +1/+1. Hit the obsession, -2, back to 0. So basically with this perk, you want to avoid hitting the obsession. There are a few ways to do that. You can grab the obsession if possible, and that saves stacks, which is awesome. If they go in a locker, pull them out. If they vault a pallet, grab them, so on and so forth. Or you can use your power. On some killers, you can use your power, and your power completely ignores Save the Best for Last. Save the Best for Last only affects basic attacks. So for some killers that have very interchangeable basic attacks and powers, they go back and forth to avoid losing stacks. We'll get to that. The point is that once you get more and more and more stacks, for each stack, you will recover from your attack, your basic attacks, 5% quicker. So that means that when you hit a survivor, a successful hit, not a miss hit. Miss hit has a fixed cooldown. When you hit a survivor, you do a weapon swipe animation typically, and that takes 3 seconds. With 2 stacks, that recovery is 10% quicker. With 4, it's 20% quicker, and with 8, it's 40% quicker. Having a 40% quicker animation is insanely useful. Insanely useful. For a number of things. The very obvious thing, a survivor that's trying to do something in front of your face just cannot do it. If they have a generator that is like 95% done, you hit them, they try to finish it, you hit them again in almost half the time. Bam. Immediately down. If they're trying to rescue in front of your face, you might very well be able to stop them super quickly, or even if they're not doing it super fast, you might be able to grab them before they can even get the rescue. Super dirty. If they take the first hit and run straight away, typically you are slowed down for a full 3 seconds and they get a speed boost of 150% for 2 seconds. And it takes you a long time to catch up. With this perk, it won't take you nearly as much to catch up. You're going to be shaving a lot of seconds in the time it takes you to get back close to the survivor if they just hold forward and try to get away from you. So for killers that typically hit and then struggle to catch up, with Save the Best for Last, it's a hit at very constant pressure. If a survivor has the misfortune of running into a tree or somehow getting a little bit stuck, that's an immediate hit that results in a down. And it is a very reliable way to secure quick downs near the mid and end game that survivors cannot do too much about. The only thing they can do, not give you free hits, maybe, I don't know, start going into lockers to avoid giving you hits, but they're never gonna do that. The Obsession can try to make themselves annoying, which will occasionally happen, but there's very little they can do if you're smart to prevent this perk from eventually gaining power. And when it does, it is just such a power to be reckoned with. Survivors trying to get rescues on a hook are obviously in a bad spot. Survivors trying to body block against a hook are also heavily affected by this perk. Let's put it that way. When you hit a survivor while you're carrying, this perk still does its thing. So instead of hitting a survivor and having to go through a 1-second animation where they wiggle out, maybe you save maybe a whole second with Save the Best for Last, so you can hook immediately. And multiple survivors body blocking will both feed you hits and not stop you for that long. So Save the Best for Last helps against body blocking. If a survivor is trying to race you to the exit gate, you can catch them faster. Oh man, it's just a really mean perk. Now let's go about some of the things that this perk won't do. If you hit a survivor, but the survivor pallet stuns you, your recovery is fixed. If you hit a survivor with your special attack, like a Hunter's Hatchet, this perk does absolutely nothing. If you miss a hit, obviously this perk also does nothing. It's only for successful hits. When you hit a survivor, you recover at the current amount of tokens that you have. So if you have 8 and you hit the Obsession, you will recover at the new one, 6. And if you have 7 and you hit a non-Obsession, you will recover at 8, so 40%. So that means that your very first hit already gives you some value. Your very first hit is already 5% faster. Your second is 10% faster. So this perk, even though it starts small, already has a small amount of value from the very first hit. The only thing that could really ruin your day is if you hit a survivor, then hit the Obsession, then hit another survivor, then hit the Obsession, and that would make this perk basically useless. But that is something that you can be smart about and try to prevent, and for the most part prevent consistently. What are the killers that benefit from Save the Best for Last the most? The killers that use their special attacks predominantly are not good users. So don't run this on Huntress, don't run this on Cannibal, don't run this on Hillbilly, don't run this on anyone that that mostly uses their M2. It does work. Technically, the nurse uses her M1, but the nurse has a special recovery, the fatigue. So the nurse cannot benefit from this outside of some meme builds, so don't run it on nurse. Basic normal killers that don't insta-down benefit from this a lot. Now, when you're Myers or Ghostface and you insta-down, typically you insta-down and you don't care about the recovery. You don't need to hit, recover, and hit. So this perk is not best suited for them. For almost everyone else, though, it's great. For a trapper, if a swabber steps on a trap, if it's the obsession, grab them, save the stacks. If it's not the obsession, slap them, get the stacks. With Hag, slap people very, very quickly. Even if it's the obsession every now and then, it's not a big deal. And then since you recover quicker, you can also recover and teleport to the next trap faster. So it's great on Hag. For killers such as Demogorgon or the Pig, it is actually one of their best perks. If the obsession is in front of you, use an ambush if possible, or use the shred, which is almost always possible. And then for anything else, try to go for M1s. And then you can become a monster. You can do M1, they get to a pallet, and then M2, bam, you catch them. So on these killers that can alternate between M1 and M2 almost interchangeably, it's just so good. The same can happen to Nemesis, although with Nemesis, I think you're better off learning how to use the Tentacle in the long term. That being said, still a very strong perk on him. This is a perk that survivors need to immediately realize when there's 3 or 4 stacks and it becomes noticeable, they need to immediately realize that it's there and play around it. If a survivor doesn't realize that this perk is there, they can doom their entire team. You're playing against a Deathslinger, another great user, and you take a hit, go for the unhook, and then the Deathslinger recovers in like half the time almost and immediately shoots you off the hook and now gets a down, and from that they go on to win the game. You need to respect this perk as a survivor and really know how to identify it. And if your teammates don't, you might pay the price for them. Tremendously strong perk if you use it correctly on the right killers with the right builds, I suppose. Next up is our first Scorch Hook perk. Scorch Hook perks spawn 4 white colored hooks in the map. These hooks can never be in the basement. They're always outside of the basement. And they can be very wild. Sometimes there's one in each corner, which is nice. Sometimes they're all in one area, which could be a disaster. But for the most part, they're spread out. And no matter how many Scorch Hook perks you equip, there's always going to be 4. When you hook a survivor on either of these 4 hooks, then the effects of the perk trigger. And for Gift of Pain, the effects are the following. When you hook a survivor and they get removed from the hook, they get afflicted by hemorrhage, which means they drop a little bit more blood on the ground, nothing big, and mangled. Mangled is a status effect that works in a really interesting way. It basically makes their healing time 25% longer. So instead of a 16-second heal, they'll take 20 seconds. Instead of a 32-second heal, they'll take 40 seconds. Instead of an 8-second heal, they'll take 10 seconds, and so forth and so on. Saves you a few seconds, increases a few seconds here and there if survivors decide to heal. If survivors do heal the first time, they get slapped with a 9% penalty to their healing speed to others and themselves, and they're repairing until they become injured again. So let's try to analyze that. You hook a survivor on a hook that is a particular hook, maybe, if you're lucky, and when they become unhooked, they take longer to heal, but when they do heal, they are slower by 9% at healing their own healing speed, and also slower at doing gens by 9. But if they get injured, then this 9% goes back. Do you understand the problem with this? There's a few. Number 1, if you don't find a Scorch Hook, which could happen, this perk does nothing. If you have a Scorch Hook, but it's too far and it takes you like 16 seconds to get there, the time that you waste getting to that hook is almost bigger than the time that you inflict on them. Don't forget that you're the killer, they're the survivors. Your time is 4 times as valuable as theirs, basically. So if you spend an extra 5 seconds getting to a hook that you didn't need to, that's not in an optimal area, and they get 3 seconds a slightly longer heal, that is a slap on the wrist to survivors. So the effect on this is very, very mild. Once they do heal, yeah, then they are a bit slower at gens. So if that survivor is left alone for the rest of the match, that 9% on gens could add up. But here's the problem. By the time you catch this survivor, they might have already done half the gens. Maybe that survivor needs to be hooked multiple times. Maybe you'll injure that survivor again, and then the 9% goes away. Or maybe this survivor doesn't even heal and stays injured, which is rarer in the meta right now, but can still happen. And if they stay injured, then the mangle doesn't matter, and then the second effect doesn't matter. So this perk has condition on top of condition on top of condition on top of condition. And ultimately, when you run it, you will have no idea whatsoever of what's going on. You will not know if it actually saved you 3, 5, 10, 15, 20, 65 seconds. You will never know. And it will always piss you off when you have a perk that is not super meta, like Gift of Pain, and you get 4 white hooks that are in the middle of nowhere, and you cannot ever get to them. So it is a very annoying perk that advertises itself to survivors, so they know they have the debuff. So they could even begin to play around it, or at least communicate it and figure out one of your perks, which is never information that you want to divulge if you can. So it's an average perk with a very mild effect that announces itself to survivors that has multiple conditions. The nice thing about this perk, it works nicely with every killer, because, you know, you don't need to do certain attacks, or there's no other trigger conditions. But ultimately, I'm pretty sure after this explanation, you'll agree with me, this is not very good. The nice thing about it, it could stack nicely with other slowdown perks. But ultimately, you're better off with another perk in this perk slot, like the following perk. Now, the following perk is a Scorch Hook done right. Much like the previous one, this Scorch Hook makes 4 random hooks that are not in the basement ever. 4 random hooks around the map become white, and those are the Scorch Hooks. And when you hook a survivor in those hooks, this perk triggers. And even if you use multiple Scorch Hook perks, only 4 spawn at a time. When you hook them with this perk, the effect is very, 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 very simple. The game, when you hook, the game looks at all of the generators in the match. If all of the generators are at 0, this perk, the ones that are left, obviously, not the ones that are completed. If all the remaining generators are at 0, this perk does nothing. And then you know that all the generators are at 0. That's bad, but at the same time, I mean, it's telling you that you're doing okay. So that is bad, but it's not the worst. If there's even a single generator that has any progress, then this perk will pick whichever gen has the most progress and immediately make it explode. Any survivor that is on it will scream, and you can hear the voice in the scream, so you can tell, oh, that was Dwight, oh, that was Feng, by the voice. So it's a little bit of information, if they were working on the generator at the time, and immediately lose 15%. 15% translates to about 12 seconds, give or take, of generator progress. So anytime you hook a survivor in one of those 4 white hooks, you might spend a few extra seconds, yes, getting to that hook in particular, but you're immediately doing a lot of stuff. You're reducing 12 seconds roughly of a generator time. You're knowing that a survivor is there if they scream, and you're knowing that that gen in particular is the most progress one. So that ultimately means that if you have a glance at the gen, and the gen is at 30%, you know that every other gen was below that, because otherwise another gen would have exploded. So that's pretty good. It gives you information in a number of ways. It lets you know that maybe this survivor that you're very interested in is there in particular. Maybe 3 survivors scream at once, and you know that the whole team is there. So the information that you get is awesome. The regression that you get is great. The way that you do it is very natural, because you're going to hook survivors anyway. The only way you wouldn't be hooking survivors is if you're playing Pyramid Head, sometimes. So this perk might not be the best on him, but still decent. Or if you're just leaving them on the ground, but you're not going to do that forever. So this perk will tell you where, how, and when. Awesome. The best part, no cooldown whatsoever. So if a survivor gets rescued and they make a blunder and they give you another down, guess what? Take the next or the same survivor, put them right back on the hook, and another, bam, 50% right on that same, or maybe another generator. So the information, the regression, the fact that this perk works with basically every other really good perk, that's great. with that information from this, you can go and apply Ruin passively. You can go and, if they touch the gen, apply Pop Goose Weasel. It's so good. It's so good. Only major downsides, other than the fact that white hooks sometimes spawn in very crazy ways and make it difficult. Once you kill a survivor, if the hook is gone, you cannot reutilize this. But if you've already killed a survivor, you're doing great. If a generator is completed and they have 0 other gens, then this perk is not as good. If 3 survivors finish a gen in the nick of time, and then you hook the 4th and they had no other gen, yeah, this perk is a bit sad. But I mean, so would any other perk at this point. So that's all right. And it also does not affect a generator that is already blocked. This is super important. So if you have Thrilling Tremors, that is a bad combination to have with this perk. And I would not advise it, because if the gen is blocked by the entity, this perk, as far as I understand it, will not affect it. A gen that is 99% that you block with Thrilling Tremors, or with Grim Embrace, or with Deadman Switch, or any other perk that does that, if this perk triggers, it will completely ignore that gen, which could be a disaster. So run this perk with Ruin, mostly, with Corrupt, fine idea, but be careful about gens popping with multiple survivors, and be careful otherwise. The fact that this perk gives regression and info sometimes saves on an info perk slot, which is just so ridiculously good on it. Yeah, that's mostly it. I believe that if you make a survivor scream, you could trick them into leaving the gen like this for Deadman Switch, but I don't think Deadman Switch is worth this. If you have Deadman Switch, you'll need to find the Obsession and a white hook. And the stars need to align for you to find the Obsession precisely at a place with a white hook. So not a combination I recommend. Almost every other one that makes sense in theory is very good. So this is definitely one of the newer additions to the higher tier of perks possible. Shadowborn I've placed in my tier list in the lowest tier possible, but that is a completely subjective thing. This is an incredibly difficult perk to rate. This perk does not stack with Monitor and Abuse, so you're going to get 15% wider vision, and it's going to not stack with anything else. It's going to be its thing. The 15% wider vision in your FRBU is nice. You see your killer's arms better. You see your weapon better. If a survivor crouches around you or does some gimmicky move, you see it much better. So it's a nice little quality of life that for some people is super useful. There are people that experience motion sickness and cannot play the game without this. And for those people, this might as well be the best perk in the game. Who am I to tell? And some people also only enjoy certain killers and only get to play them properly when they use this perk with them. So if you're one of those people that has this particular special need for this perk, then I'm sure it's good for you. Otherwise, it just makes your eyes fatter. Like, you just see better. That's it. It doesn't do gens. It doesn't do anything for info. It doesn't do anything for tracking, really. I mean, maybe a bit. So yeah, up to you to decide how useful this perk is. As far as I understand it, you can still be flashlight saved from ridiculous angles with this perk, and I don't think, contrary to popular belief, that this actually changes it in any way. So yeah, this perk has no real downsides other than you getting used to it and then getting sick when you take it off. So it's a careful drug. Use it with care. Very well. Then we get to Sloppy Butcher. This perk used to be really good because it was easy to apply and difficult to shake off. Much like some of the other perks that we've seen before that apply Mangled and Hemorrhage, it's a very simple set of two status effects. The Hemorrhage makes survivors drop blood more intermittently, so it's a little bit easier to track. This can very occasionally make a difference, but for the most part can be completely ignored. That being said, there are a few situations where this is good and it's useless. If a survivor is running the perk Lucky Break, they don't drop any blood whatsoever for the first while, and this perk does nothing. But for certain killers, like Twins, Victor, if you are chasing someone with Hemorrhage, Victor can only track through blood. They don't see scratch marks. So for Victor, Sloppy Butcher could help to keep up with someone. Again, this is only could, maybe, potentially. The slightly better blood is rarely a useful factor. But it's something that this perk does consistently when you hit someone with your basic attack. So, hey, that's okay, I suppose. The Mangled is a lot more interesting. It doesn't stack with other slowdown in the way you think. It applies itself after other slowdowns, it would seem. And the formula basically is 25% longer on a heal. So if a heal takes 8 seconds, it's now 10 seconds. If it takes 16, it's now 20. If it takes 32, somehow, it's now 40. Over the course of a whole game, if survivors have very slow healing methods, this can actually be quite crippling and makes this perk worth running in some scenarios. So let's suppose that you're playing a killer that benefits from having multiple survivors injured and can do it relatively fast because they attack with their basic attack mainly. Nurse, who can apply it very quickly. Spirit, who can apply attacks very quickly and tracks healthy injured survivors a lot better because they're louder. Hag, who can make quick work of injured survivors that panic and who hits very quickly if her traps are well set. Those killers can use Sloppy Butcher well, and then when survivors are injured, if they don't heal very slow, if they don't heal quickly enough, they might not be able to go for rescues, they might not be able to get away with some small mistakes, and Sloppy Butcher overall can mess with them. If they do decide to heal, it will slow them down. At the end of the game, maybe all of that adds up to 20, 25, 30 seconds of extra healing time. Sounds pretty reasonable. The big problem with Sloppy Butcher, it does not work on special attacks, so you cannot run it on Legion and expect it to work with your special attack. You cannot run it on Huntress and expect it to work with your special attack. For those killers, you'll have to use certain add-ons if you want a similar effect. And the bigger problem still is that the meta of survivors right now is very much geared towards incredibly quick heals. Survivors have very strong medkits, and this Sloppy Butcher only slows those down a little bit. They have incredibly efficient circle of healing heals, which again, this only slows down a little bit. And sometimes they mix medkit and circle of healing, and this perk is a joke. It's if you slow down a 4-second heal into a 5-second heal, that is still a kick in the gut. And you're wasting a perk slot to do very little work, and survivors are laughing at you because they're healing just so very quick, despite your supposed debuff. So, in these situations where survivors don't have a lot of resources and they don't heal very efficiently, Sloppy Butcher works, but it's hard to tell when these are going to happen. You cannot bank it all on this perk. So, typically, other generator-oriented slowdown perks or add-ons that are easier to use or even perks that inflict broken or add-ons that inflict broken might actually end up being more reliable than Sloppy Butcher. And you might be better off running hexes so that it's hard to set up Circle of Healing and insta-down instead of slowdown healing as a primary strategy to get your downs. So Sloppy Butcher slowing down heals is risky because the best heals in the games laugh in the face of this perk. Not to mention that you don't necessarily have the ability in the first place to get multiple people injured. If you hit a survivor, and then hit another, and then hit another, and then hit another, if they have a good circle of healing, by the time you hit the second, everyone's already back. The first one's already back in good shape. You cannot keep up a good hit and run strategy against some of these really strong healing perks. For that reason, Sloppy Butcher is never a terrible idea. You will almost always get some value out of this perk, but it's a subpar strategy on many killers, unless you really know what you're doing. If you pair Sloppy Butcher with Franklins and they are relying on their medkits, that could turn ugly, because now they lose their medkits, they lose their charges, and normal healing, they're not prepared, they don't do it fast. That could work on, say, Hag. But still, a dangerous idea that could get countered. I would rather go for hexes, insta-down perks, and the like, rather than rely on Sloppy Butcher. Next up is Spies from the Shadows. This is a shame of a perk, because it does something that seems really useful, but ultimately just falls short and gives you very redundant information. Anytime a survivor runs into a perk and the perk into a crow and the bird flies off, if you are within 36 meters, which is a fairly big range, you will get a visual notification of the crow. letting you know where it is. You don't see the survivor themselves, but you see the crow, and most of the time you have a good idea of where the survivor is, or at least the general vicinity. There is a very, 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 very short cooldown of 5 seconds so that this doesn't get spammed. But basically, other than that very small cooldown, the perk has almost no cooldown. So that's nice. Main issue with this perk. You are mostly, for the most part, carrying a 32-meter terror radius. Survivors in that terror radius are careful and don't necessarily set off crows. Survivors outside of that terror radius are basically outside of your range. You might not hear. So this perk gives you information oftentimes that is just redundant. If a survivor sets off a crow in the distance, you can see it without this perk, and you don't need this perk. If a survivor sets off a crow right next to you, you can hear it or see it in front of you. So this perk sometimes will be like, there, yeah, the survivor that you're chasing right in front of you, yeah, the one that you just hit, he's right there. And it feels wasteful. Wasteful. Very, very wasteful. On top of that, in certain maps, survivors can trigger crows from different floors, which will make this perk straight up lie to you. I've seen survivors set off crows while they are on the hook, sitting on the hook, which should be patched, but has not. So that will also lie to you. And in some maps with certain crows sitting on certain places, like for example, the Pale Rose, this perk can activate completely far away from where the survivor set off the crows, which you can get used to, but at the same time, why? So yeah, the Deathslinger has a unique ability where every time he shoots, he scares crows away. So this doesn't work well on the Deathslinger. And yeah, most other killers don't use this perk really well. I've used this perk with more success on killers like Ghostface. Because their terror radius is small or non-existent, survivors are more likely to set off crows closer to you without realizing it. And then that could give you a bit of a hint of what they're doing. Because it also works while you phase, Spies from the Shadows can actually help you as a spirit. You cannot see auras as a spirit, but you can see the bird indications. So this can help you keep tracking as a spirit if you have absolutely nothing else to help you. I've also occasionally have it, every now and then if I put it on, it will tell me where a survivor is on the other side of a building or the other side of a tall wall. And that can occasionally be useful. But the fact that this perk is so horribly inconsistent, gives you such redundant information, works so sparingly, it's so annoying, and only occasionally gives you good information, makes it incredibly unreliable, and I have a really hard time recommending it on anyone as anything other than a beginner perk that you run until you get something better. It also goes without saying that some maps have a lot of birds and some maps have very few birds. And some maps are so open that all the birds that could possibly run off, you literally would see all of them. So the utility of this is even more diminished in such a case. Overall, terrible perk. Oh, also, if the survivor has Calm Spirit, they don't trigger this perk. So if your bad perk gets gets brought up against another bad perk, then it does nothing. Terrible. Spirit Fury, a very, very, very simple perk. Only use it at level 3 because level 1 and 2 are really lacking. But once it gets to level 3, it triggers every 2 pallets. You break one pallet, you break another pallet, and then for the third one, this is ready, which is awesome. If you break a breakable wall, it doesn't work, so don't try that. It doesn't matter how you break the pallet, by the way. If you break the pallet with your Tentacle Nemesis, that works. If you break it with a Chainsaw, that works. If you break it with Legion Pin, that works. The only time it doesn't work is when the pallet breaks itself. That doesn't count. But yeah, the next time you become stunned, the entity breaks the pallet on contact with your head. So basically, survivor drops pallet, break it, survivor drops pallet, break it, survivor drops pallet, on top of you, automatically breaks. There is an unfortunate thing about this perk. It does not prevent a pallet save. So if you're right on top of a pallet and you pick up a survivor and some other smart survivor shows up and drops it on top of you, unfortunately, you will still be stunned. The pallet will break immediately, so hey, you save a couple seconds later. But you will lose the survivor and they will walk off. These are situations you want to avoid. Breaking pallets randomly is good. It saves you a couple seconds from a kick here and there. But mostly you want to use this perk aggressively in chase so that when a survivor drops a pallet, they lose a bit of momentum. You get stunned a little bit and then you catch up to a survivor quickly after. And if you're smart, you can use this information to shorten a potential chase a lot. So if I have my Spirit Fury activated and I'm chasing a survivor, and I notice that I have a lot of windows, maybe I will leave them and I will go for another survivor that is going to try to loot me at pallets. Because I know that if they make a little misstep with this perk, I can beat them up and end a chase really quickly. Some of the cool things that you can do with this perk, especially if you have Enduring, you can hit a survivor, have them pallet stun you, break the pallet immediately, recover immediately because of Enduring, and then hit them again quickly. So it's like hit, stun, break, hit. Super, super fast, which is really, really funny. So do you need to run Enduring with this perk? If you want to use it to its highest potential, yes, but you don't need to. A couple killers that I think benefit from this perk. Demogorgon breaks pallets really, really quickly. And you break them so often, especially with Barb's glasses, giving you a faster cooldown, that this perk by itself can be good. Sometimes you can shred at a pallet, miss, they drop it on top of you, you get rid of it. And now, if they make it to the next window, you might be able to catch up with your shred, even if they are a little bit fast. Similar, Nemesis, if you are scared of pallets and you're a beginner Nemesis, I think it's a great perk. Breaks pallets super fast with his tentacle. And if a survivor's trying to play around a pallet really smart, just smash right through it. They break it on top of you. Yeah, they'll make distance, but you're likely to hit them with a tentacle. I would also run it on Clown if you're going to be very, very cheeky. You throw a yellow bottle at a pallet. They go and drop it on top of you. And by the time the break-in happens, you get the yellow bottle effect and catch up to them quicker. You can do some cheeky things like that with Spirit Fury. What you will find many times is that you use Spirit Fury and you use it maybe twice or thrice per game. In some games, you will win or lose having broken 2 pallets. Sometimes pallets, for one reason or another, you just don't even need to break them. And going out of your way to do so is kind of bad. You can try to do the thing where you leave a pallet unbroken, you use Spirit Fury, and then you go back and break it quickly, which can work very well with fast killers that break it fast like Nemi. So you can do little things to help your Spirit Fury economy, but ultimately you're going to use it a couple times per match. If the survivors are on comms, they might even realize that you have it early or after you use it once and pre-drop the pallets. If they pre-drop the pallets and don't stun you with them, Spirit Fury doesn't work. And there's nothing more frustrating and fury-inducing than having Spirit Fury up, trying to get use out of it, and then seeing every survivor be like, drop, 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 drop immediately. So if you really, really need to, and it's not super obvious, lunge at the pallet to maybe make sure that you get stunned and get rid of it if you want to force the Spirit Fury to work. In these situations, it's a very okay-ish perk that in some maps shines and some maps doesn't shine at all. Running with Enduring on killers like Hillbilly if you want to dominate pallets. Run it by itself on a few select killers if you have nothing else or want to experiment. Typically though, not worth a perk slot. If you want to catch up to survivors before they even get to pallets, Save the Best for Last that we just discussed is a really good alternative on many M1 oriented killers. And other perks will probably just help you in chase a little bit more. If you want to deal with pallets, Brutal Shred, which we discussed a long time ago, is also a little bit more consistent and has less obvious counterplay from the survivors. That's about it for Spirit Fury. If you break a pallet with Spirit Fury being dropped on top of you, remember, that pallet doesn't count as a break, so it doesn't give you another pallet towards the next, you need 2 more. And if survivors have Alert, that doesn't trigger Alert. So that's an interesting thing to know, but not that it matters much for you as a killer. Next up is Starstruck. And this perk has a cooldown, but works in a really interesting way. Basically, Starstruck makes it so that anytime you are carrying a survivor, and for the whole duration that you're carrying the survivor, your terror radius, however big or small it is a dead zone. And any survivor that stays in that dead zone is permanently exposed, which means they go down in 1 hit if they're healthy to your basic attack, which is everything you can do while you carry, right? Just the basic attack. When the survivors exit that 32 or whatever terror radius, or when you eventually stop carrying the survivor, the timer begins to tickle down. So if I have a survivor next to me and I drop or hook the survivor, for the next 30 seconds, they are still exposed. If the survivor went really, really far away early, then the timer begins to tick down faster because they left it quicker. But typically, they don't have a lot of chances to do that if they're close. So you pick up a survivor, anyone getting in your way would immediately go down. They get a big, loud warning, so it's not a quiet, stealthy perk. And if they are dumb enough to take a hit, they will go down in one hit, typically. This will mostly push survivors into hiding, into running away, into holding forward and making distance. You will then, after you're done carrying, see the perk begin to tickle down. And it's a whole minute of cooldown. By the time it reaches the middle, that's when you know that the survivor that you might be chasing is not affected by it probably anymore. So if I hook a survivor and I chase someone directly afterwards, directly next to me, I will look at my perk and look at it reach the middle. When it reaches the middle of 60-second cooldown, I like, okay, I have this much time to down the survivor. So that's a really good indicator of whether or not you can down someone. If you see that you're going to reach the 30 seconds and you're nowhere close to hitting the survivor, just give up on it, go do something else. Evaluate the situation accordingly. After the 60 seconds, the perk begins to be active again. And here's the beautiful part of it. It can happen mid animation. So, for example, let's say that you have a 15 seconds of cooldown left. And then you pick up a survivor. And then you carry a survivor. Carry. You carry them for 14 seconds. You carry them for 14.5 seconds. And then at the 15 second, bam, the perk activates again. And until you drop that survivor, again, everyone in your terror radius gets affected. And because this is a very short cooldown, and you don't down survivors that often, and the cooldown can happen, and the perk can happen mid-animation, it's not like Thrill and Tremors where you need to wait to pick up. You can just, we'll get to that in a second, you can just carry, and the perk eventually will work mid-carry animation. So this makes the cooldown actually incredibly short and incredibly good. Because you can have a killer chase you, pick up someone, and then you see nothing, and the cooldown ends, and it's suddenly, bam, suddenly starstruck. And it's really, really scary. The only downside of the cooldown is that it happens even if there's no one in it. If you pick up a survivor and there's no one in your terror radius, unfortunately the perk still goes on cooldown. So you cannot use it as a way to gather information. But still, you will have ample chances to trigger this perk on multiple survivors. Catching them is a different issue, but there are a lot of killers that can catch survivors easily, that have big terror radiuses, or that can teleport to places, and this perk is very scary on them. A nurse is by far the best user of this perk. She downs someone, she picks them up, hooks them, and anyone within a big radius has to be really scared. Going into a building against the nurse is not enough. Holding forward, depending on her add-ons, is not good enough. Very powerful on her. Deathslinger can also do really, really huge damage. And any other killers like Trapper, Hag, you cannot take hits against them, so they can make it to the basement. If you are nearby, you cannot do anything for 30 seconds. It's a fair perk because it forces survivors to keep their distance for a little while, and they can definitely play around it. But it's an impactful, scary perk that in the right hands with a few mistakes can absolutely turn a game around. For that reason, it is pretty strong. Be advised, because this perk works on terror radius, if you're running Monitor and Abuse, while you carry, you're not technically in chase if there's no one in front of you. So anything that makes your terror radius smaller or gone, undetectable, will make this perk useless. So it will also hide it, but be careful. You could potentially have a Tinkerer trigger, another perk that we'll get to in a minute, and make this perk not do anything at all. So be mindful and be careful about your add-ons, powers, and other perks so that they don't interfere with Starstruck. If you run with the right killer, with the right build around it, it is a very good insurance that no one will get in your way, and a potential really scary threat especially if you're really good at ending chases in 30 seconds with whatever killer you used is on, and survivors make a few mistakes, this perk definitely really powerful. Yeah, that's about it. Strider is an interesting perk. It has a main effect and a secondary effect. Survivors that are around you, as long as they are not injured with Iron Whale, they always make some breathing sounds. And they are very different from survivor to survivor, but it's typically something like with some difference in cadence, interval, whatever. Sometimes that can make you find a survivor that is sitting and hiding right next to you. And with Strider, that little bit of breathing is slightly, very slightly louder by 25%. This is okay. I like that effect, actually. The next effect is actually the main effect of the perk, which is anyone who is in pain is louder. So survivors that are injured, their cries of pain are louder. There are some problems with this. Let's go over the good things about it. If a survivor is slightly far away and would typically have their cries of pain muffled by some other sound, this perk could help you find them if they're trying to be stealthy. So that's where this perk shines a little bit. It can help you find someone that you might barely miss. And if a survivor is in a locker, which makes them very quiet, this perk would also help you hear them if you walk by it. That's about it. Now, all of the problems. Survivors running Iron Will are 100% silent, and this perk makes no difference. If a survivor has Iron Will in a locker, crouching, whatever they're doing, they are doing zero noise, and 50% of zero is now 0. So this perk does not affect anyone with Iron Will. People on the ground have a special modifier, and they are not affected by Strider, so you will not hear them clearly with Strider either. So yeah, this perk fails in those scenarios. There's also the very annoying thing that you constantly use noise, even without realizing, to gauge how far a survivor is. With Strider, this is going to throw you off massively. You're going to hear a survivor on the other side of a wall and think that they are right there when in fact they are 3 meters ahead. So this messes with your muscle memory, if you will, of your sound recognition and your distance gauging capabilities. And that is horrible. And that is terrible. This perk used to be good when it countered Iron Will, which is a super common, super strong, stealthy perk for survivors that makes them extremely quiet. They don't even breathe. But now it's technically hard countered by Iron Will. Someone injured makes no breathing noise, no running, panting noise, and no cries of pain noise when they're injured. So Strider does literally nothing. And for that reason, it is literally a niche perk with no niche. There's no one that benefits from running this. It does stack with some very rare add-ons on Freddy, Huntress, and Nurse to make survivors even louder. But there's no real reason to ever have those. So I cannot recommend that to anyone, anywhere, anytime, unfortunately. Surveillance is an unfortunate perk because I believe to this day it still might be bugged. Please check for yourself when this video comes out and see if I'm wrong. I would love, and I'm going to judge this perk as if it was not bugged. Currently, when this perk has a generator reach 0, it sometimes tells you the wrong information. But assuming that they've patched that in the future, Surveillance is an okay perk. Anytime a generator is regressing, which means it's going back because you kicked it, because Ruin automatically kicked it, because Pain Resonance kicked it, because Oppression kicked it, that's it. Oh, because Jolt/Search kicked it. Yeah, because any of those things kicked it, any way it happens, Surveillance will make that generator glow white instead of red. So when you look at it, you'll know that it's still going regressing and you will be assured that no one has touched it. If eventually a generator is touched, it will turn yellow. If it reaches a 0, it will turn red, but it will still turn yellow if someone touches it. So when you look, you see the generator is yellow, that means someone touched it in the last couple seconds. So that's good. It's basically a, hey, they're here perk. Sometimes survivors, when they spawn in a game, they touch the generator, they let go just to check for ruin, and then they touch it again, and this perk immediately tells you, hey, there's someone here. So this perk goes well with all of the aforementioned perks. However, it just gets outclassed by other stronger perks, and there's no way to sugarcoat it. Tinkerer, which we'll get to in a minute, is more reliable, has no real counterplay, and gives you better secondary effects. Discordance is more immediate and harder to dodge. Pain Resonance itself warns you which gen is being done the most, so it's more attractive. Other perks are just slightly better, honestly. The one thing that Surveillance does have going for it is that it makes the noise that survivors make be heard from further. So that means that if a survivor is working on a generator and you get close to the generator, you're going to hear the clicky, not the generator sounds themselves, which are very loud, but the clicky, the tinkering noises that they do when they touch the gen. This can come in handy in two situations. When you get to a gen, you can know that there's a survivor working on it until the last second, and you're going to search very close, and this helps. And when you go away from a gen, you would be surprised how many times you hear something. You go to a gen, no one here, kick the gen, go away, and when you're slightly further, you hear clicky, and then you turn around and there's a cheeky survivor that was hiding. And you hear it only thanks to Surveillance, because those 8 meters are quite nice. This counters a certain rare perk called Technician, and this counters a certain rare add-on on toolboxes that does the same thing, if they have it, but they never will, so yeah, it's pretty good. That's the one thing that really makes me want to run it sometimes, the bait effect plus this side effect. However, in the main effect, as I said, it just gets outclassed, and many times you will just not have the time or the perks to make generators regress. So I would run Surveillance with those perks that I mentioned on killers that benefit from knowing that a gen is being worked. With Ghostface, you can go back and catch a survivor off guard. With Freddy, you can teleport. With a killer like Hag, who is very passive, defending things, I don't care if gens are being done. I'll just have other perks to help me in other areas. So Surveillance is lacking in that department, but an okay choice if your build supports this perk. Territorial Imperative is an interesting perk. It's one that can be quite game-changing if the stars align, but that ultimately is a really bad choice on most killers. If a survivor goes into the basement for whatever reason to do whatever, the moment they touch the bottom of the stairs, almost not the bottom, but the middle part near the bottom, this perk will detect them as long as you're far away, and you will hear a little shooting, a little sound effect. You will see this perk trigger, and if you look at the basement, you'll also see their aura for a few seconds, which might give you an idea. They're going for the rescue, they're going for a locker, sometimes maybe they go into to check a chest. You can see with those 3 seconds sometimes. And depending on what killer you're playing, that can be a really, really easy down. If you're playing Huntress or Cannibal or Hag, you can put a trap at the top, go down, hit them, they come up, you hit them again, or pick them out of a locker, or hit them with your chainsaw, or double hit them with hatchet and then basic attack. So there's a lot of killers that can really mess you up if you go into the basement. Go into the basement at the wrong time and you mess up the rest of your team as well, and you kill all of them and you lose the game. However, most survivors don't have anything to do in the basement. Why would they go in the basement? They don't have a reason to go there. There's no good advantage to go in there. There's a chest for an item, but they typically bring items or they do boom totems outside of the basement. Survivors typically don't go into the basement. If they go into the basement looking for an item, a hoarder might help you better. It doesn't have a range restriction. This perk will not work if you're closer than 32 meters to the stairs or so of the basement. And that's bad, because if the basement is in the middle, and in many maps it's right in the middle, there's like, this perk will do nothing as long as you're not really far from it. So it's a perk that gives you info, maybe with a condition. That's really bad. That's really, really bad. Even if you're one of those killers that can really benefit from basement, it's not a very reliable pick. Now, how do you make this perk quite scary? There are a few ways, but ultimately they're just meme range, very specific builds. The scariest one I can think of involves using a teleport killer, like Demogorgon with some kind of add-on, with Nurse with a quick teleport, Hag with certain add-ons, and you hook someone in the basement using the perk Make Your Choice, so that the person that unhooks becomes insta-downable. And then when someone unhooks, you get a warning early, and you teleport there right on time, and then you catch the next person, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. The 20-second cooldown is not a big deal. Typically 20 seconds is enough between unhooks, so you could keep doing this forever if Make Your Choice if the cooldown of Make Your Choice allows it. So yeah, you could do that. But then you go to a map with a terrible basement. Or the survivors just for some reason never go down near the basement. And then your entire plan goes out of the window. Ultimately, other than some meme perks, meme builds as I just explained, this is a terrible perk that you would best avoid. Seriously. If you want to have a basement build, Hoarder can tell you about people going in there. Agitation can help you reach basement from very far. Save the Best for Last can help you keep people close to the basement and then slap, slap, slap on M1 killers that do basic attacks mostly before they get out to get multiple injures. And those would be better perks overall than Territorial Imperative. So yeah, it also gets outclassed by those if you're looking for that playstyle. Coulrophobia. This perk is deceiving in what it does. Basically, it has like a stack or token system that goes from 5 to 10 to 15 to 20%. And it depends on how many injured survivors are there. Survivors that are dying on the ground and survivors that are on the hook also count as injured. So if you have a survivor on the hook, one on the ground, and one injured, that's 3 stacks. So 15%. Either whether it's 0, 5, or 20%, this will apply a debuff to repairs, to sabotage, and totem cleansing. Not totem blessing, so they can still bless very quickly, but totem cleansing. Yeah. One thing that you need to understand is that the way slowdown works in this game follows a very unique formula. So for example, if you have 2 people injured and a generator takes 80 seconds to do, logical thinking would tell you that if they are 10% slower, a generator will take 88 seconds, right? And if I have 20%, then it will be 16 seconds instead of 8. So it will be, what, 96? Well, that's not quite true. It actually is 100 seconds because the formula is slightly different. So this perk is slightly better than you would think. Very, very slightly better when it begins to do its thing. The problem, of course, is that injuring multiple survivors is incredibly difficult. Keeping them all injured with big healing spits from Wound Totem, Circle of Healing, and medkits is incredibly difficult still. So on average, it's very possible that your first 1 to 2 gems will be done before you get many people injured, if anyone at all. And on average, throughout the course of the match, it's very, very possible that you will have an average of 1 to 2 people injured. So this will be maybe an average of 10% slowdown throughout for repairs, sabos, and totems. The totem part is largely inconsequential. If you want to slow down totems, Throw the Hunt is a meaner, stronger perk. The repair eventually adds up. With other perks, it can be a bit annoying if you have the killer that can keep people injured. Some killers that seem like a good idea. Legion. Legion can keep people injured for a long time. They have to mend, so even strong healing items cannot heal too quickly. And I think Legion is the best user of Coulrophobia. Twins. You keep people injured and broken with Victor. It's possible you could get some use out of it. But there's nothing to keep them from killing really, really quickly. And if you have an early match that is slow for you, it will backfire horribly. People think Plague. People forget that you can cleanse very quickly against Plague. and I think it can backfire. Survivor's cleansing well, and you try to overextend can backfire. I would not use this on Plague. Plague has incredible perks that are really good on her. Very many good ones. Check out our good builds for Plague. Twins have still a decent selection, and Legion, who might be the best user of Thanatophobia, still has better perks than Thana. Pain, Resonance, Ruin, Jolt / Search. All of those perks would fail a fourth perk slot way better than Thana ever would, and would overall be harder to counter, not as loud and obvious to survivors, which they can see Thana working, and overall much more impactful. So Thana is just not a good perk. Even the best killers struggle to keep people injured because people can heal so quickly nowadays, and obviously everyone else, as a trapper, don't be surprised if you lose 3 gens before you get more than 2 people injured ever. So this perk, while consistent and will always give you some value, is typically a bad choice that only adds up to a few seconds at the end of a match. Now, let's talk about some of the lesser obvious things about Thana. When survivors work on a generator together, they get slowed down, unless they have the perk prove thyself, they get slowed down for working together on a gen. That adds up with Thana. I've seen survivors make horrible miscalculations with Thana. I see a survivor with another survivor on a gen, the gen is at like 90%, I am approaching, and they get really greedy. They think, yeah, we can finish this gen. So they try to finish the gen. I go there, I hit them. Now, maybe it's 5 or 10 or 15%. They don't realize that they're doing that gen like 30% slower than usual. They see the bar at 99% and they think they can do it. But because of Thana, they can't. And I hit them and they lose and they die. And that can be very occasionally powerful. The 20 or 15% slower sabotage can also be very good. Let's say that you have one survivor injured and a survivor comes with a toolbox and tries to sabotage a hook in front of you. You hit them, you interrupt them, they try to sabotage again, but now it's 10% slower sabotage. And sometimes 10% slower sabotage means that you can hit them again before they even finish. So potentially this could completely sabotage a sabotage. So I like Thana in those scenarios, but these are very far and in between, and for most of your games, these things won't happen. You'll just have a mediocre perk that slows the gens just a little bit, and that would be much better off replaced with something more reliable that gives you info so that you know what to do, or that slows down gens in a more aggressive, active way. So yeah, that's pretty much it for Thana. Next up is Sterling Tremors. Now this perk is decent and good, and by itself can give a bit of info, but it's better paired with other perks. Unfortunately, with some new additions to the cast, this perk has lowered in desirability because it has worse interactions with some of them. Let's explain how it works. When you pick up a survivor, this perk checks if it's on cooldown. If it's not on cooldown, it activates. If it's on cooldown, it doesn't activate. So that's not very good. And if it activates, it goes and checks every gen that's available on the map right now. Every gen that's not completed, obviously. And if the gen is being worked on by a survivor, it ignores it and it does nothing. But if the gen is not being worked on by the survivor, it blocks it with the entity. Gens that are blocked cannot regress past that or anything. So they are protected from killer and survivor, both. And because the gens get protected, you see them in white. So this is actually an extremely reliable way to block a generator for 16 seconds that's not being worked, or to at least know that a gen is being worked on. So the basic way in which this perk functions is I down survivor, I pick up survivor, while I transport the survivor, I look around the map, and I see white gen, no one on it, white gen, no one on it, red gen, some people on it. So I go to that red gen and expect to find people. If I have Pop Goes the Weasel, it works really well, because that gen typically has progress, and I'll go kick it and it will lose a quarter of the total progress. Awesome. If I am Freddy, that's great. I know that gen is being done. I can teleport there. If I am Demogorgon, I can use my portals. If I am a high mobility killer, I can immediately act on the information. This is great. The fact that the gens get blocked can be good and bad. If a gen is at 99% and you block it, yes, you protect it from someone finishing it, but you also cannot kick it yourself. So sometimes this perk will get on your nerves and you'll be like, why is this gen blocked? Come on, come on, come on. I want to kick it with Pop Goes the Weasel or whatever. And if a gen is blocked, it will not be consumed by Ruin. It will not be affected by Pain Resonance. It will not be affected by Deadlock. So some of those really, really good meta perks just don't work well with Thrilling. So Thrilling goes best with Pop Goes the Weasel, and that's about it. Otherwise, it kind of gets in the way of other common meta slow gen regression perks. That's the big shame about Thrilling. The cooldown is also really shameful. Unlike Starstruck, if you're carrying a survivor and the cooldown ends, the perk doesn't activate. So sometimes what you might do is pick up a survivor, take them to a hook, drop them, pick them up again because your cooldown just ended just to get info. I've done that sometimes and it can be okay. So yeah, if you have Surge, Jolt, any perk that regresses gens, it might conflict with Thrilling. Be careful. If not, it's an okay perk to know what to do and where to go. Don't forget that a generator could be left at 99% while a survivor goes away and it could still be blocked. So you cannot take the information as fact that a gen is at 0. A gen could be done, the survivor nearby could be just not doing it. If that's the case, at least you block it for 16 seconds and they cannot ever do anything about it. So in those situations, it's not too bad. One really nice thing about Thrilling Tremors is the way it interacts with your ability to kick survivors off of gens. Let me explain. If you're playing Doctor and you know a generator is about to be done, you can shock it with your blast, and when people scream away, immediately pick up to kick them off the gen and then block it so that every gen that you are contested gets blocked. Freddy can do a similar thing. Down a survivor, pretend to teleport to a generator, and when they get off, immediately cancel, pick up, and that gen is blocked. And now you have 16 seconds to take your merry time, maybe go to another gen, smoke a cigar, do whatever. So there are some dirty tricks you can do with Killer to mess with survivors, get them off gens, and trigger Thrilling Tremors on purpose, which is awesome. It's ultimately an okay perk, but as you'll see, some of the perks, like the one that's coming up, Tinkerer, outclass it in some way. They have fewer downsides, lesser cooldowns, other things that make it just a bit more, that make them just a bit more appealing. Still solid perk by itself, and even more solid with some appropriate synergizing perks. Tinkerer is an incredible perk that at worst gives you critical info and at best allows you to stop gens on their tracks. When a generator reaches the 70% point of progress, it triggers a loud noise. This loud noise is not easily confusable with other noises because it has a specific sound, and it gives you the undetectable status effect for the next 16 seconds, which is a long time, a very long time. With 16 seconds, you can cover a lot of the map to get to that generator. And when you do, you will have no turret radius, no red stain. If you're a bit crafty, you might get a grab out of it. At least you'll get a good head start on the survivors before they speed off, for sure. And this is awesome. This is great. Every time the gen hits 70, this perk triggers. No cooldown, no other condition. They have 3 gens and they all hit 70. You get 3 Tinkerers back to back to back. No cooldown. If a generator is at 70 and then you kick it and it regresses below 70 and then it gets back up again, Tinkerer triggers. So that already makes this perk incredible with Ruin, incredible with Pop, incredible with Pain Resonance, although Pain Resonance gives you information, so you might not need it as much. Anything that can regress a gen makes Tinkerer even stronger and makes your presence even more felt. Now, survivors eventually will notice that your red stain disappears, that your turret radius fades away, and eventually, either as a team or individually, they'll figure out that you have Tinkerer. At that point, when they reach a gen and reach 70%, they're going to start to be a lot more careful. So they're not going to be dummies. That being said, that doesn't change the fact that this perk is telling you that someone is there. So let's say I'm playing Oni and I chase a survivor. and I get my power. And now I have a big power to down survivors quickly. And that survivor is in a big building where I have nothing to do. That's a bummer. I don't want to chase that survivor. If at that moment I hear Tinkerer go off in the other side of the map, I'm going to use my power and zoom my way there, and now I find maybe 1 or 2 survivors. If Tinkerer triggers super early, you are guaranteed to find multiple survivors, because you know for a fact that a single survivor might have not been able to do a gen at 70 that quickly. So you can deduce a lot of information. When Tinkerer triggers, there is a countdown around it of 16 seconds, and depending on the information that you have from other perks or your own guess and estimates, you can figure out if you can make it to the gen or not. So if I know that there's only 1 survivor on the generator because I have discordance and can rule it out, or because I just know for a fact that it's only 1, I can look at the timer and be like, okay, from 70 to 100% takes about 24 seconds. So I'm gonna make it there in about 20 seconds. So when the timer reaches 16, I have about 4 seconds of margin to stop this generator and maybe kick it with some perk or have Ruin do its thing. So you can, with this perk, make incredibly good, accurate decisions to defend gens and bring them back from the brink and keep fighting for them the way you should as a killer. So Tinkerer is incredibly good by itself, incredibly good with regression perks. Not to say, if you are playing a killer that has a big presence, like a cannibal with a chainsaw, getting that close to a survivor sometimes can mean a literal insta-down. If you're some other killer, you can still get crazy good value out of it still. So yeah, this perk is absolutely nuts. It makes every killer into a part-time stealth killer. It makes every killer into a gen control killer. Even if a gen gets done far away, you know that it's getting done, and you can make your estimates about how long it will take and whether or not you want to do this or not. Let's say that there's 1 generator left, right? And I have a person on the hook, and there's only 1 survivor doing it, because I've killed the other 2. I would be in a very difficult position. If I go to the other side of the map to check the generators, they might rescue. If I stay on the hook, they might finish the gens and get away. What do I do? Do I camp? Or do I go out and risk losing the person on the hook? With Tinkerer, you just sit on your bum, you just sit on your ass, and that's it. If the survivors do gens, Tinkerer tells you, so you go. If they don't do gens, you just sit there and you know that you're fine, and you can camp for the next 20, 30, whatever seconds, whatever it is you estimate. So Tinkerer helps you to be mobile, helps you to be non-mobile. It helps you to make the best decisions so very often that it's honestly a wonder. It really outclasses almost every other, if not every other gen tracking perk by a mile, and it is much more reliable than survivor tracking perks. Survivor tracking perks can be hidden by auras, auto-hitting perks. They can be hidden by a bunch of things. They have cooldowns. They have a bunch of little downsides that this perk is not shackled by. So for that reason, it is one of the best perks in the game that you only may not want to run on a few killers because the stealth is redundant. But even those benefit from Tinkerer. That's how good it is. Mind you, very important, if you're playing Tinkerer, you still make certain noises as certain killers. Don't think you're completely stealthy. Important to realize. Trail of Torment is just a poor man's Tinkerer. It's not an incredibly good perk. Unfortunately, when you kick a generator, you become undetectable for a very long time, potentially. As an undetectable killer, you do not emit a red stain, your terror radius shrinks to nothing, and you cannot be seen by certain perks and items and stuff. So that's great. When you do that, you have a good chance to catch someone off guard doing this and doing that. So yeah, it's a very natural perk. Typically as a killer, not very often, but you should be kicking generators every now and then. Maybe not if you have certain perks, but for the most part, you will be kicking some generators at some point. And having this perk just means that every now and then you become invisible and have a chance to surprise the next survivor or 2. The problems are numerous, however. If the generator stops regressing, this perk stops working. And that is horrible. If you kick a generator that is at 1%, you kick it, the perk lasts for half a second, then you lose it and it goes on cooldown. which is incredibly annoying. Incredibly annoying. This perk would go super well with Pop Goes the Weasel. And if you kick a generator that has 25% progress or less, you kick it, you trigger the perk, it goes on cooldown, and you get no value out of it whatsoever, because technically the gen reached 0. So this perk shoots itself in the god without any other help. This perk is already bad just because of that. On top of that, survivors see the generator turn to yellow. And when the generator turns to yellow, if they touch it, they stop regressing. And if it stops regressing, you guessed it, the undetectable ends. So a cheeky survivor can touch the gen immediately. And yeah, you could bait them into touching the gen. Maybe you have Dragon Trip. It's a horrible idea. Don't bother. It's just terrible. It's just not good. It's just not good. They can touch it. The gen can reach 0 too early. If you injure a survivor, you also lose it immediately. So you can kick a generator, and then a survivor just shows up from the middle of nowhere. You hit them, and you lost the perk. 60 seconds of cooldown. So the cooldown is annoying. The ways to lose them are annoying. The fact that the generator turns yellow and it tells the survivor is annoying as hell, because it just makes a perk that doesn't need to be loud into a very stupid announcement that you have a perk. The only redeeming quality is that survivors have 2 perks that also turn generators yellow. One of them called Better Together / Situational Awareness, and the other one called Blast Mine. So if a survivor is not paying a lot of attention, they might mistake this for one of those. If they're not paying a lot of attention. If they are, kiss any utility of this perk goodbye. So yeah, the best you can do is run this perk with Pop. Hope that you don't kick gens that are less than 25. Pop a gen, and then maybe, if they're distracted, you catch the next survivors a little bit off guard. If you have this with Oppression, which has another horribly long cooldown, you can make survivors miss a skill check on other generators as you kick one. And if they're distracted, they might not realize the yellow part. But again, the horribly long cooldowns just destroy any kind of synergy these 2 perks could have. Not to mention, there are some killers that are just not good at stealth. Killers like Huntress have a big lullaby that doesn't go away. Freddy has a big lullaby that never goes away. So those killers can't even use this. It's just a bad, sad perk, unfortunately. Unnerving Presence. It turns your terror radius into a passive debuff area where anyone hitting a skill check has a slightly better chance to get a skill check. And the skill check itself is slightly smaller. And by slightly, I mean 60. But it's only slightly, you know? Okay, let's go with the obvious. You do not want to run this perk on stealth killers, or killers with a small terror radius, or killers that lose the terror radius with their perks and abilities. So immediately, this is bad on Freddy. Because he doesn't have a terror radius when people are asleep. It's bad on Huntress, only 20-meter terror radius. It's bad on Myers. You get what I'm going. Now, on the killers that it is good, or the killers that have a normal or even abnormally large terror radius, does this do anything incredible? No. Having a better chance to get a skill check can literally help survivors. If they get greater skill checks, first of all, they see an indication that this perk is working, so they know where they're coming from. And they have a greater chance to hit one of those skill checks and get 5% faster healing, 1% immediately faster on a generator. So this perk can actually make survivors do actions faster. Why would you do that? That's just not good. Yes, some very new survivors might panic and miss some skill checks, but that is not something you want to rely on for very long. Eventually, the competent or even semi-competent survivors will completely make a joke out of this perk. The only times where I think this perk can honestly get a little bit annoying is when you pair it with Doctor and the skill checks appear randomly across the screen. And the skill checks are in reverse. And then you have Overcharge, which is a small skill check by itself. And that gets a little bit annoying. Unnerving Presence then begins to shine a tiny little bit. You might still lose if you don't bring yourself to a map where it really matters, and if the survivors are smart enough. If you want to have an idea of how bad this perk is, hitting a normal skill check is just super easy. I had my a person close to me once who is a very good survivor, and I tried to test if this perk made them miss more skill checks, and they actually hit skill checks better with this perk because it helped them focus even more. So that's just how terrible this perk really truly is. Now, there is one use where you might think that this perk could shine. Two uses, actually. One of them with killer-specific powers. So, for example, if you're playing the pig and you use the add-ons that punish survivors for missing skill checks in boxes, and you run this perk, does that help? No. This perk does not affect any killer power that has skill checks. Those killer powers are completely unique and are only affected by their own add-ons, and this perk has nothing on that. It also does not affect the most important skill check that survivors need to hit, which is Decisive Strike. Decisive Strike is an incredibly common perk that basically every other survivor runs at high level, and it gives them a second chance to escape from you. However, they need to hit a skill check. The skill check is a little bit difficult, but most survivors hit it no problem. If this perk made it smaller, that would be hard, but it doesn't. For some reason, it's an exceptional case. So even that one thing that this perk could do, doesn't. And as a result, I would only recommend it on some very, very new beginner builds against other beginners, and on some very, very incredibly niche and specific and difficult skill check builds. Even then, not incredibly good. Unrelenting. Unrelenting gets a bit of a misconception sometimes. It decreases the cooldown of a missed attack. Now, some people don't realize that this is only for missed attacks that don't hit a survivor. You cannot stack this with Save the Best for Last, because that's only for successful attacks. And you cannot stack this with Mad Crit, because Mad Crit makes your cooldown 0. 30% faster than 0 is 0. So yeah, Unrelenting doesn't stack in any way with those two perks. What it does do, however, it's when you hit and whiff and you don't hit anything, you recover a little bit quicker. Now, there's two things that this does not affect. Obviously, if you hit the survivor, it doesn't affect them. If you hit a wall or some object and you go clink, I think that cooldown is also fixed, and I believe Unrelenting doesn't help. So try not to hit a wall, or else Unrelenting, I believe, does nothing. It also obviously does not make you recuperate faster from any special attacks. So if you're Huntress and you throw a hatchet, you will not recuperate faster from Unrelenting. You will need special add-ons for that. This only works for the basic attacks that all the killers can do. And yes, it works while you're carrying a survivor, but you shouldn't miss. Now, obvious things aside, if you're a good killer, you're going to miss very little. Very, 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 very little. You're going to miss a couple swings, maybe per match, when you're trying to hit a survivor at most. So this perk immediately doesn't help a good, skillful, experienced, seasoned, veteran killer. At least at face value. So that already is a good reason to never, ever, 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 ever run it and never, ever, ever equip it. However, if we want to dig a little bit deeper, there's actually some hidden value to this perk that you can take advantage of. The first one, let's say you're playing a killer that swings a lot, maybe because you're learning them. Nurse is a special exception. She has a special recovery, so Unrelenting does not work on her. But for example, when you teleport as a hag, it's very common to try to swing and sometimes miss. When you teleport and phase as a spirit, sometimes you come out and hit. This can help you if you're learning those killers and you're being a wild swinger. This can help you learn those. Additionally, if you're playing Deathslinger, there are some situations where you can shoot a survivor, reel them in with your chain, and they are slightly too far for you to hit. With Unrelenting, you can bring them close, hit, miss, and then quickly reload and get another shot. So Unrelenting on Slinger can be occasionally utilized for some big brain, long range, real plays. Although I have to say, it's quite an unusual situation. So if you want to use this perk skillfully, that might be one of those situations. Additionally, and I think this is the very last thing I can think of potentially, there's actually a fairly common technique that any killer can do to save themselves times when they traverse certain maps. I made a video where I discussed this called 9 Micro Tips for both Killer and Survivor. I'll try to link it if I remember. And basically, the long story short is that if a killer is dropping down, let's say that there's a platform here, right? And the killer is coming down and dropping. If the killer has to go back inside the platform, so let's say this is a this is the game or some map with a second floor, and you need to drop and then immediately go back. One thing that you can do is swing. You swing, you get a big speed boost, and while you recuperate from the cooldown, you're falling. So since you fall at the normal speed, you don't fall slower, gravity, right? By the time you recovered, you actually do the whole thing faster. So with Unrelenting, technically, this strategy becomes even more powerful. So if you're chasing a survivor around certain drops, around certain houses, around certain platforms, around certain multi-layer, multi-level, and there's quite a few of those maps, Unrelenting could help you do this little technique to swing at a drop and then drop during the cooldown and then immediately be on the heels of the survivors. If a survivor has balanced landing, they still make distance. If a survivor doesn't have balanced landing and they do this, you will catch up so quick with this technique. And with this, theoretically, you'll catch up quicker. Is it worth putting on this? No. If you put this on, you might go to one of those maps that has 0 platforms, and this could be completely worthless still. So yeah, this perk is quite bad. The only other thing that you could do if you really want to be 4 parallel universes ahead of a survivor is to swing at a certain type of loop at a certain point in a chase to give a survivor a false sense of security. Make them think that they can do an unhook, make them think that they can go for another lap around the loop, and then actually down them because you recover 30% faster, which is not incredible, by the way, but it's something. But seriously, if you manage to do that, record it, upload it to YouTube, send me a link, I will applaud you because you'll be the first or second person to ever pull that off, and my hat will be off to you. Whispers. Whispers is a very simple perk that can be a little bit difficult to visualize for a new player. It starts off with a huge cone of like 64 meters, and then it goes to like 48, and then at level 3, it becomes 32. Never, ever, 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 ever use this perk in anything other than level 3. You only use this perk once it's at level 3, please. Because then it actually becomes manageable, and the information that it provides becomes relevant. So imagine around your killer, around where you're sitting right now, a huge sphere with a radius of 34 meters, right? 34 meters ahead, behind you, to your right, to your left, above, below, a big sphere. Anytime a survivor or survivors are within this sphere, this perk turns on. It lights up on the HUD and it does this little slightly audible background noise cues. This is pretty big and it's pretty consistent too. The survivors only, they always do this as long as they're inside you, with only 2 exceptions. If they're dead, if they're escaped, or if they disconnect. As long as they're alive and not dead, literally 100%, not even on the hook, but like dead, or escaped or disconnected, as long as they're alive in any way, they will show up. So survivors in lockers, they show up to whispers. In the ground, shows up to whispers. Up and running, crouching, on the hook, shows up to whispers. Everything other than those 3 scenarios shows up to whispers. And that makes whispers a fantastic tool to know what the hell is going on around you. Very, very simple stuff. When you spawn in the match, this perk is typically turned off. If you go to a certain section of the map where you know someone could have spawned and you see that it's not on, go away. No one's in there. You don't need to check every bush. You don't need to check every locker. You don't need to check every little nook and cranny because you know that this perk is off, and that means that 100% no one is there. On the flip side, if you're playing Doctor and you go to a section and you see Whispers turns on and you blast and no one screams, that means someone's in a locker. So start checking lockers. Someone's going to come out of there at one point. Maybe you'll find them in one of them in your first try. That's pretty nasty. That's pretty nasty. It makes sure that your first chase doesn't take too long. The better you are at reading this perk, the quicker you will immediately correct your pathing when it doesn't pick up. It is good for certain killers that want to move around the map and make sure they find survivors out of position here and there. So if you're playing Pig and you're checking an area with no generators and only 1 box and someone is desperately trying to get their box off and your perk is on, that might mean that they're there. So check around corners a little bit, you might find them. It also obviously helps enormously in endgame situations. If a survivor is trying to open a gate, if you have whispers, they are literally dead. There's nothing they can do unless they somehow open a gate super quick before you even get there. If you get to the gate and whispers is off, go to the other gate. Immediately go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. When whispers stays on, then stare at the gate until it goes off. Or start searching. You're gonna find them. And if they go away, whispers is off, and then you check the other. And they literally can never win. With whispers, you cannot escape a killer forever. If you're on the ground bleeding out in a corner, a killer with whispers can eventually triangulate your position. It's a bit of a complex idea, but bear with me. You walk forward, and when the perk triggers, you then walk to the right. If it goes off, that means you walk to the right. It means that they're on your left. If you walk to your left and it triggers off, that means they're on your right. If you walk to your right and it stays on, that means you're in a good area. You do that really quickly back and forth, and knowing more or less how the 32-meter range works, you can very quickly figure out where the last survivor is hiding. And that is pretty damn big. What are the downsides of whispers? The information is reliable, but ultimately, it's not very precise. If you're playing on a match like Midwich, on a map like Midwich, or the game, maps that are small and stacked together, this perk is going to be on 95% of the time, or maybe 100% of the time, and it's going to tell you absolutely nothing. So it's a very map-dependent perk. It's not a terrible thing, because those maps are typically good for killer, and the big maps where this perk is best are the worst ones for killer. So it's not a terrible thing that it's not so useful in those maps. It's still okay. But yeah, obviously this perk doesn't tell you if a gen is about to be done. It doesn't tell you if a survivor is in here. It doesn't tell you this. It doesn't tell you if a survivor is picking an item. It doesn't tell you all the other things that other more specific perks tell you. And in level 1 and level 2, it's so big that the information is completely worthless. So some people like this perk, they get used to playing it, they get really good at playing it, and they can do little small miracles. And they can also avoid big mistakes. Oh, I need to kill the Claudette that is really dead on hook, and I have a hunch that she's in this corner because I saw her copy earlier and I think she's hiding here. And I'm gonna waste 10 seconds searching here just to make sure I find her, because if I kill her, maybe I can turn this game around. If Whispers is on, you keep searching and you find her. If Whispers is off, you avoid yourself the embarrassment of looking for the next 20 seconds because she's not there. No one's there, in fact. So, yeah. For that reason, Whispers, reliable, but ultimately outclassed by other more specific, more precise information perks. But use it if it seems like something that you would enjoy. Yeah. Needless to say, the survivor on the hook, don't forget, still counts as Whisper. Do not camp a survivor on the hook because Whispers is on. Just a final note. Next up, oops, forgive me. Next up is Stanchion Tactics. This is a very simple perk that got simplified a little while ago, and it's now a very decent perk for beginners and a relatively useful perk for even veterans. What it does is very simple. Pallets, unbreakable walls, and vaults, so windows and anything you can vault around, show up in yellow anywhere around you for 32 meters. And that's it. If a pallet gets dropped, then you'll see it in the drop location. If a pallet is destroyed, then you'll see it gone. If a wall is up, you'll see the wall. If a wall is destroyed, then you won't see it anymore. The windows can never, ever be gone. So the windows will always be permanently revealed to you. Let's go over some of the obvious flaws of this perk, and because I think those are fairly simple, and then talk about some of the hidden value that you can get from it. Obvious things. Sometimes with a quick glance, you can tell that something is there without having to look. For example, much of the maps in this game are fixed with some element of RNG. The hatch can spawn anywhere, for example, in many maps. But the main building in many maps is always in the middle, and it's always facing the right way. And there's always this, and there's always that, and the shack is always here. And the shack always has a pallet. and the shack always has a window. These things don't change. So when you chase a survivor for the first time into the shack, you can expect pallet to be there, because why in the world would it not be? So there's a lot of fixed things in this game that are very, very much fixed, that knowing them ahead of time with experience is just better than relying on this perk for. Some maps in particularly are even more so fixed than others. Indoor maps like Midwich almost always have the same structures, and this won't tell you anything special about them, other than maybe your first time learning them. That being said, even in those maps, there are some things that a seasoned player can deduce. If you see a breakable wall, sometimes that is a dead giveaway that a certain window is open. So from very far off, you can see a breakable wall and see, if you don't see the window itself, and know that there's going to be a window there. If you get close enough, 32 meters, you will see the window. And you can see if a pallet has been broken already or not. Sometimes if you drop a pallet and some survivor with a certain perk picks it up, you can also see that it's been picked up. So yeah, you would be surprised how many times you drop a pallet and forget to kick it because you were busy, and then you forget that it's there. Alternatively, I've also been scared to chase many survivors that run to a pallet that I previously had broken and I kind of forgot about. So this perk immediately clears up your brain RAM and allows you to not have to guess anything. If a window is there, it's there and you see it. If a pallet was broken, it's broken and you don't see it. So with this perk, you will be making much faster decisions without having to squeeze your brain as much, without having to rely on prior map knowledge as much, which ultimately might make you get downs quicker and might make you engage in good chases that you end quickly, instead of horrible chases where survivors loop you around the same pallet and window for 5 minutes at a time. So that alone can be quite good. I would enjoy this perk if I was a new player quite a lot, especially on killers like Hillbilly, on killers like Legion, on killers like Cannibal. Cannibal and Hillbilly shred through pallets, so it's very important to remember which ones you can break. If the pallets are gone and a survivor is in a dead zone, then any survivor can go down in seconds, so Zanshin will tell you that the survivor is in a bad spot. If they're gonna go around the corner and I see a window with this perk, I already know to give it up, maybe. Or I already know to maybe consider my options. And if I see that there's nothing, then this is great. With Elysian, you get everybody injured, and then you try to pick at the weakest link in the chain. Injure as many people as possible, one survivor next to many windows and pallets, one survivor in a complete dead zone. Go for the survivor in a complete dead zone. Some killers also play very aggressively around windows and pallets, and this perk can help them get used to doing that. So if you're playing Pyramid Head and you have ranged add-ons and you want to hit through walls, this perk can help you line up certain attacks through walls without seeing the window, without remembering perfectly where it is, and still hit the survivor. With Doctor, you can do a similar thing. You can remember where the pallets are and make sure you shock survivors before they get there, and deny the pallets, deny the windows. With Artist, over 32 meters, you can aim your birds at certain windows ahead of time and get some cool attacks lined up for a few seconds into the future. So in those killers, this is a great training tool. Eventually, with experience, you'll be able to, at a very quick glance, identify everything and remember everything better. You will remember this pallet being dropped because you're more experienced. You will look at a breakable wall in Midwich and know that there's a window there guaranteed if there's a breakable wall next to it. So you will figure out patterns, you will figure out things, and this perk will become less and less appealing on any killer. Until then, though, it is a fairly okay-ish training perk that I would suggest if you still consider yourself at that level. Yeah, that's pretty much all there is to say about Zanshin Tactics, and with that, all of the killer perks. I do remember missing a few things. So if you've watched the whole thing, I forgot to talk a couple things about Ruin and about a couple other perks. I'm gonna write those in the description of the video. So if you watch the whole thing, check the description. There will be a small section of the couple key things that I forgot to mention. Very small key things that I forgot to mention. I'll write them down, and we're gonna switch to survivor perks in just a minute. But before we start with the survivor perks, rat. Alright, moving on to our survivor perks, we start with Ace in the Hole. Ace in the Hole is a fun perk that has some utility outside of a single match. When you escape with an item, as long as you survive and go out of the game with the item in your hands, typically, no matter what add-ons you have on that item, those add-ons are lost. And for some people that are really attached to their items and don't have a lot of points to get new ones, this is quite nice that this perk allows you to keep the add-ons as long as the add-ons were not consumed themselves. Some add-ons that are really strong, like brand new parts, syringes, and styptic agents, as long as these add-ons themselves are not consumed on use, as long as they are on the item when you leave, you will keep them. So that is a nice thing, and it's perhaps the most remarkable thing of this unremarkable perk. What Ace in the Hole does, essentially, is when you open a chest, your item will always have one add-on and has a 50-50 of coming with another add-on that is of lower rarity. This can be anywhere from okay-ish to completely worthless. You can pick up a really good toolbox out of a chest with amazing add-ons that fit it really well, or you can pick up a map that's green that cannot track much with add-ons that do nothing. This can also really go both ways for medkits. You can pick up a medkit with a styptic agent, a purple add-on that can let you tank a hit, which is insane and really, really strong. Or you could also get a brown medkit with a certain add-on that makes it not even heal you a single time. Too risky, too wild. You run this perk with other plundering perks, such as pharmacy, as well as plunderers, but it's not very consistent. And it has the big issue that you need to find an item in a chest for this perk to do much in the first place. Typically, what survivors will do is just bring strong items themselves and not have to worry about the luck of whether or not you get them or not. Alternatively, you can also just run strong perks that don't require you to use items in the first place. As a fun perk, Ace in the Hole certainly delivers. The 50% chance to get a second item, I believe, can be increased by running perk modifiers, such as offerings. But ultimately, this perk does nothing. It's very risky. You have to get a build around it to make the most out of it. It will work on items that you get with Appraisal, which is a perk that allows you to search twice, that we'll get to in a second. So you can run this with Appraisal or other perks like Plunderer's Instinct to get a bunch of searches going in hope that you score one good item. But with keys not being as powerful as they once were, why would you be searching for items in the first place? Worst case scenario, you get nothing, you waste 20 seconds of your time, and your killer is already halfway done with killing the rest of your teammates. Ultimately, a very weak perk that should not be considered very seriously. By contrast, we have Adrenaline, which is a terribly, terribly powerful perk. Nowadays, survivors have very consistent ways of healing themselves and the team in the endgame. So you have seen this perk come and go in terms of popularity lately, if you've been paying attention to Dead by Daylight. With Circle of Healing, healing at the end of the game is very easy and quick for survivors. So even though Adrenaline is not as hot as it used to be, it's still a really, really strong perk. So this perk will exhaust you when it triggers. If you are already exhausted, that is alright. It will just exhaust you again. So it has no real condition, only that all gens be done or the hatch be closed. And then this perk will trigger and exhaust you. And that means that if you have another exhaustion perk, and there's quite a few of them, you cannot use one of them, at least for a little while. As soon as it triggers, it will do several things. If you're playing against Freddy, and you are asleep, it will wake you up, which could be interesting and helpful. It will heal you 1 health state. If you are on the ground, you will get up. If you are mending because you've been hit by deep wound, you will not have to mend anymore. If you are just normally injured, you will become healthy. If you come out of a hook, you will also be healthy. The only exception is if you come out of a hook while broken from Deliverance or other perks that could break you. Funnily enough, there's one perk that breaks you that doesn't stop adrenaline, and that is Second Wind / Renewal. That perk will make you broken, but also healthy. So if you take a hit, it will heal you. It's a very strange interaction. You could theoretically tank 2 or 3 hits out of a hook with adrenaline and Second Wind / Renewal. But that is a very niche use. For the most part, what this perk will do is give you the health state and give you a ton of speed for 5 whole seconds, which is an enormous amount of time. And you can use this in a number of ways. If you're on the ground, now you're up and can go open a gate. If you were slugged and the killer closes the hatch and you were on the ground, maybe you have a chance to pick yourself up and open a gate. You never know. You can use the speed to outrun the killer. You can use the speed to go unhook a survivor. You can use the speed to get to an exit gate quicker. The healing that you save from adrenaline obviously saves 16, 30, 20, how many seconds possibly? A lot. So the time that you save healing is huge. If you come out of a hook with adrenaline, it will trigger immediately. It also happens if you come out of a cage from Pyramid Head. It also still triggers immediately. It's one of the only perks that works out of a cage against Pyramid Head. So it is really, really useful, because if a killer doesn't have Hex Know It, they will typically, unless they have a particular ability to insta on you, have to hit you twice. And in the end game, that gives you and maybe others a lot of time to escape. So adrenaline is a fairly strong perk that has a little bit of deterrence, where if a killer is nearing the end of the game, they will be scared to chase and injure multiple survivors for fear of having all of them get back up and get a big boost. So it forces killers to play a certain way. If you happen to be the one person in your team running adrenaline, you can do incredibly bold plays. If your teammate is about to get downed, you can go take a hit for him, and not 2 seconds later tell your teammate to pop the last gen, and then bam, now you're back in ship. So very good survivors use this perk very aggressively, and it is hard for a killer to play around that. Very, 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 very strong if used well with your team. Worst case scenario, you're on the hook and no one comes for you, or you're already dead. It is an endgame perk, and as such, it is a perk that only helps if you get to that stage. That makes it slightly less powerful and slightly less universally helpful than other stronger perks that we'll talk to, while still being a very strong perk. So what this means is, if you're winning, this perk will help you win more. If you're on the brink, this help can help you come back from it. But if you have a bad start, this perk is going to do nothing, and it's just going to watch you burn and crash along with your team. So use it if it fills the void that you want. Don't rely on it to get more escapes, however. Next up is Aftercare. Aftercare is a nice perk that ultimately gets outclassed by other more simple or more accessible information perks. One of them in particular being Kindred, which is a common perk that you don't even need to unlock from any teachable character. But Aftercare is quite unique and has the very rare and not always replaceable ability to help your team as well as to help you. With Aftercare, it's very, very simple. Anytime a survivor heals you from the ground to up, or from injured to fully heal, or if they unhook you, and this also goes the other way, if you heal them from the ground to up, from injured to healthy, or if you unhook them, anytime this interaction happens between you and a teammate, Aftercare links you two together. They see your aura, you see their aura, and at level 3, you can do this with up to all of the survivors. And the auto reading on this perk has no limit. It can go up the entire length of the map. This is great. You have a little bit of help here and there with a teammate, And now you can see a lot of things. You can see that they're doing a gen. You can see that they're being chased. You can see that they're dropping pallets from across the map and can put 2 and 2 together and figure out exactly what is going on. You can see that they're going for the rescue, so you stay on gens. You can see that they're going for a gate, so you have an easier time finding it. You can see that they're cleansing a totem, so you know what to expect. Anything they do, anything you do, if they're paying attention, is immediately conveyed to the other teammates, and that is awesome. Unfortunately, they do not see each other. So if you see Claudette and you see Meg and you see Jake, they don't necessarily, they might see you with Aftercare, but they don't see each other. So it's not a complete team building perk. Again, Kindred helps in this regard a little bit more. We'll get to that. Ultimately, this perk, as cute as it is, gets defeated by the fact that Kindred is a better information perk that is more easily accessible, and that survivors often either neglect information perks because they're strong and experienced enough that they don't need to rely on them, or they are just simply playing with their friends and they're on comms and they can just convey this information over Discord or whatever it is they're using to chat with each other. If you can tell your teammates where the killer is, where you are, what you are doing, perks like Aftercare and most information perks become quite an afterthought, unfortunately. Alert. Alert is a beautifully simple and elegant and mostly useful perk that almost any killer, almost any survivor at any skill level can use successfully. Anytime the killer performs the break action, you will see them for the next 5 seconds. Sometimes an action can be cancelled and then you won't see them for the full seconds. But most of these actions cannot be cancelled. So once they start, you'll hear the sound, you'll see the killer, and you'll keep an eye on them for 5 seconds. Now, if the killer has the undetectable status effect, unfortunately, you will not see the aura of the killer because it's being shielded by undetectable, but you will still hear the sound. So if at the very, very start of the match, you hear this sound, but you don't see anything, it's possible that you're playing against a Myers, a Ghostface, or a Wraith who is breaking a breakable wall or a pallet somewhere. So that is not as amazing, but it's still a little bit of information. For basically every other killer, this perk works beautifully. If they break a pallet, you will see them, and you will know that without any range at all requirements, they are here, there, or there. You will see exactly where the killer is, and you will know that a pallet is gone for later. You will not necessarily need to go there yourself and find out the hard way and die when you realize that there's no pallets. You will have some kind of warning that some pallets have been consumed by your teammates. If you don't know which killer it is, this perk can help you a lot. It helps a lot if you're playing solo or if you're playing with your friends and you only are playing with one person. You can immediately tell them, hey, it's a trapper and he broke the shack pallet. So that's a lot of information that you can convey to a teammate if you're playing with just one. If you're playing with many, maybe alert is not so important. This will also tell you many times when killers are breaking breakable walls. In some maps that is a prevalent thing, not too much, but still. And it also lets you know when a killer is breaking a generator. If a killer has ruin, and unfortunately it is very common, they don't kick generators very often, but if they don't, then you will see them occasionally kick generators. If a generator begins to regress and nobody touches it, that generator could go back to 0. So with alert, you'll at least have an idea that the killer is there, that a generator was kicked, and that maybe someone should do something about it. Other than gathering information from afar, alert also helps you a little bit. Sometimes you are near a generator that you're working on yourself, the killer comes and kicks it, and then tries to look for you, and seeing their aura can help you play around their movement and be a bit stealthier. Even in the middle of a chase, after they break a pallet, those 5 seconds of aura reading can help you immediately tell which direction they're going to check, and take the best pathing possible to either lose them or make the best distance to the next safe pallet, window, whatever. One thing that you need to realize is that anything that breaks a pallet will trigger alert, with only one exception, I think. So a killer with a chainsaw that breaks through a pallet will trigger alert. A killer with a shred, like Demo, will trigger alert. Anything at all, even a Legion with the add-on to break pallets when they vault over them, will trigger alert. The only exception, I believe, is if a killer has Spirit Fury and the pallet breaks when they get stunned. That, for some reason, does not trigger alert, but I believe it's the only exception to it. Almost anything else, this perk works quite well. Unfortunately, there are a few killers that run Ruin and that do not break pallets very often, because pallets are not very important to their chase mechanics. Mostly nurses. Nurses are very, very strong, and alert does not help against them. For that reason, and because it's not a super usable perk at a high level with a lot of comms, alert drops off in utility as people get better and they just want to run more and more useful, impactful perks. It's still a cute perk and a fun one that probably has some use for you, even if eventually you have such good communication and such good awareness that you don't feel the need to run it. And that's pretty much it for alert. Any Means Necessary has recently been buffed to be a very, very decent perk. Much like alert that we just discussed, it has a unlimited range, and any pallet that gets dropped shows up in a yellow aura to you from any distance whatsoever. This encourages you to get to the pallet, and you do a quick action that takes about 4 seconds where you pick it back up, and you can do this at most every 60 seconds. You don't really have that many chances to pick up pallets. Either pallets are destroyed right away or they don't get dropped near you. Sometimes you just don't get that many chances to use Any Means. That still doesn't make it a terrible perk by any means. Sorry for the redundant expression. Because you can still use it as an information perk. If you are working in a generator, scared for your life that some stealth killer is coming, and suddenly you see a pallet drop from very far away, then you know that a killer is probably chasing someone there, and that pallet is now dropped. So you can use this information later to avoid that area if you think it's broken, or to actually take the killer there and recycle the pallet. If you're lucky, you can actually pick it up. A pallet that gets dropped and gets recycled, if you pick it up, can honestly buy you 10, 15, 20 seconds. It can buy you and your team a lot of time. So if you run Any Means Necessary and use it once or twice per match, that is more than plenty. On top of that, some survivor friends can also use this perk a bit more aggressively. You can stun the killer and then run away and have your teammate who's following you pick it up immediately, communicate it to you, and then get back to the pallet. So there is a little bit of potential in that. But typically this is a perk of opportunity that you will bring and use whenever possible. The information that you get and the chance to potentially delay the game a little bit longer by extending the life of a pallet is obviously quite good. It goes without saying, a pallet that it gets blocked by certain add-ons or perks cannot be dropped, and a pallet that is destroyed cannot be brought back. So yeah, that doesn't work. This perk also runs into the problem that many killers shred through pallets immediately and never leave them down. For example, Cannibal. And many killers are so strong that they just completely ignore pallets. For example, Nurse. And this perk is not incredibly useful in any way against them. For that reason, yeah, again, not a perk you see at the highest level very, very often, but a cute and a fun one nonetheless. Next one is Appraisal. Appraisal is a strange cookie. This perk lets you do a second search on an already open chest. Instead of opening the chest, instead you will just rummage through the chest, which is a different ability but takes the same time. Doing a chest takes 10 seconds. But this one allows you to rummage through it 80% faster. So it's about 6 seconds. That's the way action speeds work. It doesn't mean that you'll do it in 2 seconds if that's what you're thinking, unfortunately. But yeah, you basically go through the chest in about 6 seconds. That is a good thing, because if you get a brown toolbox, which is basically the worst thing you can get, that will save you about 5 to 6 to 7 seconds on a generator. So with Appraisal, if you get one of the worst items in the game, you still get some value out of it because you found it faster. However, for you to do an Appraisal search, you first have to open a chest, which you might not find. which maybe someone else opened already and you rummage through, but maybe someone didn't and you need to search through items. You can do this up to 3 times. You do not have a better chance to find an incredible item, and you could rummage through and just get a brown toolbox with nothing. Yes, you could run Ace in the Hole to get better add-ons. Yes, you could run Pharmacy to do a quick search and then a quick rummage. At this point though, if you're running multiple perks for a chance to have a decent item, it begs the question, why not just skip the perks and just bring a good item yourself? Just buy it from the Bloodweb. The way this game works, where you can just buy and bring really good stuff from the get-go and there's no restriction on any item whatsoever, you can bring whatever item you want, it makes Appraisal a fun perk. You bring it with other plundering perks and you get fun stuff and the chances to find funny stuff increase. But other than that fun factor, this perk is essentially worthless. Most maps have 3 chests, a few of them have a fixed amount of 4. You can make more chests spawn with certain coins, but still it's not a good gamble. Most of the times anything you search in a chest on average will take longer and be worse than just doing gens or just getting a heal from someone else, and it's very unreliable. For that reason I kind of recommend it in good conscience, other than for the funsies. And if you have a plundering, rummaging, fun kind of explorer build. For that, it is a decent fun perk. For anything else, I would say skip it. Autodidact is a terribly, terribly sad perk. It is a perk that at its best could actually be quite strong, but on average it falls flat, it is mildly inconsistent, and at worst it can actually get you and your teammates killed. So basically, the way this works is that when you are healing, your skill checks on other people, not on yourself, and not if you're using a medkit, and not if you're helping to mend or self-caring, it needs to be heals that you do on other people, either on the ground or when they're up, but it's not anything else. So when you heal without an item on other people in such a way, Autodidact works. And when you get a skill check, it's actually a big empty skill check, very easy to hit. The first one actually makes your healing slower, which is really bad. It actually removes -25, a quarter of a heal. A quarter of a heal is typically about -4 seconds, right? And then the next one, instead of -25, is -10, and then the next one is +5, and then the next one is +20, and then the next, and so on and so on, and then eventually it gets to +50. So in an ideal world, a very, very ideal world, somehow your teammates get injured, you are there to heal them, you get 5 tokens immediately, and then for the rest of the match, forever, for the entire rest of the match, every time you get a skill check, you now have a bonus of 50%. And 50% can be 8 seconds, sometimes more if the killer has some anti-healing slowdown perks. Because technically it would take you even longer to do 50%. So it can save you upwards of 8 seconds per skill check. That sounds incredible. And in fact, it is incredible if all the stars align. So you could go to a survivor on the ground, get a quick skill check, bam, 50% extra, get another skill, bam. In a matter of 2 seconds, you pick them up. And in a matter of another couple seconds, you immediately put them in full health. That sounds almost too good to be true, and it really is. One really nice thing about Autodidact, one kind of nice thing about it, when you lose progress on Autodidact, you do not lose progress on other perks that work on healing. So if you have Renewal, which requires you to heal other people to activate, and if you have Solidarity, which requires you to heal other people, you still keep that progress. So the progress that you do on healing for archives, dailies, even though it loses with Autodidact, it doesn't lose for the purposes of archives, challenges, and other perks. So this perk can be used with other perks without getting them regressing or anything. So that's okay. And eventually, as I said, being able to heal fast could be tremendously game-changing. Here is the problem, however. it would just be much easier for you to run Botany Knowledge, which speeds up healing flat, for you to run Desperate Measures, which gives a variable increase of speed, for you to run Boon Circle of Healing, which gives an insanely consistent and fast healing speed, than to run Autodidact. Autodidact is not consistent, and ultimately, even if you get very good luck, other perks are just faster and less risky. Now let's go over the things that could make Autodidact really bad, and there's quite a few. If you have been chased all the time, you don't have time to hook to heal others, you don't get stacks. If you do gens all the time, and people are just healing themselves and you don't have time to build up stacks. If other people are injured, but you yourself are injured, and you try to heal them, it's possible the killer could show up and interrupt you. You don't have time. If you don't get enough skill checks, or you hit the skill checks at the last second and don't have time to hit them, you don't get enough tokens. If you get skill checks, but then when you have tokens, suddenly you don't get skill checks because it's completely random, then Autodidact does nothing. You could have Autodidact at 5 stacks, fully powered, and then do a full heal with 0 skill checks, which makes this perk completely worthless. In an even worse case scenario, you need to heal a survivor because you're playing against some incredibly aggressive killer, and when you try to heal them, you get a skill check. And if you fail it, you lose 10% and give a notification. And if you don't fail it, you lose 25%. So sometimes when you need a super clutch heal on someone on the ground, if you have Autodidact, that could literally delay you enough to get you and your entire team healed. So ultimately inconsistent and terrible. You could run Spine Chill to have a slightly better chance to get skill checks, and that's one of the cool things to make this perk work a little bit better, but even that is incredibly tiny and makes this inconsistent perk still very inconsistent. That plus the fact that it doesn't work on self-heals, bad. That plus the fact that it cannot be used with medkits is bad. And yeah, you could also be playing against the Plague, who doesn't really let you heal others very much. And yeah, that could be a disaster. Killers that insta-down also don't give a lot of chances to heal others. This perk, honestly, even though we're in a healing meta, falls completely flat and is maybe a bad pick overall. Although if you like to gamble, it is a fun one. Balanced Landing is one of the many exhaustion perks where you use it, typically gain a bit of distance, and then become exhausted, which means that you need to recover before you can use this or any other perk of its kind again. It actually does a lot more than it says, and it's a really strong perk, only held back by the fact that some maps don't really enable it very much. The Balanced Landing allows you to fall from a big height. It doesn't trigger from small falls, but a big fall will make it trigger, and then you get a massive speed boost that allows you to build considerable distance from the killer. This is incredibly useful, and if it was the only exhaustion perk in the game, you would see it all the time. It is super good. Typically, when Survivor drops from a high point, they have a big slowdown. The killers do not experience this slowdown. So going to a hill is a bad plan. A hill is a bad place. It's a death trap. You go up there, you drop, you slow, the killer goes up there, they drop, they do not slow down, so they catch you. With Balanced Landing, you turn this around. Buildings which are strong become stronger, platforms which are strong become even stronger, hills and elevation, which are typically an afterthought for survivors, now become resources. And that is awesome. Unfortunately, out of the 30+ maps in the game or so, there are 3 or 4 or 5 that have almost no elevation whatsoever. I'm thinking Azeroth's Resting Place, I'm thinking Sheltered Woods, I'm thinking some variations of Groaning Storehouse. Those maps are just sad. In those places, you will be lucky if you have even a single place to drop from. On the flip side, there are also maps with elevation everywhere. Midwich has a whole second story and lots of dropping points. And the game has also many holes to drop down, and this perk shines in those maps a lot. Overall, worth bringing. Unfortunately, other perks in this category are a little bit more reliable, so instead you see those perks being used over and over and over again. Still, back to what this perk does. When you drop down, instead of the big slowdown, you only experience it a little bit. It reduces it by 75%. And another really incredibly nice thing is that when a survivor drops down, survivors typically do a dropping panicky sound like oh or something like that. With this perk, as long as you're not exhausted, you get the bump reduction, you don't make any of such sounds, and you get the speed boost. So if you're on a hill and you're hiding and the killer's looking for you, you can drop down and stand still or drop down and start running, and the killer's not going to hear a whoa, and they will not be able to pinpoint your location. And even if they know that you're in the area, they might react a little bit later. If they react 1 second later, that means you've already gotten really, really far away. I occasionally get still outplayed by people dropping from balanced landing, even though I'm constantly trying to look out for this. So it's a really, really nice side effect. Unfortunately, while you are stunned, you do not get any of these side effects. But still, just the fact that this perk turns certain places into really strong waiting areas for survivors to do gens, it makes this perk really good. If you have balanced landing, the way to use it is to be the one person going to the second floor and doing the gen in the second floor. And the killer has no good plan. If they come at you, you drop and you make it anywhere you want. And trying to use and abuse these spots for yourself is difficult. Even if you know that this perk is in place, it's hard to play around it as a killer. For that reason, it's quite solid. By the Bullet is a bit of a situational perk that can honestly be incredibly fun and incredibly powerful. Basically, anytime you heal yourself in any way, with a medkit, self-care, circle of healing, whatever it might be, or when you heal somebody else, every little bit of sound is completely muffled for all individuals. Unfortunately, if you have a third person healing together, that person is not affected. But as long as you are the only person healing another, or you are healing yourself, this perk makes everything completely silent. It gives you a bit of an iron will on the spot by making you not complain from being injured, even if you have no other perks to do this. And the little back and forth healing noise that is very easy to pick up for killers that are nearby is also completely muffled and silent. Even if you miss a skill check, which sometimes happens when you interrupt heals or are panicky, it makes 0% noise and regresses your health even less than a normal skill check. So for beginners, this is useful. And this perk can honestly be used in incredibly creative ways. If I am chasing a survivor as a killer and I hear them make noise, I don't expect that noise to suddenly vanish. So if I go around the corner and I don't hear anything, I'm going to expect them to have been going somewhere else. And I might not even look around the corner and notice that they are just healing right there. So this perk goes really well with Circle of Healing. It goes really well with medkits. It goes well with self-care, although self-care has its issues. We'll get to that. You can use it mid-chase to lose a killer. You can heal mid-chase with a spirit who will use her power and have zero clue where you are because you emit literally zero sound because you're standing still and making no noises. And it can really mess with killers. Obviously, the moment they notice that you have it, if they're smart, they'll start to play around it. And this perk might drop a bit in utility. There's also the occasional match where you're healing and the killer is never near you, or it's not really a factor. So the fact that you can bring this perk and potentially have it do nothing a whole match is a little bit sad. There's also the scary possibility, even though it's rare these days, that the killer that you're playing against has Nurses Calling. If they have Nurses Calling, they will be able to see you, even if you're silent, and whoever you're healing. So that would be really, really bad. So unless you're healing in a Circle of Healing with Shadow Step, watch out. If it's a Huntress, sometimes they have Nurses Calling. If it's a nurse, sometimes they have Nurses Calling. If it's anyone else, it's less and less likely. If you think that they have it, don't be too daring with this perk. Otherwise, it's a really fun perk that can allow you to do some magic tricks and disappear, and that alone makes it hilarious. In terms of utility, however, you definitely need medkits or some other kind of healing to make it really, really useful. And it can occasionally still not be enough. Sometimes a killer will get lucky and find you. Sometimes a killer will have some other perk to find you. And this doesn't help with that. Because it's a little bit situational, the absolute strength of this perk is a little bit limited. And thus, you will not see it very often. Blast Mine is a pretty sweet perk that honestly is quite okay. The best part about this perk is that it has some utility that you get almost every match, and a big punch of a utility that sometimes comes in clutch when you don't expect it to. So what Blast Mine does is it begins to be usable after you've done about 2/3 of a gen. So this is not a perk that you can use incredibly early, but you'll be able to use it from anywhere to somewhat early to mid to late match. And you will have at least 2 to 3 chances to use it per game, which for each survivor is pretty good. And when you have it ready, you can use it anytime you want. You repair a generator for at least 3 seconds, and after the 3 seconds, you have a prompt to use the perk by using a certain button. If you use it, the gen is affected by the perk for the next 45 seconds. And here's the beautiful thing. This makes the gen turn yellow for the other survivors across the entire map. You will see a little stun grenade on top of the generator, but this is completely invisible to the killer. It's only visible to yourself and other survivors. And if the killer comes and kicks the generator, they will be blinded immediately mid-kick, and they'll be stunned for a good 4 to 5 seconds. This will disorient them. If you need to run away or do something like come in and block the gen with another perk or do some other fun thing, you can probably get away with it. And it's pretty strong. If you run away, those 4 or 5 seconds of stun are huge and will give you massive, massive distance against most killers. So that's great. As a survivor, your time is valuable, but the killer's time is even more valuable. If you stun a killer that wants to kick a generator for an extra 4 seconds, that's 4 seconds for you to run away and 4 seconds to everyone else to finish doing whatever it is they're doing. So don't underestimate those 4 seconds of a stun. The best part is that a killer cannot really do anything about it. If they know that this perk is active, what are they going to do? Not kick it? You still need to eat it up, especially if you need to kick the gen to apply some other perk yourself. So yeah, they need to eat it. Killers with Lightborn will still be stunned, even though they won't be blinded. If it happens to be a Wraith, and they are cloaked, this will stun them for even longer because it burns them out of the cloaking. And yeah, against Blight, it is really, really, really annoying. There's also the amazing fact that the generator turns yellow is a great indicator to your teammates. So if your teammates see that you're playing Jill and you're using this perk, they're gonna put 2 and 2 together and figure out that, okay, this gen is strapped, so someone's doing a gen here, and this gen no longer is strapped, means the killer maybe kicked it. When the killer kicks it, if you're not nearby, you'll see this perk do a little distinctive visual effect, and then you'll have the perk unavailable again, and you'll need to do another 2/3 of a gen. And typically you can do this 2 to 3 times per game. Most games you can have it trigger at least a couple times against the average killer, and that is awesome. A little bit of info, a little bit of slowdown. Not an incredible game-changing, incredibly OP perk, but a fun one that you can use with other perks in a fun way, and that helps your teammates a little bit make the best decisions and know where a gen's being done. So you can literally just sit on a gen and spam this, and if the killer doesn't come, you get it back immediately. And in the meantime, you're telling survivors across the entire map that you're doing gens, which is awesome. So that is great. Now, the bigger downsides for this perk, the time to charge it is not that big of a deal. The problem are the 2 main perks that that killers can use to completely bypass kicking gens. If you play against a killer that runs Pop Goes the Weasel, who needs to kick gens very often, then this perk is a godsend. If they have only 5 or 6 seconds left of Pop Goes the Weasel, when they kick it, they'll get stunned. They won't even have time to do the kick and use it. So that could be huge. I have been there. But the problem are the killers that don't run those perks. The problems are killers that run Ruin, which passively regresses gens, and thus the killer will never kick them. And Pain Resonance, which also passively regresses gens, and killers don't necessarily kick them. So those perks, which are also very meta and very strong, kinda make this Blast Mine harder to land on many, many killers. If you can look past that though, it's a fun, interesting perk. Next up is Blood Pact. Bloodpact is an interesting perk. It literally does absolutely nothing if you are the Obsession. It does changes the odds to be the Obsession, and every time I run this perk, I've never been the Obsession, so that's good. However, it is entirely possible that you could play in a match, and if someone else runs this perk or something like that happens, you could be the Obsession. There's also many killer perks and your own perks that turn you into the Obsession. And obviously those perks immediately have bad synergy and immediately counter this perk because they would completely disable it. So that is a horrible thing about this perk. That only happens sometimes, but still a horrible thing nonetheless that your perk just gets disabled for no good reason whatsoever. When you are not the Obsession, however, you and the Obsession are linked together. When they heal you, or you heal them, and you finish a healing action, this perk activates. This can happen when you heal from the ground to up, or when you heal from injured to fully healed. And when it triggers, it's actually a really fun effect. It gives you and the Obsession both a 7% haste status effect. And this lasts forever until one of you breaks away from each other. This can be huge. If you pick up a Sword from the ground and the killer comes back and it's one of those slower killers like Hag, and you run in the open, they are gonna take forever to catch up. 7% doesn't make you that much quicker than before, but for certain killers in certain areas at certain loops, it can make catching up really, really difficult. Unfortunately, it only lasts for a little bit until you have to split up eventually. But if you keep that up, in some scenarios, it could be interesting. Another nice thing is that anytime you or the Obsession or both are injured, you will see each other. And I think this is the main appeal of this perk. The nice thing about Bloodpact is that you put it on, you're doing gens, the Obsession gets chased, you see the Obsession thing move in the HUD, then the Obsession gets hit and you see the aura. And you see that the Obsession is taking the killer away or towards you, and that's nice. And they also see you. So this perk is like a bit of an aftercare of sorts, without a triggering condition that is as difficult as aftercare. That being said, is this perk great? No, it's really not. One amazing perk that would be great to use with Bloodpact is for the people. You run to the Obsession, you pick up the Obsession with For the People immediately, which is something that we'll explain later, and then you both run away. But, because you become the Obsession with For the People, then this perk stops working. So yeah, this perk has no real good synergies, has a very small effect. You and the other survivor must be in decent coordination to pull it off. It's possible that whoever ends up being the Obsession just plays very passively and never lets anything happen that's interesting. But at its spiciest, this perk can be fun. And that's anything good I can say about it, unfortunately. Other perks like Aftercare, Empathy, Bond, and Kindred offer much better information and are much more easy to unlock than Bloodpact. So I would recommend any of those over Bloodpact, unfortunately. Boilover is a really... it's a really bad perk. When the killer picks you up, they will immediately see... I'm sorry, I thought I wanted to sneeze. When the killer picks you up, they will immediately see a red flag with the Boilover sign, and that will literally tell them that you have this perk. And then they will have a slightly harder time controlling their movement when you carry them. I'm really on the edge of sneezing. Oh no. I'm so sorry. I wanted to mute myself before I did it. So the killer gets a warning, and they will try to be a bit more careful and try not to walk into every obstacle imaginable. This definitely makes it harder for the killer to try and hit someone else, but that's not something that's going to happen very often. It makes it a little bit harder for a killer to maneuver in some indoor maps. They can sometimes get stuck for half a second. So this perk passively can maybe buy you a few seconds, like a few fractions of a second at best, which is not very promising. And one nice thing that it does is that if a killer picks you up and they have a hook nearby behind a wall, this perk will make the hook disappear from their view. If they walk a little bit away, they'll see it. If the hook is in plain sight, obviously they'll see it. If they remember the hook because they know spawns or they've seen it before, they're gonna be fine. If it's the basement hooks, they're always there. So that side effect is really stupid. And even if the killer could be confused, don't forget this perk tells them that you have it. So if I pick up a killer, a survivor, and I see this perk, I'm going to think for a second, hey, is there a hook here? Is this perk hiding a hook? Yeah, it is. All right, nice try. So this perk ultimately fails at everything it does. You do not escape from the killer any faster. It still takes you 16 full seconds of wiggling perfectly. It only makes the killer a little bit clumsier. Could you theoretically run this perk with other wiggle perks to make it a little bit annoying for the killer? Yes, but it's not worth it. Any other perk to help you heal faster, to help others wiggle off faster, we'll get to that, would be better than Boil Over. It is a terrible perk, and telling the other side that you have this perk allows them to rule out other perks and learn more about your build. So I heavily encourage you to consider other options. It's a really bad perk. Bond, on the other hand, is a fairly strong, fairly straightforward, useful perk. Much like other information perks, the better you are as a survivor at reading the situation and the more communicated you are directly or indirectly with your team, the less useful information perks are. But still, Bond is still pretty good. It takes as long as you don't have any blindness or anything impeding your view, any kind of blindness status effect, you will see the autos of all of your teammates within 36 meters. 36 meters is a long distance, and you can use this in a number of ways. At the start, you go around the map, you find a survivor on a gen, crouching, doing the gen, you go there, you help them out. Later throughout the match, you're injured, need to find someone to heal you, find someone in a corner, have them heal you. You see someone doing a totem. Well, maybe you know that Haunt the Ground could happen, you know that a totem could be cleansed. You see someone running towards you, and the heartbeat keeps getting louder and louder. That's probably a survivor that's being chased by the killer, and they're bringing the killer directly towards you. You can also see survivors on generators with this perk and change your path so that you take the killer further from them and you avoid your teammates while the killer is chasing you to buy them as much time as possible when the killer eventually downs you. So the uses of this perk are just crazy good. Furthermore, you can use this perk to figure out what people are doing so that you know what to do yourself. If you're working on a generator, you see a survivor on the hook who's been there for a slightly longer amount of time than you're comfortable with. You start running towards it and you see that some other survivor is already running ahead of you. You go right back to your generator. You, for example, have a flashlight and are ready to save a survivor, but you don't know exactly where they are. Well, with this perk, you know exactly where they are and you can take the perfect route to maybe line up a flashlight save, save someone that goes down on a pallet, take a hit for them to prevent them going down in the first place, and so on and so on and so on. Seeing what your teammates are doing allows you to know what you should be doing and ultimately feeds you a lot of information in many direct and indirect ways. So Bond is a great perk even if you're playing with friends, because just seeing their aura still helps you. Oh, I'm in the shack. Well, you don't always approach from the right angle. If you know that they're in the shack and you go there and you see exactly where they are, you might be able to still take that hit for them or help them out in some other way. So even for people that are in comms, this perk is still fairly strong and fairly decent. Give it a shot. Its aura can also be increased even further with another perk called Open-Handed. And we'll get to that a little bit later if you're interested. Next up is Boon Circle of Healing. This perk is absolute bonkers. It is a really strong perk that single-handedly is creating a huge debate about boon totems in the game right now. Now, there are 3 boon totems in the game as it stands. 2 of them from Michaela, 1 of them from Jonah, and they all work the same way. So this explanation goes for every boon totem. You find a totem on the ground in the map. There's always 5 of them, and you press a certain button to bless it. Blessing it takes about 14 seconds, if I recall correctly. If the totem is a hex totem, it takes much longer. And after you do that, you change that totem into a blue totem. And the blue totem will apply all of the effects that your hexes, that your boons have in your entire build. So if you have 3 boons, they all apply to your area, to yourself and to your teammates. They only go away if the killer comes and kicks it, or if you die. After you die, your own boons go away. So yeah, typically the boon totems have amazing effects, and Boon Circle of Healing is the best one by far, and the one that really makes boons super, super ultra scary for killers. It has a lot of deterrence power, and what I mean by this is that a lot of killers that would like to injure, keep people injured cannot do that. A lot of playstyles, a lot of add-ons, a lot of perks are super, very, very much so discouraged from the killer side, because you generally cannot afford to have multiple survivors injured if they can heal as quickly as they can with Circle of Healing. The only way that this perk can backfire is if the killer finds it immediately. So I do recommend that you don't put this perk in a visible high traffic area. Put it in a building where it covers a huge cone up and down. It's like a cylinder of 24 meters in diameter, in 24 meters in radius, up and down indiscriminately. And in a building, it will be very hard to notice and very hard to get rid of quickly. In a corner of the map, also very hard to notice, also very hard for the killer to get rid of quickly. And then these perks typically shine, and Circle of Healing, as I said, is the best of the bunch. So Circle of Healing takes all of the healing and basically increases it by 100%, which makes it essentially twice as fast. So it gives you the ability to heal yourself without any help or other perk. It's like you have self-care equipped by default, but it makes it twice as fast. So you healing yourself with self-care would be 32 seconds, give or take. You healing yourself with Boon Circle of Healing is only 16 seconds. And if you have perks, they stack. And if you have a medkit, it also stacks. So a normal medkit would be 16 seconds self-heal. You can heal yourself inside this boon in only 8 seconds. You can also heal other people inside a boon with no medkit, also in only 8 seconds. That is the point. That crosses the line where a killer cannot reasonably injure survivors at that rate. So that means that if you as a killer are injuring, then slowly injuring, then slowly injuring, then slowly injuring, then eventually slowly downing, by the time you have a down, the other 3 people are healed and well on their way to finish multiple generators. This perk single-handedly has changed the meta for this game, and the fact that it can stack with medkits is ridiculous, and the fact that it can be used alongside other boons, which are less powerful but still stack nicely, is ridiculous. One thing that you need to know is that right now this perk is bugged, and I expect this to be patched at least at some point soon. If you use a medkit, you will heal twice as fast. If your medkit runs out, you still keep the healing. So if I have a medkit with 1% charges left, and I start healing, I will deplete the medkit, but do the whole heal at twice the speed. This is absolutely ridiculous. Medkits are very strong by themselves. Boon Circle of Healing is very strong by itself. Medkits and boons are generally nightmare material for killers. So obviously, a killer would do very, very, very well to get rid of these boons as soon as possible, but it is not very easy for them. When these boons are activated, they show a blue aura to every survivor, everywhere. And this makes it very easy for even uncoordinated solo players to know that this is a nice area where I can go and heal myself, or go and expect a quick heal from somebody else. Circle of Healing is the most important boon perk and the one that you always use, the other ones being optional. So for the most part, when you say boon totems, you're almost always talking about this perk right now, at least. So yeah, you see a blue totem, you can expect to go there and be able to get healed yourself or heal other people very, very quickly. The only thing the killer gets warned is a small sound cue that is sometimes easy to miss. When you're playing killer, you will hear a thunderous, distant sound of thunder, and that will let you know that someone has blessed a totem. This perk and other boon totems have the very silly and powerful side effect of countering Pentimento. Pentimento is a new perk from the artist that makes killers be able to slow down survivors' actions by a lot, but they require survivors to break totems. With Circle of Healing, you don't break totems, you just transform them into blue totems. And if the killer comes and kicks them, those blue totems are now normal dull totems and they can be re-blessed. Which means that the killer cannot use Pentimento on them. So this perk counters Pentimento. It gives quick healings. It gives super fast healings with medkits. It tells people where to go. It is incredibly useful in prolonged matches. It is incredibly useful in endgame scenarios where survivors need to gather up and heal. This is difficult sometimes. Well, with this perk, it's not at all. They all just go to one place, gather up, heal themselves or each other, and then go for rescues, making it super trivial and super easy to handle endgame scenarios sometimes. And all of that for just one perk slot. And the worst part, you don't need 4 people with this perk. Unlike certain perks that are only strong when you bring them on everyone, Circle of Healing is very strong if you have 1 or 2 people with it, and they just take turns setting it one at a time. You cannot set it on multiple places as a single survivor, but you can have multiple of them if multiple survivors have it. So you could have 1 or 2 Circle of Healings going on as a killer and have a really hard time being efficient with your pathing to be able to get rid of them. Since killers that are slow deal with this worse, like killers that have high mobility, out of the low tier killers that struggle do a lot worse against these than out of the very strong high tier mobility killers. So that is a sad fact about this perk. Anything worth mentioning about this perk? Anything else? I believe I've told you everything. This perk doesn't make you mend quicker. It is true that if you have Sloppy Butcher and other slowdown debuffs, you will heal slower, but the sheer speed of this makes those a joke. So this perk also single-handedly basically counters many of those and has rendered many of those perks quite useless. So yeah, use it and you will be very, very, very happy to know that half the killers hate you right now. That's it for Boon of Healing, I am afraid. Boon Exponential. This perk is ultimately not that powerful by itself, although the possibility that it could be used alongside other boons is quite scary. Much like every other boon, it can be used repeatedly. It needs to be used on a bone that then turns blue. If the killer finds it and kicks it, well, that's a shame because you just wasted time, but you can do it again. And all the boon perks will work at once in your 24-meter area. And it works passively for yourself and for your teammates, and so on and so forth. The effect of this one is fairly straightforward. When you're on the ground, you recover 100% faster. Now, 100% doesn't mean that you recover immediately, fortunately. It means that you recover at twice the rate. A survivor on the ground needs about 32 seconds to recover, about. With this, you can pick yourself up and recover it twice, so in 16 seconds, you are up. Let's go over the really nutty, really good things about this perk. If you set up this perk in the endgame, if you set up this perk in some really annoying, difficult area that is heavily contested, the killer cannot slug. They just cannot slug and leave people on the ground repeatedly. Those people can pick themselves up in 16 seconds, which is nothing. They can pick themselves up completely without help. And that's just ridiculous. This perk also stacks with Unbreakable, with any other perk that does a similar thing. So it could potentially be even faster than 16 seconds. And that is just nuts. If you have Unbreakable and have this perk, Unbreakable will not get consumed. So you can then later use Unbreakable elsewhere. So yeah, if I am a killer, and I know that there's totems, the fact that this perk exists does deter me. I am now scared that if I down a survivor, even if I think that it would be a really, really good idea to leave them there for a few seconds, I am scared that either this or Unbreakable could be in play, or both. So this does scare killers, at least in theory, to pick up survivors even quicker if they think a boon totem could be nearby. So ultimately, it is a pretty impactful perk. It is overshadowed, however, by another perk called Unbreakable that just works a single time, and it doesn't have any preconditions, and it's a little bit scarier. We'll get to that and explain it, but yeah, this perk is not that game-changing, because at least the killer can try to play around it. If you down a survivor in an area that you know has no boons around it, then don't worry about this. If you down a survivor but you know that there's no boons anywhere because you never heard the thunder sound, then don't worry about it. Unfortunately, Unbreakable is a lot more concerning, and we'll get to that. But still, a little bit scary to have this perk on top of many other strong perks from boons. So, yeah. Next, Shadow Step. The last boon totem so far, and perhaps the sneakiest of all of them. Like every boon totem, you set it up by blessing a dual bone or a hex totem, which takes a bit longer, and then turning it into a blue totem. This blue totem effect has this effect, and any other boon totem all together in this 24 in this 24 it's not a diameter. In this 24 radius that is a cylinder and goes up infinitely and extends 24 meters around it. So it can potentially cover a big area in many, many maps, especially the more vertical ones, right? So for those 24 meters and for 4 seconds after you leave them, this perk works for you and for all of your teammates. The killer can find it and get rid of it, yes, but often this will take a long time and it might not be a good investment for them. So as long as you use this perk a little bit here and there, it is pretty good and goes really, really well with the other perks. We'll go over why. Again, it works also for 4 seconds after you leave. A survivor running for 4 seconds can make it 16 meters. So potentially the effect of this perk can be felt on a diameter of 24 plus 16 meters, maybe more with some speed boost. So yeah, you can travel a ridiculous amount of distance while this perk covers your tracks. It does so by doing two things. It removes your scratch marks. It doesn't remove your blood, so watch out for that. And it removes your aura from any perk or add-on or item or whatever that would show your aura to the killer. This is so huge. This is so ridiculous. This is a really, really scary perk. I'll go over the things that scare me the most. If I'm playing in an indoor map where I don't visually see the survivors all the time because they're constantly going around corners, this perk is a kick in the guts. It's a really, really difficult perk to deal with. They go around the corner, they go inside a room, you have a quick look and you don't know where they are. Best case scenario, they are injured and you can track them by blood, or they are very close and you can hear their footsteps still, but it gets really, really difficult. And I imagine for newer killers, it has to be really, really tricky to consistently chase and find survivors. Another thing that really, really scares me is the deterrence that this inflicts upon me. Sometimes I know that someone has set a totem, a boon totem in the distance, but I don't know exactly where it is. So I hear a generator get completed and I walk to the area and I see no scratch marks. And this puts me in a really bad predicament. As a killer, I don't know what to do. Should I check around the corners? There's no scratch marks. So maybe they are just hiding there. But it's also possible that the boon totem that I heard earlier is actually right here somewhere and the person run the hell away and is now across the map and I just didn't see the scratch marks. So this perk alone, just the fact that it exists many times as a killer puts me on the spot and forces me to make subpar decisions and make misinformed or uninformed decisions and do not do much detective work because I don't know. And that's without me even knowing if the perk is here. Eventually, I chase a survivor, I see them go into a boon area, and I'm like, okay, this boon area doesn't have Shadow Step, so I don't need to worry about Shadow Step because I see scratch marks. But then some other boon happens, and it could be the boon from another person with Shadow Step. it gets into my head quite a bit. It will potentially get into your killer's head too if you run it. So removing the scratch marks can be useful. Sometimes it doesn't actually do that much other than confuse the killer and force them to use a little bit of extra brain power. But at the very least, it's scary. And the aura part of this perk is just ridiculous. This perk single-handedly can kill many other reading perks that would otherwise be really solid and strong. If I hook someone with BBQ and Chili, a survivor that is nearby is invisible. A survivor that is behind a generator is basically invisible. A survivor that is in a locker is invisible. And now a survivor that is inside Shadow Step is also invisible. My perk does nothing. If I have Nurses Calling, and I'm trying to find someone that is healing, they go to a boon totem, which has Circle of Healing, they start healing, and I maybe could interrupt them. But because they're Shadow Step, I also do not see them heal with Nurses Calling. So this perk really makes it scary, and forces killers to run fewer auto-reading perks out of fear of this. That, I don't know if it's healthy, but it's certainly annoying, and it's certainly powerful. So this perk, very, very strong for that reason. Don't forget that you still leave blood on the ground. Don't forget that if whoever sets this totem up dies, it goes away. Don't forget that some killers don't really track you. If you're playing against Hag, and she's just setting traps everywhere, you don't really care about tracking survivors. Eventually they come to you, they die. So this perk definitely misses the mark on some killers, but it is a terribly strong complement to Circle of Healing if you choose to bring it. Don't bring it by itself, but yeah, especially if you know that you have a chance to go to an indoor map, this perk really, really slaps and is quite powerful and sometimes underrated. I think it's quite strong, if not, certainly not as strong as Circle of Healing. And that's it for boon totems. And don't forget that boon totems, if you didn't see it from the other ones, also counter the hex Pentimento from killer. Because you don't break totems, Pentimento cannot ever work. So just the fact that you have a boon totem to counter a certain hex that could be part of the meta for killer is also really, really strong. And talking about borrowed time, oh my god, this perk is the very definition of a passive deterrence perk. This perk holds on its shoulders the very balance of this game. It is a very simple perk, and it works without basically any conditions or prerequisites or anything at all. When you unhook another survivor, it doesn't work if you unhook yourself, mind you, but when you unhook another survivor, that survivor is protected by borrowed time for the next 12 seconds. Now, in 12 seconds, a survivor can run 48 meters away. Jesus. Maybe a bit less, considering momentum and stuff, but still, they can make it really, really far, that's for sure. And if during this time, they take a hit that would down them, if they somehow get healed, and they take a hit, that's all good. But if they take a hit that would actually down them, then Endurance protects them. And Endurance is a status effect that makes it so that when you take that deadly blow, you don't actually go down. Instead, you get a speed boost, which is huge. You get a speed boost of 2 seconds, the same as when you take a normal hit. And you instead you're in deep wound status. So eventually, you'll have to maybe stop if the killer stops chasing you, and then mend your wound, and then maybe later heal. And obviously you cannot heal what you need to mend. And you can mend yourself or have another survivor mend you, so on and so forth. If the killer keeps chasing you and you keep running, you don't need to mend. As long as you keep running, the mending timer doesn't go down. So this potentially can make a survivor that was about to go down now be able to be chased indefinitely until they go down. The incredibly big thing about this perk that I feel like I need to explain again is that it passively changes the way that killers play the game without even maybe being there. Why? Very simple. Let's say I'm at the top of the basement and I see 2 survivors come out, one of them recently unhooked. My best play as a killer, 100%, would be to hit the weak, injured survivor, down them in 1 hit, and then put them back in the basement. And maybe they're dead already, so that would be a win-win for me. However, if I hit them and they have borrowed time, not only do I not down them, I give them a speed boost, I slow myself down for 3 seconds while I recover from whatever, and then the other person also gets away. That is horrible for me. So I'm going to not hit the person out of the hook, out of fear, and instead I'll just hit the other person and they'll both get off with a slap on the wrist. So this perk makes killers do that, even if it's not there. If the perk is not used, if no one has borrowed time, that doesn't matter. Me as a killer, I cannot know it until they use it in my face, or until I check. And if you check, that could be bad for you. So this perk just deters killers from tunneling a person out and hooking them as soon as possible and hitting them as soon as possible out of a hook. Let's see into some more advanced things you could do with borrowed time. With borrowed time, you can also actively body block for your rescuer. Let's say that I am playing against a hillbilly, a killer that can literally one-shot my rescuer. I get rescued and the hillbilly comes. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put myself between the killer and my teammate for as long as I can until my 12 seconds are up. And that will protect my rescuer from the killer. If the killer hits me, we're all out. If the killer doesn't hit me, we run. My rescuer takes a window, I take a window, and that's it. If he hits me, I get the speed boost. If he doesn't hit me, I'm past the window or I drop the pallet and I'm safe. So that is huge. Other things that you can do with borrowed time. You can also go and take a hit for somebody else. If you're playing against the hack, you can go and trigger a million traps. And if she hits you, well, you know, you're probably fine. So yeah, it has no distance, it has no requisite of the killer being near, so you can do very, very nasty things with borrowed time. You can even be fully healed and still have borrowed time, which happens a surprisingly funny amount of times. Now, let's go over the things about borrowed time that are not so great, that could backfire slightly. There are a few killers that can play around borrowed time really, really well. Some killers that can hit very quickly one after another. With Save the Best for Last, they can do hit and then recover and then hit. That can be deadly. So don't tank hits with borrowed time unnecessarily against killers that can do slap super fast, because you will be offering yourself to a killer that will potentially down you in seconds anyway. There's also the killers that do multi-hit attacks, like Cannibal. He can hit you with a chainsaw and catch up and hit you again, even with borrowed time. Watch out with that if they are playing well. There's also killers that can delay the hit a little bit. For example, Trickster can put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 knives and then wait. 9 seconds, 10 seconds, 11 seconds, 12 seconds. Boop. And then finish you off, and that will down you if they do it well. But for the most part, within those 12 seconds, if the killer is not right on top of you and you have any safety whatsoever, it's enough to get you to safety. And as I said, it is a perk that works passively because it just scares killers into playing nice. Much nicer than they would if this perk never existed. For that reason, there is a really good argument to be made that this is the best perk in the game. In my opinion, perhaps the second after another even stronger perk that we'll discuss later. So yeah, tremendously powerful perk, works against absolutely every killer to a lesser or bigger degree, and has very little counterplay many times. And needless to say, if you use borrowed time and the exit gates are nearby and open, that survivor is out. And this perk is insanely good. They can even maybe take hits and make sure that you two get out. So yeah, it's a really strong perk. It can be used indefinitely as well. So as long as you rescue others, a couple people having this perk on a team is enough to make sure that someone will always have it available. So typically you see 2 or 3 people use this perk, if not all 4, and that is enough. This perk is just insanely good, as good as it gets. I'm trying to run through my head, make sure that I don't forget absolutely anything about it. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Some minor thoughts about Deep Wound and stuff that are not really that important aside. I think I covered everything. Body Knowledge is a cute perk that does 2 things at once, and it is quite interesting. It makes you heal 33% faster, and it also increases your item efficiency by 33%. So when you are healing your yourself with a medkit, you will be saving 33% of the charges of that medkit, which means that you'll have more leftover medkit for maybe an extra heal. On some medkits, that 33% is enough to get you healed once quickly, twice quickly, and thanks to the speed and the efficiency, now a third time. So that makes this perk makes some medkits into even stronger, faster, longer lasting medkits, which is awesome. This with a particular medkit is a really, really strong perk by itself. However, it doesn't do anything all that crazy that you just cannot do with a medkit anyway. You can just bring a strong medkit and just use it 2 or 3 times, and you don't need to use it maybe a third or fourth. So this perk doesn't really enable anything that crazy. It does stack with other perks quite nicely. However, truth be told, with the now incredibly powerful Circle of Healing, and considering that that perk stacks with medkits and works for the whole team, Body Knowledge is a weaker alternative. Bring even a base medkit or no medkit whatsoever, pair with a single Circle of Healing on anyone on the team, and you can have some mad fast heals that are twice as fast instead of 33% faster. So that does make this perk slightly less appealing, since you just have such a strong alternative. That being said, before that perk existed, Body Knowledge was and still is a very decent perk. The extra charges are nice. The healing speed from Body Knowledge makes other healing alternatives even nicer. So you could run Body Knowledge with Self-Care, and it makes Self-Care heal at a much more reasonable pace. But why would you? And again, saving on medkits is okay, I suppose. But it's a decent perk at what it does. It's just decent, and other alternatives are just better. And I believe that's all there is to it. And don't forget that this also helps with normal healing without medkits to other teammates. So healing others 33% faster is never a bad thing. And overall, over the course of a couple games, it will give you decent value for its perk slot, for sure. Breakdown is an interesting perk that is very, very simple. And I believe it's not been very, very good, but it now has a slightly more appealing use to it. So anytime you exit a hook because you rescue yourself or are rescued by someone else, the perk works and immediately breaks the hook for 3 whole minutes. It also incidentally shows you the aura of the killer for 6 seconds. Now, typically when you're on the hook, the killer just put you there a few seconds ago, so you have a good idea of where the killer is. So seeing the aura of the killer is not that big of a deal. However, sometimes you see the killer do whoop, a 180 and come right back at you. So this can warn you about that. It can also let you know that the killer is just busy doing something else, or maybe show you how a trapper sets down a trap or do some other crazy thing that could be potentially quite useful. So the aura reading is okay and welcome. Obviously, you're only going to leave hooks twice, so you're only going to use this perk twice at most. Keep that in mind. Why is breaking a hook for 3 minutes such a big deal, though? There are at least 2 to 3 potential really useful scenarios where this does something. Let's say that your teammates are absolutely desperate, and they save you, and right after they save you, they go down themselves and you get the hell out of there. Well, the killer now typically would have a really easy time picking up the survivor, hooking on that same hook that you just left, and then going after you or someone else. If that hook is gone for 3 minutes, 3 minutes is a very long time. In DBD time, 3 minutes is literally half a match. It's basically forever. So they cannot wait 3 minutes. That killer is now forced to go to another hook. In some maps, 2 hooks can be close together. In most maps, they are at least 10 to 12 seconds apart. So this perk can buy your team at a critical time a very, very useful 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 seconds if the killer has to find another hook. That's pretty good. Not incredibly reliable, not super strong against Pyramid Head, who sends you in cages, and this does basically nothing against, but for the most part, pretty good. Now, the more interesting aspect about this perk is the fact that it completely can ruin a killer's expectations when it comes to Scorch Hooks. Scorch Hooks are a new set of perks for killer. They spawn 4 white hooks on the map randomly, and if the killer hooks you in one of these Scorch Hooks, magic things happen. One of them slows down healing and repairs very little. It's not a big deal. It's called Gift of Pain. The other one is actually quite annoying, and it's called Pain Resonance. Every time you get hooked there, a generator explodes, loses progress, and everybody screams. Who's working on that gen? And that's a lot of info and regression. Now, picture this. You get hooked on a white hook, then the killer comes back, you get unhooked, they immediately down you again, they immediately hook you again, bummer. And then that same thing happens, oh my god, what is this team? And then you get down again, oof, bummer. And then you get hooked a 3rd time, right on the same spot. That is 3 times that perk has destroyed your team. With Breakdown, that will never happen. If they only have 1 good white hook, after you're out of that hook is gone for a good 3 minutes. So they will never be able to consistently hook multiple people on the same one. And if they're unlucky, this can make a perk that is good but unreliable, very unreliable. If I have my white hooks distributed in an unlucky set of areas, and I lose one of them for 3 minutes, that will totally shut down that perk. For that reason, Breakdown counters Pain Resonance quite well. And the fact that it can annoy the killer a little bit and give you a bit of info overall, I think amounts to at least a decent worth bringing perk, even if sometimes it fails to be worth the perk slot. That's my thoughts on it. And that's pretty much it. Needless to say, when you die on the hook disappears. It's forever. So this perk doesn't do anything on your 3rd hook, if you're wondering. And don't forget that if a killer is undetectable, you will not see their aura. So there's a few, if you're playing against a Wraith, for example, this also will not maybe show you where they are. Okay, so Breakout is a really interesting perk. It only helps other survivors and does absolutely nothing for yourself if you're just playing selfish. But if you're one of those people that likes to take care of your teammates, and the situation where this perk can work actually happens, then it's actually quite amazing. Let's go over what this perk does. This perk works when a survivor teammate of yours gets picked up and is being transported to a hook during that whole time. If you get within 6 meters, which is a very reasonable distance from the killer, the perk begins to work on yourself and the survivor being carried. 6 meters is very, very safe. You're not in danger of being hit if you're wondering, although you might want to get hit to delay the killer. So you can keep a safe distance, even if the killer has Agitation or some other mad perk. They will probably not hit you within 6 meters. They will especially not hit you if you're moving at 7% faster increased speed. At that speed, you are literally as fast or faster than the killer, depending on what they have. So yeah, you're basically unhittable. You can bait hits with this perk, and maybe you can take a hit at a hook. And the really nice thing is that you make the survivor wriggle off a little over 2 seconds faster than they would. This is pretty crazy. This is pretty damn good. Now, the situations for this to work are not always very good. Let's go over some examples of where this perk fails. You play against a pyramid head that doesn't hook, just sends people in cages. Worthless. You play against a nurse and she downs and then leaves the person on the ground and goes for you. Worthless. A killer downs a survivor and they have a hook literally right there. This perk is largely worthless. But every now and then, a situation will line up where this perk can shine. You play against a very territorial, campy Bubba, cannibal, or hag, and they're trying to take someone to basement. And they're taking them from a little bit further than they should. And they are barely going to make it to the first hook. Then you walk next to the killer for as long as possible to get the full breakout, and that 20% adds up quickly, and that person gets out. And having a survivor escape the killer is a huge detriment to the killer's progress and momentum. If you play it right, and this perk works even a single time per match, it's absolutely worth the perk slot and should be a staple of your build if you can manage that. This also obviously goes really well with Sabotage. When you move at 7% faster, you can literally go past the killer and beat them to whatever hook they're going, to then use a strong Sabotage toolbox to get rid of that. And if the killer at that point tries to drop the survivor, it's possible that they might have already reached the threshold where if they try to drop them, they escape. Because you cannot drop a survivor that is like almost escape. If they reach a certain 80% or so threshold, they literally break out. And with this perk, you can reach that quicker. That is awesome. That is super fun. If you are a person that is incredibly good at reading the situation or is incredibly well coordinated with your team, having this perk with a Sabo toolbox or Saboteur or some other similar perk can honestly be super worth it. Unfortunately, many situations, if the killer is smart enough, this will not work. If the killer has body blocking perks, there's a few of those, this will not work. And in those situations, you will just wish you had a better, more universal perk. Still though, I cannot praise this perk enough. When it does work, it is really fun and really powerful and mostly a very fair perk and fun perk for both sides. So yeah, I'm not even mad when I play against it. Buckle Up. This perk is... to say that this perk is bad is an insult to other bad perks. This perk is just straight up terrible. It is badly designed, does something very badly, and doesn't even do it much. So basically, any survivor that is on the ground has a special aura. Typically, a survivor that is on the ground, as long as they are within 48 meters, this perk works. They would be red. With this perk, they're not red. Instead, they have a variable color. Red when they are at 0, and it turns fully white. So ping, and up until it turns completely white. And when they're basically completely white, that's your way to know that they are fully recovered, and you can pick them up. If you do pick them up, you and the survivor both will see the killer for 6 seconds. Yeah, as long as, of course, the killer is not undetectable or otherwise invisible. Right. Let's go over the three obvious elephants in the room. Number one, most of the times, a survivor that goes down gets picked up immediately. The killers cannot mess around. Certainly not in the age where people can heal each other and themselves super fast off the ground. So slugging, leaving many people on the ground as a killer is a horrible idea, and not many killers do it. And when they do it, they might do it to you. They might not be doing it to your teammate. So slugging, not that common. Killers pick up survivors really quickly, and if they do, this perk does nothing. When you get close to a survivor that's been on the ground for a little bit, you don't actually need this information. If the survivor has been on the ground for 5 seconds, you know for a fact that they've been recovering the whole time. If you see them move, then you know they haven't been recovering. If you see them move very fast, you probably know that they have tenacity. You can immediately tell and guess with very high level of consistency how much a survivor has recovered just by counting in your head and knowing that in about 30 seconds they'll be ready, maybe a bit less if they have Unbreakable. So this perk giving you that info, it's completely worthless. You can just guess it by just estimating how long ago they were downed. Obviously, it goes without saying that if a killer downs a survivor, it's very likely that the killer is still very close and in the vicinity. So if you do pick them up and you see the aura and they see the aura, it's very likely that the killer is already right on top of you, ready to slap both of you. So the aura reading of this perk, it's pathetic. The worst thing about it is that it's going to let your teammate know that you have this perk, and they're probably going to report you for throwing the game because this perk is just such a disappointing perk to run. I had someone in my stream tell me that they played this game for 1,000 games, and I believe them, and that they used it 3 times in 1,000 games. They had value out of this perk 3 times in over 1,000 games. And you know what? I believe them. I believe them. It's just that bad. Goodness me. I'm done. Next up, we have Built to Last. Now this perk is really interesting and can definitely be used right and wrong. This is a perk that will refill the charges of an item. So how useful this perk is very directly linked to how strong and how many charges the item has. So if you run this perk without any item, literally does nothing. If you run this perk with a mediocre item, it's not very good. But if you run this perk on a strong item with many charges, with add-ons that increase the charges further, this add-on will also refill the charges from your this perk will also refill the charges from your add-ons. So it can honestly be tremendously powerful. So the way it works, it's very simple. You use a whole item, you use it entirely, and when you're out of charges, you go into a locker for 12 seconds, and then you come out and the item is back to 99% charges. So basically fully operational. If you do it again, you get it back with 66%, which is not as good, 2/3. And if you do it a third time, you get it back with 33%. At that point, you're wasting a lot of time to get the item back, so it's not very good, but whatever, you can still do it. So how strong is Build to Last? If you use it with the best items in the game, it is legitimately one of the most broken perks in the game, and it is absolutely ridiculous. Despite the 12 seconds that it takes for you to get it back, you can easily come back from those 12 seconds with a strong enough item. Let me explain. There are some toolboxes in this game that, if used correctly, can save you easily 20, 25, or almost 30 seconds, maybe more than 30 seconds. Yeah, maybe more than 30 seconds on a generator. Think about it. You can use a toolbox at the start of the game and save 30 seconds on a generator if you get lucky with skill checks. That is insane. That is nuts. That is shaving off seconds and seconds and seconds of your main objective. And only one survivor is doing this. There could be multiple survivors doing it too. Incredible pressure that you inflict on the killer. And incredibly crippling to lose gens that quickly. After you do that, you can now take it easy, hide for a little bit, maybe go into a locker to hide from the killer, or use inner healing, aka inner strength. You know, take it easy. The gens are now being patrolled. Kill a check-in. You take it easy. Come back out of a locker 12 seconds later, and you have another toolbox again with the same charges. So the killer checks the gens, no progress. All right, goes back. 10 seconds later, you're already halfway with that gem, basically. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but yeah. There are multiple ways to abuse this by running it with Streetwise, another perk that increases the charges that you get out of an item. So if you run this with the strongest items, with the strongest build around them, maybe with a teammate or two that are also in on it. I played against a few Build to Last toolbox survivors, and it is very discouraging. As a killer, it really puts an insane amount of pressure on you. You lose some gens extremely quickly. Then it feels like the game is back in control for you. And then suddenly the next two gens also run super quickly. And it feels like there's no way to stop that momentum back and forth. So it is very disgusting. You could also theoretically run Build to Last on a key to have auto reading on the killer permanently for a very long time with certain add-ons. It's useful, but I mean, you know, not the craziest thing in the world. You could also have Build to Last on a very strong medkit to have super fast heals and get maybe 3 or 4 or maybe 5 heals out of a medkit. Again, considering that Circle of Healing exists, maybe not the best, but still very strong. So in those situations, Build to Last is a strong, dependable perk. In the previous ones, I think it's completely bonkers and a really strong, very hard to counter perk for the killer. Definitely is a very mediocre perk. However, if you just have some stupid brown toolbox with no add-ons, because what you get out of it is very little. If an item of yours loses all of its charges to Franklin's Demise, you can use Build to Last to rebuild it as well, which is a nice little thing. If a killer whacks your item and it falls off, you can rebuild it with this perk. So yeah, many reasons to run it if you know what you're doing, but you must be quite evil to do that. Yeah, pretty strong. Also, it goes without saying, This also works on items that other people give you. So you could plunder an item from a chest, which is risky. Don't do that. Or pick one from your friend and also use Build to Last up to a few times on that. Calm Spirit is an interesting perk. It basically makes you unable to scare crows. And it also prevents you from screaming from a number of perks, add-ons, and powers that the killers are equipped with. Let's go over the crow part, which is the simplest, and honestly, in my opinion, the best part about this perk. At the start of the match and throughout the entire match, I am constantly looking around the edges of the map and scanning the horizon, looking for any crows that fly off. Many times I find one survivor and later 3 survivors and later the whole team just because one of them set off a crow at the wrong spot and I picked it up from a distance. So killers, especially the ones that are not entirely new to the game, rely on crows a lot for tracking. And it is a really good thing maybe that you don't set off crows accidentally. That being said, very mindful survivors don't set off crows at the wrong time. Or if they do, they are ready to just be chased and they don't really care. So it's not like avoiding alerting crows is that big of a deal. No killer will ever run spies from the shadows, so you don't really worry about being picked up by the counter part of this perk. So yeah, they're removing the crows. As a thing. It's nice, but it's not even that big of a deal. If I've chased a Jake and I know he has Calm Spirit, I'm not going to be looking at crows if I'm chasing him, because I know he's not going to set them off. And I know that if there's a crow flying off, it's someone other than Jake. And if I'm only focusing on Jake, then I know that I won't need to look at crows. So even a smart killer can eventually figure things out. When you hit a survivor, the first thing that gives this perk away is that they do not scream. You hit them and they just walk off and they don't go ah or anything, which is really funny. So a killer can figure out that you have this perk early on by hitting you and noticing that you don't scream. Many killer powers actually get slightly countered by Calm Spirit. A doctor shocking you will not see your exact location and might even get a bit confused if they're a bit new because you don't scream, which is awesome. A clown that hits you with their power will also not make you scream, which could also confuse them a little bit. It doesn't really change their power in any way, but it does throw them off a little bit. It can be a little bit annoying. Also, perks like Iron Maiden, Infectious Fright, anything that would make you scream, like make your choice, will still affect you, but because you do not scream, the killer might not realize the perk has triggered, or they might not realize that it's triggered on you if they don't realize that you are the person with Calm Spirit. They also might not realize where exactly the perk worked. So in those very odd case scenarios where killers run one of these peculiar, not that common perks, this perk could potentially come in clutch. But you're not going to see that happen very much. As I said, these perks are just not that common. Ultimately, this perk advertises itself a lot to killers, and it's a bad perk to run. If I chase a survivor that has had Dead Heart, because I've noticed it, and I notice that they have Calm Spirit, and I also know that they have this other perk, I can quickly run the simulations and be like, okay, if he's using these 3 perks, then I know for a fact that he cannot have this and this. So you're giving information about your perks to the killer for very little compensation. Ultimately, very niche, in my opinion. Now, let's move on to Clairvoyance from Michaela. Clairvoyance is a tricky perk. It has a really cool effect, but triggering it is the main issue. So when you trigger Clairvoyance by breaking a totem, you can use your item slot without an item, only works without an item, to have the ability to see things from very far away. 64 meters is really far. You see exit gates, which you should know anyway, because they light up when the gens get done. But in case you miss them, or in case you are there early, you see exit gates. You see generators, which in indoor maps is super useful. Many times in an indoor map, or a map that is a little bit strange, you might not realize where the last 1 or 2 gens are. Maybe one gen is being defended by the killer. What is the last one? I don't know. This perk can help you find them, so that's really nice. It lets you see hooks. Seeing hooks is not that big of a deal, but sometimes it can help you know which hook to sabotage. It can help you know which area of the map can be rough for the killer to hook you in so that you can make a plan. So it is a bit of information. It can show you the arrows of chests in case you're into that. And it can also show you the arrow of the hatch, which is incredibly, incredibly useful if you are the last survivor alive. So if you're the last survivor alive, you can try to activate this perk as a last ditch thing if you haven't activated it already. And as the killer finishes off your teammates, you can start running in the middle of the map and using this perk to find the hatch as soon as it spawns when you're the final survivor alive. And then open it with a key if you find one, but you cannot use this perk with a key. Or just jump into it if it's open. For that reason, Clairvoyance can actually help your survivability a little bit. And that's nice, but you don't want to rely on your team dying so you can escape, do you? Hopefully not. So what is the big deal with Clairvoyance? For Clairvoyance to work, you need to cleanse a totem. So that means that you find a totem that is dull and has no hex, and you just cleanse it and you activate the perk. Or you find a hex and you cleanse it, and then you get rid of the perk and activate this perk at once. This is not ideal. Ideally, if there is no hex perk, you just ignore totems because they are a side objective and a waste of time, potentially, and you just do gens and have other perks to help you out. And if there is a hex or a duel, you would be better off using a boon totem like Circle of Healing to provide yourself and your teammate with great support. The healing support, not the emotional kind. And also, you could just bless a hex to turn it into a blue totem. And if the killer snuffs out the blue totem, they cannot use Pentimento. So Pentimento is a new hex perk for killers that allows them to massively slow down survivors if some totems are destroyed. With boon totems, you do not destroy totems. So Pentimento cannot work. With Clairvoyance, you have to destroy totems. So if you are unlucky enough to play against the 1 or 2 killers that run Pentimento, they could massively hinder you and your teammates because you cleanse a totem and they are allowed to destroy it. With Clairvoyance, you do not see other totems, so you cannot even use it to quickly get rid of all totems. And yeah, the fact that it's not a boon and that you cannot get it while you bless a boon on a character that brings other really good boons with her, because it's from Michaela Raid, makes this perk really not that desirable. And it has a very niche use that, yeah, can help some survivors find their way around. But here's the thing. If you cannot find gens and you cannot find the hatch, what do you think? Why do you think you're going to be able to find a totem? It's possible that at the start of the match, you're going to get chased, you're going to get lost, and you're not even going to find a totem anyway. Half the times around this perk, I swear, I have a really hard time finding that totem in the first place for some reason. So, unfortunately, this perk has a few holes and is ultimately undesirable and ultimately wants you to destroy totems, which right now is not the safest thing to do against killer. The safest thing is to ignore totems until Noed shows up, or to blast them so that Noed doesn't show up and Pentimento cannot be used. Next up, we have Corrective Action from Jonah. And this is a really sad perk. I really like this perk because it's a perk to help your teammates, and it absolutely does nothing for you other than to help them and help you a little bit indirectly. So when you have this perk, you start with 3 tokens, and you can get more tokens if you land the very difficult great skill checks. Decent survivors can do that fairly easily and fairly commonly, so it's very easy for you to immediately have 3 tokens and quickly jump to 4 and then to 5 tokens. And then those 5 tokens will get used up anytime a survivor of yours misses a skill check. I'm going to tell you the 1 situation or 2 situations, if you really stretch it, where this perk can work. If you have Proof Thyself and you want to work on generators with somebody else, but you don't trust your teammates, you can put on this perk so that if they mess up, it doesn't slow you down as much. So that's nice. And if you are mentoring a newer player, let's say that you have 1,000 hours and you're just welcoming your boyfriend or your girlfriend or your best friend into this game. And they are a little bit clumsy with skill checks because, let's be honest, new players are a bit clumsy. It's completely normal. Then you can put on this perk if you want to be a bit of a mentor and a bit of a helping hand to help them feel better. They could also equip Technician, which is a similar idea, so it protects them. But if they don't have that, you can do this and you will help them out, and that is very sweet. Other than that very beautiful scenario that I just made up, that probably never happens, this perk is garbage. You can have this perk a whole match and never have a teammate come to you. They might be missing skill checks really far away. But that doesn't do anything. If they're not with you on a generator or healing together with you, this doesn't do anything. And yeah, that's just it. It's a perk that only works if a survivor is with you, and if they miss a skill check, and if you have the tokens, and if I mean, if it saves you once or twice per game, it's okay, but it's still not worth a perk slot. Even if it works a couple of times per game, other than to make you feel better, it's really not worth the perk slot. I'll be a little bit kind and say one nice thing about corrective action. It could potentially save a lot of time in a particular scenario. If you have 4 or 3 survivors on a single generator and one of them gets up to go do something, and at that exact moment they get a skill check, they will automatically miss it. And that sucks because the other 3 or 2 people, they lose 10% of the gen, and now for 2 or so seconds they kind of work on the gen, so it's a massive waste of time. And that can sometimes be really crippling. If one of us has corrective action, I guess that wouldn't happen. If one of the people that stays on the gen. But yeah, other than you being scared of that and you trying to be nice, this perk is just truly not worth it. Alright, let me take a 1 second break, then we'll continue with Counterforce. Alright, we're back after a little break. Now to cover Counterforce. Counterforce is a perk that has some holes in what it does, and I ultimately do not recommend it for any purpose. There are either better strategies or better perks to do what Counterforce is supposed to be good at doing. We'll get to why. Let's explain what it does. You cleanse totems 20% faster. So your first totem that you cleanse, it will be 20% faster. Your second totem will be an extra 20%, so 40%, then 60%, then 80%, and so on. And you might think to yourself, well, that is just absolutely incredible. Could this really help me? Especially if the killer has something like Hex Pentimento, where I'll need to cleanse even additional bones. There is a problem with the strategy. If you don't cleanse bones, the killers don't get Pentimento. And Pentimento is a scary perk that some killers might run right now. And it only works if you cleanse totems. So the idea of cleansing totems is not always the best one, especially if you don't need to do it, if you don't need to absolutely do it. So think about it this way. With Counterforce, if you want to get rid of every single totem, you will have to cleanse one. You will see the aura of the furthest totem from really far away. You'll waste a lot of time getting there. Then you'll see another aura, then you'll get there. Then you'll do the second to last totem. Then you'll see the last one. And if you really are dedicated with Counterforce, you can eventually find all totems like this. This sometimes helps, especially with newer players, to find totems that are in areas that you didn't even know could have totems in it. So if you're not very experienced with totem placement, yeah, this perk can be okay in teaching you that. And you can run it as a beginner for a little while. If I was playing as a beginner or with a beginner, and I expected the killers to be newer, I know that Noid is very popular, and that is the perk that insta-downs you when all the gens get done. So with Counterforce, I would have a really nice way of maybe doing all the bones prematurely, or doing a few and having the chance to find the last couple with Counterforce. So yeah, this perk can help you out a little bit in those situations. The speed boost that it gives, it's honestly not even a factor. For the most part, you waste a lot more time finding the totems than actually doing them. So other than some edge case scenarios where the killer has something like Thrill of the Hunt to slow you down at totems, or Thanatophobia to slow you down at totems, you're not really gonna care too much about cleansing them slightly faster. That only comes in handy very little times. So the speed about this, forget about it. The real strength of this perk is being able to see other totems' auras, and eventually, when you have a lot of speed, to cleanse them a little bit faster. The problem is that this could easily get in your way and confuse you if you do totem number 1 and then totem number 2 and then totem number 3, but then your teammate does totem number 4. Well, now totem number 5 will not show up to counterforce, so you will not have any idea where totem number 5 is. Another thing that's really annoying is that you could be playing with people that have Circle of Healing, which is an amazing super strong perk that can help you and the entire team. And if you destroy totems around the map, not only are you setting yourself up for Pentimento, you are also potentially removing their ability to bless totems. Because Counterforce removes potential boon areas, feeds into Pentimento potentially, I just cannot recommend it. If you want to find totems to cleanse them or bless them, Small Game, another totem perk, is just way superior. Detective's Hunch, which we'll get into, is also a safer perk, as you can just see the totems and you can decide what you want to do with that without having to cleanse them. So yeah, it's really not a good to run Counterforce and begin to cleanse en masse is my main point. For that reason, not a very strong perk. Dance With Me is a really interesting one. Unfortunately, even though in paper it might sound really good, in practice it works very rarely. When performing a fast vault or leaving a locker in a sprint, you leave no scratch marks for 3 seconds. So this can happen in 3 areas. When you come out of a locker quickly while pressing shift and do the noise, including if you have head on, when you vault a pallet quickly, and when you vault a window, either with a medium or a fast vault. Anytime you make noise, this perk will work. It will remove your scratch marks and so on for 3 seconds, and then go on cooldown for the next 40 seconds. And this cooldown is hefty, but here's the thing about this perk. It's really difficult to use it. In most situations, the killer has a good enough grip on you that 3 seconds of not leaving scratch marks is just not enough. And don't forget, if the killer has ammo ears, or if the killer is following your blood, actually I believe that Dance With Me might cover your blood. Did they buff that? Did they buff that and not explain that? Let me figure that out. Okay, please forgive me. I had to make sure that this perk doesn't lie to you, because there's another perk that we'll get to in a second that does indeed lie to you. But no, Dance With Me removes your scratch marks, and only your scratch marks for 3 seconds when you vault a pallet, a window, or come out of a locker quickly. It doesn't hide your blood, it does not hide your grunts of pain, it does not hide your aura, so those are things that the killer can still use to track you even if they don't see you directly. I think the best way to use Dance With Me, genuinely, is to be healthy and hit a killer out of a locker with a perk head on. If you stun them with head on, they will be stunned for a few seconds, and then you can make a run basically anywhere. Thank you so much, Lynn, for helping us test. And you will not leave scratch marks, which could confuse the killer a lot. Then the next time you do that, you can just stay inside the model of the killer and mess with them. You could get inside their head a little bit with Dance With Me. I think that's also really useful. Another time where it could be somewhat useful is in a very cramped indoor map like the game or the Larry's hospital. If you drop a pallet and then bolt back and the killer gets a little bit smart, you could just run away if they lose sight of you. And if you're a bit lucky, they might think that you're crouching or hiding behind some wall when in fact you've actually gone very far away. That could come in handy. The way people typically use this perk is either they use it by itself and then it doesn't do much. And don't forget, once the killer sees that you have this perk and notices it, Next time you try to use it, they'll be more on the lookout. And I immediately, when someone vaults, I have the habit of checking the scratch marks for the next couple seconds. And if I see that there's no such thing, then I don't need to worry about it. One very popular idea, which admittedly is kind of fun, is to pair this perk with several other vaulting perks just to make it more useful. So the idea goes a bit like this. You have Dance With Me to lose your scratch marks, Life to make you very, very quick after you vault, which basically triggers the same as with Dance With Me, except it doesn't trigger with the lockers. And also Quick and Quiet, which will make your vault silent. So this can be a bit of a ninja build where a killer is near you, you vault a window very quickly and get the hell out of there super fast, no noise, no scratch marks, and no notification that the killer gets, obviously. That can be really, really powerful if you are a little bit stealthy and you just get out of there. And the killer notices you a little bit too late and maybe doesn't even know how to track you. One thing that you could just do, however, is just run spin bursts. Just run spin bursts. If you're behind some... obviously, the killer sees you. This loses much of its appeal. And if the killer doesn't see you, you can just spin burst the hell away from whatever you are. And it's a lot more consistent. You don't need a window. And it's also fairly silent if the killer's not seeing you. The nice thing about spin bursts is that will still work in many other scenarios. Whereas these three perks together are a dead giveaway. And the killer can see all of them in 1 second. And that is a big weakness. Let me explain why. If I am chasing a Feng Min, and right at the start of the game, I find her in the shack, and I see her vault the shack quietly, I see that she leaves no scratch marks, and I see that she's very fast. For the rest of the game, I already know that she only has one other perk available. So I will try to guess which perk that is. And if I know all 4 perks of a survivor, that is a huge advantage that I have. If I need to leave them on the ground, I might be able to. If I need to tunnel them and kill them super early, I might be able to. If I need to do a certain thing that involves that survivor, I might get away with it just because I know the perks they have. So giving away all of your perks like that is just not a good idea, and Dance With Me ultimately doesn't work all that well. So I would advise against this because it's situational, because it only works against certain killers. If you are coughing and sick with the plague's vomit, obviously you're not going to be stealthy. The blood is still left on the ground, so you can still be tracked by that. There's just too many holes. And don't forget, the cooldown might make this perk not work when you actually need it. So it's not a perk that you can trigger on command, unfortunately. For that reason, not so good. Dark Sense is a cute perk. Oh, by the way, before we get into the Dark Sense, I can confirm indeed that Counterforce does get stronger when you cleanse Pentimento totems, by the way. I'll put that into the description in case anybody missed it. For Dark Sense now. Dark Sense is a very simple perk. It shows you the aura of the killer, no matter where they are, no matter where you are, anytime one of the gens is repaired. That will happen 1, 2, 3, 4 times, and then on the 5th one, you see them for a little bit longer, for a whole 10 seconds. That last part is quite useful. Seeing them for 10 seconds can let you know which exit gate to go for, whether or not you need to go for the rescue. If they're right on top of you, obviously 10 seconds is quite a bit of information you can use in chase. So that's nice if you live that long. And the 5 seconds of the other 4 gens, it's an okay-ish effect. Of course, don't forget, some killers become undetectable due to their powers or their perks. And if they are undetectable, this perk will do absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. As long as they are undetectable during those 5 or 10 seconds. So that could backfire. If you're playing against Ghostface or Wraith, there's a good chance that you will still not see them because they override your perk. So that's a shame. Another thing that is a little bit of a scare is that there's a killer perk that is really, really scary called Rancor, where if you're the Obsession, you see the aura of the killer for 3 seconds, and that overlaps with this perk. So typically, if you don't play with this perk and you're the Obsession, when a generator is completed, you see the aura of the killer, and you're like, okay, the killer has Rancor, I need to be careful, because when the final gen gets completed, the killer can mori me, and I am vulnerable. if you happen to have Dark Sense and you are the Obsession, which happens sometimes, you will have no idea that there's Rancor until the very end when you get a prop. And if the killer's on top of you, you are dead. No matter how many hooks you've been through, you are straight up dead. You're gonna get insta-downable. You're gonna insta-down, and you are Moriable. So the killer can just walk on top of you and do the animation and kill you. So Dark Sense, if you're the Obsession and you get very unlucky, could potentially mess with you. That is a reason to be scared of this perk. Now, that being said, Rancor is not that common. And you need to be the Obsession for this to happen. So that's not that big of a deal. What's the bigger deal is the fact that this perk doesn't give you any information that you shouldn't already have. Of course, if you're playing with your friends or you're running better perks like Kindred, you're gonna have a constant flow of information of where the killer is. The killer is either on you or he's on someone else, and that's all you need to know. You don't need to see the aura of the killer precisely to have a very good idea of where they are. Not to mention some killers are just are maybe on top of your teammate constantly, or are sitting and camping, or are undetectable. Like many times, the information that you're gonna get with this perk is just redundant. It's telling you things that you already know. The times when it comes really handy is when this perk happens in Chase, and you can use the 5-second or 10-second aura to actually loop and evade the killer better. I remember finishing a generator, the killer comes right at me, and I don't need to... Since I see the killer perfectly through a wall, I can do a perfect read of the path they're taking and make sure that I make it to the pallet or the window safely. In those kind of situations, Dark Sense is occasionally helpful. But for the most part, this perk is just... like, it does something very little for very little time, and many things need to overlap at once for this perk to truly shine. For that reason, I just have a really hard time recommending it. And even though it's a comfy perk and it's decent, it's better than nothing when you're starting out, I really highly recommend that you switch this out for a perk that lets you see your teammates, such as Bond or Empathy or Situational Awareness, or a perk that lets you expect the killer in some place, such as Alert or Spine Chill. Even better, use Kindred, which lets you see your teammates and the killer, and also helps your teammates when you are on the hook yourself. And you will definitely see why this perk doesn't beat any of them. I believe that that's it. Dead Heart is one of the many exhaustion perks that you use once to gain a little bit of distance and advantage, and then it makes you exhausted, and you do not get to use it immediately. And it is probably now by far the strongest exhaustion perk. Because exhaustion perks cannot be used back to back, you don't see survivors typically run multiple of them. They typically only pick one and stick to it. And because Dead Heart is possibly the best, you're just gonna see this perk more and more as you become more and more experienced. And eventually you're gonna see it in every single game, almost without fail, probably multiple times, not even crazy to say, on basically every survivor. At one point you will expect this perk on everyone, and this perk is absolutely nutty. You need to be injured to use it. That is very important, and the only major downside of this perk is that you cannot use it while you're healthy. So if you're healthy and a cannibal approaches you and they catch you in the open and they down you with your chainsaw from fully healed to downed, this perk obviously does nothing. But even in those situations, you can have it when you get unhooked, right? So you cannot use it while healthy. But anytime that you are injured, if you press shift or whatever button you use to run, and then press the active ability button, you will do a little dash forward. This dash forward buys you a little bit of distance forward. It's a little burst of speed. And during that time, you have invincibility frames, which means that you cannot be damaged by almost anything in the game. And you also are not affected by almost anything in the game. And then you become exhausted and cannot use it immediately. Although, if you go down soon after and you go on the hook, don't forget that that cures you from your exhaustion. So if you get unhooked quickly, you can use it again. So what does this really mean? There's basically two main ways to use Dead Heart. The simpler one is to use it for distance. This is super simple. Unlike Sprint Burst, you don't need to manually save this perk. Unlike Balanced Landing, you don't need to find an elevation. You can use this perk in most loops to get a little bit greedier and go for extra laps. So for example, if you're playing on the shack, you go around the shack multiple times. When the killer is right about to catch up to you, typically you would need to drop the pallet. Typically. With that hard, you don't need to drop the pallet. You just go for another lap. And when the killer closes the gap and he's about to hit you, then you press E. And you get that little bit of extra distance, which allows you to get to the window, allows you to get to the pallet. It is so precise that survivors are very capable of gauging whether or not on the spot they can do that. And the best part is that you can delay your decision making until the very end. So I go for an extra lap and the killer stays on me. Then I use Dead Hard at the very last second and drop the pallet. If the killer gives up on me, hey, awesome. I keep my Dead Hard. I go back to a generator. If the killer comes, I'm gonna do it again. So you, unlike Sprint Burst, you're not going to waste Dead Hard just to get away from the killer. Instead, you're going to make sure the killer overcommits to you, and then at the last second, possibly use this perk. This perk also, for this and other reasons, has a bit of deterrence built into it. Sometimes I will see a survivor that is in a bad spot, that is in a somewhat bad spot, and I will not chase them because I might be afraid of Dead Hard. So if a survivor seems to be in a bad spot, and I don't know if they have Dead Hard or not, I'm not gonna risk it. If I go after them and then lose someone else, and then suddenly it turns out they do have Dead Hard, they might very well beat me to a window where suddenly they're not in a bad spot anymore, and I cannot for the life of me down them. So Dead Hard, until you have confirmed it on a survivor, will mess with your head, and you need to assume that it's there because it's so common. Even survivors that don't have Dead Hard on will still make you assume things. So for example, if you watch many killers, I'm sure you've realized that they hit a survivor, they chase a survivor, they get really close, and they don't hit the survivor. They get close, they wait, maybe they do some action to try to bait it, and then wait, hold up, bam. So Dead Hard, just by virtue of existing, makes killers second guess themselves constantly. It feels really bad to chase a survivor, get really close, try to swing, and then miss. And if you swing and hit them on your screen, because Dead Hard gets validated by the validation hits, you will see the blood, you will hear the noise, but in their screen they'll be totally fine. If on their screen they press E or whatever button quick enough, it will get validated and you will get robbed, quote unquote. So you don't want that to happen. So for that reason, you're always going to wait and make sure that the Dead Hard is not there if you haven't seen them use another exhaustion perk, of course. So this perk, even without being there, makes killers paranoid. And are killers paranoid because they're stupid? No, they're not. Like, you really have to not fall for Dead Hard, or else you risk a survivor that is this close to going down, potentially running you for much longer. The Dead Hard validation also destroys certain killers in a very harsh way. So for example, if you're playing Twins and you hit someone with Victor, and at that exact point they Dead Hard, your Victor will go on cooldown, then they'll have the ability to kick you. If you're playing Nemesis and you hit someone over a pallet and you miss, you break the pallet, if you're in tier 2. But if they Dead Hard through, it will count as a hit and not break the pallet, but they will not be hit. If you have Say the Best for Last and you hit the Obsession, you can lose stacks and not down the Obsession, if I'm not mistaken. There are a lot of horrible outcomes for killer if they whiff and they get validated when they hit a Dead Hard that happened on the survivor screen. So for that reason, killer is deadly afraid of Dead Hard for a very good reason, and they will play very carefully when it's there and even when it's not there. And that's the really annoying part. Until you have figured out whether it's there or not, Dead Hard is a psychological obstacle in any given chase. So if you see a survivor right away, or if a survivor gets picked up from the ground right away, you need to be very careful because you could get validated. And yeah, that alone makes this perk scary. And when survivors use it well, it becomes really annoying when it's done for distance. Now, we talk about how people use Dead Heart for distance, and when you hit, you might get validated if it's considered a miss. Now, let's talk about all of the things that Dead Heart makes you immune to. It makes you immune to basically everything. A killer's basic attack, you're immune to it. A killer's special attack, I think basically all of them you're immune to it. So for example, if a hillbilly uses a chainsaw, you can briefly dodge through it. If the cannibal uses their chainsaw, as long as you don't stay for the next hit, you can dodge through the chainsaw. You can dodge through a nurse hit, and that's really powerful. You can dodge through a blight hit, especially if you go through them and don't let them hit you at the end. You can dodge right through a trapper's bear trap and be invincible and be able to go through it with Dead Heart, which makes it incredibly strong against trapper. You can dodge through a doctor shock so that you don't get madness and you don't get denied a pallet, which is also incredibly strong against doctor. You can even dodge through his blast if you time it right, so that if he's looking for you, he doesn't find you if you're the last survivor, for example. You can dodge through a Huntress hatchet. You can dodge through Trickster knives. You can dodge through Deathslinger's harpoon. You can dodge... Is there anything you can dodge through a Nemesis tentacle? Is there anything that you cannot dodge with Dead Heart? Okay, I'm thinking of like a couple things on the top of my head. If you have a reverse bird trap from the pig and you try to dodge into the exit gates, you will die. That kills you, even with Dead Heart. If a pyramid head has set trails on the ground, you cannot Dead Heart through them. You will be affected by them. So it's not the same as Trapper, for example. Also, Dead Hearting through a Phantasm trap from the hack also triggers it. So you're invincible to the hit, but you're not invincible to the trap. And yeah, you can Dead Heart through zombies, although that's dangerous from Nemesis. Is there anything that you cannot Dead Heart through? You can Dead Heart through a Legion Slash. I'm really struggling. Other than those very you can Dead Heart through basically everything. Obviously, if you're being stalked, you can still be stalked. So you cannot Dead Heart to avoid stalk from the stalking killers, Myers and Ghostface. But other than that, Dead Heart basically makes you invincible to any direct hit that would damage you, basically. And then even some other things like the shock and the traps. So Dead Heart is ridiculously strong. It's strong against the best killers. It's strong against some of the weaker killers. It's strong against everything. And the best part, it's not map dependent. So you don't need hills, you don't need buildings, you don't need vaults, you don't need windows, you don't need anything. Dead Heart can be used on command as soon as you're injured. Even the killers that insta-down you, like Myers or Hillbilly, will often have to injure you first if you don't give them a choice in chase. And then you can use Dead Heart even early against them. So yeah, for these reasons, Dead Heart is really annoying. Now there's a few other things that people with Dead Heart can do that are a little bit advanced, and we can go over them. I've seen survivors Dead Heart for distance to get flashlight saves. So you could pick up a survivor thinking that no one can get there in time, and you could have a guy Dead Heart and get a crazy angle for a flashlight save. I've also seen people Dead Heart into exit gates to beat the entity collapse. I've seen people Dead Heart for distance to get a bird trap off. So you can use Dead Heart every now and then as a last resort to gain a little bit of distance. That could save your life. You can also Dead Heart while standing completely still, which is really odd because when you Dead Heart, you typically move forward. But if you Dead Heart against the wall, you can slide past it. And you can also sometimes just like face palm into it, bang your head against the wall. And in those situations, you can really mess with the killer. So for example, a survivor that's opening the exit gate can open the exit gate very last second, and you can hit them. They open it last second, and then just Dead Heart the last bit, or Dead Heart in place, and then when you whiff, they finish opening it. For the most part, if the killer is smart, you can avoid these situations. Sometimes survivors dead hard out of pallet and you body block them a bit and you hit them. But if you're a bit clumsy or if you're a bit newer, they will dead hard in place, you will miss, and then they'll vault. And it feels really, really, really bad. Another trick that is really common with dead hard is to use it for distance to have a survivor body block you. So for example, you have dead hard and borrow time, two of the best perks in the game. You unhook a survivor, and then if you've been hit, you dead hard right through the survivor. So now you're behind the survivor that you just rescued with borrowed time. And if the killer hits you, they'll hit the other survivor and they get a speed boost and you get out of there. So you can dead hard to make it very, very difficult for the killer to hit you when your teammates are nearby. And I've even seen, this is more of a very, more of an advanced, rare thing, but I've also seen dead hard used for survivors to cover distances between gaps. So there are a few areas in the map that survivors cannot typically jump over. Maybe the killer can with a lunge, but survivors cannot bridge the gap. With dead hard, survivors can sometimes get from a platform to another, making you have to waste extra time getting them. A bit of a rare application, but one of many, many things in the big list that make this perk legitimately one of the best perks in the game. At the absolute worst, what Dead Hard can do is buy a survivor 3 extra seconds. And buying a survivor 3 extra seconds is incredible. Like that. Like even if you use it really badly and the killer takes 3 extra seconds to down you, that's 3 extra seconds that you get for free that your teammates are gonna use on generators, healing, doing whatever. At best, it makes you impossible to down in a timely manner, and you get another 20, another 30 seconds out of a chase. And I don't need to tell you that an extra 20 seconds for your teammates is incredibly powerful for a single perk that works in every map against virtually every killer. Yeah. Yeah, this perk is nuts, and I think I've covered everything about it. Deception. This perk actually is the one that got me a little bit confused earlier. This perk does something other than what it says it does, by the way. So if you are holding the run button and you press space in front of a locker, for the next 3 seconds, much like Dance With Me, you leave no scratch marks. However, it also does other things. It also hides your blood for those 3 seconds. Which is nice, by the way, because if the killer is paying attention, they could track you by blood, and this removes the blood entirely. And the locker opens itself and closes itself really quickly. So it almost looks like you got into the locker if the killer's not right there to see it with their own eyes. And again, it has a cooldown of 40 seconds. So basically, you run by a locker, press space, locker does the noise, and if the killer is a little bit stupid, they think that you're in there, and then they open it and you are nowhere there, you leave. This perk is really bad. This perk is really terrible. In paper, it might sound really good. The problem is, it's painfully obvious. It's painfully obvious. Most survivors don't go into lockers right away in a chase. So when this triggers, what you're gonna do as a killer is you're gonna get to the locker and you're gonna look around and you're gonna try to listen and you're gonna try to see if if you see absolutely nothing, then maybe as a killer you will be a little bit confused. But more often than not, you're gonna check around a little bit and then find the survivor and then just keep chasing them. If you don't find absolutely anything, then maybe you'll check the locker and maybe watch out for head-on or whatnot. So the fact that this perk is so easy to see coming, and once you've seen it once, obviously you cannot be fooled by it twice from the same survivor. It makes it incredibly difficult to pull off successfully. So what you need to do with this perk is actually be smart about it. If you're playing against a nurse and you're injured, you can go buy a logger, pretend to go inside, and then while she recovers from her blink, go in an unexpected way. And if she's trying to look for blood, she might get confused. If she is trying to look for scratch marks, she might get confused. This could also happen to a spirit who tracks by scratch marks quite a bit. So you could use these perks just to make the tracking a little bit harder for some of these killers that gain distance in bursts against you. Alternatively, you could also use this against Victor if you're playing against the Twins. Now, unfortunately, the Twins are not very popular, but if you remember, Victor only can only track you with blood. So if you have Iron Will and you're quiet, or if Victor is a little bit far away and they don't hear your steps, you can pretend to go into a locker, and then Victor's gonna be like, I'm gonna hold you in the locker. They're gonna jump into the locker and hold it, and when they open it, they're gonna see that you're not there. And they're gonna get very, very, very confused. So you could use this against Victor, because if they don't see the blood, they might get confused. Against other killers, it just... even against these killers, it's not a guaranteed value, but against other killers, it's really hard. It's really hard to use it, right? So what you might want to do is actually just be a super unpredictable meme lord. So what you can do is pretend to go into the locker and then go into the next locker with head on. What you can do is pretend to go into the locker, and when the killer sees it, actually go into the locker with head on. But careful, this is very risky. Maybe pretend to go into the locker and then have a friend be in the locker, so that when the killer is like, there's no one there, he walks right through it, and your friend head on stuns the killer. So if you're extremely unpredictable with this perk and pair it with some other perks, and have maybe a friend in on the joke, it can annoy the killer a little bit. But for the most part, this perk's not great. In fact, it can kind of get in your way. If you're playing against a doctor and you want to get into a locker fast to avoid being shot, you cannot, because you cannot get into a locker super quick. If you're trying to get into a locker quickly to dodge a nurse attack, you cannot with this perk, obviously. If you have quick and quiet, yes, you can fake this and then quick and quiet into another locker, but this will not make quick and quiet will not hide the noise from deception. So the ways to use this, the way to use this in some actual consistent way are extremely limited, if any at all. The more I try to wrap my head around this perk and how to use it, I think it's just really, really, really difficult. Now, I will tell you what I think maybe is the best way to use this perk. The moment that you are unhooked, if you think that the killer is nearby, walk to a locker and use this perk and then run in the opposite direction. If I am the killer and I hear someone go into a locker right after an unhook, I might think that the person that has been unhooked has decisive strike and they're trying to be a smartass. So you could potentially fool a killer into waiting in front of the locker, waiting for the decisive strike timer. Or maybe they'll open it and find it empty. Because that is something that survivors do. If they have the decisive strike, they can stun you if you grab them out of a locker. So this could trick a killer, and I fell for this once, into opening a locker, thinking that you're doing that predictable play, while in reality you're just getting away from there. Another thing that you can do is hit a killer with head on, and while the killer is stunned and they see the ground, pretend to use deception on the locker, and then run away. And the killer might think to themselves, wait a minute, they stunned me and they went back in there? They messed up with quick and quiet. Yeah, they messed up. They think I don't see that they're back in the locker, and they will open the locker thinking that you kind of head on them again. So you could use it in some crafty way. However, this requires several perks. This requires very specific situations. It's very possible that you will never even have the option to do this. It's also sadly possible that you could play in one of those maps that doesn't have a lot of lockers, and thus anything you do is super obvious, or the locker is in such an open area that no matter what you do, the killer's gonna see you run away from it. So for that reason, the inconsistencies and small holes of this perk just make it ultimately not worth running ever. That being said, it is a fun perk. No denying that. Next up is... Damn it. Next up is Decisive Strike that doesn't even show properly in our list because it has such a long list. Decisive Strike is maybe the best survivor perk in the game still to this day. In my opinion, I think it is the best. Some people would debate it, but it doesn't matter. What is not debatable is the fact that this is one of the best perks, and it is also the very definition of passive deterrence. Decisive Strike triggers every single time you get unhooked, either by yourself or from a friend. So this will happen at least twice in a game, normally. Obviously, on the third hook, you die. So it will happen up to 2 times. Excuse me. And for 60 seconds after being unhooked, you have Decisive Strike up. While Decisive Strike is up, if the killer picks you up with the intent of hooking you, you will have a skill check, which is a little bit tricky, but you get used to it very quickly, and good survivors hit it consistently. And if you hit the skill check, you escape the grasp of the killer. The killer gets stunned for about 3 seconds. You take about a second to hit the floor. So you have about 2 seconds of good head start on the killer. This is incredibly crippling. A good killer like Nurse or Blight may catch up to you really quickly, yes. But for almost every other killer, those, let's say that it takes you about 2 seconds or so to like actually start running. So those roughly 3 raw seconds of distance, give or take, it's hard to evaluate. They are very, very, very meaningful. That gives you, obviously, if you're by the exit gate, you're out. And if you're in most maps, you can make it anywhere before the killer catches up. Again, with some very, very small exceptions, like very, very strong mobility killers. If you successfully use Decisive Strike, you lose it and you cannot ever use it again. You gain a lot of momentum and buy a lot of time for your team, for sure. And if you miss it, then you also lose it. However, if you do not use your decisive and you lose it by you doing an action, or you don't, or if you just let the skill check go without hitting it, you can have it for the next time. It goes without saying, Decisive Strike does not work against Pyramid Head's cages. Pyramid Head cages do not count as hooks, so that's the one killer that counters this quite heavily. And if you're on your second hook and the killer has a Mori, the way Moris work right now, they can Mori you and avoid the Decisive Strike. But other than those rare scenarios, most killers get heavily countered by Decisive. So, what are the ways that you can lose it? If this is a perk that is, at least in theory, supposed to help you when you're being targeted repeatedly, when you're being tunneled, as people say. But if the game thinks that you're doing main objectives, then the game will decide to deactivate this perk. So if you touch a generator, even for a second, this perk goes away. If you heal yourself or others actively, this perk will deactivate. Inner healing / inner strength doesn't count, so you can heal yourself with inner healing / inner strength. Cleansing or blessing a totem disables this perk. Blessing a totem does not. What does not? Opening a chest does not, sorry. Cleansing or blessing apparently now do. Sabotaging also disables this. And unhooking others. And it's very important, even touching a survivor on the hook disables this. So if you touch a survivor and you get grabbed, you will have lost your DS already. If you hit Decisive Strike, you also become the new Obsession, if you weren't already. And being the Obsession gives you a little bit of extra points. If the killer chases you, your survivor friends will now know that you're being chased, because the Obsession has these tentacle things around their name that move when they're being chased. So that's another nice advantage. You get extra BP, you get extra information to your team. If the killer decides to go after you and you die or escape, you get extra blood points as the Obsession. So, as I said, this perk is just a massive deterrent. There is no way for the killer to know that you have this perk or not. There's no way. The only way the killer can rule out this perk is if they see you do one of these actions that we explained, or if they have guessed all of your perks. Unless you've already hit them with Decisive before, obviously, they have no other way. So if I know that a survivor has Iron Will, because I've noticed it. If I've seen them use Dead Hard, because I've noticed it. And I noticed that they also have, I don't know, Unbreakable, because I've seen it. Then the last perk, I don't know what it is. It could be Decisive. So that makes all of the killers naturally afraid to tunnel a survivor, because getting hit by this can be huge. and help the team a lot and delay you a ton and turn an easy kill into a complete blunder and a really, really difficult game from that point on. So for that reason, the fact that this perk exists alone makes most killers try to play around it. So sometimes you will not have Decisive Strike. In fact, no one in your team will have Decisive Strike. And a killer will down you. And instead of killing you in 3 seconds, they will sit on top of you and waste time for 40 seconds or 50 seconds just because they're afraid of this perk. And they want to not eat it. And that buys you time, even when the perk is not being used. It is ridiculously huge. The fact that Decisive gives you such a second chance also means that people with this perk are very aggressive. If one of my teammates is about to die, and I have Decisive, I will literally get myself between them and the killer. And I will force the killer to down me instead. If they down me, my teammate has a good chance to get away. If they don't down me, I'm gonna body block, make it really, really difficult for the killer to achieve anything. And if the killer downs me, I have 20 good seconds, maybe, or 30 seconds, whatever is left on my timer, where they cannot pick me up. And in that time, some other teammate can come pick me up, or I can even pick myself up with Unbreakable. Unbreakable is a perk that we'll get to in a minute that allows you to pick yourself up, and it is a wombo combo with Decisive. With Unbreakable and Decisive, for about 40 seconds after unhook, you're basically invincible. You're basically invincible. If the killer downs you, you pick yourself up in a little over 20 seconds. And if the killer picks you up, Decisive obviously will trigger. So no matter what, for a good 40 seconds or so, you can have Decisive on the ground and pick yourself off the ground for that long, which is incredibly powerful. There's also some sneaky, crafty ways where survivors can force you into picking someone up with Decisive. So if I'm being chased by the killer, I will sometimes do a slow vault and pretend to be stupid so they grab me. If I have 3 seconds left on Decisive and it's about to run out, I will try to force it on the killer in a cheeky way, and then they will eat it. You will also see survivors straight up go into a locker and just whoop, go right in, and you cannot do anything. If you open the locker, they will hit you with Decisive because it counts as a grab. If you don't open the locker, well, they're safe in there for the next 60 seconds. The only exception is if you hit them and they are bleeding out from deep wound, and then they can go down on the ground. But even then, you cannot pick them up. So yeah, it's really, 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 really strong. When a killer is stunned by Decisive, they look at the ground a little bit. Survivors fall off their shoulders. Unless they fall from a big distance, they can start running after a couple seconds. And they are also immune to bear traps. So if you're in shack and every entrance is trapped and the killer picks you up, you have about 2 seconds where you can go through any bear trap whatsoever and not have to worry. If the killer is a hag, obviously, because she's stunned for 5 seconds, you can also trigger everything you want and the killer cannot do anything. And if your teammates are doing gens, that's 5 seconds for each. If they're doing totems, that's 5 seconds for each. If they're opening the gates, that's 5 seconds to each to do whatever it is they're doing. In fact, if your teammates are not and you are on comms, something really, really strong can be done where you just tell your teammates to focus on objectives. If you did not have Decisive Strike, your teammates would have to be worried about protecting you, about healing you, about unhooking you again, about preventing you from being caught in some way. With Decisive, you can just tell your teammates, hey, I have Decisive, maybe with Unbreakable, I am good. The killer can do nothing. Go back to gems. So you help their efficiency as well. And no matter what the killer does, it's a win-win for you and the team, for the most part. No skill check perks typically affect Decisive, so Unnerving Presence doesn't make Decisive smaller. And there's no real way for the killer to avoid it. The only thing that can make Decisive a little bit hard is if you're playing against Doctor. Because Doctor can make the skill checks appear at random places and make them go backwards and so on. With Decisive Strike, yeah, the screen part can mess up with your Decisive. Even then, not that difficult. And obviously it goes without saying that this perk is an endgame monster. And a survivor for 60 seconds can crawl... The survivors crawl at 0.7 meters per second on the ground. A little bit faster with tenacity. So that means that if a survivor is downed about 40 meters near an exit gate, right after the unhook, they can just crawl out and there's absolutely nothing you can do. So yeah, this perk will trick killers into not doing the best thing. It will trick killers into playing nice. It will scare killers into not picking up certain survivors, buy you tons of time when it's there, when it's not there. While you are stunned for 5 seconds, other survivors can come in and blind you so that you're a little bit more disoriented. What else is even there to say about this perk? It's just ridiculously powerful in so many ways. Yeah, there's nothing preventing all survivors from running it. And even if only 1 or 2 survivors run it, that's still okay. Because those survivors will play incredibly aggressive and kind of force you to eat it. Whereas the people without the decisive will probably let their teammates take the heat from them. So you don't even need that many of this perk for you to, as a killer, to feel it quite strongly. Yeah, one very important thing, opening exit gates does not disable decisive strike. So again, another point for this being a really strong endgame perk. And if you save it once, you can use it the next time. Those survivors don't do that very often. And I think that's about it. It's just a perk that the killer cannot see and they have to guess. And if they guess wrong, it's really game changing. That's decisive in a nutshell for you. Deja Vu is a very simple perk that some people overlook. It is a common perk that everybody has access to, and I think many beginners would do well to run this perk often, and some intermediates would honestly benefit from running this perk. So Deja Vu analyzes all of the generators in the map. At the start, there's 7 of them. You need to complete only 5, but there's 7. And out of those 7, Deja Vu detects which 3 are in closest proximity to each other, which ones make the smallest triangle possible. And it shows you those generators, only those 3. Then when one generator gets completed, it happens again for 60 seconds. Then when another generator is completed, it happens again. And sometimes this changes and it keeps showing you which of the generators are currently the closest 3. Now, this perk, in a long time ago, used to be really bad, and nobody ran it for a good reason. But when it got buffed, it really flew over many people's radars. This perk is actually really nice. The very simple thing this perk does, it shows you the aura of generators. Some of them can be corrupted by Corrupt Intervention, which is a really strong killer perk, and you will see the red aura of Corrupt, which is nice. So you can know not to waste time going to that particular generator. If you're in an indoor map, or one of those maps where gens are a little bit hard to find, for beginners, that's most maps, Deja Vu is awesome. It tells you where some generators are at the start. In the very final 3 gen, it will tell you where all of them are, so you always know where you can go to not waste time and help the team. So knowing where gens are in general is a good thing and can help you in many maps. But the most important part about Deja Vu is that it's telling you what is the current best possible 3 gen. Now, a 3 gen is a term that people use when they refer to 3 generators that are so close together that they're very easy to defend for the killer. If you give a really good 3 gen to a killer that is doing okay, they will murder your team. In fact, if you watch tournaments about Dead by Daylight, you will notice that defending a 3 gen is almost always the killer's main interest for many matches. And that's because killers are slow, they need to down people, and they cannot afford to traverse the whole map. You cannot exert pressure on survivors across a really big map. However, if you have a basement in the middle with 3 generators right next to it, you can sit right on top of the basement and camp really hard and defend 4 things at once. And that is really powerful for killer. And there's innumerable scenarios where 3 gens can save your life. Some maps have nasty 3 gens where 3 generators can spawn so close together that a killer running Surge/Jolt can hit one survivor and hit all gens at once. And it's really tough. So this perk helps you to prevent those situations. If you break one of the 3 generators that is part of the best 3 gen, then suddenly the 3 gen gets bigger. And if you break one of those by completing it, then the next 3 gen gets larger. And then the next one gets larger. And then the next one gets larger. And eventually, the killer, who might be doing well up until that point, will be faced with a very difficult scenario where one generator is here, one generator is maybe there, and the other is across the map. And there is no human way for most killers to defend that at that point. If they stay in this area, the far away one gets done. If they occasionally go there, then these ones get quickly done by survivors. So this perk passively gives you information about which generators you and your team should be smashing through so that the game becomes harder and harder and harder and harder. So this is a perk that if you use it right, the effects on the killer are going to be very, very noticeable. You'll never find yourself in situations, especially if you use it as a team and you tell your teammates, hey, do this, hey, do that. Especially if you use it as a team, this is a perk that will make your middle to end game much, much faster and will avoid these situations where you have a survivor hooked and all the gens are really, really close, and maybe there's a gen far away, but you don't know exactly where it is, so you're wasting time, and you don't know if you should heal. It will cut off a lot of wasted time that you can have near the end of the game by giving you quick information and preventing you from being in that scenario in the first place. For that reason, this perk is very okay. Now, let's go over something obvious. Survivors that are really, 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 really smart will pick up on the 3 gen situation before it becomes an issue. Survivors that are really, really smart memorize the potential generator spawns and can quickly, highly accurately deduce where gens are going to spawn just based on a quick glance in most maps. So for those very seasoned, experienced players, this move is not that big of a deal. But for almost everyone else, I think it's at least a decent perk and you should give it a shot. Deliverance is the very definition of a high risk, high reward perk. It is not a perk that most survivors will use, and it's not a perk that everyone in the team can use. But if you have a couple of these and they work off even once every 2 games, it is still very much worth the perk slot. It does something that no other perk can do consistently, and it is very much a game changer in many, many instances. So for Deliverance to activate, you need to unhook another survivor, and that survivor needs to not go down in the following 15 seconds. If you save a survivor, and you can use borrowed time to make sure this happens, if you save a survivor from a hook and they do not immediately go down, that counts as a save unhook, or as a save hook rescue rather, and the game will be, okay, you get Deliverance. At that point, next time you get hooked yourself, if you are on your first hook, obviously if you've already been hooked, if you get hooked first, this perk is worthless. But if you are on your first hook, Deliverance is activated, and it allows you at any point during the 60 seconds, up until the very second, it allows you to guarantee an escape from the hook when you unhook yourself. Wow, that is awesome. It does make you broken for the next 60 seconds. So this perk is designed to make sure that you don't combo it with other things. So you cannot unhook yourself with Deliverance and then have Adrenaline heal you immediately, or heal yourself quickly with a medkit. You cannot do those things. If you have some perks like Renewal / Second Wind that work after unhooking yourself, they'll come after these 60 seconds. So yeah, obviously be mindful of that. Now, what does it mean that you unhook yourself? It has a few implications. And I don't even know where to begin. So obviously, if you have Deliverance, you need to be very wary. You don't want to be the first person to get found. You want your teammates to take the heat off you at first, and you want to be the one rescuing them so that this perk works. That's very, very important. You can exchange yourself for someone on the hook, and while you're on the hook, if those 15 seconds pass, this perk will activate. So this perk can activate once you're already hooked. And then when you unhook yourself, obviously, if you have Decisive, it will trigger. If you have Borrowed Time, because you're unhooking yourself, it will not trigger. Some other effects can trigger from like Breakdown. So you could combo this with other perks. Normally with Decisive Strike, you have a very, very, very strong combo. The biggest advantage to unhooking yourself is that you don't need your team to be there. So this perk is not a great perk for solo players. It's a great perk for team players. When you're on the hook, you tell your teammates, hey, dudes, don't come for me. I will simply use Deliverance when the killer steps away for 1 second. So you tell your teammates to heal, to do generators, to do whatever is efficient at the time, and completely forget about you. And you unhook yourself and become a one-man army. Typically, the way you can do this, if you have Decisive Strike, you can unhook yourself immediately and taunt the killer into coming for you and making a bigger mistake. If the exit gate is open and you have Deliverance and maybe Decisive with it that we just covered, you can literally just go out and you cannot be stopped by the killer in any significant way. Another thing that is really, really strong about Deliverance is to counter heavy straight up face campers. If you have a cannibal, one of those killers that sometimes tends to just literally sit on the hook and whack you a bunch of times and just sit there and be like, yeah, I'm angry at you, I'm just gonna camp you. You can use Deliverance in a really huge way. You don't unhook yourself immediately. In fact, you just sit there for almost a whole minute and you tell your team to just do gens, 1 whole minute of gens across the board. And then when you're about to hit stage 2, or when the killer looks away for half a second, bam, you use Deliverance, and you have wasted a ton of time of the killer, and you have wasted no time from your teammates whatsoever. So that's huge. Because unhooking yourself doesn't count as a rescue, this perk heavily counters Devour Hope. Devour Hope is a killer perk that is really scary, that can allow killers to kill you and insta-down you, and it powers up every time there is a rescue. But Deliverance counters it by delaying the points that this perk gets. So Deliverance counters Devour Hope really nicely. It also counters Make Your Choice and other unhooking perks. There are very few of them. So that is a really nice plus to this perk and makes it even more solid because some of those perks are quite scary. After that, yeah, you will need to be a bit careful because for 60 seconds you cannot heal, but typically that is very much worth the exchange. Biggest issue about Deliverance, you will be very unlucky and you will have it on and sometimes you will get found first. Run it with Spine Chill, run it with Bond, run it with other perks that let you know where the killer is, run it with Kindred, run it with Borrowed Time so that you trigger it for sure. And you will make this perk a little bit more useful if you're struggling to get utility out of it. Have this on one person on a whole team and your team is very flexible and is ready to counter a lot of playstyles and a lot of things from killers, some of which are really strong. So yeah, obviously a very strong perk that can change the game around if the killer doesn't play around it. Do not forget, this perk does not work against Pyramid Head cages, obviously, and it doesn't work when you're on the second on your second stage. If you are the last person to get hooked, sometimes you will just straight up die because you're the last person and you will not have a chance to use it either. But yeah, other than that, very reliable and will do its thing. Desperate Measures is a really interesting perk that does a bunch of different things. I think in the current meta it is slightly less useful, but it still does have some unique things to it. So essentially, this perk works in a hidden stack system. For every person that is not healthy, basically, but also not dead, you get 1 stack. So your first stack, it will be 14. Your second stack will be 28. And all of that, when you get 4, I think adds up to 56, if I'm not mistaken. So when every survivor in the game is either hooked, injured, or on the ground, whatever you do when it comes to healing and unhooking will be 56% faster. That's pretty nice. 56% faster doesn't mean that you do things in half the time. That's not the way action speed works. If you're 50% faster, it means that you do them 1/3 quicker, basically. So this is not as incredible as it might seem, but those things add up. Typically, if you are the only survivor injured, you don't necessarily want to heal. Either you're being chased, or someone else is being chased and you're fine. So what you do with Desperate Measures is you stay injured, you wait until maybe 2 or 3 people are injured, and then you use your medkit, or you use self-care, or you start healing someone else. And the healing time that you save is pretty good. The biggest elephant in the room right now is that there is another healing perk that is just far stronger. and far more potent and helps you and your teammates and has many other benefits. And that is called Circle of Healing, the Boom Totem. Circle of Healing puts Desperate Measures to shame. Healing 14% quicker or 28% quicker has nothing on healing 100% quicker for many survivors, possibly multiple times. So yeah, this perk is widely, you know, like widely outclassed by Circle of Healing in that regard. However, one thing that's really clever about this perk that is not immediately obvious is that the unhooking speed is a very, very big deal. So typically, when you're right at a hook, if a normal killer that does normal basic attacks, no chainsaw or anything, is sitting right there, they have a really good chance to down you. So what you're gonna do typically is this exchange. The survivor touches the hook, the killer hits them, but doesn't grab them, and then the killer recovers, and then the survivor unhooks, and then by the time the unhook happens, the killer can smack the survivor again. So the unhooker, the unhooked rescued person gets away, but the unhooker rescuer goes down. With perfect connection, the unhooker can sometimes react and dead hard away and dodge in some crazy way. But with normal everyday connection, typically anyone rescuing will go down immediately with no counterplay. This is where Desperate Measures comes in and could honestly be huge. If the killer is right on top of you when you rescue, obviously because one person needs to be rescued, that is at least one stack of Desperate Measures. So you already are unhooking 14% faster. When they hit you, that will be at least 2 stacks of Desperate Measures. And if at that point, one of your teammates is also injured, it could be even 3 or 4 stacks of Desperate Measures. Obviously, if someone's dead, they don't count towards this. So 2 or 3 stacks of Desperate Measures makes you unhook very fast. Fast enough to unhook and then have the survivor that you rescued sometimes take a hit for you with borrowed time. That's why Desperate Measures with borrowed time and or Dead Hard can be really good. Because you can unhook quickly and then Dead Hard through the person that you rescued to do a little tech and make it really, really hard for the killer. Now, sometimes killers will be running the perk Save the Best for Last, which gives them a faster attack rate, or run some power or add-on that makes you recover quicker. And rescuing against those is really hard, but Desperate Measures can help you keep up. So the unhooking part of Desperate Measures is possibly the thing that makes this perk really worth running. Otherwise, I don't think you should run this perk nowadays. People have medkits a lot. People run Circle of Healing a lot. Your teammates are going to either be dead on the hook or be healthy in seconds. So you don't want to rely on the whole team being injured. That's just something that doesn't happen nearly as much in the current meta. But for the unhooking part, this perk can do its thing. And it also stacks nicely with other perks that help healing and help unhooking. So in a build like that, it could make a lot of sense and could counter a killer in a big, big way. So if you take advantage of all of that, this perk is quite okay-ish. The Dentist Hunch is awesome. It does a bunch of things. It's a really nice perk that some person in the team can use to then relay information to everyone else. It's not a perk that you're going to see on 4 survivors, but maybe a single survivor running it can make the team much, much better. Anytime a generator is completed by you or anybody else, you see the auras of a bunch of things around you. That includes chests, totems, and generators. And it's not 64 meters around your initial location, it's 64 meters around your current location for 10 whole seconds. Now for 10 seconds, you can run 40 meters, basically. So you can cover a really large, basically you can cover the entire map, and with one generator done, if you're capable of running around the map, you can see everything or almost everything in any given map with this. So that's awesome. If you use this perk right, that's great. You can literally scout the entire map with just one use. Obviously, every other gen done will add more and more and more information, and you can take that information one by one. But yeah, that's great. So let's go over the things. Seeing other generators. not the biggest deal in the world. If you want to see other generators because you're super lost, Déjà Vu, to a lesser degree Visionary, and to a lesser degree Clairvoyance can also help. But this perk is great because it does this and other stuff. So seeing generators is awesome. If you see a generator and you were looking for one, great, you go and do it. If you're in one of those nasty indoor maps like the RPD or the game where gens are super hidden and half the players don't even know their way around the maps, this perk is a godsend because you might save yourself 20 seconds looking for one. So that alone is awesome. And it also shows you chests. Now chests, let's be real, they're usually a waste of time. Opening chests hoping to score a good item is typically a bad bet. But hey, if you want to look for chests, I mean, this perk shows them to you. Sometimes seeing a chest can let you know where the basement is. So if I'm playing against a cannibal who is very good at defending the basement, and I pop a gen, and I notice that there's a chest underground in the main building, then I already know that the main building has the basement. So I might stay away from the basement to make it easier for my team to rescue me in the future. Little things like that are useful. So yeah, you can take that. And here's the best part. You see the auras of totems. 64 meters. You are going to see all of those totems. So that is great for a number of things. If you want to cleanse every totem in the game, I think that's risky. Hex Pentimento could hit you really hard. Watch out. And also you could be denying boon totems from your teammates. But you can do it with this perk. If you want to look for all the totems until you find the one hex that's in play, you can find it really quickly with this. You can even call it out to your friends if you don't get there in time. You can say, hey, there's a generator in the shack and there's a totem next to it. Please check and see if it's ruined. You can do that kind of stuff, especially if you're a coordinator. And that is awesome. If you have this perk and one gem pops, and eventually it will, no hex will go unfound for minutes and minutes and minutes. You're going to figure out which one it is. So that's great. And obviously, if you want to use powerful boon totems and you're not finding totems to do it, this perk will quickly let you know which ones are best and which ones are most suited to place a really strong area of effect boon perk you on your teammates. So that's great. It can also help you at the end of the game to find Noid. It can help you at the start if a gem pops quick enough to find a nasty combo of perks. It's just great. And then the icing on the cake is that if you have a map that can track certain items, you can immediately add all of the information that you grasp to that map. So you don't grab the whole thing, but basically when a generator gets completed, whatever you are, it takes a picture of 64 meters around you. If you keep moving past those 64 meters, that doesn't get added to the map. But whatever is in those 64 meters where you're standing will immediately automatically be added to your map. So if you hold M2 on your map, you will see that for as long as you need to, as long as the map can track it. If you have the crystal bead, the crystal bead add-on for a map, you can immediately use it to show your teammates where everything is. Imagine you put this on a map, you hold M2 for a little bit, and your entire team now sees gens, sees totems, and knows exactly what's going on. That is such an amazing piece of information that one person grants everyone for the very low price of one perk and one add-on on an item. Very, very good stuff. Very good stuff and very useful in some maps. Now, the sad part about this perk is that sometimes killers don't run hex perks. And sometimes you don't care about chests, and sometimes the generators are easy to find. So yeah, sometimes this perk will just not do anything. But the fact that it's good insurance against some of the nastiest things that killers can bring, I think is worth making this perk one of your options to consider. Next up is Distortion. Distortion is a Jeff Johansson perk that it just works in a very, very simple way. You have 3 tokens at the start of the match, and you can never, ever, ever get more than 3. And you're just going to lose them every time the killer sees your aura. Now, there is no killer in this game that can see your aura by default with their power. They only can see it with add-ons and perks. The only exception is Trapper. When you're in a trap, technically Trapper sees your aura, but that doesn't count. If you get caught in a bird trap, that aura is a special exception. It will not consume your distortion tokens. Also, if you're on the ground, you are also protected. You cannot lose tokens on the ground with distortion. So distortion helps you when you're actually up and running and available. If you naturally dodge the aura by being in a locker, you will not lose distortion tokens. So for example, if the killer has BBQ Chili, this perk would protect you from being spotted because it hides your aura. But if you're in a locker, you're already protected, so you don't lose the aura, the token. So that's awesome. Unfortunately, Shadow Step, which also does a similar thing, does not protect your tokens. So if you have Shadow Step and Distortion in one area, unfortunately, you will lose the Distortion token, despite being protected by Shadow Step. So that's something that hopefully gets patched in the future. And yeah, most aura readings in the game, I think almost all of them, with maybe 2 exceptions, last less than 10 seconds. So if the killer has a perk or an add-on to see you, this perk will completely shield you for those 10 seconds. And while you have it, you don't leave scratch marks on the ground as well. And that's awesome. That's awesome. If you lose a stack and you see it visually on the HUD, you know that for the next 10 seconds you can do a bit of a bold run here and there, and you don't lose, you don't leave scratch marks in place. So that's great. Can be used here and there, and it's really useful. Now let's go over the obvious downsides of this perk. This perk encourages you to play passively and hide a bunch, which might not always be the best idea. This perk obviously doesn't do anything against killers that don't run aura items and add-ons and perks, which will make it a bit of a waste sometimes. So for that reason, many people don't run it and just go for other stealth or other more impactful perks. But there are some really obviously. Let's also talk about the special cases. There are 2 perks in the game, as far as I know, that could really destroy distortion. If the killer has Retribution, Retribution shows your aura to the killer for a whole 15 seconds. So that means that it will burn through 2 tokens of distortion. I think Lightborn, if you blind a killer, will also make you potentially lose more than 1 token. But those are very edge case scenarios. The unfortunate part about distortion is that it does not protect your teammates. So if you're healing your teammate and a killer sees the aura of your teammate, they're gonna figure out that you're there. So sometimes, even with distortion, the killer can't find you because someone else right next to you doesn't have it. So that's a bit unlucky. So those are reasons not to run distortion. Distortion doesn't protect you from Killer Instinct, which is a special way of tracking. It doesn't protect you from other things like Whispers, which will pick you up. But let's talk about the reasons why you should run Distortion. Distortion is a team perk. It can help you rule out perks very quickly and figure out perks that you would have no way of knowing are there, and add-ons. So Distortion should be used not by a beginner to hide a lot, but it should be used by a veteran player that knows every perk and knows every add-on by heart. And then that person can relay incredibly useful information to everyone in the team. So right off the bat, right at the start of the game, if you lose a Distortion token, that means the killer has Lethal Pursuer and knows where everyone except you are. You tell your teammates, hey, Lethal Pursuer, watch out, you're gonna get down if you go in the open. Few seconds after the start of the match, if it's a Wraith and it comes next to you and you lose a token, that means that he has the add-on called All-Seeing Blood, and they can read auras. You can tell your teammates that. If you vault a window in Chase and you don't lose a token, the killer doesn't have Amaliers. If you're far away and a hook happens and you don't lose a token, it means the killer doesn't have BBQ and Chili. If you complete a generator and you walk away and you lose a token, the killer has Bitter Murmur. If a Blight bumps into you and you lose a token immediately, that means that they have a Compound 21, which shows the aura of people around them when they bump. So you call it out and you play accordingly, obviously. If you become the Obsession and you go and you become Oblivious and you lose a token, the killer has Furtive Chase and Nemesis or something like that. Like, you can figure out so many things So, for example, let me tell you why that can be useful. If I'm playing against a killer, and I know that they have Corrupt, and I've seen that they have Ruin, and I've seen that they have Tinkerer, and now I know that they have Barbecue, because I can tell with Distortion, then I don't need to worry about anything else. I don't need to worry about Bloodwarden at the end of the game. I don't need to worry about Know It at the end of the game. If I see a totem that is lit, I know that it's Ruin and not something else that could put my team in trouble if I cleanse it. So there are so many things that you can figure out and tell your team immediately that one person running Distortion can honestly do a lot of good and rule out a lot of things for the team. Distortion allows you to do a lot of that. Unfortunately, it does get countered by things that read your aura constantly. Some things that can read your aura constantly. Undying in dual totems. Certain killers with like Myers with the mirror add-on to see your aura can burn through it pretty quickly. And once you lose them, yeah, you don't get any more of that. But that being said, I still think it's worth a perk slot if you use it in such a way and you have that kind of encyclopedic knowledge of all the add-ons. It's quite good. Rolling out add-ons on a killer and rolling out perks is just a very strong thing to do as a team. Would I run this ever as a solo player? Absolutely not. Diversion is a fun, cute perk that is slightly off camera that can occasionally, if used correctly, buy you a little bit of time. Ultimately, though, it's just a little gimmicky perk that will not work very well against a killer that uses their brain. So this perk activates every time that you're within the terror radius of the killer, but you're not actively in chase. So anytime the killer's around you, but you're not directly being run around, this perk begins to charge up, and after 30 seconds, it's on. You use it, and then you lose it, and then you have to gain it again. So at most, you can use this perk every 30 seconds. Realistically, you're not going to be around the killer that often outside of chase. So you'll have a chance to use this perk 2 or 3 times per match, and you shouldn't do it more than that, because otherwise the killer is going to catch on to it. And unfortunately, some killers have a very small terror radius due to their perks or their add-ons or their natural terror radius. So if you're playing against a Wraith, that can be hard. It can be hard to get this perk activated more than a few times. But even in those situations, you can still use it at least once. So it's not too bad. Once you have it, you crouch, you press the active ability button, and your character will do an animation of throwing a little pebble. And at higher levels, it goes further and further. Whatever this pebble lands, the killer will hear a notification, and they will, if they go to the area, they'll see a few scratch marks on the ground that can throw them off a little bit. Now, you need to be very careful of how you use this perk. If you are in the basement and you throw it, it goes through walls. It doesn't collide. It goes through stuff and blows up 20 meters ahead of you. So if I see a pebble notification happen underground, or if I see it happen in the middle of the air, then I know that someone threw it from a building on the 2nd floor or someone threw it from the basement. So don't be stupid and don't use this perk in a way that completely gives away your location. Use it on a flat surface in the middle of the map, maybe, where the killer cannot guess if they figure out this perk is in play, where you are, and throw it at something that makes sense. If you happen to throw it right on top of a generator, that would probably trick me into thinking that the generator blew up, and if I have nothing better to do, this could work. The way diversion typically is employed, and it can actually come in clutch, is if the killer is very close to you, and you're mid-chase, and you have the perk available, and then you lose the killer briefly, and the killer is looking for you, they lose you for a second, and then you throw this into the distance. That is immediately going to activate their fight or flight impulse, and it's going to be like, okay, I don't have anything, this survivor just dodged me completely, I don't know where they are, and I see a notification, so I'm gonna go check it out because it's the only thing I have. It's my only lead. In those situations, this perk can actually throw a killer off you quite well and be quite funny. It can occasionally also distract the killer and allow you to go for an unhook or some other thing like that. But the thing is, killers have a very good idea of where to expect notifications, right? I know that notifications can only happen at certain places. If everybody is healthy, no one is going to miss a notification from healing. So I'm not going to follow a notification in a corner of the map because I know it's not someone missing a skill check while healing. I know it's not possible, right? If all the gens are done, I know that no one can miss a skill check on a gen. If there are no windows or no lockers or anything, I know that no one can do anything. So unnaturally placed notifications are a huge red flag for killer, and I think experienced killers will guess that this perk is in play or just sometimes straight up ignore it for whatever reason. So you are not guaranteed to get the killer's attention, even with this. Be very mindful. Also, trying to lose the killer is not always the best idea. Sometimes the best gameplay, the best idea for you is to just have the killer on you and take them very far and distract them a lot and use your resources. You don't necessarily want to avoid the killer. And if you do, there are frankly better perks right now. Lucky Break, which we'll get into in a minute, Overcome, which we'll get into in a minute, are much better perks to just take a hit and disappear and go very, very far away and make it really hard for the killer to track you. More so than Diversion. When I hear a skill check and I check and I see a couple scratch marks that are suspiciously in only one spot, I already know that it's Diversion, and I just don't fall for this perk too often. So yeah, one thing that Diversion can do that is honestly quite unknown, it can actually get the attention of zombies when you play against Nemesis. That can actually be huge. If you see a zombie that is in the distance, maybe about 10 meters away, or 50 meters away, if you throw a Diversion pebble, you can actually make them turn away and completely forget about you. That is awesome. That could help you and your teammates finish a gen without being interrupted by a zombie. So yeah, this works against zombies, and it's fairly decent for that purpose. Empathy. Empathy is a wonderful, beautiful perk that more people should run. Obviously, survivors on the ground already show you their aura, but you don't need empathy for that. But the people that are injured now begin to show you their aura, no matter where they are in the map, pretty much. 128 meters is basically infinite range. So the moment a survivor becomes injured, no matter where they are, you will see them with this perk. Unfortunately, they do not see you, so it's a one-way directional information perk. It's not like Aftercare, where you see each other, or Bloodpack, where you see each other. But seeing everyone that's injured is pretty damn great. Most killers do not instantly down a survivor. There are a few that do, but most killers do not. Most killers injure a survivor and then take a little bit extra time to finally down them. So empathy, what it most often does, it just tells you where the killer is and where your survivor teammates are running them. So if I'm working in the generator and I see empathy begin to work, and I see a teammate across the map, and I see them run and drop pallets and vault windows and spin in circles, I can put 2 and 2 together and figure out exactly what is going on. If I pay a lot of attention to my teammate, I can also notice which pallets they are dropping, so that I know, hey, these pallets, they might be gone at this point. And also, obviously, if for whatever reason the survivor is running into me, and I hear the terror radius increase and get louder and louder, I can also put 2 and 2 together and figure out that the killer is coming, and I can hide, or sometimes even better yet, I can go and take a hit for them. So empathy is a great perk if you want to stay away from trouble, and it's an even better perk if you want to mingle with the trouble and get in, take hits for your teammates against certain killers, obviously. Go for flashlight saves, go for head-on stuns, do all kinds of nefarious activities. Very similar to Bond in that regard, but has an even bigger range. There are some killers that consistently put everyone in danger and keep them injured, most notoriously Legion and Plague. And if you have everyone being injured, empathy gives you really good information of where your entire team is and exactly what they're doing and whether or not they need help or whether or not they can go for the rescue or whether or not you should be the one going for the rescue and so on. The only really bad thing about empathy, sometimes killers insta-down survivors and the perk diminishes in utility a little bit. People now heal themselves really quickly by themselves, and they just go and use Circle of Healing for heals. So, you know, you don't need to be the medic of the team nearly as much in the current meta. And there's just another perk that is a common perk that is just slightly better than Empathy, and it's called Kindred. Now, Kindred doesn't work from the start, but it tells you things and it tells your teammates things, and it's typically more useful. So Kindred is a little bit more popular for people that want to gather information, but Empathy is a completely fine alternative and it works really, really finely. Obviously, as this explains, you do not see your teammates while they are being carried by the killer, but that's not a big deal. Yeah. I believe that's everything there is to say about Empathy. Next up is Fast Track, which has a bunch of numbers, but honestly translates to very, very simple things. So this perk powers up a lot when you level it up. So it's one of those perks that I would highly, highly recommend that you only ever use at level 3, maybe at level 2 if you have nothing else, but only use this perk at level 3 if you can choose. Because it literally becomes like 3 times as powerful from level 1, and it really begins to be worth the perk slot. Very, very simple stuff. Anytime one of your teammates is hooked, and that can happen up to, let's see, 9 times. So you can get up to 9 times. You get 3 tokens, and when you hit a great skill check, which is the small, difficult white part of the skill check, you use all of those tokens. So yeah, 3 tokens, 1% per token. What does that mean? Long story short, for every hook, you save 2.4 seconds. So we're gonna round that up. We're gonna round that up to 2.5 seconds. All right, just for the sake of conversation. So basically, you save 2.5 seconds on a generator every time a hook happens, and you get a skill check. Now, getting skill checks is pretty easy. They happen very often, and it's not a big deal. You can get skill checks over the course of a generator and get use of Fast Track very often. If you want to make sure you get extra skill checks, Spine Shield will give you 6% extra, no, 10% extra, I believe, when you're being looked at by the killer. And toolboxes also increase the skill check. So you can have a toolbox and save it, and then use it along with Fast Track. If you do not hit skill checks very well, there are some perks that can help you. One of them is called, This Is Not Happening. I do not recommend it. The other one is called Stakeout. And that one is decent. And it adds an extra 1% if you miss. So that will add up to whatever Fast Track does. So basically, your teammate gets hooked, your teammate gets hooked, your teammate gets hooked again. And now you have 9 tokens, which is 3 uses of Fast Track. So that will save you 7.5 seconds on a generator. That's pretty huge. Is it as big as some other perks like Prove Thyself, which we'll get into later? No. Is it as strong as a fully equipped toolbox? No. However, there is nothing stopping you from running these along with those. And even this perk by itself, saving 7 seconds or 5 seconds on your main objective, it is a huge deal. If you have a generator at 99% and a killer comes and stops it with a strong perk, that gen is not getting done. It doesn't matter that it was 99%, it's gonna regress all the way back to 0 sometimes. That little bit of extra from Fast Track can make a huge difference, and it's honestly quite strong. Another thing that really, really messes with killers is their perception of a generator and how quickly you can turn that with many stacks of Fast Track if you stack many of them. So for example, if I see a generator at 85%, I look at it and I think it's 85%. All right, so let's see, 85%, it's gonna take them about 12 seconds, right? Yeah, about 12 seconds. So I think to myself, all right, I have time to pick up this survivor, hook him in the basement, then come back and still defend this gen. So I make plans as I go as a killer. If a survivor sits on a gen and suddenly does 7 seconds of progress in an instant, that destroys my plans. I can try to cap someone, I can try to focus on a single survivor because I think that I'm gonna get away with it, because I had a look at the gens and I thought that they were not getting done. And if this perk suddenly messes with that, that could ruin my plans entirely. So doing a gen faster than the killer expects is a big deal, and it's a hidden little advantage of Fast Track. If you hit a good skill check, this perk does not trigger unless you have a stakeout. So this is not a perk that you want to bring if you are new to the game and you do not hit skill checks consistently. I think you should. If you get very few skill checks and you don't hit them, then this perk definitely can go to waste, and that feels really, really bad. For that reason, I would reserve this perk for the more experienced players that are good with hitting skill checks. For those players, on average, I think this perk will give you 3 to 4 to 5 uses, which will save you from 5 to 7.5 to 10-ish seconds. Another thing that is worth mentioning is if the killer has some perk that slows down gens, like Coulrophobia or Hex Pentimento, which is a really strong one, this perk can chew through that. Because you get a 3% extra, it doesn't matter how fast that 3% is. So if I have a 10% of a gen and I complete 10% thanks to this perk, it doesn't matter that the 10% was slowed down a lot. This perk ignores slowdown, if you understand what I mean. So this perk does have also the nice advantage of potentially countering slowdown perks that could stack up in the middle to late game. And that's pretty much it. It also has a very satisfying sound when it works. It goes bong like a little bell, which I personally love. And yeah, that's about it. Use it with toolboxes. Use it if you expect your teammates to be dying a lot. And most of the times you'll get good value out of it. The times you won't get value out of it, you don't get skill checks because you're very unlucky. You are the one person being chased the whole match, and you die before anyone else. That's sad. But overall, it's a decent perk that does something that is important, which is increase your gen speed. Even if it does by a little bit, it's still quite good. And yeah, I believe that is it. Next up is Flashbang. This perk is 50% fun, 50% hidden utility. When you do a generator up to 50%, the perk activates, and you can then go into a locker and press a certain item, a certain button to create and craft this item. You cannot use it if you already have a flashlight or some other item in your hand. So you need to expect to be empty-handed at some point in the match to ever use this item. So if you really, really like some items and you really want to keep a medkit, obviously this perk is not for you unless you want to get rid of it at some point or use it at some point. The item itself is a flashbang, and it works very, very similarly to firecrackers. You throw it on the ground, about a second later it explodes, makes a little sound that killers can hear if they're paying attention. They could sometimes miss it if they're not. And if they're looking at the general vicinity, this perk will blind them. And obviously, if they were carrying a survivor, that will also stun them and liberate the survivor. Much like an instant flashlight blind. Also creates a noise notification. Now, what are some of the utilities of this perk? The first thing that you need to know is that you're gonna get to use this perk in a limited number of times. I would say in an average match, you're gonna get to use it 3, maybe 4 times if you're lucky. Maybe a bit more if you're incredibly gen oriented. Definitely, certainly less if you're being chased primarily before anyone else. So that could be a shame. And yeah, you're gonna use it about 3 to 4 times, and you're gonna have a good chance to use it maybe 2 or 3 times out of that. You can also give it to your teammates, and you can also craft them and leave them somewhere and then pick them up one by one. So you don't need to only have one at a time. You can have the flashbang, go and craft it, and then create another flashbang so that you can use one, and then when you have a break, go craft another. So you can stack flashbangs quite well. You don't need to like use it and then begin again from 0. So you can stack them slightly and get them quickly one after another by the middle of the match. So flashbangs, for the most part, against the average killer from the average survivors, they do nothing. They do nothing. You throw them, the killer looks away for a second. It's not a big deal. Most survivors don't know how to use them well. Most killers will hear them and just look slightly away. It's just a minor inconvenience. And it's not that big of a deal. So if you're a very average survivor and you're still learning, I recommend against using this perk much other than for fun. It is really funny though when you throw it and a killer goes around the corner and finds it and gets absolutely obliterated by this perk. Now let's go into the higher level things that you can do with this perk. If you conceal it from the killer and the killer doesn't see it, you could very realistically throw it from a bit of a distance. and blind a killer that goes around the corner while they're maybe chasing someone else. You could also throw it on the ground to make the killer look up or down and then use that time to do something unpredictable. So I've seen survivors throw a flashbang, I look away, and then they sabotage a hook while I'm doing that because I don't want to get blinded, right? So I stop paying attention for half a second. That's a technique that you can use. You can also head-on stun a killer and then drop the flashbang at their feet and then run away. And they will be blinded and also completely deafened for like half a second or whatever. And that gives you quite a bit of time and it's very annoying for the killer. Very good survivors know the precise timing. And if you give them enough situations, they can potentially do flashbang saves. So they have to be done much earlier than a flashlight save. So they are much harder than a flashlight save. And the killer needs to mess up even more. But still, the fact that you can save someone if you're good enough with this perk is a huge thing. So, and unlike flashlights, the killer might not see them coming in the lobby. I might not expect them. So if you're good and you have good timing and you have the opportunity with flashbang, you can rescue teammates getting picked up, which is pretty huge. You can also throw it in some here and there situations to really annoy the killer. If the killer's breaking a breakable wall, you can drop it and have them be blinded afterwards. If a killer is breaking a pallet, you can drop it at a certain time to basically guarantee a blind. You can do a few things to annoy the killer. But now we get to the more interesting parts. Some killers are uniquely affected by flashbang. If a spirit is blinded, they will be, by this, they will lose their power, which is awesome. It's hard because they listen really well, but if you can somehow predict where a spirit will be and they get hit by this, you will stop them on their tracks. If a nurse who is charging her blink gets hit by a flashbang, even if she's not directly blinded by it, that will stop and burn her. So a really easy strat to do with a flashbang is to run away from a nurse that's fairly far away from you, try to predict where she's going to land, and then throw a flashbang there. 9 times out of 10, they teleport right there, trying to do a second blink, and then they get burned. So flashbang can be really good against nurses, but by far the most annoying thing you can do to a killer is to use a flashbang against a wraith. Wraiths typically cloak and become invisible and get really close to you and then begin to uncloak and then get you with a quick lunge. During that uncloak, which takes 3 seconds, you can drop a flashbang and they can do nothing about it. If they don't react in time and get behind something, or unless they started uncloaking really early or have some mad add-ons and still need to do it early, they're gonna get hit by the flashbang. And when you burn, since this is like an instant flashlight, this completely burns the wraith and they get stunned and they get uncloaked, and this is a much longer stun than normal. So I think it's like a 4 to 5 second stun. Sorry if I don't know the number from the top of my head, but it is a very significant stun. It allows you and anyone else in the vicinity to get the hell away from there. So a flashbang on a wraith can turn a good ambush into a complete blunder from the killer. So it's very strong against wraith for this reason. Less useful, but also really cool. You can use flashbangs to completely disable a hag trap. So if a hag has filled the basement with 1 million traps, throw this, unhook, look away so you don't blind yourself, which is a thing that can happen. Your teammate should also look away, and then all the traps will be destroyed in the vicinity by the time you do the unhooking. That's pretty cool. That's pretty interesting. Again, it has a very similar effect to just a blind that comes super fast. I believe that is everything about flashbangs. Yeah, they're just a fun little gimmick, and really good survivors can use them really well. Although most of those good survivors just choose to run flashlights and bring an extra strong perk instead. But still, has some utility if you know where to get it and you get lucky with your killer matchups. That's all I have to say about it, I believe. Yeah. Also, goes without saying, the flashbang grenade that you craft, you cannot carry it to the next match. It's one of those temporary items. So don't think of like using this to bring one to your next game, because unfortunately it does not work. Flip-flop. Flip-flop is a bit of a tragic perk because it legitimately does one of the strongest effects of any survivor perk in the game, but the conditions for this perk to work rarely happen. So when you're on the ground, you have a special way of healing yourself called recovering. And recovering takes 32 seconds. And you can only recover to 95% without Unbreakable or other perks like this that allow you to fully recover. There are 3 of them. But without those special perks, you only recover at a rate of 32 seconds. And you can only recover to 95%. So it takes about 31.5 seconds or so to get fully recovered. And that's it. 32 seconds is a very long time. A killer will not let you be on the ground for very long typically. But all of that recovery that you do, basically, when you get picked up, is converted into wiggle progress. Now, wiggle works differently. Wiggle is a bar that appears when the killer picks you up, and it goes from 0 to 100 in 16 seconds. If the killer drops you on the final 10% or 15% or 20% or so, if the killer drops you on the final percentages, that gives you a little bit of extra. So a killer cannot drop you near the very end. But before that, they can drop you and you get extra as well. So flip-flop adds to that. So basically with flip-flop, if the killer leaves you on the ground for 10 seconds, you will have the equivalent half of that turned into wiggle progress. So let's just put it this way. Since this only goes up to 50% max, if a killer slugs you for 30 seconds on the ground, you will now escape not in 16 seconds, but in 8 seconds. So this perk can potentially increase your escape time anywhere from 0, if you get picked up immediately, to 8 seconds. That is huge. That is huge. In 8 seconds, you cannot make it to any distant hooks. If a teammate takes a hit for you, in those 8 seconds, unless the killer has a certain perk called Madgrid, you're out. You're out. And that can be really, really huge. There's also another thing that this perk does, and this is the interaction with a perk called Power Struggle. Now, Power Struggle allows you to drop a pallet if the killer walks through it while you are already 1/4 of the way, wiggled out. So with flip-flop, if you get picked up on a pallet and you've already been recovering for 16 seconds, is that correct? Yeah, if you've already been recovering for 16 seconds, that will give you automatically 25% wiggle, and that means that you can save yourself. So flip-flop with Power Struggle means that anytime you go down on a pallet, if the killer doesn't pick you up for roughly 16 seconds, you can save yourself by dropping the pallet immediately when he picks you up. That is a nasty combination. That is a nasty combination for many killers, and it's a nasty combination when you pair it with other perks. If you have Unbreakable, you will reach those 16 seconds quicker. It's 35% faster progression. If you have Decisive, the killer cannot pick you up immediately without being stunned, so you will put the killer in a bit of a bind. So even though this perk is unpopular, there are many other perks that you can add on top to truly make it nasty. You can also down yourself in a really horrible part of the map with no hooks. And if the killer takes any time at all, for any reason at all, to pick you up, it might generally be impossible for you to get hooked, unless the killer has some crazy setup or some crazy strategy, or you're playing against Pyramid Head, who can just cage you. But for the most part, there are some strategies that you can do with this perk, and almost all of them involve other complicated perks. I have to say that with a bit of creativity and a bit of teamwork and a bit of deception from your part to the killer, you can make these perks work. The problem ultimately is that they can also just backfire. You could be playing against a killer that picks you up immediately all of the time. You could play against a killer that just kills your teammates and you're the last person alive, and this perk obviously does nothing. You can be playing against Pyramid Head, who counters this in a number of ways. You can be playing against a killer with Agitation. You can be playing against a killer that, I don't know, that has mobility, so that even if you escape once, they catch up to you really quickly. There are just some holes in how this works. The best use that you can get out of this perk, run it with other perks like Tenacity, Power Struggle, Unbreakable, Decisive Strike, so that you have a deterrent to keep the killer away from picking you up for a little while. And definitely use this as a team perk. If your teammates are clueless, they're going to try to pick you up, even if you're unpickable from the killer. So you want to use this with your team to let them know, hey, I have this, let the killer pick me up, I'm totally good, he can't ever hook me. So in those situations, flip-flop is okay. Unfortunately, the nasty part about flip-flop is that you can only get to 50%, and it's 50% the rate. So for you to get to the maximum amount of flip-flop, you need to be on the ground for a very ungodly long amount of time. And if you want to recover, then you're standing still. And if you crawl away to be further from the hook, then you cannot recover unless you have tenacity. So yeah, it's a tough one. It's a bit of a tough one. It's a perk that if you build around it, it's quite fun and tricky. And honestly, very, very, very cheeky. So for that, I kind of like it, but there's just better perks that are more consistent and enjoy and provide better survivability. So yeah. For the people is a wonderful, fantastic perk that unfortunately cannot be used carelessly. It needs a lot of good decision making from the survivors for it to really work. It's a really simple perk. It basically is a transfusion of your health state to another survivor, and that's it. Obviously, it only works if you yourself are healthy. So you need to be healthy, and if you find a survivor on the ground, you will lose your health, and the survivor will go up. And if the survivor is injured, this cannot be used if they have to mend, but if the survivor is injured, you can use it on them, and you will become injured, and they will become healthy. So it's basically a trade of health states between you, the healthy person, to another survivor of your choice. The way to activate it is to start healing them, and to press the active ability button. You cannot do this while you have a medkit, so you need to heal with your bare hands, which is completely fine. Just a reminder. There is a little bit of a problem with this perk, and it's the fact that your teammates need to be in on the plan. If they are not, they are most likely unprepared. So what are some of the things that can go wrong? Let's say that you try to use for the people on a Dwight that just got downed. Sometimes people go down and they get their hands off the keyboard and they start stretching, you know? They don't realize that you're there to pick them up. So you pick them up and they immediately get downed again because they didn't react. Oops. Or maybe you try to pick them up, but the Dwight is very clumsy and he's holding shift and he's moving. So even though he's on the ground, you do not get the prompt to heal them. And then you go there and you try to use the perk and then the killer hits you and now you're injured, you cannot use the perk. Oops. So you need to make sure that you input things quickly, and you need to make sure that the survivor that you're using this on is not going to resist. Maybe the survivor that you try to use this on runs away because they're scared of you and they don't know what you're trying to do. So it's unfortunately a perk that doesn't work super well on strangers. It certainly works a lot better if you are in cahoots, if you are well communicated and coordinated with the person that you're trying to use this on. Because then you can do lots of magic. If you pick up a person from the ground immediately, they can dead hard on reaction. They can use Soul Guard, which is a perk that we'll cover in a minute, to tank a hit after being picked up, which is huge, and a super good strategy. If they run that perk themselves. They can also react quickly and make sure that they don't get in your way. Obviously, you're going to be injured afterwards, so they need to help you out a little bit. They can also do things like vault a window, get hit through the window, and then you use this perk on them. And then the killer is on the other side of the window, so the killer can do nothing. They are recovering, and you two get away. So with a bit of coordination, this perk can be super good to help someone that just got down by a killer. It also is a decent perk to secure the health state and ensure the safety of a survivor that is in a rough spot. So let's say that my entire team is doing amazing. No one's been hooked except for one person. Let's say it's the Jake. The Jake is hooked twice and he's about to die. He's in a precarious situation. The killer's probably looking for him. If the killer finds him and downs him quickly, then because we're short the survivor, even though the rest of the team is doing great, we might all die. So what I'm going to do in this situation, maybe the killer has some slowdown perks. Maybe the killer has Sloppy Butcher, Coreophobia, not Thana, that doesn't affect healing. Pentimento at 2 stacks. Maybe the killer has some of these insane stack perks to make healing super, super slow. Well, it doesn't matter. I use for the people, bam, insta heal on him. And now he is safe. Yes, I am vulnerable, but it doesn't matter because, you know, I can afford to take the attention from the killer. So this is also great to just selectively, occasionally protect people that are in a bad spot and put yourself in the front line. When you use this perk, 2 things happen. One of them is you become the obsession. If you were out of the obsession, then nothing happens in this regard. But if you were not, the killer will notice that the obsession changed, and they'll typically put 2 and 2 together and know, okay, it was for the people. If you're out of the obsession, then that doesn't happen, obviously. And you also become broken for the next 60 seconds, which is the biggest giveaway of this perk. That means that you cannot heal others and immediately heal yourself. Because you cannot do anything crazy like heal another person and get adrenaline, or heal another person and have an instant heal happen on you. Those things should just not be able to happen because the perk is well designed in this regard. So you cannot abuse this perk in any crazy way to make sure that everyone is healthy. You can, however, run this perk with Dead Hard, with Iron Will, perks that make you strong and confident when you're injured, and do this. So for the people, right now, it's really not the best way to heal. In the current meta, Circle of Healing and medkits are really strong. So if a survivor is left alone for even 5 seconds, half the time they can heal very, very, very quickly. And you don't necessarily want to be injured for a long time. You want to heal another person, then heal yourself very quickly. But if you can get past that, and if you don't mind being injured a little bit, for the people can allow some insane plays. You can also use it on someone that just hit the ground. So let's say the killer is trying to hold the survivors at the very last second when the exit gates are open. And they down one person, they have a person on the hook, and they're chasing a third person. You can legitimately go to the person on the ground, immediately pick them up, then unhook the other person, and all of you waltz out of the gates immediately. Normally, other perks to pick up people from the ground can be fast, but they are never instant. So the fact that For the People has the ability to potentially pick up someone immediately makes it really scary sometimes for killers to leave people on the ground, and is a great boon that this perk adds to your repertoire of things that you can do. So, also, if you become the obsession, you get more points for dying and more points for escaping. 1,000 and 1,500. So, hey, this perk is really good for making sure you get that little bit of extra in the survival category, which is hard to max out. So that's nice. That's really nice. And yeah, unfortunately, some things that are worth talking about for the people. There are some perks and archives that trigger when you heal others. You might have an archive that says heal 6 people health states. And you might have a perk like Renewal / Second Wind that works when you heal other people. For the People does not activate these. So you cannot instantly activate Renewal / Second Wind with For the People, unfortunately. Perks that work when you pick up a survivor, when you unhook a survivor, and when you heal a health state, that does work. So if you have aftercare, For the People works. Unfortunately, Blood Pact disables if you become the obsession. So For the People and Blood Pact, which would be a cool combo, doesn't work. Shame. But yeah, that's about it. And hopefully you have a good idea of what this perk does right now. Next up is Guardian / Babysitter, depending on the version of the game you're playing. This is a now common perk if you're a bit of a newcomer, and if not, it's a teachable from Steve. And it's a very simple perk. It only works when you unhook another survivor, and it gives them 8 seconds of not leaving marks of not leaving scratch marks, which are the big orange marks they typically leave, not leaving blood, and being slightly faster. It also shows you the aura of the killer for a significant amount of time, so that if the killer is returning to the hook, you can see them a little bit better, maybe use this aura to loop a little bit tighter, maybe react to a Huntress trying to shoot you, or something like that. Obviously, it doesn't work against killers that are undetectable, and sometimes if the killer is extremely far away, or is already right there, the information that you get is useless or redundant. But yeah, the aura seeing part is not that big of a deal. And to be fair, nothing in this perk is that big of a deal. If you want to protect the person of the hook, take a hit for them, and be healed from a stronger perk. If you want to protect them from aggressive tunneling, borrowed time is the best perk by far, and you do not need Guardian. And if you want them to be sneaky, just tell them to run Iron Will, just tell them to run some other perk themselves, and that would be better than Guardian. The 7% status effect of moving faster for 8 seconds, it doesn't add up to that much. It's only a fraction compared to how long they would run if they get hit with borrowed time. If you hit a survivor with borrowed time, that is a massive speed boost that you give them. Allows them to get to an exit gate from across the map sometimes, or at least halfway across the map. The 7% is very insignificant for 8 seconds. If they get chased by a strong, fast killer like Blight or Nurse, that 7% is not, for 8 seconds, it's not gonna do much. So yeah, this perk, as useful as it is, because rescuing survivors is a natural, everyday occurrence that you're gonna do every match, it does very little. It just does very, very little. The effect is just tiny. So it's an incredibly simple perk, an incredible simple perk, and there's just not much to it. You just help those, like, you could run this with Will Make It, so that if the killer is far away, you go for the heal, and if the killer is nearby, maybe you have borrowed time as well, and you protect them. But why would you do that? Just run Circle of Healing. Set a Circle of Healing, save the dude, get to the place, and now if you have Circle of Healing and Shadow Step, you are both invisible to auto reading and heal twice as fast, both of you. This perk just gets outclassed by every other healing, because healing is important to do safe rescues. Every healing perk is just better, and every unhooking perk worth its salt, like borrowed time on yourself, decisive on them, it's just so much better. Even other Steve perks, honestly, are better. Renewal / second win and camaraderie / kinship are just better. So I just cannot recommend this in any single way, unfortunately. Head On is a pretty fun exhaustion perk, like every other exhaustion perk. You use it, you get a bit of an advantage, a bit of distance, and then it goes on, it makes you exhausted, which means that you cannot use this perk repeatedly on the same person, and you can also not use this perk along with other exhaustion perks. For that reason, Head On is not that common, because people want to run more reliable perks like Dead Hard, and they don't want this perk to get in the way, they don't run it. But it's still a very good perk. It has a small element of deterrence, in that sometimes I will literally be scared to walk in front of a locker. If a survivor goes into a locker, I am never going to just go and open it. If they got there a few seconds ago, I'm going to try to bait it and be careful, because I don't want to get stunned by the Head On animation. So yeah, you go into a locker, quick, slow, loudly or quietly, with quick and quiet. You go into a locker, however it is, and after 3 seconds, if you're not exhausted, of course, you now can leave the locker fast, and the survivor will do a special animation where they do this motion with their arms. If the killer is anywhere in the vicinity or gets anywhere in the vicinity during the slightly short animation, they get stunned for a few seconds, and you don't have a big stun, so you gain about a couple seconds on a killer if you hit them with this. You know, not accounting for like latency and stuff. This will do a number of things. If the killer is cloaked, like Wraith, it will not burn them out of cloaking. If the killer is a plague using her red puke, it will not count as a pallet stun, so they will not lose their power. But if the killer is a ghost face, it will reveal them, I believe. like a pallet stun would. And most other killers just get stunned normally, with a few nice exceptions and a few nice edge case scenarios. If you're playing against Cannibal, it is a really common strategy for Cannibal to bump into the locker and then wait out the animation. And it's very difficult for you as a survivor to get out. If you get out too early, you will be hit by the Tantrum Chainsaw. And if you get out too late, the killer can just grab you. If you get out too late with head-on, it is a guaranteed stun. So head-on makes it very easy to counter a Bubba, a Cannibal, that is trying to do that. Nice. And it can also backfire on them because you waste their time and then you get away with it. And it can also, most notably, can be used to kill zombies. If you see a zombie from Nemesis and you kill it, it's pretty quick to do. Let them follow you into a locker and then hit them with it, and they disappear for the next 40 or so seconds, depending on add-ons. So that's pretty good. For every killer, it also allows you to stun them and rescue a survivor. So if you're in the bottom, if you're in the basement on the very first locker and the killer is a bit clumsy, you can rescue with head-on. If the killer just happens to walk in front of your locker, you can rescue with head-on. If the killer happens to pick up someone in front of your locker without checking it, you can also wait, and bam, when they start moving, hit them with head-on. And it's fairly easy. It's not a very difficult perk that has insanely difficult timing or anything. So it's an easy perk to use that works in a variety of times that you can use to save your teammates, save yourself, catch the killer off guard. That's awesome. Other than the fact that it conflicts with other exhaustion perks, the bigger deal with head-on is that it's somewhat predictable. Once the survivor has used it once, the killer is going to look out for it. I have made a point of really paying attention to this perk, so I can sometimes predict it, even when I haven't seen it yet. And I'm assuming that other killers are smart too. And if you're playing Jane, and if you go to the shack, and then you suddenly disappear, most killers are not gonna fall for it. They're gonna walk into the locker, they're gonna bait it, and they're gonna step back, and when you come out, then you're gonna be completely vulnerable. This perk leaves you completely vulnerable if you mess it up. If the killer is too close, you don't have the 3 seconds time to use it. And if the killer is able to see it coming, they'll bait it. And then you might waste their time for a couple seconds, but typically they will get the hit on you. A few things that you can do with head-on as well. You can pair it with Decisive Strike. I think this is a waste of time. But if you really hate the killer and you want to waste their time even further, you can hit a killer with Decisive Strike. That stuns them for about 5 seconds. And you get about 2 seconds to touch the ground. So you have the perfect timing to stun the killer in front of a locker. Maybe when they pull you out of a locker. And then go into the locker. And by the time they get to control the character again, bam, hit them again with head-on. So you could do that if you want to bully the killer a little bit. Although it would maybe be better to just run away, but you could technically do that if you really want to do an archive challenge to stun the killer, or you really want to keep them in one place where your teammates are doing other stuff. So that's something that you could do. And that's about it for head-on. Why is this perk quite decent? It honestly messes with the killer. If you have a couple people with head-on, or if the killer suspects that a couple people have head-on, the killer will sometimes stop chasing a survivor to open a locker, or will stop chasing a survivor to keep the distance from a locker and try to bait it. So sometimes, occasionally, I will bait myself into wasting time being afraid of random head-ons. And that is really nice. If you are an extraordinarily smart survivor, what you're going to do with this perk is set up ambushes. So basically, your teammate will be running the killer and they'll be running out of oxygen. They will be just about to go down and you'll tell them, hey, I'm in this locker, come by here. They come into the locker, the killer's like, yeah, I got you, buddy, and bam. Now you stun them, they make distance, you make distance, killer probably begins to cry. Now, what are the wrong ways to use head-on? The wrong ways to use head-on is to advertise it to the killer. If I see at the start of the match a Jane with Quick and Quiet, I'm gonna put 2 and 2 together. If I see that you have Quick and Quiet, for the rest of the match, I'm going to assume that you have Quick and Quiet, the perk that makes you stealthy when you go quickly into a locker, to use head-on. So I'm going to try to see it coming. You need to not advertise this perk. This perk needs to be a surprise until you bang the killer on the top of their forehead for the first time. And from that point on, you kind of bait it, you play a little bit smart, you use it with other gimmicky perks, and it can be okay, even by itself. Another thing about head-on that is really nice and doesn't get talked about enough is that it's an incredibly effective and uniquely powerful anti-basement tool. Typically, if I have 4 survivors in the basement, let's say that they are 4 survivors right in the basement, right there. It's kind of hard for all of them to get out. With some killers, you can get many of them with a single chainsaw from Cannibal. If you trap around with Hack, you can get multiple hits and make it very difficult. Now, what people can do with head-on, and it's almost unavoidable, 2 people can go into the 2 lockers in the front of the basement and both hide in there. And if you pull one out, the other one hits you with head-on immediately. And if you pull the other, then the other one does it with head-on. And that's if you see it coming. If you're stupid and you get head-on immediately, then they both run out also immediately. So head-on, people going into lockers with head-on can turn a really advantageous, nearly guaranteed multiple down situation for killer into a, oops, everyone's out of here situation for killer. So that alone makes this perk worth existing. And I am happy that it does, because it's a fun and fair perk for the most part. I believe that is everything remarkable about head-on. Next up is Hope. Hope, I think, is a fairly simple perk. When the exits are powered, either because the killer closes the hatch sometimes, or more likely because all the 5 gens get done, this perk turns on and it goes for 2 minutes. It doesn't pause ever. So if you're on the ground, you have it. If you're on the hook, you have it. Obviously, you're standing still. And after the 2 minutes expire, which is a very decent, not forever, sometimes it can run out, but it's a very decent amount of time, the perk disables and you lose it. For those 2 minutes though, you move 7% faster. Whew, that is really good. We're gonna get into why this perk doesn't see much use and why it doesn't shine so much, but let's talk about the good things about moving 7% faster. Moving 7% faster in general is insane. Some killers move at 100%, at 110% speed. So you moving 7% faster makes you 107 compared to their 110. Don't forget that those killers have a bigger hitbox than you. Essentially, what I'm trying to get at is that at that level, you are just as fast as them. If you are being chased by a Huntress that doesn't use her hatchets, if you're being chased by a Hag that has forgotten to set up traps, if you are being chased by a Spirit that for some reason cannot use her power or is in a cooldown, you literally are faster than them. They will take forever to catch up. If you're looping them around an obstacle, abusing your smaller hitbox, they will just straight up not catch up. Not catch up at all. If you're in the open, yeah, they'll catch up, but it will take them a while. Maybe they'll need Bloodlust to really start to catch up. In a situation where they would catch up in 20 seconds, they will now take forever. They will take twice as long. Like that 7% is a big deal to those killers. To normal killers, it's not that impactful, but still, it makes a quick 5-second catch up into a much longer 10 or 12-second catch up. And that is big. That is quite powerful. Some killers at the end of the game have Noid, which makes them 4% faster. That can help them a lot in the loop. If you have Hope, you're fine, because you're now more... your perk has outdone their perks in terms of speed. So this perk can help to counter the speed of Noid, which is nice. Some of the killers obviously have powers to traverse the map really quickly, and this perk doesn't help as much, but it can still do something. Even if you're going from place to place, just the 7% is never a bad thing to have. And basically the best thing that you can do with this perk is trick the killer into chasing you for an extended period of time. The killer, desperate as they might be, confident as they might be that they can catch you, might not realize that you have this perk because it's a completely quiet perk. The killer has no idea that you have it unless they guess. And what they think is a quick chase that they can finish, because of Hope, turns into an interminable looping game where you are nowhere close to being hit. And by the time you get hit, you use the speed boost to get to the exit gate. Your teammates come, take a hit for you, and a 1 guaranteed kill turns into a 0 kill for the killer. So Hope can help you a lot, especially against newer killers that don't know how to box you in and zone you out. it can help you a lot to turn good games into fantastic games, and sometimes even make the difference between a disaster and keep the team together. So that's wonderful. That's awesome. Sometimes, let's be real, sometimes you're not the person in that role. Sometimes you have already died, in which case Hope did nothing. And sometimes you are the fool that's on the ground or the fool that's on the hook being camped. And then you wish that you didn't have Hope and you wish you had something else. But if you're a bit lucky, maybe you can trick the killer into making sure that he chases you instead of someone else and play a bit aggressively so that you get the value out of Hope. You can technically, you know, you could potentially try to engineer the situation, force the situation so that the killer focuses on you and you are available to use Hope. Now, with that out of the way, all of the good things, what are the bad things from Hope? Okay. If the killer is straight up camping with Noid, and it's one of those killers that can camp very effectively around the hook, like say Cannibal with a chainsaw, Hope does absolutely nothing. It doesn't do anything for the person on the hook. It doesn't do anything for the person off the hook. Those situations are mostly, with very, very limited exceptions and miracles, those situations are simply, you need to get out and they will die and they secure the kill and there's nothing you can do. Many of those situations with certain killers with Noid, which insta-downs or their own insta-down powers, you just need to get out and Hope is not going to be enough. So that's a shame. There are also many situations where you just straight up die and never get to this point. And you might die because the killer focuses on you a lot. And in those situations, you would prefer to have Dead Hard. In those situations, you would prefer to have Decisive. In those situations, you might even prefer to have Adrenaline. Adrenaline does exhaust you and prevents you from using Hope with other exhaustion. I mean, it prevents you from using it with other exhaustion perks immediately. Hope does let you use Hope and Dead Hard together, for example. But Hope is just not going to help you if you come out of the hook and get hit immediately, for example. So there are just so many situations where, unfortunately, the difference that Hope makes is just not enough or it's not relevant. And for that reason, just seeing how situational it is, even though it's a strong effect, if Hope triggered in the middle of the game, it would legit be a completely broken perk. Because it would turn one survivor into an unchaseable mess. But it doesn't. It really doesn't. It triggers at times wherein killers are done with the game, wherein killers are defending you, where killers don't necessarily commit to you, and you're banking a lot of your perk slots, one of them, 1 out of 4, in the fact that the killer will be one of those killers that is weak enough to be really affected by Hope, dumb enough to chase you, and unlucky enough to be in that situation in the first place. So it's a lot of ifs on top of ifs. And for that reason, I would not run this perk other than for the fun and the thrill of maybe running a killer for a very long time and helping your team a lot potentially, which definitely can happen with Hope. But yeah, in some other sad situations, the endgame collapse can be delayed a lot. Survivors do gens, but then they 99 the exit gates, and the killer has a very long back and forth, and sometimes Hope runs out. Sometimes, even in situations where Hope could work, it can also run out. So yeah, another small disadvantage to using it. It's not permanent either. Next up is Inner Healing, also known before and depending on your version of the game as Inner Strength. This perk used to be really incredible and it is a really beautiful, well-designed perk. The only issue with it is that it's falling off from Grace because of the current meta on Killer and Survivor. Let's go over it. Anytime you break a totem, when you cleanse them, either because it's a duel and now it's gone, or it's a hex and now it's gone, this perk triggers, and now you can go into a locker, and after 8 seconds, you come out of the locker completely healed. This is not a good idea if you need to mend. If you need to mend, you are better off mending. Because this will not heal you from mending. So watch out if you need to mend from like Legion or Borrowed Time. But other than that, typically you use it to go from injured to healthy. If you're not playing against something like a Plague or some other odd scenario. And that is awesome. You can do, when the killer is busy looking for people at the start and he has no pressure, you can do a bone that you find randomly. And then later in the match, you can get a quick heal so that you're back in the action, so that you can take a hit for someone else, so that you can finish a gen in a bad spot, so that etc, etc, etc. Many situations being healed is super important, and being able to do it quickly, 8 seconds, and safely is awesome. If the killer has auto-reading perks to find you healing, like Nurse's Calling, this perk completely dodges that because you're inside a locker. If the perks that the killer are running slow down healing, this also completely dodges it. So if they have Sloppy Butcher, this perk completely ignores that. So that's awesome. And overall, this perk is great. One of the major issues that I'm sure you can figure out is that there's only 5 totems in the game ever. So you will never see multiple survivors run this perk a lot. Because if everybody uses it, they kind of cannibalize on each other's totems. And you would only be able to use it once or twice at most. It would be hard to keep finding totems if your team is also doing this. But if you're the only person running this perk, you can use it as many times as you need, up to 5 times, which is great. Obviously, as soon as you use it, you need to break another totem, activate it again, and so on and so forth. So this perk is great. It's safe. It allows you to take control over when you heal. It allows you to make use of your time when nothing is happening and you're trying to be stealthy, and convert some of that downtime into time that you save later. It's pretty wonderful. It's pretty great. So what's the big deal? Why is it not as good now? This perk has a new rival, a new alternative that is just straight up better than it. Straight up way better for a number of reasons. It's of course Boon Totem Circle of Healing. Circle of Healing has basically the same requirements and has a much bigger payoff. So with Inner Healing, you need to find a totem and break it, which takes about 14 seconds. And then 8 seconds of healing yourself safely. With Boon Totem, you need to find a totem, bless it, which doesn't break it. And then you heal yourself in 16 seconds, maybe less with skill checks. And anyone else can heal also. And if they heal you in 8 seconds. And if you have other Boon Totems, it also applies those effects. And if the killer wants to stop that, they need to waste their very precious time to calm and kick that totem, which could be in a super awkward place that could really put them in a bad spot if they waste time going there to kick it. So that's a lot more pressure, a lot more usability, and only one person doing that can help the entire team. Whereas Inner Healing only helps yourself. So when you compare them 1-to-1, Circle of Healing is just a straight up upgrade. Until that perk gets nerfed, someday maybe, this perk is a ugly second choice. And then we get to the part where Inner Healing breaks totems. If you use Inner Healing repeatedly, you are breaking a lot of totems and you cannot keep using it, obviously. With Blue Totem's Circle of Healing, if the killer breaks it, you can use it again and you can recycle it again. And other survivors can keep doing that. That's much more annoying for the killer. And here's the thing. There's also a new perk called Hex Pentimento for the killers. And that perk can turn broken totems into massive slowdown machines. And if you break, let's say, 2 or 3 totems randomly, and the killer suddenly goes bloop, 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 and touches them quickly, very quickly, now suddenly you and your teammate are faced with insanely harsh penalties to healing and to gen repairs. In the reverse order, sorry. Gen repairs and then healing. That is really rough. That is really rough. And you, by using Inner Healing, are allowing and encouraging and enabling that. Whereas, if you have Boon Totems and you turn the totems into Blue Totems, those Blue Totems cannot be rekindled by Hex Pentimento. So not only is it a better perk, it also counters that strategy completely. Now, Pentimento is not a perk that you're going to see every match, but it is a very strong perk, and dodging it and making sure you don't get hit hard by it or your teammates is better. So with that out of the way, Inner Healing is just a weaker alternative that you can still use, that is still powerful, but it's a weaker alternative to Circle of Healing and other Boon Totems. And you might be breaking totems that your teammates want to use for those perks. For that reason, it just falls in utility despite still being a perfectly reasonable perk. If Circle of Healing gets nerfed and it does not allow to heal yourself and it's not that insanely useful, and maybe Pentimento is reworked, perhaps this perk will rightfully rise again as a very decent choice for solo players and people that want to be dependable on their own ability to do stuff. Until then though, a subpar choice, unfortunately. Iron Will is an extremely simple perk that has now become even simpler. It makes all of your injured noise. In fact, okay, it's just this simple. When you are injured, you make 0 breathing, talking, and anything else noises. Typically, a survivor, when they are healthy, they will do a bunch of noises. They will do breathing noises. It depends from survivor to survivor. When they run, they will do panting noises, like obviously on top of their footsteps. And when they are injured, they will still do breathing noises, and they will stop doing the breathing noises and the panting noises, and they will just do injured noises for the most part. They'll be different from survivor to survivor. Now with Iron Will, when you're injured, all of your noises are just gone. You don't make breathing noises, and you don't make any running noises from breathing or panting, and you don't make any injured noises at all. And when I mean at all, I mean at all. There are a few perks, namely Strider, and a few add-ons on 3 killers that make you louder when you're injured. Iron Will completely counters those as well. So those things that are supposed to make you louder are still completely ineffective against Iron Will. As such, this perk has very little counters. If you have it, it works when you're injured, and that's pretty much it. And there is nothing the killer can really do to change it. So what is so good about Iron Will? It's a very simple concept. You just emit no noise when you're injured. So what is so good what is so good about it? All right, so where to begin? Number 1. Passive stealth. A survivor that is injured can be heard by a killer from a scarily far away distance. If I had to guess, I think that at about 12 meters, you can, if there's not a lot of noise going on around you, at about 12 meters, you can immediately pinpoint a survivor location. So if I'm looking for a survivor that is somewhere in the map, that is vulnerable, that I really need to get, what I can do is just go around the map. And if the survivor doesn't crouch, which makes them a bit quieter, and if the survivor doesn't go into a locker, which makes them 50% quieter, if they don't do that, if they're just running around, I am going to hear them eventually, very quickly from very far, through walls, through buildings sometimes. So survivors basically have, killers basically have a radar around them to detect injured survivors, which is a huge thing for killers that injure people a lot, right? So that's crazy good. And because you can tell by the voice which survivor it is, it also helps a lot. If I am looking for Feng Min and I hear her distinct voice, I will know that she's here, and I will be able to make decisions on whether I want to chase her instead, find her, etc, etc, etc. A survivor obviously cannot do risky things next to me as long as they are injured, because I will hear them. If they come behind me and they are injured, they're not going to get a flashlight save, because I'll just hear them come and complain, and I'll stop what I'm doing and I go for them. Well, Iron Will completely removes all of that. You can run right behind a killer, and if they're not paying attention, they will not hear you. You can be hiding in a locker and you will make 0 noise. You can be hiding behind a tree and the killer can run right next to you. And if you were healthy, here's the crazy part. If you were healthy, the killer would hear your normal breathing and might detect you. But because you're injured, you literally make 0 sound. If the killer doesn't notice your blood, your clothes, your anything that stands out, your bright charms, whatever, if they don't see you visually, they will not hear you through their ears. And that allows killer survivors to be extremely bold around you and do extremely bold plays and stealth strats around you, because you don't have a good way to track them immediately. Now, that doesn't mean that you can never see them. Some killers detect you with their powers, like the twins, like Legion, like Doctor, and Iron Will obviously will not protect you from that, even though it can still buy you time. If I am Victor and for some reason I don't see your blood and I don't hear you, you have a much better chance to get away from me. The average killer suffers a lot from Iron Will. If you're chasing a survivor and they suddenly go behind a wall, you can no longer tell whether they are on the wall or they're running away. So it is a really risky thing to chase a survivor with Iron Will, and a killer needs to figure out if it's there as soon as possible before they begin to commit to certain playstyles. So it is a bit of a scary perk until you rule it out. And what I mean by this is very simple. If I see a survivor go behind a wall, and I try to do some clever mind game, and they run away, then if they don't have Iron Will, I will hear them go, and it will go loud, quieter and quieter, and I will be able to figure out that, yeah, they're running away. I need to stop what I'm doing and catch up. If they have Iron Will and I don't pick up the precise footsteps, it's very possible that they'll run really far away and I won't notice. And I'll be like, wait, what? And they will make massive distance on me. The reverse could also happen. I could also be looking far away thinking, wait a minute, where did they go? And they could just be hiding right under my nose because they managed to pull some tricky, sneaky play on me. So Iron Will helps in chase a lot. Many of the strongest killers in this game use sound in their chases very aggressively. Nurse, especially Spirit. And having Iron Will gives you a big layer of defense against them. They cannot quickly blink through a wall. They cannot quickly end their phase knowing that you're precisely there, because they don't hear you if they don't catch the footsteps. If you start running and then suddenly stand still, a Spirit has basically no way to find you because you make no breathing noise. So this can help you in chase tremendously against the average killer. It can help you in chase tremendously against some of these very strong killers. And if it's there, it also gives killers, it gives a bit of deterrence to killers, in that they have to keep their senses about them. So if I know that everyone in the lobby has Iron Will, I need to play differently, right? Let's say that I have a survivor on a hook and I want to defend them. I want to stay there to make sure that they die on the hook. If I know that no one has Iron Will, I can stay there, and when there's 5 seconds left, because I know that there's no one around, I can just leave. I can just leave and that person will die. But if there is Iron Will, there is a possibility that there could be 5 survivors right on top of me, everywhere around me, like ninjas. And the moment I step away, someone goes back and touches that gen, or rescues that person, or opens that gate. So Iron Will, if it's there, it kind of forces the killer to actually have to check every little nook and cranny, every little corner and hidey spot, because you could totally miss an injured survivor. And survivors being injured are not automatically easy to track, right? So yeah, it does do that as well, which is a very sneaky thing this perk does. And on top of that, is there anything else this perk allows you to do? I think we've covered everything. It's quite a lot. It's such a simple perk, right? But it really does a lot. And it's a very comfortable perk that allows people to stay injured. And thus, experienced people favor it. You will see it very often. The one thing about this perk that is a bit of a downside that you might want to consider before running it is certain killers and the current meta. The current meta for survivors allows them to heal very, very quickly. Medkits are easily available. They heal yourselves. They allow you to heal yourself very, very quickly. They allow you to heal others very quickly. Boon Circle of Healing allows you to heal yourself and your team extremely quickly. So there is less value to be had from staying injured. Because these heals are so fast, anti-healing perks are not so popular on killer anymore. And thus, it's not such a good general idea to have the whole team stay injured half the game. So for that reason, Iron Will might not be as desirable. You might not use it as much. There's also the occasional killer that completely shrugs off Iron Will. If I am a hack and I am setting traps everywhere, survivor steps on a trap, I slap them. They step on a trap, I down them. And Iron Will makes very little difference. There's also the few killers that can still track you despite having Iron Will. If you're playing against the Plague, you will be constantly coughing, and Iron Will does not stop that. In fact, I don't think anything does. And if you're playing against Pyramid Head and you are Tormented, you leave trails on the ground that Iron Will obviously cannot hide. So a few killers here and there can still counter it, so it's not a universally useful, absolutely flawless perk. Just the next thing after that. So yeah, that's it for Iron Will. Kindred is an information perk that breaks the mold. Now, most information perks in the game fall off in utility due to two things. Number one, people play with their friends on comms, and they can relay information verbally. so information from perks is useless. You don't need to see where the killer is for 2 seconds if your teammates can just tell you all the time, the killer is on me, the killer is here, the killer is there, setting up a trap, picking up this, opening a logger. You don't need info perks. To a degree, you also don't need info perks on anything else. The survivors can relay information about which pallets have been dropped, which perks are in play, etc, 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 etc. So many information perks, even though they might be good and help certain survivors, they don't help the best survivors and the most communicated, coordinated survivors. And the other thing about information perks is that they don't impact the game super directly, and they don't necessarily help people that have incredibly good awareness of what's going on. Many survivors can very quickly, by a quick glance at what's going on the screen, figure out that this is happening, and that this next thing is happening. So for that reason, information perks, almost all of them, are low to medium tier. This is where Kindred comes in and absolutely destroys that. This perk gives information. It's basically 2 perks in one. It's almost 3 perks in one in an insane way. So notice that this perk works exactly the same way in 2 different scenarios, which is incredible. When you are hooked, all of your teammates see each other. They see each other. They see each other's auras. When another person is hooked, you see your teammates' aura as well. So no matter what, someone else hooked, they might not see you in that scenario, but still, someone else hooked or you yourself hooked, this perk tells the team exactly where everyone is so that whoever needs to make the move and go for the rescue can do so. And the best part is that the killer is revealed within 16 meters of the hook, which can be further increased by open-handed, which makes this perk even more ridiculous. Revealing the killer after a hook is super strong. And that's where this perk is useful even to survivor fans, even to coordinated survivors, even to very seasoned survivors. Those seasoned survivors can use the auto reading to figure out that a stealth killer is approaching from here, to see a killer in a loop and make sure they dodge, to completely hide through a killer's best efforts to find them, to see a trapper set up traps and never step on them, even if there's no communication, to see a hack set up traps and then disarm them later, to see a dirty killer that's just trying to camp super aggressively and then be like, okay, this killer's camping, all right, let's do gens. This perk turns solo players into organized Navy 6 SEAL teams, and that is brilliant. There's no other perk in the game that can do this, and only 1 or 2 people need it for the whole team to activate. That is so precious. That is so incredible. That is so good. It doesn't have a timer, it doesn't have a prerequisite, it basically has no range on the auto reading of your teammates, and 16 meters, which is a lot on the killer, anytime they're near the hook. This perk is amazing, this perk is incredible, and it is a common perk that any survivor can unlock. And even at level 1, this perk still does most of what it does. It's so good. 16 meters, especially more with open-handed, can make the killer really predictable. If it's a Huntress and they're running up a hatchet, you see her through a wall. It's super easy to loop and distract the killer and take advantage of any small distraction that they take to go for the rescue. So this perk is amazing to go for the rescue. It's amazing to not go for the rescue and know that you should stay on a gen. It's incredible. It even works when the survivor is dying. So, for example, if your teammate is going to be hooked for the 3rd time, when they get hooked, in those few seconds it takes for them to die, you get a free auto reading on the killer. It's a Wraith. Before he can cloak, you can see the direction that it's taken. So you're not going to be taken off guard. It's a ghost phase before he can go into Night Shroud, same thing. This perk can make solo players play like very coordinated survivors and make good survivors have that little bit of extra so that they can relay other information. If they see the aura of the killer, instead of telling you, oh, the killer is here, they can just tell you, hey, by the way, he has this perk, these add-ons that I've figured out. So it cleans up communications even in teams that are already coordinated. And yeah, the only downside to this perk, it does not work if you are blind, but blindness doesn't happen very often. And obviously, It does not work against Pyramid Head, who can send people in cages. Basically, all the unhooking perks don't work in those situations. But other than that, I'm trying my hardest to think of other scenarios. This perk is just incredible. And hopefully I've made it justice in my explanation. Kinship, aka Camaraderie, is a Steve or common perk, depending on what DLCs you have. And this perk is actually really strong for a certain playstyle in a certain situations. It is a perk that legitimately you will never see used at high level, but you can actually see it used in tournaments because of how strong the effect is and the coordination required. The perk is very simple. It is actually one of the only 2 perks, along with Adrenaline, that works against Pyramid Head. If Pyramid Head puts you in a cage, the second cage, or if any other killer puts you on the hook, the second hook stage, Kinship activates. And it activates if a survivor is within 60 meters of you at any point. The funny part is that if Pyramid Head sends you off in a cage and there is someone nearby while you're being caged, the game doesn't realize that it shouldn't activate yet. So you can have Camaraderie / Kinship activate from a distance if you get sent to a cage. But enough about Pyramid Head. Most of the times you're going to see this happen at hooks. So you get to the second stage either because no one got to you or because you got hooked a second time. And if at any point a survivor comes into 60 meters of you, even for a second, even for a tiny little second, then this perk activates. And you'll see that your bleed out timer begins to flash, which means it's paused. And it will flash and be paused for 34 seconds. During those 34 seconds, you do not get any prompts, so you don't need to hit any skill checks. So you can just chill and relax and stretch your arms for 34 seconds. Normally, if everything is normal and there's no other weird modifiers, you can be on the hook for 60 seconds, which is a lot. But with this perk activating, you can extend that up to 34 seconds extra, which means 94 seconds on a hook. That is huge. Now let's go over the situation where this perk is an absolute clutch and then explain all of the million situations where it completely fails. It is an absolute clutch if the killer is camping you. Simple as that. The killer has no pressure on anyone else. Maybe a gen or 2 are left, and they think that the best chance they have to win the game is to make sure that you die on the hook, so that then they have a better chance to kill the other 3 survivors and try to hold them somehow. So they want to make sure that you die. They've already been camping you on and off, proxy patrolling your hook for about 50 seconds. So they look at their clock, they see your bleed out timer, and they think, okay, 10 more seconds of camping. The last couple gens are not popping yet, and I kill this guy, and it's an easy win from here. If at that point, one of your teammates can come, touch, just a little kiss on the 60-meter range, and then go away and go back to a gen, now those 10 seconds turn into 44 seconds. And that time is invaluable. 44 seconds for a couple of survivors allows everyone to get a heal, especially with healing perks, and allows people to sit on a gen and complete it from 0 to 100, oftentimes. And it's huge. It's super huge. It's an amount of time that the killer just cannot afford, and the killer sometimes doesn't see coming. So if you have a great team, if you are afraid of being camped, if you feel like you're the weak link in the team, the killers for whatever reason target you more often than not, and you get camped a lot, run this perk and you will be buying your team insane amounts of time, and you will be punishing killers for playing in such a way as well. After that, after Kinship, you can either die on the hook and be happy that you help your team, or pair it with other strong hooking perks to extend your life even longer. After being on the hook for a tremendously long amount of time, you can get rescued and have adrenaline and come out full health, which is huge. You can come off and have renewal / second win and heal on the go. You can come off with borrowed time from your teammate. You can come off with decisive strike, and then you will be invincible basically for the next 60 seconds, and so on and so on and so on. Very strong perk. So why is it so bad, and why do you never see it? The problem is that if you're the last person to die, no one's there to rescue you. This perk is not very good. If the killer doesn't camp you, then this perk has no reason to exist. If your teammates are an uncoordinated mess, then they're not going to realize this perk is in play because they don't get a big visual indicator. They need to be smart, come close to you, and realize that your bleed out is paused. I can guarantee you that 90% of survivors don't even know this perk exists, and the other 10% will not notice that blinking thing if you're playing solo queue. So I've had this perk in situations where it could be incredible, and then I get hooked, and some insane survivor comes and rescues me 3 seconds later. And it's like, no, dude, no, why? Why would you do that? I could have held the killer here by myself for more than a minute. So bad teamwork can make this perk completely worthless. Certain killers not playing into this can make it worthless. If you just happen to be the last unfortunate survivor to live and your teammates didn't have this, it's obviously also worthless because it only protects yourself. And yeah, sometimes your team is so bad. Sometimes your team is so bad that even the 34 extra seconds don't mean anything. So yeah, considering those holes, this perk is just less appealing. If you want to have a perk that is more universally useful to save yourself, Decisive Strike. If you get saved early or late, it will do its thing. If you want a perk that's more useful to help your teammate, Borrow Time, super reliable. This perk, I think, can be used alongside those if you're in a good team and you expect certain kinds of playstyles and you want to counter them in a big way. Unfortunately, for those people, you also have alternatives, so it's not super good. And for anyone else that's not playing on a full team, I would highly advise against this perk, unfortunately, despite its very, very strong effects. Leader is a Dwight teachable that is honestly quite nice. I do think it's not as useful at what it does as many other perks that are more specialized, but it does a little bit of everything. And that is never a terrible thing. So basically, Leader has a buff. It has an action range of 8 meters that extends anywhere around you. So any survivor, it doesn't apply to yourself, but any survivor that is within 8 meters of you will get a blue indicator on their HUD saying, hey, you have Leader on yourself. And this will stay for as long as they are with you, also for as long as they leave. During 15 extra seconds. 15 extra seconds are enough to do almost a full heal, to almost fully open a gate, to pretty much always cleanse a totem. So if you walk by a survivor doing any of these things, by the time you leave them, they will get the full benefit and do whatever action they're doing 25% faster. One of the most amazing ones that this does is increase unhooking and sabotage. Sometimes if you unhook just a little bit late, that means the killer grabs you. Shame. Or if you sabotage just a little bit late, it turns a good play into a horrible, horrible blunder. That 25% that you give to other people is pretty damn dope. So yeah, you put this perk, you try to be a bit of a team player, you try to walk by your teams and you will buff them. Anytime someone heals you, this perk always makes them heal you 25% quicker. Which saves a little bit. It's nice. Nothing crazy. Circle of Healing is better for healing. A medkit on yourself is more efficient. Bodily Knowledge is a faster heal. But you have to always judge this perk as a bit of a jack of all trades, do a little bit of everything. Anytime you get unhooked quicker, it's a good thing that they begin to heal you faster. It's a good thing that you can begin to run away from the killer faster. Anytime someone opens a gate, they do it quicker. You can walk by someone cleansing a totem just to do it faster. So overall, at the end of a match, this perk will shave off few seconds, some of them quite critical. Overall, it's good. The problem, it doesn't excel at anything. If you go against a lot of anti-healing perk, this doesn't help too much. If you go against an incredibly powerful endgame build with like no ed and no way out, it doesn't matter that you can open the gates 25% quicker for a teammate if the exit gate is blocked. If the killer is just straight up, camping with a chainsaw, the fact that you can unhook 25% quicker is meh. If the killer has 65 hexes and, has a million of them, doing them a little bit quicker might still not help if you have trouble finding them and so on. So, Jack of all trades, Master of none, decent perk to put on a build. The little insidious 25% here and there can maybe throw a killer off. But it's hard to recommend it by itself as an incredible perk. Definitely not a bad one, and as long as you are not being a lone warrior doing gens by yourself all the time, you will help others. Also, goes without saying, this is a perk that works better if you communicate it with your team and they are smart and realize that you have it. And it's a perk that helps other people as well. So that for a survivor that is very confident about what they can do, there's not a lot of things you can do to help others. Be more confident and do things faster. So if you're super confident about what you do and you just want to focus on helping your team out, this is one of those perks that you can run. It goes without saying that it is a really good thing to run Bond with this perk so that you can strategically go back and forth and find people doing things that you boost so that you can go by and then leave and make sure that you give them the boost. So keep that in mind since it's his own perk as well. Left Behind. It's a very, very simple perk that only helps you in the very final stage of a game that has gone south. If the killer kills everyone else, at one point the hatch will spawn if you're the last survivor. And then it's pretty much a 50-50 or whether the killer finds it first or you find it first. Sometimes you can use certain offerings to make sure that the hatch spawns in certain areas. And this is good because you know where it is, but it's also bad because the killer knows where it is and they can go there and just close it. So for most matches, you will not know, the killer will not know. It will be a race to see who finds it first. This perk can be decisive in making sure that you don't miss it and making sure that you get it as soon as possible. So obviously it goes really, really well if you want to ensure your survival and you do not give a damn about your team and you are very happy to see them die and hide in a locker for a bit and then have the best chance. This perk goes even better with a key because you can do the very dirty strategy of, again, letting your entire team die, letting the trapper or whatever killer you're playing against find the hatch and then go defend the gates. And while the killer's busy defending the gates, you just walk around the map, find the hatch, get to it, open with your key for a few seconds, and you're out. And it's almost a guaranteed escape if you play it like this. So that creates a niche build for Left Behind, where you can use it with a key and guarantee an escape. It's still incredibly scummy. It's still really dirty and unfair for your teammates. And don't forget, if you escape, the game doesn't even consider that a win in terms of MMR. It might consider a win in terms of ranking, but morally, you're not really incredibly good if you do this all the time. You could still be unlucky and have the hatch spawn right on top of the killer. If the killer is really smart and they think that you have a key, they might still just sit on top of the hatch and not let you use it. There are a few ways the killer could guess this is the case and still destroy you, so watch out. And obviously the hatch now doesn't spawn until you're the last person alive, so you can't even use this information in anywhere. One thing worth mentioning, there is actually a rare scenario where you don't need to be the last person alive. If your teammates, all of them open the exit gates and they all leave, this perk also triggers because you are left behind. And in this situation, let's say that you're playing against a killer like Myers who can insta-down you and he is right at the gate. And you know that you cannot go through the gate, maybe because you're injured or because they have seen you. In this situation, your best bet is to just run away until you find the hatch and escape through that if you're the last survivor there. In that situation, this could also be useful. But beside that, this perk is obviously horrible and incredibly selfish. There is another perk called Clairvoyance, which allows you to see the hatch from 64 meters. It doesn't allow you to do it with a key, although you could drop the key and, you know, just go and pick it up as well, I suppose. You need to drop the key first if you're going for that strat. But yeah, Clairvoyance allows you to see gens, allows you to see the hatch, allows you to see hooks, allows you to see gates, as far as I remember. And those things are way more useful and can help you win and help you not get your team killed in the first place. So if you really want that, I think Clairvoyance is a better idea. And if you want to escape with the key, you could also use an offering to guarantee the hatch space is spawns in a certain spot and use it whenever you get the chance. That behind is just not that useful when you consider all of those situations. Lightweight. Lightweight is a perk that is very common for new survivors. New survivors obviously are a little bit more geared towards stealth because it's scary to be chased by a big chunky killer. And this perk in paper sounds incredibly useful for them. In truth, it is not. When you run, you leave scratch marks on the ground that are bright orange that killers can see from a distance. And these scratch marks last 10 seconds. However, by the time that they are almost gone, they're basically imperceptible. So in practical terms, they last about 7 or 8 seconds. 7 or 8 seconds, anywhere you run, a killer can see that you run there. With this perk, you shave off 3 seconds on that. And in about 5 or so seconds, 4 to 5 seconds, scratch marks are utterly very hard to perceive. And if the killer's not right on top of them, they probably will miss them from a bit of a distance. That sounds really good, until you consider several things. Number one, and perhaps the most obvious, hiding is not always the best strategy. Sometimes it's best to just do gens. The killer chases you, confidently run them as far as you can from your teammates, and even if you go down soon, you don't need lightweight for these things. If you're just going to be brash and bold, the way most survivors are, and they should be, because that's how this game works best, this perk is just completely unnecessary. If you are also good enough at stealth, you don't even need to run. You can use perks like Spine Shield to predict where the killer will be. You can use perks such as Self-Aware / Fixated to just move around faster. Some people even use Urban Evasion, so you don't need to like run and hope that your scratch marks disappear. That's a big gamble. What if the killer shows up around the corner 1 second earlier than you thought, and they still see your scratch marks with lightweight? It is a stealth perk that sucks at covering your tracks, period. Other perks straight up remove your scratch marks, or straight up make you very quiet at doing certain things, and they are all far superior. I'm not even going to name them because any of them is better than lightweight. So with lightweight, what you're basically doing is you are trying to find the incredibly unlikely scenario where your best course of action is to run through an area and a killer will look at that area in the next 4 to 5 seconds. Not earlier than that, or else they'll still find you, but in the next 4 to 5 seconds. Yeah, that's really unlikely. Sometimes you run behind a killer who's hooking someone, and by the time they look around, yeah, lightweight could help. I can also see how this perk could honestly hurt you. If I'm in the corn and visibility is very low, and I see a bunch of scratch marks, and I see that they quickly disappear from right to left, very quickly, that is already telling me that the survivor is running from right to left. And that could actually help me as a killer to find out the direction that you're going. Even if your scratch marks somehow throw me off, don't forget blood, crows, running noises, painting and breathing and injure grunts. All of those things can still give you away badly. Auto reading perks, the list goes on and on and on and on. Lightweight does little, and it does it in a way that honestly is a miracle if you ever truly get value out of it. This perk might give you a psychological sense of confidence that, oh my god, I am stealthy. You can be stealthy without it, and you are not as stealthy as you think with it. So don't fall for this trap of a perk, unfortunately, until the developers consider buffing it in some way. Life is one of the big exhaustion perks that you use them. They give you some kind of advantage or distance, and then they make you exhausted so that you cannot use it repeatedly and repeatedly again, and you typically cannot run it and use it together with other exhaustion perks very much. For that reason, most survivors only choose 1, maybe 2 sometimes exhaustion perks in their builds, and because other exhaustion perks are better and a little bit more reliable than Life actually is rather uncommon compared to some of the other ones. However, if you judge it on its own merits, if you look at it as a single perk, it's actually an incredibly good perk. You can use this in any map. Any map has windows that you can quickly vault and then trigger Life to break into a sprint. And even maps that have very little windows, like the game, which has a lot of pallets, you can drop a pallet and then vault it and use it as a stepping platform to then launch yourself for a big distance. Then you're exhausted for 40 seconds, And unless you get hooked or recover quicker with some other perk, you need to wait for that long at least to get it back. And that's it. You get 3 seconds of moving at 150. Against the average killer, this is a very, very decent amount of distance. It's not as big as Sprint Burst, because Sprint Burst, you can use it at any point to do a perfect straight line. Whereas with Life, you need to start at a certain point that is a pallet or a window. And as such, it's not quite as versatile to get from anywhere you want to anywhere you want. Sometimes you will need to use it slightly awkwardly, and those 3 seconds will not buy you that much distance. But still, you can use it fairly anywhere. You can also sometimes, and this is maybe one of the best things about Life, turn very unsafe areas into reasonably safe places to run the killer towards. So I'm sure you've noticed, in many maps, the edges of the map have very weak tiles, little walls, little obstacles that you typically can run to as a last-ditch effort to delay the killer for an extra few seconds. But once you're there, the killer there's no real looping potential, you get hit immediately. If one of them has a window, the so-called Z walls, the Z walls, Life can be used there to either delay the killer a significantly longer amount of time, or better yet, connect it to some other actually strong part of the map. So you can occasionally use drop pallets in the middle of nowhere, that would be a complete death trap, and bad windows in the middle of nowhere, that would be a complete death trap, into a nice middle stepping stone for you to get to the next area. And that's awesome. That's really, really great. Problem with Life. If you get hit through the window, as you go through it, you're gonna waste life and have it on the ground, and you're dead. If you get hit through the window while you're healthy, yeah, you'll have the speed boost from Life and the hit, but you are not getting the best value out of the hit from banning hit, so that's not ideal. You want to use this perk prematurely and preemptively. You don't want to like use it as a very, very last ditch resort, because then you risk losing it. And that is another flaw of Life. Once a killer has seen you use it, they most likely guess that you don't have other exhaustion perks, and they're going to make it very difficult for you to use it. If I know that a survivor has Life, if they vault a pallet, I'm going to swing prematurely to hit them before they can make the distance. If I know that they have Life and I can zone them out of a window, I will. If I can, I will chase in a certain direction so that if they do a Life in a window, they don't get much distance because they go into the edge of the map. So a killer can immediately change their pathing and their strategy to make Life less impactful. And it's very difficult for a survivor to really change that in a meaningful way. The very, very good survivors will be super crafty, super smart, and use their pallets on their windows in the best possible way. So the better the survivor, the better Life is, absolutely for sure. But still, the killer can predict it, can prevent it, can influence it. So it is a perk that you need to use with your brains. I've seen many survivors try to use Life and I whack them immediately because they think I'm not paying attention, or they run into an area where the speed boost wasn't all that good. So overall, a great perk that the killers have a bit of influence over, that is not as good or as easy to use or as impactful as the other exhaustion perks, and as such, gets used considerably less. Still, a very, very decent perk. What are some of the things that you can do with Life that are cute? If you're in a completely dead area, you can actually do what people refer to as a dump tech with Life. And it can actually sometimes be the best play available. If you drop a pallet and stun the killer with Life, you can vault the pallet and then get a speed boost out of that. And the killer will recover quickly, but you're so fast that by the time they recover, especially without enduring, they probably won't be able to get a hit. And in some situations, doing that can be the only way for you to make it safely to the next area without taking a hit. So you can use Life in conjunction with that little trick of stunning the killer and then vaulting over it. Some newer killers especially will be super confused by it and react to it poorly, which could buy you even more time. So little tricks that you can do with that as well. And that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it for Life, as far as I can remember. Lucky Break. Lucky Break is a passive perk that lasts for 60 seconds, and it starts to tick and tick down when you're injured. After the 60 seconds are over, you lose the perk forever. So typically you want to use it a little bit, then get yourself killed as soon as possible, and keep it a little bit more to see if you can use it at least 2 or 3 times per match. This is a stealth perk that allows you or encourages you to lose the killer mid chase. Now there's some debate to be had of whether or not this is the strategy that you want to follow. Sometimes the best strategy is for you to take the killer on a wild ride and take them to every little ride on the map and every little loop and make sure that you're far away from your teammates so that when eventually you go down, you put a lot of pressure on them because gens are being done across the map and they are not there to stop them. So that's generally a very solid strategy to follow. However, if the killer is a little bit lost and they chase you for a significant amount of time and then you lose them, and now you are safe and your teammates are safe and the killer is lost, that is a lot easier than looping the killer for a long time. So it's more accessible for someone that's not super experienced at running killers for a long time yet. And it's also potentially very, very strong. Very, very strong. You can have a killer be so lost that they suddenly start to check lockers, look behind every corner, check inside every bush, and be completely defeated and waste an amount of time that literally sets them back so much that they cannot possibly win from that bad start. So even though Lucky Break is a stealth perk, and stealth isn't always the best play, it is a damn good stealth perk. Unlike Lightweight, unlike some other perks that we'll see in the future, this perk actually is super solid and does something relatively amazing. While those 60 seconds are up, you don't leave blood, and this perk is very unique in that. There are almost no other perks that do that. The only one I can think of is No Mither, which is a bad perk, and Deception, which is a terrible perk. So it is the only decent perk in the game that for a long period of time allows you to leave no blood on the ground, up to 60 seconds, which is incredibly good, and also leaves no scratch marks. You still emit grunts of pain, but you can diminish that by either getting really far away so that your noise is not a factor, running Iron Will, which completely negates the noise, or crouching, getting into a locker, doing other things that can make your noise diminished. This perk can also sometimes be run with Overcome, which is an exhaustion perk that extends the distance that you get from a hit. And with that, you might not even need Iron Will, because by the time the killer hits you and recovers from that first hit, well, you're already really far off and they might not even be able to hear you. So that's an interesting combination. Of course, if the killer has some form of tracking you through perks, power and whatnot, Lucky Break can fail and fall flat on its face. But if the killer for whatever reason loses sight of you for even a second, or if you're in one of those maps that are very labyrinthic, that are very closed and have lots of line of sight blockers, you do a little bit of a zigzag around the map, and the killer is completely clueless. If you're playing against something like Victor from the Twins, Victor only can track you through blood. They don't see scratch marks. So it is really, really scary. When you begin to chase someone, you start to look at the ground and you notice that there's nothing. So those 60 seconds can be used in some devastating ways. And ideally, you have a bit of a plan. As soon as you lose the killer, if you're lucky enough to do that, maybe you don't lose him, but you just waste him. You just waste time because he takes another 20 seconds finding you. That's okay. But if you manage to lose the killer, you typically want to have a plan with this perk. A medkit, circle of healing, a good teammate ready to heal you up, inner healing / inner strength, some form of quick healing is in order so that you don't lose the entire 60 seconds and you maybe have another shot at using this perk maybe once or twice again for the rest of the match. One good use of this perk can destroy a killer. They can even be tricked into thinking that it's a boon, a totem shadow step. And they might be looking for the blood, thinking that it's just scratch marks that are gone, and they could be confused. Once a killer realizes that you have this perk, then they will probably want to just hit you and leave you, or hit you and pay attention to other cues to make sure they find you. And in that case, this perk can be completely useless. There are some killers that just do that. If I'm playing Plague, I'm going to puke on you and leave you half the times anyway. If I'm playing Hag, I'm going to hit you and just go back to setting traps. And these killers that track passively or that injure you passively, they really don't care so much about Lucky Break. There's also the occasional killer like Legion or Twins that does not allow you to heal quickly. and that often hits you and goes for someone else. So against those killers, Lucky Break could also be a bit unfortunate. On the other side, you have strong killers like Spirit, who typically rely on sound and scratch marks. So if you're running this with Lucky Break with Iron Will and you sprint off into the distance, Spirit using their power will be completely clueless. If they're not already on top of you and they don't hear your footsteps, or you somehow manage to fool them and stand still somewhere, they will be so confused, and that is awesome. So for that reason, this perk is actually quite usable and can be potentially quite strong. Just remember what I said about the playstyle and make sure it works for you, and definitely have a plan B so that you do not waste all of it in a single go. And then it's an okay perk that killers occasionally have to look out for and be smart about. Occasionally it can be a big help. Metal Man has a tremendously big effect that if you somehow manage to activate at the right time can be quite game changing. The perk essentially allows you to tank an extra hit, and you tank this hit and it doesn't put you into mending, it doesn't down you, you can just tank the hit and then immediately heal, or immediately get adrenaline, or immediately, you know, go on to do nasty things. And obviously you get the full speed boost from taking a hit. The problem is it's a difficult perk to trigger. So what you essentially need to do, you need to take 3 protection hits for your teammates. Now, a protection hit is a bit of a complicated thing that is not very well explained, but I'll do my best to explain it. A protection hit is when your teammate is injured or being carried by the killer, which also counts as injured, and you are nearby and you take a hit. You can be injured, you can be healthy, it doesn't matter. If you take a hit from the killer, a damaging hit, that will count as a protection hit. If you are close enough to them. If obviously if the killer is carrying and they hit you, you are close to them. In other scenarios, they need to be a little bit close. Typically, the way you get protection hits is very simple. I'm gonna name the 3 or 4 more likely scenarios. Number 1, the killer is carrying someone and you force the killer to give you a hit. You can do this by body blocking a hook and get 1 stack for Metal Man. Another one, you unhook the survivor, the killer comes back and tries to get in the way. You protect the survivor that you unhooked and make sure that you take a hit for them. If they're nearby, that counts as a protection hit. Another thing that can happen is a similar idea mid-chase. When your teammate is about to go down, maybe you have a perk to see him, like Empathy, Bond, maybe you're on comms, maybe you just find him and you run in there and then take a hit. You can take 2 hits pretty close to each other. Sometimes, depending on what the game is looking like, it's not a bad idea. If your teammate is about to die and you yourself are completely safe, have never been hooked, go in there, take 1 hit, then if necessary, take another hit, and then you get 2 protection hits. And if you already had 1, well, now you have Metal Man active next time. So Metal Man is active when you have 3 tokens and when you are injured, basically. If you are healthy and you get hit by a chainsaw or anything else that one-shots you, Metal Man doesn't work. So you need to be injured, which is not that difficult to achieve, and you need to be hit by something that would put you down, like any normal attack. And then if that happens, Metal Man activates, takes that hit for you, gives you the speed boost, and you do not go down, you don't need to mend, nothing happens. And typically, you can do this more than once per game, although, you know, good luck. Typically, you get to do this once per game, and maybe you can use it to tank a hit for a teammate in the mid to late game. Now, let's go over some of the things that this could backfire. If you are healed, obviously, the perk doesn't work. If you go instantly down from heal to down, it doesn't work. Certain killers can do incredibly fast hits. So if you're playing against, let's say, a trickster, and they use main event, they can hit you, and then immediately, almost immediately down you with a second hit, a second barrage of knives. So be careful. Some killers that recover very quickly because of their power or because they have saved the best for last, they can actually really become powerful if you give them hits for no good reason. So obviously the very dangerous, risky idea of feeding hits to the killer could completely backfire for your teammates. And that's mostly that's mostly it. If you're playing against some Myers who can tombstone you, who can pick you up and moor you with a certain add-on, this is not going to protect you. It goes without saying. And then we have the downside of using this perk. This is a really strange thing. But if you successfully use the perk and then you heal back to full health, anytime that you're further than 60 meters from the killer, your aura is revealed to them permanently. But it doesn't matter because this, first of all, you're not going to use this perk all the time. When you do, it will be by the end of the game. By the end of the game, the killer will already be on top of you. So this downside, I mean, it's an unnecessary downside on a perk that is not even that strong. But it is a downside that you need to remember. And it's easy for you to forget and for you to go into a locker from a distance and be like, wait, why did the killer know I was here? Don't forget, if you triggered it, they can see you from afar. If they're paying attention, of course. So what is the way to use Metal Man? What is not the way to use Metal Man? The way to not use Metal Man is to play with randoms and then take a hit for your teammate and then take another hit for your teammate and then take another hit for your teammate and then suddenly, oops, the killer had saved the best for last and now the killer is a murdering machine and hits super quick. And every one of my teammates is dead and everyone is dead and I'm injured. I can't go for the rescue. I don't have Metal Man yet. Maybe for some silly reason a protection hit didn't count because the game didn't detect it properly. That will get you killed. That is a risky play you should never do. You do Metal Man with certain items and perks that enable you to be risky. If your team has Circle of Healing, yeah, take hits. If the killer doesn't come for you, you go to Circle of Healing, heal back really quickly. If you have a medkit, take hits. If the killer goes for you, great. You take advantage of that. If not, you heal very, very quickly. You can also use Styptication, which gives you the ability to tank a hit and survive and become deep wounded. So what you can do is your teammate gets picked up, you take a hit, you go to a hook, the killer comes to you, then you use the Styptication and the killer has to hit you again. And maybe your teammate can struggle out, so you can use this with sabotage ideas. If you play it well, you might have to make the killer hit you 2 or 3 times in any one chase, and that is super annoying for the killer and can quickly get Metal Man ready. That being said, the killer is not stupid. They might realize that you have this perk, and after you have Metal Man, they're not guaranteed to fall for it. They might, when you have Metal Man and they count the hits that they've hit you, they might be like, okay, yeah, you want to take a hit for someone else? No, I'm going to save you for last. So that could be bad, and watch out for that. For the most part, though, Metal Man is just too risky to bring. Even if your teammates are in on your plan and they are actively helping you, there is a good chance that you play against a cannibal that just cannot be body blocked against. You body block for your teammates, you go down in one shot with a chainsaw. Your teammates go on the hook and maybe they get camped and you don't have a chance to do anything about it. You get chased first. This perk obviously does nothing if the killer is focused on you the entire match. So many holes, even when a team and when your build is built around it, unfortunately. For that reason, even though it is a fun, top-tier, perk, it's not really a top-tier perk in practicality. No Mither. No Mither is the worst survivor perk in the game. It's not bad due to terrible design or anything. It's just simply designed as a joke challenge mode perk. And I'm okay with that. You should be okay with it too. If you run this perk, it's because you want to challenge yourself, because it gives you a big disadvantage that is horrible and terrible, but you enjoy the challenge and you want to maybe do some creative use of its small advantages. So knowing that it's just a straight up bad perk, what can we say about it? It makes you permanently injured and permanently broken from the very start of the game. So when the killer loads in and they see the HUD, they're gonna know that one of the survivors is permanently exposed and permanently vulnerable to any hit that would put them down. If the killer is a bit of an ass, they will use and abuse this information. They will make it so that you are the first person to go down. They will make it so that you are never able to rescue anyone, and so on and so forth. So this provides a huge weak point in the team. If you happen to be that one incredible survivor that is really good at running the killer, no Mither can still mess you up. You would be better off running other perks and just trying to be the center of attention somehow else. But what are some of the good things about No Mither? It makes you broken, it makes you injured. When you're injured, obviously there's a lot of things that you can't afford to do. You cannot be bold, you cannot do things in front of the killer's face, you cannot go for rescues if the killer's anywhere near without being in massive danger. You can also just go down at any point and be a massive hindrance to the team, you know, etc, etc, etc. But there are some nice things that come with this perk. This perk is the only other reasonable way to never leak blood. So if you're playing against Victor from the Twins, if you're playing against certain killers that focus on the blood, No Mither helps because your blood is just gone. Now, the killers are not stupid. If they know that you have No Mither, they're not going to try to rely on the blood. They should typically remember that this perk does this and try to play around it. But still, no blood, which is nice. You are also almost entirely quiet. You don't have Iron Will. You still make a little bit of noise, but it's very, very little. If the killer's not very close, they don't hear you very well. If you crouch, you're basically silent. If you go to a locker, virtually silent as well. So yeah, you're pretty stealthy. Also, if you go down on the ground, you recover 25% quicker, which means that you can be up in about 25 seconds-ish, which is better than nothing. But you also have the ability to completely pick yourself up without help. Here's the thing though, the killer remembers. The killer sees that you have this perk from the very first second of the match, and they know that you will pick yourself up in a few seconds. So a killer that is smart should never leave you on the ground for very long. You're an easy target, so they're gonna, the moment that you down yourself, you're most likely gonna get picked up and hooked and taken advantage of in that regard. So yeah, this is terrible. The only way I can see this ever working in your favor in some insane way is if you pair No Mither with Resilience and perhaps Prove Thyself. Those are perks that make you work on gens faster and make you do actions faster in general. And Prove Thyself makes it so that you do gens faster with other people. And then from the very start of the match, if you have a very strong toolbox, you could do gens 9% faster. So you could use Resilience and No Mither to be a gen jockey of sorts. And that could be fun. If the killer feels a little bit of pity and they let you be, and they ignore you a little bit, you could be doing gens for your team super, super fast, which is super hilarious. Very risky strategy, of course. Don't do that, though. Another thing that you can do is, if you're an incredible 10 out of 10 survivor that can loop killers for 5 gens, if you put this perk, you paint a huge target on your back. So a killer that is a little bit confident, they might try to down you, and if they chase you forever and don't down you, you might legitimately trick them into going into chases that they cannot possibly afford to go into. Again, if the killer is smart though and they can't down you, they'll just leave you, they'll catch you later, don't you worry. But yeah, terrible perk, don't ever run it, but if you run it, make it for those reasons. Yeah, there's no way to remove the broken status effect in any way, so don't even try. Oh, also, I forgot. There are a few things that make this perk even less desirable that I think are worth mentioning. If the killer has Coulrophobia, which is a perk that slows down the game for survivors, for every person injured, congratulations, you just made that perk 10 times better. Because now, every single survivor from the very start until the end of the game or until you die has 5% slower gens, period. You yourself included. So, No Mither makes Tana way better. And if you play against Oni, since you're injured, you, from the very first second of the match, start to leave blood orbs everywhere, and you can never ever stop them actively in any significant way. So yeah, if you play against Oni, you're literally giving them free power that they can take advantage of, and obviously use that power to down other people. So yeah, there's scary reasons to run No Mither. No One Left Behind. It's a cute perk that has strong effects, and it's ultimately held back enormously because other perks do a better job, or mostly because this perk triggers at the extreme end of a match. This perk gives you extra blood points for actions in the endgame. Altruistic actions. Altruistic actions in the endgame already get a blood point bonus for being done in the endgame. So if you rescue a survivor, you get a lot of points, 1,000, and then 500 if they do it safely. But if you do it at the end, you get even more. And with this, you can basically guarantee that you'll max out if you get a rescue or two near the end of the game. So, hey, that's okay. But ultimately, it's just points. It's not gameplay. And, you know, it's not that big of a deal. Other perks give you more blood points better. Prove Thyself gives you more blood points on gens with other people. And if you heal with other people, Prove Thyself also gives you points there. So, yeah, that part about this perk is very meh. You shouldn't care too much about it. The interesting, meaty main effect of this perk is that once the exit gates are opened, you get a 50% healing speed and a 50% unhooking speed. Now, please remember that 50% healing speed doesn't mean that you do things twice as fast. That would be 100% healing speed. What it means is that you do them a third as fast. So a 16, let's see, what would be a good example? A 10-second heal would turn into a 6-point-something second heal. That's still pretty good. Healing faster, amazing. It's really, really, really good. In fact, unhooking faster is even better. Faster unhooking is incredibly good. Getting grabbed at the end of an unhook is super annoying. Many killers can just camp and sit there. So what you can do with this perk is you go there, they hit you, and then before they even recover, you immediately get the unhook and maybe do a quick dead hard or quickly have them take a hit for you with borrowed time. The faster unhooking is really, really, really incredible. And that part is awesome. You also see the auras of everyone. Every other survivor that is still the tryout, you will see their auras so that you know exactly who can go for the save, who can take a hit for you, and so on and so forth, which is nice. Now, let's get to the big problem with this. The meta for survivors right now is not to open the gates as soon as possible. When you open the gates, you start a timer that can last anywhere from 2 to 4 minutes, depending on how many people are downed. And that puts a lot of pressure on survivors. It's much better for survivors to finish the generators, do the exit gates to like 99% or so, and just wait. Heal up, group up, get rid of any nasty perks if they need to, make sure everybody is ready up, then go for the rescue. That's it. Or alternatively, open the gates and everyone leaves if everyone's ready. So you do not want to put unnecessary pressure on your teammates by opening the gates early. In fact, if you open the gates early, you could also be opening yourself up to something like Bloodwarden, a nasty perk that could trap you in the match and only works when the gates are open. So the idea for survivors almost always is to 99 gates. So with this perk, you do not get to do anything until you open them. So if you open the gates, you're going to put your teammates in a bad situation. You might literally kill everyone or prevent them from going for a save in 2 minutes. Maybe in the next 2 to 3 minutes, the killers and survivors will have a long back and forth. If you open the gates, you're putting a lot of pressure on the survivors and potentially giving free kills to killers that they haven't fully earned just because you open the gates early. So opening the gates early is a really, really, really bad idea. A really, really, really bad idea if you don't have to. Especially if you can communicate with your team and you can talk. So that already makes no one left behind an undesirable perk because you should not be doing this. You open the gates ideally, not always obviously, but ideally you open them when everyone is ready to go or when everyone is about to be ready to go and not a second earlier. So that is already really, really, really bad. But let's see. Let's look at the things that this perk does once you trigger this. The blood points you've already covered. You shouldn't really worry. The bonus action speed of 50%. Why don't you just bring bodily knowledge and you'll be able to heal yourself and others 33% faster the entire game, not just the last minute or nothing. Why don't you just bring Circle of Healing? Circle of Healing doesn't require you to open the gate. You can set it near the end, at the start, throughout the match, and everyone has a beacon of light that they see where they can go there, heal themselves, heal others, take time to reset the health stats on everyone. And even if your teammates don't see you, because with this perk you can see them, they can know that they will probably find you at the Boon Totem, and it's a bit of a hub for survivors to get together and ready up and heal and make sure that they're ready to take hits for each other and maybe go for whatever unhook situation is happening, right? So Circle of Healing is a better organized healing perk that works throughout the match. It doesn't require you to open the gates. And obviously you heal 100% faster yourself and others. So that puts this 50% bonus to absolute shame. So the auto reading of this perk is very meh. You see them, but they don't see you. So other perks that give aura to the entire team, like Kindred, that we covered earlier, are just better. Obviously, if you're playing with your best friend on Discord, you don't need this perk because you can just ask, where are you? Where is the killer? Where are you? Okay, all right, let's go. So obviously, communication completely renders the auto reading part of this perk basically useless. And the only thing that remains is the bonus unhooking speed. That, admittedly, is pretty good and can make the difference sometimes. If a killer is playing Cannibal, yeah, maybe not. Maybe they're just camping with a chainsaw and there's no way around that. But if a killer is playing Deathslinger, maybe you can unhook quickly, even if you have Sedves for last, because the 50% is very noticeable. However, if you want a more consistent perk that allows you to unhook quicker, yourself, others, and that it works throughout the match. Resilience, when you're injured, allows you to unhook 9% faster. Desperate Measures will allow you to unhook 14, 28, 56% faster, which is better than this and works throughout the match. Leader, if you have it, will let other people unhook 25% faster. So those would all be more consistent, more applicable to the end and to the entire game rather than no one left behind. For this reason, you see this perk used exactly never for the reasons we described. And that's pretty much it. Object of Obsession has many parallels to Distortion. It is a perk that you don't want to run on every survivor because it has diminishing returns. It's most useful on the Obsession. But one survivor can gather a lot of information and use it in some cheeky ways to feed that information to their teammates. So this is how the perk works. Anytime the killer sees your aura through their perks, their items, their add-ons, anything at all that they could have, or any of your own perks, there are at least... Wait, is there a perk that reveals your aura to the killer anymore? Because one of them got changed and it doesn't do that anymore. At any rate, your own perks, the killer's perks, however it might be that the killer sees your aura, this is a reverse Uno card type of perk. When they see you, you see them. And if they're smart, they'll figure out that you have this perk eventually. They might not, however. A killer might think, oh yeah, I'm seeing this dude's aura. I am being so smart. I am being so crafty. I am being so sneaky. And meanwhile, you are seeing them the whole time. And you can react to everything they're doing perfectly. So that's awesome. During any time that this is happening, you also get a 6% bonus to healing, repairing, and cleansing. You shouldn't be cleansing, which can be interrupted with object. But, you know, if you cleanse a dual totem with Undying, which shows you aura the whole time, you'll do it 6% faster. If you're repairing and the killer sees you constantly, you'll do it 6% faster. If you're healing and the killer has Nurse's Calling, you'll do it 6% faster if they're in range. So what this translates to, that 6%, it's very tiny. It's basically a little help that can sometimes make the difference and make a 99.9999 heal turn into a full heal to make sure that you finish the deal. So that's nice. Although it is very, very minuscule by itself. If you are the Obsession, and this perk will make you likely to be the Obsession, you also have a effect that happens every 30 seconds. It happens a few seconds into the match and then every 30 seconds. And that effect is that your aura is shown to the killer. And because this perk works the way it does, anytime your aura is shown to the killer, you see them back. So basically every 3 seconds, you have a Spider-Man meme pointing at each other. Every 30 seconds, you and the killer see each other. You can go into a locker and you will be blind. They will not see you, you will not see them. You can have Distortion and you will be undetectable to the aura, so they will not see you. And as such, you will not see them, I believe, because they're not seeing you. So you can prevent the auto reveal every 30 seconds if you really, really want to. And that's okay, because this perk can actually backfire. If you're the last survivor and you're looking for the hatch, you don't want to let the killer know where you are, because they might cut you off and kill you. So this perk has a little potential to backfire. It has a lot of potential to give you away if you're trying to be stealthy. It's certainly not a perk that a new player that's trying to be stealthy would run. Instead, what I think this perk should be is a veteran player perk that comes into play when you're especially when you're in a team with communication. What you can do with Object of Obsession, the little extra speed will help here and there. The little auto reading every 30 seconds and every X amount of time will help you in chase. If you see the killer through a wall, you can exactly predict where they are and never really get caught with any mind game. So obviously, unless the killer has some undetectable thing that prevents this perk from working, like Ghostface or something, you can use it in Chase. And you can also use it, much like Distortion, as a constant way to rule out perks and to feed information to the other survivors. So what is an example? If the killer has Lethal Pursuer, at the start of the match, you'll see the killer. So you can be like, they had Lethal Pursuer, or they do not have Lethal Pursuer. If the killer has Barbecue and Chili and they see you from afar after a hook, the killer has Barbecue and Chili, or doesn't. If you vault a window and your aura is shown to the killer and you see theirs, the killer has Armaliers and you can use Armaliers against them. And this goes on for many other perks and many add-ons on several killers that show auras. And you can then start to use those add-ons against the killer. So for example, if you go against a tier 2 Myers with the auto reading Vanity Mirror, anytime they see you, you see them. And they're not that fast, so they're normal speed, so that's pretty cool. A tier 1 Myers, it will not work because they're undetectable. So yeah, they'll see you and you won't see them. You won't see them back. So yeah, it does have a few holes, but if you want to use it to gather information, it's a decent perk and a fun one, although really not meta. And the fact that it can give you away at random times where you really don't want it to is a bit of a hindrance. I think that's all there is to this. Don't forget that if you have a perk that reveals you to the killer, this can also backfire. And if you have if the killer has perks that reveal you constantly, this can backfire depending on the killer. If you play against a Trapper or a Wraith and you can loop them around strong tiles, that's awesome. But if you play against a Nurse, yeah, that's not good. They can see you, they'll go through a wall and hit you immediately. So do be afraid of that potential misfiring of this perk. Off the Record offers some slightly interesting effects for a limited time, up to twice a match. Ultimately, this perk gets widely and savagely destroyed by other perks that do what it does, but better. So when you get unhooked, and that can happen at least twice per match, at most twice per match, right? The first time, the second time. On the third time, you're obviously dead. When you get unhooked, this perk activates for the next 80 seconds, which is a decent duration. And you basically get the effects of Iron Will, where you make 0 noise. And you also do not show up on any auto reading from the killer. This can occasionally be pretty damn huge. If I chase a survivor that has Iron Will, I should quickly pick it up and then play accordingly. But if I chase a survivor that didn't have Iron Will and suddenly they're silent, I might not realize that for a long time. I might actually fall for it way harder because it happens mid-match. Alternatively, obviously, you could also have the case where you have this perk and the killer just never goes after you for 80 seconds again. And you are completely wasting it. But yeah, nice thing about Off the Record is that you might be able to occasionally use Iron Will unexpectedly in a way. It goes without saying, using Iron Will is just much more consistent and better than this perk, because it works from the very first second that you're injured forever. So yeah, that would be much better. This perk, however, has a secondary effect too, which is okay, which is that you do not show up in auras. So any of the perks and powers and add-ons that we described that would show your aura to the killer are hidden. And you do not show up in Nurse's Calling, Barbecue, those things that might give you a second thought, that might make you want to hide. You will be happy to know that you don't need to worry about that. Problem. Much like Distortion, this perk does not shield people around you. So if the killer has a Nurse's Calling, which shows up survivor healing, and you have a friend of yours heal you, the killer is going to see one survivor heal the empty air. And if the killer at that point has an IQ higher than my shoe size, they're going to figure out, all right, well, I don't know what's happening, but someone's healing here, what's going on? They're going to walk there and they're going to see you both. So you could still be revealed by other people next to you. You know what would be a much better alternative? Use a Boon Totem with Circle of Healing and maybe Shadow Step. Shadow Step works in an area, works for several seconds after you leave the area, and also removes your scratch marks. and removes the auto reading as well. So you can heal in a boom totem area and be happy and confident that there's no auto reading on you, and even a teammate coming by is not going to give you away. So that those perks are way more solid than off the record, and that's it. Like this like if you are the last person to get chased, if you get aggressively tunneled and never make any distance, there are so many ifs and situations where this perk, despite triggering, just does nothing. Yeah, overall never worth the perk slot if you want any of the effects. Iron Whale and Shadow Step along with other boons are typically better options in any conceivable way. That's it. One thing that could make this perk worth it is if you're playing against a Mirror Myers and they use the aura to see you and they try to find you. Those killers typically have downsides, and their upside is that they see your aura, and with this you could keep it from them for a long time. 80 seconds is a long time if they're trying to go for you. In that situation, this perk actually kind of good. Open-handed is a tremendously useful perk if used correctly. It is one of those perks that stacks and affects all the survivors. And it affects all the survivors at once, but it doesn't stack with itself in any way. So you never want to have this perk on multiple people, because it would literally be a waste. The beauty of this perk is that only one person needs it, and many people can benefit from it, as long as only one person has it. So while not a super common meta perk that fills every other perk slot that you see, it is a perk that, for its small investment of one perk, can benefit the entire cast of survivors massively. So this takes any auto reading perk or item in the game for survivor that has a range limit to it and increases it by 16 meters. 16 meters is a long distance. For some perks, that long distance is not necessary because they already have a very long distance. For some others, it actually is super critical. And we're going to go through some of the best examples and go to the more obscure, less interesting ones. The best example, and probably the #1 choice for this, Kindred. Kindred is a perk that you put on, and it helps your teammates by making all of them see each other and seeing the killer. So Kindred helps everyone, and open-handed affects it to everyone. So if you have Kindred, the killer literally cannot be anywhere near the hook without the survivor seeing it, unless there's some undetectable thing. So for 32 meters around the hook, which is an incredibly big radius, the killer is visible, and anyone being looped and run around the hook can see the killer beautifully and perfectly, and be a much better reactive survivor in chase, and make it much harder for killers to actually catch you off guard in any way. And obviously it gives massive information about where a killer is going if they leave the hook. If I see an Oni head towards the other side of the map, then I know I can go for the rescue. If I see them come to me, I can see them come to me for many seconds. Many seconds. And I can react to it perfectly and hide, or be ready to run, or be ready to do whatever is the best idea at the time. So 32 meters auto reading on everyone for 2 perks on 1 person. What can I say? This perk with Kindred is legitimately incredible. And even survivor friends can benefit from that long distance auto reading on the killer. So it's fantastic on solos, and it's fantastic on everyone. You could also run this perk with other auto reading things like Bond, and then you would see your teammates from an obscenely... Oh, how much? Would it be 52 meters? I think 52 meters. That's almost half the map. You see your teammates from really far. You could run it with Windows Opportunity to see pallets and windows and breakable walls from super far away, which is great. Maybe a bit crazy, but it's great. You can use this with, let's see. Do not run this with Better Together / Situational Awareness, because that one has a range, but that range is fixed and it will not work. Also, do not run this perk with perks that have infinite range. For example, Empathy virtually has an infinite range. It's very high. Aftercare has an actual infinite range. Doesn't benefit from this. Blood Pact also has an infinite range, doesn't benefit from this. But anything that has a limited range that you can make bigger, such as Left Behind, such as Clairvoyance, such as Keys with a Blood Amber to see the killer, with open-handed they become even stronger. Anytime you hear the turret radius, and even if you don't, you can use the key with open-handed to see the killer from a mile away. And obviously do with that information what you will. For that reason, for the really small investment, open-handed is an incredible perk that can help in a bunch of ways. There's other perks that we haven't mentioned like Visionary, and this perk works beautifully on them as well if you have to. Not on Deja Vu, again, because it's infinite range, but yeah, make sure you know which perks it works well with, and it's pretty common sense too. Anyway, the main use of this is with Kindred, and that alone is awesome. The only thing that doesn't do, obviously, it's not one of those perks that immediately slows down gens or immediately speeds up gens. It's not one of those perks that does something huge in terms of like actual gameplay, but the information is more than worth it. For that reason, a really, really solid perk. It goes without saying though, this perk by itself does nothing. So don't run it by itself. Next up is Overcome, another exhaustion perk from Jonah, one of our latest survivors. And much like every exhaustion perk, you trigger it, it gives you a bit of distance and advantage, and then it makes you exhausted, which means that you cannot use it repeatedly, and you cannot use it in conjunction quickly with other exhaustion perks. If you trigger it, you'll need to wait a little bit, depends on the timer, depends on the situation, and then you'll be able to use it again eventually, or use another exhaustion perk eventually. For that reason, be smart, do not try to pair this perk with other exhaustion perks, because one of them will not work. Be smart about that. This one is one of the easier exhaustion perks to use, and it's pretty simple. You'll notice that it gives you a movement speed bonus of 150%, same as every other exhaustion perk, for only 2 seconds. Most other exhaustion perks give you a bonus for 3 seconds. So this is a little bit less than the others, but the trade-off is that it's much, much easier to trigger. This happens when you take a hit, basically. And I believe that also extends if you take a hit with borrowed time. And I believe, funnily enough, it also extends when you take a hit with Nemesis's whip. Although I would maybe need to double check on that, I could be wrong. But basically, for anything that doesn't put you down immediately, for anything that injures you, you typically get a 2-second 150% speed. With this, that 2 seconds is augmented to 4 seconds. This is really, really strong. If you are new to the game, you might not realize, it might not be immediately obvious to you that survivors that hold forward are very, very, very hard to catch in a straight line. If you hold forward behind a survivor that's moving really fast as this, for the average killer, it takes seconds and seconds, maybe 20, 25, 30 seconds to even catch up. And once you do catch up, if they're in a strong area, now the looping begins, and you might be there for another God knows how long. So this makes that whole moving forward strategy even stronger, which is awesome. Now, I think it's a very easy perk for beginners to use. You make sure that when you get hit, you don't run into a tree. You make sure that you are ready for the hit and you use it and use the speed boost efficiently. And even in the worst case scenario, buys you very, very decent time. Now let's go why, in my opinion, you will not see this perk among the most used exhaustion perks in the higher levels. Number one, you cannot use this perk with other exhaustion perks effectively, and such, because it's not the strongest, you're gonna see more dead hearts and maybe sprint bursts, unfortunately. And then there's the little holes of this perk. If a killer insta-downs you with a chainsaw, which some killers can do, or their power or some perk, this perk does literally nothing, so that would be a shame. Some killers, by the very nature of their perks or their powers, they're just gonna insta-down, and there's not a lot you can do sometimes to prevent that, and this perk will be a bit of a waste. There's also situations where a killer hits you, and they just go for someone else. They just don't even care about you. And unlike Dead Hard, which you can save until the very, 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 very last second, you just use your overcome. So you want to be very careful and never give free hits to killers as long as you can afford it, unless you have a really good backup plan to go and heal quickly, or you really need to take a hit for someone else. If you do really need to take a hit for someone else, this perk does excel, because it makes it hard for the killer to catch up to them and to catch up to you after they recover from a hit. So yeah, play this carefully. A few other situations. Some maps are not very good for this perk. Maps like Haddonfield are tremendously large, and once you make up all the distance and eventually catch up the survivor in the corner of the map, the corners have insane buildings, insane fences, insane structures that make it not really worth it. If I hit a survivor that takes me to a corner of the map in Haddonfield with overcom, I am depressed all the way through and might probably just leave them because I know it's not worth my investment of time. However, there's also other maps that are tiny. You get a hit and you can go nowhere. There's a complete dead zone. There's maybe a place where there was a pallet once and now it's gone. And even the 2 extra seconds don't help that much. Especially if you're playing against the couple killers that are particularly strong and fast. The 2 strongest killers in the game that are very common at a higher level are going to be for you most likely Nurse and Blight. Blight is incredibly fast, Nurse is incredibly fast. With the best add-ons that they typically bring, they can catch up to you in seconds. I got hit by a Nurse and held forward in almost a straight line. And she just used her attack with her add-ons and landed right on top of me. No sweat, down me immediately. So in these situations, you're going to feel that 2 seconds is not as good as 3 seconds for Spin Burst. And that holding forward is not good enough against some of these ultra aggressive, ultra fast, very strong killers. So this is a perk that works in the best maps, especially against the weaker killers particularly. It's not a perk that you use to absolutely dominate a good Nurse or absolutely dominate a strong Nurse. So for that reason, use it at your own risk, is what I'm saying. You can use it with Lucky Break, you can use it with other perks, you can use it with Windows of Opportunity, so that once you get that big sprint burst from the hit, you find safety or you lose the killer in some way, and those are interesting ideas. Don't forget though, you could always go against a killer that just doesn't want to hit you and instead wants to just straight up down you. Pharmacy is an interesting perk. It makes you unlock chests 80% faster. Now the way speed works in this game is interesting. So 80% faster is a little bit deceiving. You might think that 80% faster means that instead of 10 seconds, it takes you 2 seconds. That's not true. Instead of 10 seconds, it takes you about 6 seconds. That's still pretty good. And the noises that you do while doing this are a little bit quieter. Obviously, the first time that you open a medkit, you open a chest, you will get a green medkit, which is awesome. A green medkit is a really fast heal on someone else or a really fast heal on yourself. Just one heal. Just one heal without add-ons, unless you have some other perk to get random add-ons, like as in the hole. So you get 6 seconds and then about, what is it, about 12 seconds or so to heal yourself. Not bad, not bad. Not a bad investment of your time. In about 18 seconds, you're healed up. And then you can use Pharmacy to open other chests and also open them quicker. And if you open a chest and get a brown toolbox, typically that's a waste of time because you save very few seconds with a brown toolbox compared to the time you open the chest. But with Pharmacy, you spend less time, so almost anything you get can be potentially worth it. So it makes opening chests a little bit of a better idea. Problem with Pharmacy. I mean, there are 3 chests per map. Sometimes more in certain maps, there can be 4 in some. If you use certain offerings, there can be more as well. But you don't always come across chests. Sometimes with this perk, you're just going to be mad unlucky and not find the chest. This perk does not highlight chests like Plunderer's Instinct does, which we'll talk to immediately after this. So that's a bit of a shame. You might be unlucky and just never find a chest. Or maybe you find a chest and somebody else opened it. And well, damn, now you don't get to use your perk. The time efficiency of this perk is fairly good. It might be better to just get healed by someone else, but it's fairly good. And you can always go to the basement, which has a guaranteed chest, and maybe do it there, hopefully safely. So you do have that little bit of okay-ish time investment for the safety of healing yourself. Obviously, there's also killers that just completely destroy you, like Plague, which makes healing conventionally useless many times. So this perk is not super well suited for those. But for the average killer, okay, it can be okay. Now, the big problem is Circle of Healing. Circle of Healing is much, much easier to use and much more useful to your teammates and much quicker on the long run. If you find a dual totem or a hex totem, you can bless it with Circle of Healing. There's 5 of those, and they're much easier to find than totems at times. And once you do it, or even a teammate does it, anyone can go to the area and benefit from very, very fast heals. You can also do this incredibly innovative technique of just bringing a medkit yourself. You can just bring a medkit into the game. You can just bring a purple medkit with the best add-ons ever instead of bringing a perk. You know, so this is replacing an item that you can just bring yourself. So that's a bit silly. That being said, you can use this for some fun builds to open lots of chests quicker and search them quicker, and maybe use them with plunderers to get better items after your first green medkit. If you use this in the hole, you could get a purple Styptication to make your medkit super strong. You could also get a certain add-on that makes your medkit worthless because it reduces the charges, and that would be tragic, and it can happen, so don't do that. If you like to gamble and you like fun builds about opening chests, this is fun. For practical reasons, however, you have much better alternatives to heal yourself and to guarantee heals if things get rough. So I just cannot recommend pharmacy too much, unfortunately. Plunderer's Instinct. This is the only perk about searching chests that actually highlights chests. Highlighting chests is nice. It allows you to find them in places where you normally might not even expect them to be. And you also can see the basement chest that always spawns there. And that is really, really good. Even if you never open a chest, knowing where the basement is can be a big piece of information. Sometimes you get carried away by the circumstances. You get chased by a killer that is really strong in the basement, like say Hag, Cannibal, Trapper, and you go down right on top of the basement and you give them the easiest time of their lives, setting up around you and ultimately killing you and maybe your entire team. If you have plunderers, in the very, very first instance that you are near the basement, you will see the basement chest down there and know to avoid it if the situation calls for it. So that is nice. Obviously finding chests around is also nice so that you can open them. This perk increases the chance that you get a slightly better, but it doesn't guarantee anything. Even though you have a better chance to get a nice purple toolbox or a nice green toolbox or a nice green key, a green key is useless. That's not nice. And you could get one. You could also get terrible things. You could get a brown toolbox. You can get a brown medkit with, you know, a brown medkit's actually quite good if you don't have a bad add-on with Ace in the Hole, so watch out for that. But you could get a green map that barely tracks anything. You could get a green key that literally does nothing by itself. So you are still very, very capable of getting absolutely nothing. With plunderers, if you do a few searches, it's possible actually on average that you'll find quite a few keys, purple and pink keys. And keys can be used to escape the match by opening the hatch when you're the last person alive. Keys used to be really, really strong, and thus plunderers was kind of a scary perk. Someone brings plunderers, the killer has no idea, they get a key, they open the hatch, everybody escapes to the hatch. That cannot happen anymore. Hatches are single-man things now, and for that reason keys are weaker, and running plunderers expecting something incredible is, I would say most of the time, a really, really misplaced bet. Don't forget that you can just bring strong items instead and use this perk slot for something else. For that reason, if you like gambling and want to pair this with Appraisal, with Pharmacy, with Ace in the Hole, these are fun builds to run. You can collect items to add them to your back burner. And that is fun, but it's certainly not the go-to strategy in any scenario at all. Poise is a bit of a sad perk, because it does something cool, but it does it a few times and it's largely out of your control. When a generator gets completed, any generator, it doesn't matter if you completed it, it doesn't matter if you're near, if you're far, any generator at all, at any time, as long as you're alive. So that can happen up to 5 times, obviously. For the next 10 seconds, this perk activates, you'll see it activate, and you leave no scratch marks. You still leave blood. If you're injured, you still squeal like a little piglet. Obviously, you still set off crows, you understand, right? Everything else that can be used to track you, auras, everything else, can still work. So Poised is a terrible, terrible perk. Run this perk 10 games, and I guarantee you that 90% of the time Poised works. You are on a gen, far away from the action, it doesn't matter. On the hook, completely rendering this useless, dead, or in a place where literally losing scratch marks is worthless. You could pair Poise with Dark Sense to have a bit of like, oh, I see the killer and the killer doesn't see my scratch marks. And you could try to use this in Chase. In some really unlikely scenarios, you could play with your friends and try to tell them to finish gens at strategic times. So when the killer loses sight of you, for like even a second, tell them, hey, dude, do the gems. And then you start running, you know, off direction. And if you're not leaving blood and other trails behind you, the killer could be completely dumbfounded and confused by this perk because no one really expected it. I have been hit by it in all my years since it came out in 2019 or so, maybe once or twice. And it's been a bit of a, huh, yeah, I'm poised, huh. But how many times have I seen it since and it's done absolutely nothing? Not that many because nobody runs this perk. But I've run it many times and it's really not good. So unfortunately, it's very, very difficult for you to line up a situation where a gem pops at the perfect time and the killer is on you, but it's not right on top of you. Because if they are right on top of you, 10 seconds of no scratch marks is going to be nothing. If you want to be sneaky, Quick and Quiet, Iron Whale, Lucky Break, which we discussed, and several other perks serve you way, way better, are more consistent, and they do stronger effects, or you trigger them yourself on command by doing certain actions, instead of just hoping that a gem pops at the right time. So most of you can do is hope that your teammates do gens right, or pop a gen yourself and run out, and maybe the killer doesn't have Bitter Murmur and they lose you. So yeah, overall very, very weak perk, unfortunately. Power Struggle. Power Struggle legitimately has one of the strongest effects of any perk in the game. And I guess it also has a tiny little bit of deterrence built into it. Because I am sometimes afraid of this perk, sometimes as a killer, when I am carrying a survivor, I will avoid going through a pallet just in case. Especially if it's an Elodie, who this perk belongs to. So yeah, it's very, very simple. When a killer picks you up, you have a big bar that you wiggle off. It takes 16 seconds. So if the killer has already been carrying you for 4 seconds, then this perk activates. You can also activate it prematurely by running it with flip-flop. We talked a lot about that when we discussed flip-flop, so go back to that if you want to get the whole story again. But it can trigger even quicker if you have flip-flop, and that's the only way to trigger prematurely, by the way. There's no other way. So another thing that can happen is that the killer picks you up and drops you. If the killer drops you, you do get a little bit. So the next time they pick you up, if they wait a long time, unfortunately your struggle, it's hard to explain, but your struggle actually recedes, your wiggle bar. But if they drop you and then pick you up quickly, your struggle jumps up a little bit. So if you get to that magic 25%, 4 seconds of struggle worth, then Power Struggle triggers. And then all you need to do is press the spacebar or whatever action button you use. And if a killer is walking through a pallet, you drop the pallet, immediately stun the killer, and the killer is stunned for a few seconds. And you also are stunned for like a second and a half or so, and you get away. Same as if some other survivor dropped the pallet. So what are some great and some bad ways to run this perk? Bad ways to run this perk. Run it by itself, and this perk will do nothing most of the time. Run it without a plan, and this perk will literally do nothing most of the time. Yeah. And it will be a sad perk that, yeah, does something strong, but just never triggers. Now, what are some of the ways you can trigger this? Let's say that you're playing on the game, and you're in the bathroom generator. If you know that the killer is going to down you, go to a little corner. Go to a little corner. They will down you, and now if they take you to the basement and they go past a pallet, by that time you can drop that pallet on their face. You think that the basement is in the shack? Go down yourself, if possible, next to the shack, a few meters in front of it. If the killer is a little bit silly, they'll try to take you there, and then you can drop the pallet on their face. If you do that even a single time, this perk suddenly becomes super, super worth it. So you need to run it with a plan. Alternatively, you can also run it with perks to make it trigger. So for example, if you have Decisive Strike and the killer downs you, the killer cannot pick you up or else they'll get stunned. So one thing you can do is very simple. If you get down, crawl to a pallet and use flip-flop and Power Struggle. And you can have your teammates try to come in, distract the killer, buy yourself a little bit of time, makes this way more effective. Then your teammates suddenly vanish, the killer's like, all right, back to business, comes right back at you. You've been struggling for long enough, for 8 seconds or so. Not struggling, sorry, recovering from the ground. And flip-flop translates that 50% into 25%. Wait, would that be right? Yeah, if you've been struggling for about 8 seconds, that will be translated into a quarter, or maybe shy of a quarter, and then you struggle a little bit, and then quickly, bam, if you're on top of the pallet, you can drop it immediately. If you're shy of that 25%, wiggle just a little bit, and then spam your spacebar, and you drop it on the killer. So you can save your decisive, or use it after your decisive has been exhausted by the time, and bam, you free yourself from the killer, which is huge, without any help, while your teammates are out doing useful things. That is amazing. Problem, of course, is that killers might step around pallets. Killers might just leave you on the ground. If it's a pyramid head, they might just send you in a cage. If they have a Mori, they might just Mori you on the ground. We're starting to add up things. Obviously, if you're playing with solos, there's no way for them to know that you have this perk. They have no way, so they might actually throw and get themselves in danger trying to get you up, not understanding that you have everything under control. You need several perks and strategies to make this worth it. It begins to be a little bit difficult. Other perks are just more reliable or more applicable or more universal, and thus they just give you better chances. But this is a fun perk that really makes you feel smart and evil, and that alone makes it pretty damn great. One thing that I will warn you against, if you stun the killer with a pallet, that counts as a pallet stun. So that's great for archives. You might be tempted to run this perk with Smash Hit, which is a perk that gives you a big speed boost when you stun the killer with a pallet. However, that perk is a horrible pick with Power Struggle, because while you get the perk immediately after the trigger, and while you recover, you lose more than half of it. So it's not ideal. I recommend you run this perk with Sprint Burst. With Sprint Burst, you'll be able to sprint to the areas where you think this perk has the best chance of helping, if you need to do that. And if you've been on the ground for long enough, typically you'll get your Sprint Burst back, because it recovers in 40 seconds or so. So I would run this with Sprint Burst instead, and then when you stun the killer, you will get the full use of Sprint Burst, and it will be a lot better. So a little bit of warning about that potential strategy that I tried and worked horribly, because you don't get the full speed boost from Smash It. I forgot to mention, if you have Flip-Flop and Unbreakable, you recover from the ground faster. Same with No Mither, but don't run No Mither. And this is a really annoying perk against twins, because Victor downing you from afar can literally make it so that Charlotte can never get to you and pick you up in time before you use it. So yeah, if you hate the twins, this perk's for you as well. Next up is Premonition. This perk at the moment of doing this video is currently bugged. It's supposed to warn you when your camera is pointing in the general direction of the killer. However, it sometimes warns you when your camera is looking at a completely random empty corner of the map. So right now this perk is beyond bad, but assuming that they ever patch this in a timely manner, this perk is still terrible. Basically, when your camera is facing with a cone, so imagine that when your camera is facing the general direction of a killer within 36 meters, Premonition does a little sound effect. You can see that it activates and it begins a cooldown, and after the cooldown, it will do it again as soon as the killer is within 36 meters and within the 45-degree cone. Some really nice things about Premonition that are worth mentioning. If a killer is stealthy because they are undetectable, this is one of the only perks that detects them despite that. So an undetectable killer is still picked up by Premonition, which is great. So if you're playing against like Ghostface and Myers and you're scared that they might grab you off a generator, as long as you are looking, you should be able to prevent that. If the killer is looking at you or away or at an angle, it does absolutely not matter. Unlike Spine Chill, which depends on the killer's camera, the killer cannot fool or accidentally avoid this perk in any way. It only depends on your camera, so you have control when you trigger it. Obviously, the bad part about this perk is that it has a huge cooldown, which makes it very difficult for you to actually know anything. You hear this perk, you hear absolutely nothing else, and for 30 seconds, you are scared, deadly scared that someone's coming for you. And this encourages you to play in a very passive way, in a very stealthy way, which is not what you want from a perk. You want a perk that will tell you, hey, if you're looking for a perk to be stealthy and to be decisive, you want a perk that tells you immediately what's going on so that you can make the best decision as soon as possible and not be left wondering, oh, I need to wait another 10 or 15 seconds before I know what's going on. Obviously, Kindred, Spine Chill, Empathy, Bond, perks to see your teammates and thus deduce the killer, or perks to detect the killer itself are a lot better than Premonition. And as such, there's literally no situation where Premonition is honestly worth it. Yeah, that on top of it being bugged at the moment makes me just not want to recommend it at all, unfortunately. Next up is Prove Thyself. Prove Thyself is a tremendously powerful perk that can go from doing nothing to doing a lot. This perk, let's just explain the simple parts about the perk. The first one is that anytime you're doing a gen with someone else or doing a action with someone else, like healing a third person both together, anytime you're doing an action that another survivor is joining you on, you get double blood points on whatever that action is. That is actually awesome. Double blood points, extra blood points, not that big of a deal typically on a perk that is already very useful. Super welcome. So this is very much a comparable perk to BBQ and Chili on Killer, where you might run it because of its usefulness and because of its overall power to generate extra points. Unlike BBQ and Chili, it's not extra points at the end, but still survivors don't get so much points, so any extra helps. If you do one gen with a single survivor, you already maxed out on your objective points pretty much. And then this also helps a lot near the end game to secure altruism points. So the point part, great. Awesome. Yeah, this is also much like Open-Handed, a perk that only one person can use, and it affects everyone within range, which is 4 meters, but it does not stack. So it's very important. If there are 4 survivors literally on the same generator, this perk will work for all of them. All of them. And multiple instances of this perk will not do anything. So it is a perk that you see on 1 or maybe 2 people on a team, and it's one of the strengths of this perk. You don't need a lot of people, only 1 or 2, to occasionally make it really strong. So let's explain how repair works in this game. Survivors that repair a generator do it at normal speed, and they do a gen every 80 seconds, you know, give or take, depending on skill checks, modifiers, and so on. But when survivors get on a gen together, they actually have a penalty. The game does not want survivors to group up. It discourages them from doing so. And if there's 2 survivors, they are both slapped by a 15% debuff to their speed. If you're by yourself, Prove Thyself does nothing. But when you get together with another survivor, Prove Thyself undoes all of that. So 2 survivors get slapped by minus 15% each. 3 survivors get slapped by minus 30% each. And if 4 survivors ever were on a generator, they would all be slapped by minus 45% each. Now, because they're 4 survivors, they're still going to do the gen really fast, but minus 45% is horrible. It is terrible. So Prove Thyself in these situations is legitimately one of the best perks in the game. If you do a full generator with another survivor, instead of taking 46, 47 seconds, you're going to do it in 40 seconds. So that means that you saved 6 seconds for yourself and 6 seconds for your teammate. So this perk on 1 full generator done with someone else saves you and a teammate 12 seconds when you put them together. Awesome. Awesome. Incredibly good. What if the killer has Tinkerer and he's coming to the generator? What if the killer has Pop or Ruin and he's desperately trying to get to the generator to make sure that they bring it back from that 99 or whatever state they are? With Prove Thyself, you can finish a generator faster than many killers can even get there. The more survivors that are on, the stronger the effect it is. If you, God forbid, get on a generator with 4 survivors all at once, Prove Thyself is saving like dozens of seconds for 4 survivors at once with only 1 person bringing it. And here's the dirty part. This perk works if you're repairing without toolboxes, and it works if you're repairing without toolboxes too. So you can have 4 survivors with toolboxes on a generator. But at that point, it's comically disgusting. Why would you do that? It would be better to split up in 2 on 2, maybe. But you could have 4 survivors on a generator working at full speed with extras from the toolboxes, with extras from skill checks, and do a generator in like less than 20 seconds or some insane time. That, you know, in a very major way destroys the balance of this game. And every broken toolbox and every broken borderline OP thing with Prove Thyself is stronger. If you want to have a quick anecdote, and I have not really said many anecdotes in this video, one of my friends who played in a competitive tournament, they really wanted to protect the generator because they wanted to protect 3 gens to have a good chance to win against a really good team. They chased a survivor for 20 seconds and downed a tournament survivor in 20 seconds, and when they look back, the other 3 survivors with 1 toolbox had blown a generator in 20 seconds. That's how strong this perk is. It makes gens that are at 0 suddenly get done by a couple quick survivors, hitting skill checks and not being slowed down by the natural debuff that they get when they work together. So if you run this perk and you are a lone warrior, this perk does nothing other than maybe give you blood points every now and then. If you run this perk and occasionally sit on gens with other people, this perk destroys the generators and saves an amount of time on the most important action. Once a generator is completed, there's no way for the killer to really come back from it. There's no way to undo that. So the difference between a gen that's like 99 and a gen that's fully completed is night and day sometimes, and this perk makes sure that those gens get done. And it is incredibly mean. Killer has corrupt intervention, only 4 gens, doesn't matter. 4 people, wow, just jump on one. If the killer doesn't have good perks or good awareness or is a little bit distracted, that gen is gone. And that is huge. For that reason, Prove Thyself, even though it has potential to do nothing, also has potential and on average does a ton. Stack it with every other nasty perk, stack it with every other nasty item to do gens faster, and it's even dirtier. That's all that's all I can say about it. Quick and Quiet is a perk that is quite cute. It doesn't do a lot. Eventually, when the killer figures it out by itself, it's not that strong of a perk, but it's typically used to set up other perks, and that can make it quite appealing and quite fun, and even quite strong. So this perk works on a 20-second cooldown, and every time you do an action that would be very noisy, the perk consumes itself, stops working for 20 seconds, and then becomes available again 20 seconds later. So you gotta use it back to back to back, but you can use it every 20 seconds. So what are the sounds that this perk can hide? It will hide a survivor doing a medium or fast bolt on a window, doing a fast bolt on a pallet, going quickly in a locker, going quickly out of a locker. I believe that's it. Yeah, I believe that's it. That's still pretty good. You're gonna do those things in Chase and constantly, very, very, very often. This perk has a very small but respectable amount of deterrence built into it that will make killers second guess themselves. Sometimes I follow a trail of blood from a quiet survivor and I see that he stops on a locker, and I think, okay, they have Quick and Quiet and they went into the locker. And then I open the locker, it's completely empty. I look around myself and only then I realize that they actually run somewhere else and I am a fool. So with Quick and Quiet, survivors become sometimes unpredictable and you might not realize what's going on. Once a survivor has shown you that they have Quick and Quiet, you start to make a lot of assumptions about which other perks they have, and they need to be careful not to show you their cards too early. But still, even by itself, you can use Quick and Quiet to go into a locker, to quickly dodge a killer, maybe to set up a head-on to save your teammate and stun the killer. You can use it to quickly vault the window and start running in the opposite direction, and because the killer doesn't have the notification, they might not start even looking for you. You might get completely away, so it helps a bit in aggressive but also stealthy plays. If a killer is blinded after a pallet stun, you could totally vault quickly over the pallet and they wouldn't even realize that you're on their side. You can do a lot of really, really rash, bold plays while killers are distracted, blinded, tricked in some way. And if a killer doesn't pick up on it immediately, it could really throw them off. So this perk is mostly used to go through a window quickly and use Life, which I don't think is the best idea, but it's a plan for sure. It's mostly used to set up head-on really quickly. You go into a locker immediately without the slow entering animation, and in 3 seconds, if the killer runs into it, you can head on them. Now, most killers will pay attention and bait the locker, but if I don't notice it and I'm not expecting it, I might very well run into it and have my head bonked. by Head On, which is a stunning perk. So that's pretty nice. Another thing that it does really, really beautifully, it counters I'm All Ears. I'm All Ears is not a terribly meta or a terribly popular perk, but it's a perk that shows you aura to the killer and can help them line up shots. Pyramid Head can hit you through a wall, Nurse can zone in on you, Huntress can line up a shot. All of those killers that could be running this perk will be completely countered every time you have a Quick and Quiet, because the perk will just pretend that never happened. And that might really mess with them. So it's pretty decent for that. Overall, though, by itself, it's not a terribly effective perk. It's not one of the perks I'm afraid of. If I see a Survivor with Quick and Quiet, to myself, I'm thinking, well, that Survivor doesn't have this or this or this other perk that are much stronger. So I'm a bit relieved. And I can already start to piece together their build and maybe rule out some things. So for that reason, I don't think it's extremely powerful. But use it creatively, use it well with other perks, and it enables some fun and interesting and mind-numbing and confusing strategies that can really make a killer that's a bit lost completely lost. And that's really fun. Red Herring is also supposed to be a bit of a fun perk to distract the killer. It just has some flaws that I just cannot get over. When you have been touching a generator for about 3 seconds, the generator turns yellow only to yourself. It doesn't show yellow to other people. So unlike Blast Mine, you cannot use this as a warning to your teammates or anything. So this is only information to yourself to let you know that this perk is working. And this will stay in there until that gen obviously is finished, or you start and do 3 seconds on another gen. So what happens when the generator is highlighted is that you can go into a locker, walking into a locker. You can use Quick and Quiet, which we just discussed, to do it quickly. But then you need to slow, you need to leave slowly because you cannot use Quick and Quiet twice. So you can go into a locker, fast or slow, typically slow to be stealthy. And then when you fully enter the locker, the killer will hear a little sound effect right on the generator that is exactly the same as the same sound as a missed skill check. So a killer from a distance might think that someone missed a skill check on that generator. If the killer is really, really close and the generator is regressing and they literally can see it physically, they're not stupid. They're going to figure out that this perk is in play if they're not completely new. If the killer for some reason is super lost and he's desperately looking for someone, you could use this perk to try to divert their attention, and that's when this perk works best. All of your team hides, maybe you start a generator, you go to a locker, the killer comes and starts opening lockers and checking around it, and they're super confused. The problem with Red Herring is that it has 2 triggers that are kind of tricky. If you go into a locker slowly, you're wasting time. If you touch a generator and then leave it, you're wasting time. If you stay very close to the generator, the killer could find you. If you go very far from the generator, then it's taking longer and longer and you don't know what's happening. And here's the tragic part. The tragic part. Let's say they use Red Herring and try to trigger it on a generator very far away. It's completely possible that one of your random teammates just happens to go on that generator right now. And then the killer goes and finds them there. And they have no idea what happened because they don't understand that Red Herring happened. So Red Herring is best used, funnily enough, with friends on comms so that you can tell them that you're using it and you don't actually put them in danger. Because it would be really terrible if you are wasting time doing this little cat and mouse games and you literally get one of your poor teammates killed because they get spotted thanks to this and they are completely clueless and unaware that this perk is being used. And then once you trigger it, 40 seconds, you can do it again. This perk is just terrible. It's just really bad. There's no getting past the fact that if you use it on a gen that is next to you, you're wasting time and the killer could find you. And if you use it on a gen that's really far away from you, you're wasting potentially even more time. I've seen killers hear notifications and ignore them. I sometimes can't even tell that it's a Red Herring just by the look of it. And then I'll just check lockers and find someone. But ultimately, I don't even see this perk very much, so I can't even tell you that I see a fail all the time. Nobody wants this perk ever because it's just oddly designed. Now, if the survivors could trigger this perk in some other more active way, then it would make a lot of sense. It would make a lot of sense. If this perk triggered when survivors did some other actions and they were being proactive, if they go to a gen and then touch another gen, then the other gen explodes, that would be awesome. Because then you would be on a gen doing good progress, and the killer would be diverted towards a generator that has no one on it potentially. That would be great. Unfortunately, it's not the way it works. and this perk is passive, and other than fooling the killer for a few seconds potentially, it can achieve almost nothing. For that reason, it really is terrible. But one thing that you could do, you could set up a blast mine, and then go into a locker, and then have the killer go into the gen and kick it, and oh my god, they get blinded by the blast mine. But the blast mine leaves a generator aura, and your teammates can see it. So maybe your teammates will go into it and oh my god, you understand, right? It can backfire in a number of ways. And some killers have very passive perks to progress gens. They don't even go out and kick gens or bother. So yeah, at most this perk can be fun. At least it can straight up be detrimental. So I do not recommend it. Moving on to renewal / second wind. This is a common or Steve perk depending on the DLCs that you get. And it's a decent perk. In the current state of the game right now, using medkits is really powerful and readily available. And using wound totem, circle of healing, and others to heal fast is extremely powerful and extremely prevalent and very strong. So those healing perks are just king right now, and medkits they're just the way to go. But if you want to go slightly off meta, this perk is perfectly fine. So what it does is very simple. You need to heal another survivor a full health state. It can happen from the ground, it can happen up top, but you need to do a full heal on them. You need to be a bit careful. Sometimes you can do a full heal on a survivor that was already 5% healed. So you need to make sure that you do the full heal. The perk will fill up as you do this. And once that happens, the perk will light up and you'll know that it's on. Next time that you're unhooked, you will be broken. But the perk will have a timer for 20 seconds. And after the broken, bam, fully healed. The perk heals you automatically. So basically, you heal someone else, even with a medkit, not yourself, but you heal someone else, and then that heal is reimbursed back into you when you get unhooked. And obviously, you can get unhooked up to 2 times per match. So you could theoretically totally use this perk twice per match. And having 2 free heals is awesome. Because you are broken, the killer could even be confused for a little bit and think that you have deliverance. And then they could chase you thinking that you unhooked yourself, ignore your unhooking rescuer, and then boom, suddenly you heal up. And you can still have borrowed time while that is happening. So if they hit you before that, you have borrowed time. If they don't hit you before that, eventually you heal yourself 20 seconds after. And then you need to obviously trigger it again, and then you can use it one more time. Right. So that's pretty good, and it's fairly efficient. If you are the first one to be chased and the killer targets you aggressively, you might never be able to get this perk to work, which is tragic. But, you know, that's the case for many perks. So it's not anything tremendously horrible about this perk that's unique to it. If you heal other people with wound totems, I guess that's good. And then you can have this heal you later. So that's also nice. You could use them both. There's also a really strange interaction with adrenaline. If you have adrenaline, and you are on the hook while adrenaline is on, and you get unhooked, adrenaline will trigger. You will be healthy and broken, which is very strange. And then, if you take a hit, you will be injured and broken, and then you'll get healed up. So it is possible that you could take 2 hits and still be up after being unhooked with adrenaline on and renewal active. It's an incredibly rare set of circumstances, but something you should know. And yeah. Do not run this perk with Deliverance, because it will not make your timer from Deliverance shorter. Do not run this perk with Resurgence, because you're broken and it heals you automatically. They have bad synergy. Run this perk by itself when you think you're going to heal other people. If you play with random people, they might not cooperate and let you heal. Better if you're playing at least with one friend that will let you heal, so that you at least get some value out of this. And then it's a very decent, fairly strong perk. Next up is Repress Alliance, teachable from Cheryl. And this perk does something that you would think is very good, but ultimately it's held back by the difficult trigger condition and the very harsh punishment. This perk can be almost a killer perk if you use it wrong, and that makes it really scary. So the perk has been buffed and now works a little bit quicker. When you have been repairing gens for at least 45 seconds, this perk becomes active. You can then use it, lasts a little bit, and then it's all over again. Another 45 seconds, you can use it. On an average match, you would be able to use it maybe 2 or 3 times. typically you will have one or none or two at most situations where it makes sense to use it. When you use it, it's very simple. You cannot use it if a teammate is working on a generator. So you cannot troll your teammates. This perk basically blocks the generator. So you cannot be a little ass and go to a gen and be like, haha, I'm gonna block it, haha. You cannot do that, and they cannot do that to you. You can only use this if you are the only person on the generator, or the only person left, if everybody's already got enough. And then you press the active ability button, and then the entity will block the gen. The survivors, all of them will see the gen block in white, and if they're smart, or if you're on comms, they should understand what that means, that that gen's being protected. The killer, funnily enough, will not see it until they get close enough to visually see it. They don't get the aura. So for those 30 seconds, the gen is protected by the entity, and this has some implications. The gen cannot be damaged or repaired in any way whatsoever. So if the generator is sitting at 99%, and there's Ruin, Jolt, Pain, Resonance, if all of these perks happen during that time, at the end of the blockage, when it unblocks 30 seconds later, it will still be at 99%. If it had to regress, it will continue to regress. If it wasn't regressing, it shouldn't be regressing. But it will be at 99 regardless. So this perk can be incredibly useful when you have a gen that you want to finish. No one is available to finish it. And you can just hit it with this perk so that it stays protected. If the killer has Pop Goes the Weasel, they cannot kick it. If Ruin is active, it will not affect the generator. If Pain Resonance is about to happen, it will pick another generator or just straight up not happen if there's no others, because this will protect it. If some other perk that blocks generators was going to come into play, this perk can also interfere with that and still just respect the 30 initial seconds. So in a very, very, very best case scenario, you use that perk in the perfect moment to protect a generator from being harassed by these perks. And meanwhile, in those 30 seconds, you just run away, stall for time, eventually get back and finish it. What is the major problem? That 30 seconds cannot be cancelled. Imagine that you block a generator and then the killer just goes back to camp the hook. And then your teammates all show up. And they're like, yo, they're like, John Travolta, what is happening? Why is this unblocked? Why can't we do it? Well, now you gave 30 seconds of free, no progression, potentially, to the killer. So this could backfire terribly. This perk does not disable or disappear quickly if you're near it. You will still need to do the 30 seconds. Yes, that can be good against the killer. Yes, that can also be good against you. So finding the perfect time to block a generator without necessarily shooting yourself in the foot is generally a very difficult thing to do. It's almost always better to have Proof Thyself to do the gen faster. It's almost always better to have Wound Healing to be able to heal faster and be able to keep up with the game. It's almost always better to just deal with the Hex perks. It's almost always better to make sure that you take your killer far away so they cannot use their perks effectively. All of those things are almost always better, more reliable, and more universally useful than Repress Alliance. If you're winning a game, this perk doesn't make you win it any faster. In fact, it's completely a waste. So for that reason, you're gonna find yourself constantly in these situations where there's no good time to use this perk that actually benefits you. And that is assuming that you get to do gens and that you have the opportunity to even use it. There's also the very real chance that you are the first person chased, that the killer has the hots for you and chases you the entire match and you never even have a chance to touch a generator. You're still helping the team, but your perk is completely worthless in this scenario, unfortunately. For its difficulty of use, for its potential to backfire, a Repress Alliance fails at what it does for the most part and is as a result a very mediocre perk that needs to be used by someone really smart that understands the situation really, really well. And that just doesn't happen all that often. Those smart people can use other, stronger, more reliable perks as it is. Resilience is a small, simple perk that does a little bit in a lot of places. And as such, is actually a favorite of survivors. When you are injured, and this is only if you are injured, it is not if you are healthy, it is not if you are dying on the ground, and it is not if you are on the hook. Only if you're injured, or having to mend, that's also counts as injured. You are 9% faster at doing basically everything. Jets will be done 9% faster, so you save about, let's say, 8 seconds-ish. Let's round it up. Sabotaging is a little bit quicker. Sabotaging is quite a critical thing. Being a little bit faster sometimes can make the difference. Not terrible. You heal, when you heal others or heal yourself, you're also faster. You don't get healed faster from other people unless they also have it. But when you do the healing to yourself or others, that's great. Unhooking is faster, which is great. That little 9% sometimes can allow you to unhook and then dead hard to avoid the killer, or unhook and get behind the survivor with borrowed time. So the 9% unhooking is quite awesome. Let's keep vaulting for now. It also makes you faster at cleansing totems, not at blessing them. Nothing does that yet, but it makes you faster at cleansing them. If you need to get rid of some totems, that's not bad. Opening exit gates, 9% saves you almost a second and a half or so opening a gate. Not terrible. And also opening chests, that's what unlocking means. Opening chests, why are you opening chests while you're injured? You shouldn't do that, but if you do, it's a bit faster. Now the vaulting part, that's really, really, really scary. Survivors vault pallets, which they can do very fast, and windows. In anything they do, in any variation, all of those vaults are 9% faster. And this can stack nicely with another perk that does a similar thing called Spine Chill, which we'll get to soonish. Up to a maximum of 15%. Now, 15% faster vaults are not insane. If you are confident that you're going to hit a survivor, you're going to hit them anyway. And if they're very far, it's not going to guarantee, like, they're already past it. But think about it this way. A survivor vaults a window, you follow them through the window, now you chase them for a set amount of time and you catch up. Vaulting that window 9% faster means that they've been running a little bit earlier and they have gained a little bit extra range on you. So anytime you vault and make distance, this perk, if you're injured, is helping you. Anytime you do little actions, this perk is helping you. If you're at a pallet and the killer's trying to, ooh, left, right, ooh, hit, ooh, left, right, ooh, hit. With this perk, you can vault back and forth faster, recover from a mistake, and even make the killer, who is almost guaranteed that they can barely catch you, now miss. When you become more and more experienced as a killer, you know that you can do some really nasty hits at the very last possible second. With resilience, that sometimes just results in you whacking the window frame and scratching your head thinking, huh, well, that was fast. So resilience can be quite huge. The better the connection of the survivor, the more they can get away with such close encounters. And because it is a feel-good perk that works around a multitude of scenarios, it's actually quite popular between survivors by itself or along Spine Shield for the reasons described. That being said, is resilience the mother of all perks? No. There are many killers that are just completely immune to more small effects of this perk. Most survivors right now, because of the boot healing and strong medkit meta, do not stay injured throughout the whole match. And as such, killers don't try to injure most survivors around the whole trial. They focus on one, they down them, they move on. Some killers down you immediately with their power, which makes resilience less useful if that happens. Some of them also don't chase you in conventional ways. If you vault a window 9% faster, but then you step on a bird trap right after that window, I mean, honestly, you're almost helping me get you quicker if I'm playing Trapper, right? So there are some situations where resilience is not that big of a deal, and you wish you had a more impactful, more deterring perk. When I chase a survivor, and if they have resilience or not, it doesn't influence my decision making all that much. It doesn't make me go, oh, I can't chase a survivor, he's got resilience. Although when a survivor is good and they're in a good area, so sometimes it does make a big difference, and it can make it really difficult for a killer to catch up and seal the deal. If you somehow extend the chase by a little bit with resilience, that is a really good thing for your teammate, and it makes this perk really, really powerful. For that reason, decent, although definitely not a mother of all perks, helps against every killer, super, super strong, carries the whole team. People definitely get overconfident with this perk also, so use it well, and it's decent. Don't rely on it, however. Resurgence. It's a perk that works when you are unhooked by yourself or by other people. If you unhook yourself via Deliverance, you will be broken. So this perk will not be immediately available, and there's a good chance you could lose it, so don't run this with Deliverance, forgive me. But if you are unhooked by any other means, you shouldn't be in a bad spot unless a plague fully infected you or something, or you're still broken from something. And that means that when you heal yourself or you're healed by other people, you will save half the time. Now, this perk can come in clutch in so many areas. Yes, healing with boons is always the meta. Healing with medkits is always the meta. Will Make It is a very similar perk, so that your rescuer could heal you in half the time too. So it would be exactly the same. 8 seconds to heal, more or less. So those are always options. But sometimes you don't get to choose who has Will Make It. And sometimes you don't get to go to the area with boon healing. Sometimes you get unhooked in the basement and the trapper is coming back. And the trapper is going to slap you both. And you don't have a lot of time. But with Resurgence, if your teammate is on comms and they don't immediately flee away, they can heal you in very little time. And then you can take a hit for them. And then they can take a hit for you. And then hopefully the two of you can get out. So the ability for yourself to heal you in half the time with a medkit in 8 seconds, with self-care in 16, or by a teammate with 8 seconds, or in a boon area even less, it's pretty damn good. And you get it twice per match, potentially. If you die on your first hook because your team abandons you, nothing. If you die on your second hook because your team abandons you, only once. So it's a perk that can definitely fail if things go sour, but it saves a little bit of time. Overall, in some situations, it can save more time in some matches than other even stronger healing perks. I would say it's okay-ish, but what if you play against a plague? Huh? What if you play against one of those nasty killers that just camps you and tunnels you anyway? You get off the hook and the killer is right on your heels, chasing you off immediately, not even a chance to heal for even 4 or 5 seconds. Then this perk becomes unfortunately unable to protect you in many instances, and it's sad. It's sad. If this perk worked in more ways and triggered in more ways, I think it would be great. As it is right now, it's hard to recommend it. It has a strong situational effect that doesn't always come in clutch. Sometimes the killer is busy elsewhere and you have all the time in the world to heal. You might as well just do a normal heal and have this perk slot occupied by something else that can help more and more consistently. That's it for Resurgence, really. That's it. Rookie Spirit is an okay-ish perk. It activates pretty early in the game. You need to not miss 3 skill checks on generators. This is easy enough to do, although sometimes luck just screws you over and you get chased immediately, or you just do not get a 3rd skill check ever. So it is a little bit sad that a perk that's not so strong, and this perk is not very strong, has a trigger condition. But the trigger condition is not that insane. So typically you will get this perk sooner or later. Once this perk is active, luckily enough, it works for the rest of the match forever. And at any point, if any generator is regressing, if it's going back, actively regressing, going down, that generator will turn white and show up to you no matter where you are. And that is great. Sometimes there can be disasters in this game. Survivor is doing a generator. The generator is just nearly done at like 99.9999%. And then the killer finds them and the killer catches them off and the killer hooks them in the basement. And because you guys are not coordinated, that generator that is nearly done goes completely abandoned and maybe it regresses back to 0 over the course of several minutes. That is tragic. If someone had known about that generator, they could have got there and done that damage and quickly finished it up. And that could be the difference between winning and losing. If you have this perk, you will be that person that knows about that generator. Ruin eats up a generator passively by regressing it. This perk highlights it. Killer kicks a generator across the map. This perk highlights it. Pain Resonance hits a generator and makes it regress. Oppression hits a generator and makes it regress in multiple ways. Jolt, Surge, all of these perks that can make gens regress in a multitude of ways. This perk will let you know that they're in play. And if you play by yourself, it can help you know what's going on. Unfortunately, we have a major issue. Number one, if you're playing with teammates, the information that this perk gives, especially if you're playing with a full team, is completely irrelevant. Because most people will be able to eventually gather the information by themselves. My gen in the shack was regressing. The gens don't regress out of magicalness. They regress after someone has worked on them. If someone has worked on them, they can figure out if that gen is actively being harassed. And they can just tell you, please do my generator. It's in the main building. Please, my generator in the back of the map is about to be finished. Please take over for me. You can do all of that just by telling your teammates, and this perk obviously becomes completely, absolutely redundant in that scenario. This is only information that you get. It's not information that you show to other people or anything like that. So yeah. Even then, if you're playing with solo players and you have a vast amount of perks to choose from, this is an okay beginner perk. But if you have beginner killers are way more likely to kick gens randomly, even when it makes no sense. So you'll get even more information. So that's nice. But if you have choices, this perk is just an inferior choice. Kindred will let you know where your teammates are. Alert will let you know when killers kick gens more often and help you in chase. Deja Vu Visionary will help you find gens and keep track of them better, and they don't have any trigger activation. Any perk to see your teammates, and any perk to find gens, and any perk to have any mild awareness or do gens quicker or anything else, honestly, is just better than Brutal Spirit. So it's very hard to recommend it to anyone other than a beginner who wants to keep an eye on gens. The fact that it can potentially avoid a disaster when a gen is regressing, though, is a plus. So if you are playing solo, this perk can be okay-ish. Don't sleep on it, but at the same time, better alternatives. Saboteur. Saboteur is a really fun perk that has a lot of stuff built into it that you might not be immediately aware of by just reading the description. So there's quite a lot to dig in. Let's do it. Right. So when you have a toolbox, most toolboxes have the option to sabotage a hook. It takes about 2.5 seconds. Some of them do it quicker. Some of them do it slower. If you're using a good one, it can be even faster, of course. And this perk allows you to do that without the toolbox. Much like self-care allows you to heal without a medkit, well, this is the self-care of sabotaging. A really nice thing that can happen, that also happens with self-care, is when you sabotage and you run out of charges. So typically, if you have a toolbox and you are sabotaging a hook in a very desperate attempt to save a teammate, if your charges run out, the game was like, and then you stop, and then, well, you failed your teammate, mission failed. If you have Saboteur, when your charges end, Saboteur takes over and can help you even in that situation. So if Saboteur allows you to sabotage, do you honestly need to pair it with a toolbox? I think it's a good idea, because this perk shows you the auras of so many hooks around you. So you can use it really well and eventually rely on Saboteur, or use the Saboteur when there's no rush to save the toolbox, and use the toolbox, which might be very quick when you need that speed in a pinch, right? So you can use this alternatively on and off by itself or with a toolbox to sabotage. And sabotaging, if done correctly, is pretty damn good. Because you see the hooks, you will, when a survivor goes down, you can have a very good idea if the killer has many options and you should just give up, or if the killer is short on options and this is actually a good idea. So if I notice that my teammate went down in a complete dead zone and there's only one hook and the killer has to go there for sure, and I have Saboteur to see it, I'm gonna try to be sneaky, and when the killer is approaching, at one point or another, I will sabotage the hook. Maybe I'll wait last second to make him accidentally drop the survivor, or maybe I'll do it immediately to deter him and make him drop the survivor. Either way, you're gonna sabotage that in a couple seconds, maybe less if you have a strong toolbox, and that's huge. That's huge. It takes so long to catch a survivor sometimes. It even takes a long time to pick up and transport them to a hook, let alone doing that multiple times if you fail. So this can be super devastating. Having this perk alone, just this perk alone, even if you're not sabotaging much, can also give you an idea of how many hooks are in an area. So if you notice that a killer is taking the survivor to the same hook over and over, because that hook is a scorch hook and it has some nasty effect like pain resonance, making the gens explode, you could just sabotage it every now and then just to make the killer, where's my hook? Or you could also run when you're chased into that area knowing that the hooks are awful because you see them every now and then with this perk, and the killer will have to waste a lot of time catching you, maybe even picking you up and finding an appropriate hook. So that's really nice. The information that you get with this perk can make you, can help you make good decisions when it comes to sabotage, or even when it comes to other things. One nasty thing about this perk is that it has a 60-second cooldown, even if it fails. So if you start sabotaging accidentally, which sometimes happens when you unhook survivors, and then you cancel it, the perk goes on a 60-second cooldown, which is, I wish it was a bit lower. But if you're a bit careful and don't mess up, then it's fine. You know, don't sabotage, get hit, and then try again because you will fail. You can only do that if you have a toolbox, because the toolbox obviously doesn't have a cooldown. So if you mind the cooldown a little bit, this perk is okay. With a full Sabo anti-picking up build, it can be strong by itself. I also think it can be strong if you occasionally sabotage scorch hooks. Sometimes in endgame scenarios, if I am healthy and my survivors are all getting murdered by one execute, what I'm going to do is I'm going to see which one hook is near the execute and sabotage it. For the next 30 seconds, which is how long a sabotage takes for the hook to reappear, the killer can't even hook there. So if they take the survivor very far, maybe I can take a hit and we're both out. So it's a scary, scary perk. And it also has a little bit of the turns built into it. When I am a killer, my #1 strategy to slow down gens and keep people on the hook and try to tie my strategy together is to hook people next to generators that are halfway done. So I always want to, if I can, hook a survivor next to a generator and then just sit right there and there's nothing they can do, right? With Saboteur, that is really scary. Because if I take the survivor from slightly far, and then by the time I show up there, some dude with Saboteur starts to sabotage that one hook next to the gen, I am in trouble. I am in trouble. That's happened to me many times. Because they have a toolbox that I didn't expect, or a Saboteur that is not even an item, so it's even harder to expect, right? And they do that, and I'm like, oh shoot, what do I do? If I drop the survivor and it's too late, they might wiggle off. And if I drop them and I pick them up, they will certainly wiggle off. So at that point, you need to really reconsider what you're doing, and it might really mess with you. So the occasional Saboteur here and there, if the killer gets greedy and tries to hook a little bit too far, can blow up in their face big time. You cannot sabotage hooks in the basement, so please be mindful of that. No amount of Sabo will help you if the killer is just hooking in the basement, so be mindful of that and have your teammates be mindful of that. But other than that, Saboteur is pretty damn excellent. I do recommend still that toolboxes have a lot of nice effects. You can sabotage quicker, you can sabotage a hook for longer, and you can sabotage a hook without notifying the killer, which can really mess with them. So Saboteur unfortunately doesn't have any of those effects. It's only the average 2.5 seconds. If you sabotage really, really quickly, you can sometimes take a hit, sabotage, and if the killer is not super fast, you can dead hard out of the way so it doesn't hit you again. That is super easy with toolboxes, and it could be doable with Saboteur if you did it fast enough and the killer didn't react quick enough or had some other perk like Set of a Swarlas to hit you faster. So yeah, good stuff, decent perk, although a bit situational, let's be real. The one thing that holds this perk back is that while this whole strategy that I've been going on for minutes is strong, you know what's also strong? Just run away from the killer. Just go down in the middle of nowhere and have your teammates hold the M1 button on gens. Sometimes it's just less risky and it opens up less mistakes to just play safe and do gens and play more boring. However, if you're up for a bit of a spicy gameplay, I think Saboteur is quite nice. Oh. Next up is Self-Aware, also known in some versions as Fixated. This perk is good on 3 different levels. It's not incredible, it's not amazing, but it's good on 3 different levels. So let's talk about them. The first one, you can see your own scratch marks, and anything that affects these scratch marks is immediately visible to you as well. So as a new survivor, when you run with this perk, you will see the scratch marks that you leave on the ground, and that's exactly the same thing that the killer is seeing, exactly the same thing. So that is wonderful. You as a survivor can use this to realize what it's like to be the killer and to be a bit more mindful. You will learn things with this perk as such as do not run next to a wall, because then the scratch marks appear all over the wall. Try to run if possible in grass so that the scratch marks are harder to see. You will learn little tricks and little good habits that survivors pick up to make themselves harder to be noticed when they don't want to be noticed. You can also tell whether your perks are working or not. If you have perks that hide your scratch marks, such as Deception, Poised, Dance With Me, Boon Totem, Boon Totem Shadow Step, all of these perks will hide your scratch marks and you will see them visually disappear, and you can eventually use this information to understand how they work visually and eventually maybe not have to run Self-Aware. So it's a great learning perk It also shows you if the killer has Predator, because you'll see your own scratch marks be very tight together. So that would also be visible to you, which is a killer perk. But yeah, that's it. Most survivors that have a lot of hours have a very good understanding of how their own scratch marks work. And other than some mistakes here and there, they don't really need this perk at all to be aware of that. Now, on top of that, it makes you walk 20% faster. This is good. Typically, survivors that are new to the game, they play in very skittish ways. They hide a lot, they crouch a lot, they try not to set off crows. Some of that is a good idea, some of it can engender passivity and encourage very slow gameplay, which ultimately will get everyone killed. But self-aware is actually fairly decent. If a killer is going around you and you start running, the sound is super loud. If you move into grass, the sound is super loud. However, if you start walking quietly and discreetly away, that's very hard to perceive. Very, 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 very quiet if the killer's not already on top of you. So you can sometimes make discreet, quick getaways without making a fuss, and the killer's looking for you and not really finding you. This also can happen mid-chase. I go around the corner, I'm chasing a survivor, I lose them for half a second. Now, in my mind, I am thinking, alright, it's been 2 seconds since I've seen them, so that means that if I don't see scratch marks, and I know no strange perks are in the way, that means that they have to be in this circle right here. They cannot have gone much further, because a survivor cannot move this fast. So I'm gonna search in this perimeter, and then I'm not gonna realize that because self-aware is a thing, they're actually a little bit further than I thought. And that can mess with you as a killer. Big time. You're playing against the spirit, you run in one direction, when she uses her power and you hear it, you start walking in the other direction. When you walk, you make almost no noise, provided that you're not injured, obviously, and you don't leave any scratch marks. So you're going to royally mess with them. There's also many times survivors don't want to run because they want to recover from exhaustion. If you use Sprint Burst, which is the most popular perk to run with self-aware, other ones not so much, you constantly are exhausting yourself every time you take a sprint. So with self-aware, you can still move faster while you recover, or you can just hold your Sprint Burst and just walk to places, and save a little bit of time. Again, don't overdo it, but if you do it well, it is a nice boon to have. Makes Sprint Burst, which is already a top tier perk, an even better one. So that's wonderful. And the last line of utility that this perk has is in how it allows survivors to line up fast bolts. So a survivor that runs into a wall with momentum and presses space vaults the window almost twice as fast as a survivor. I think it's twice as fast almost. That a survivor that just vaults it fast while standing still. So doing fast vaults is really important. When I'm chasing a survivor, if they mess up at a window and they do a medium vault, a fast vault without momentum, I will hit them through the window super easily. But if they do a fast vault, I cannot get them. The thing is, survivors typically have to wait and be a little bit careful because if they vault prematurely, they could get themselves in trouble. They need to wait last second. With self-aware, their walking speed is so high that they can actually go from walking to running in a much shorter duration. So I've actually seen survivors stand still, move a little bit, and then somehow get a fully fast vault through a window out of seemingly thin air. While this is not as reliable as resilience, and it's still not the most incredible thing in the world, and it's not a foolproof plan by any means, it does make good survivors actually harder to catch in some of these windows and gives them more room for mistake. And all of that is just honestly kind of scary sometimes as a killer. If a survivor can run you on the shack window several times and it seems impossible to ever fool them or trick them, it does feel a little bit one-sided, and this perk can help a little bit in that. While still providing all of the other benefits that we talked about. Ultimately, use this perk to learn scratch marks, use this perk to make Sprint Burst a little bit better, but don't do it forever. And do not let your teammates die at 5 gens just because you're walking places and not actually using your abilities. So yeah, don't let this perk hinder you, and it's very decent. Don't forget, however, that, you know, eventually when a killer plays dirty, you will need the hard, strong, reliable perks to help you and your teammates. You don't want to have a full build with perks that affect the gameplay a tiny little bit, like Self-Aware. Self-Care. Now, this perk has gone ups and downs in the meta very, very many times. And the reason I mention it is because you might find information about this perk that is wildly outdated. So if you have heard that this perk is the worst perk in the game, that is a bit of an exaggeration. If you have heard that this perk is the best perk in the game, that is either misguided advice or incredibly old, outdated information. As it stands right now, it is an okay perk. So normally, without any modifiers or strange perks in the way, when you heal another survivor, it takes 16 seconds to do a heal with some skill checks, blah, blah, blah. After that, you have spent 16 seconds healing. They have spent 16 seconds being healed. So overall, the cumulative time spent by both survivors has been about 32 seconds. With self-care, you can do that by yourself. If you're injured at any point, as long as there's no status effect like broken preventing you, you can begin to self-care, which is a slow heal on yourself without any medkits, without consuming anything. And it will take you 32 seconds, which is roughly the same time that it would take two survivors to heal anyway. So for that reason, self-care can be okay-ish and somewhat efficient. The best thing about self-care is that it's infinite and has no condition and has no whatever. Now, let's be realistic. You're not going to heal more than 19 times in a match. So the fact that it's infinite, it is a good thing, but it's not that crazy. You're going to heal in a match 4, 5, 6 times, maybe 10 in some incredibly long, arduous matches. But you definitely don't want to do all of that healing only with self-care. There's a second part to this perk that is very, very minor, so let's get that over with. It also makes the efficiency of healing with an item slightly higher. What this means is that if you use a medkit to heal yourself, at the end of the full heal, you'll have 20% of it left, or 20% more of charges left. So that means that little bit of extra charges you can use to heal someone else fast or heal yourself again. Much like Saboteur, if you have a medkit that is really, really strong, or if you're under Circle of Healing, and you heal yourself, and then you run out, that would be really, really bad. Or if someone is healing you and then they get chased off, it would be really, really sad if you have a heal up to 90% and then you cannot finish that 10%. With self-care, you can, in a single stroke, go from medkit to normal healing, or quickly go from being healed to healing yourself and fully heal yourself. So self-care is amazing to fully heal yourself after something else has happened. If you heal by yourself, as we said, it can be worth it, but it can also be a really bad idea. Let's go over the times where it can be worth it, and then let's go over the times where it can be a bad idea. If it's the end of the game, and you need to go through the gates, and the killer is sitting there, and you're injured, well, you're gonna go down. So in that situation, if time allows it, take all the time you need and heal yourself. And then you walk out, take a hit, and you're out. Or come in, take a hit for someone else, rescue someone else. In endgame scenarios where time is against the killer and you have all the time in the world, or at least a big chunk of time left, use self-care to your heart's content. In those situations, this perk truly excels. And you don't need to find anyone else, you can do it immediately. Hopefully they have a way to heal too, and then you come in, get yourself out, or help other teammates as you need. In those situations, it's incredibly, incredibly good. There are also many perks, like Bottled Knowledge, that boost the speed of self-care, Resilience, that boosts it by 9%, Desperate Measures, which also boosts it by a variable rate, depending on how many people are injured. Self-caring with Desperate Measures when 3 or more people are injured is quite fast and reasonable. And a few other things here and there, but mostly those. If you heal inside Circle of Healing, the healing is the same, so that's not affected. So if you heal with one of those modifiers, the self-care is certainly worth it. And if your teammates don't need you immediately, it's pretty good. Sometimes it's better to stay injured and just do gens because you're not in danger and your teammates are holding the killer and you don't want to spend a long time healing when you could just be doing a gen and helping them out to escape. But if time is on your side, or it feels like it's on your side, or it feels like you need to be healed to go and help them, then by all means, heal in those situations. Now let's go over the times where self-care... is there anything else that I can tell you about? I believe that about covers the good times to use self-care. When time feels like it's on your side, self-care is fantastic. If you are dead on hook and your team is doing fantastic, go to a little corner, go to somewhere you feel safe, where you have some safety in case you get interrupted. Self-care there, your teammates are holding on, and you will not be a hindrance to the team. Those are great times to use self-care as well. Now, the times where self-care will actively destroy you. If the killer has a very strong, potent anti-healing perk, like Sloppy Butcher or worse, Pentimento with 2 hexes, your healing is 30 or 25% or even more slower. And making your own healing that slow is just horrible. You can do almost a whole gen in the time it takes you to heal yourself once. In those situations, it's better to try to play around these perks by being healed by something else more powerful or just staying injured if you really have to. When you have a killer that can constantly injure you, like Plague, who does it permanently, do not self-care, like Lesion, who can constantly slap you, only self-care if you really think it's worth it because you're gonna get injured anyway. It's better to embrace being injured against some of these killers and not try to fight against something that they can tip the scales on. And a Legion can injure you forever super quickly, and you could literally be self-caring the entire match while he murders your entire team and then comes back at you periodically just to make you waste time. At that moment, you are helping the killer in several ways. So yeah. Other bad times to use self-care. Because it takes you 32 seconds, even though it's comparable to the 16 seconds that it takes 2 survivors, it's also much easier to interrupt. If you're self-caring in a really bad area and you spend 30 seconds self-caring and the killer finds you then, you have wasted 30 seconds. If you go down at that point, you have wasted 30 full seconds. If you did 30 seconds on a generator, even if the generator gets kicked, that could still be converted and compensated. But if you've wasted 30 seconds and are this close to healing and then get interrupted, that can be devastating to the pressure that you have on generators as a team. So please avoid those scenarios at any costs. Other times where self-caring is bad, again, if you're not in danger. If a killer is focused hardcore on one of your teammates and they are threatening to kill them very early, the best thing you can do, even if you're injured, is to slam gens. If you're lucky, the gens all get slammed, exit gets begin to be powered, 2 people get out, you heal yourself, then you get out yourself, and the killer gets 1 pity kill. If you heal yourself and waste a lot of time not pushing gens, then the killer gets 1 kill, 1 gen is left after the dust settles, and everybody dies. You can legitimately drag your team down with this perk. Now, the other reason why self-care is not so good, the other healing perks and items are just so much better. Why would you heal yourself at 32 seconds per heal, give or take, when you can just bring a brown medkit, just a brown medkit with no add-ons, and heal yourself once in 16 seconds. 1 brown medkit with a couple add-ons, heal yourself 2 or 3 times in half the time. Medkits vastly outclass self-care. Yes, medkits can sometimes be lost, they can sometimes be wasted. Yes, some small tragic things happen to items sometimes, but for the most part they are vastly superior to self-care, and you can use the perk slot for something else. We've talked about a million perks. Any of them many of them can be much stronger than self-care. So for that reason, medkits outclass this perk a lot. And what honestly puts the nail on the coffin of self-care many times is the new healing perk, Boon Circle of Healing. Boon Circle of Healing takes a little bit to set up and is comparable to self-care. If you have a survivor, go to a totem, Circle of Healing, Boon Blessed, and then heal. It takes them a similar amount of time to a self-caring survivor. If the self-caring starts early, the self-caring wins. If the other dude finds the totem quick, the other dude wins, but it's comparable. But here's the thing. After you self-care, the team is no better. After the person with Boon Circle of Healing blesses the totem, the whole team can converge in that area and ultimately heal many times, ideally super fast, and that is super powerful. And here's the kicker. If you heal in a zone with a boon healing, with a healing boon on, and you have a medkit, you also do it twice as fast. So you can heal yourself in 8 seconds with a brown medkit, if need be. This is disgusting. Super strong. Puts self-care to shame. And in a worst case scenario, the killer has to really deal with it and goes and kicks it and wastes very precious time from the killer. Self-care doesn't waste time from the killer, necessarily. So for that reason, other healing perks being stronger, healing items being stronger, self-care is definitely not super great. Now, if you have self-care and bring some other fantastic perks and items and absolutely kick the killer's ass and then use it when you're already winning to make sure that you have enough manpower and you're healthy and you can take hits and help your teammates whenever, self-care is an adequate perk. It's as good as you make it be, truth be told. So that's all there is to say about it, pretty much. Self-preservation is an interesting perk. It actually triggers a little bit easier than you would think and has a really interesting effect. The main issue of this perk is, and I feel like I'm a broken record, it encourages you to be stealthy and it encourages you to play around the killer and just be very close and not be found and detected. A passive playstyle. That passive playstyle is not the ideal playstyle for survivors. Survivors that are the strongest are the survivors that are confident and that are smashing gems. They're doing the objective almost without a stop. Anytime you chase them, they find a good place to take you to so that you can never really pressure many of them at once. They are very, very active. They're not necessarily hiding, hoping that you don't notice them, cowering in a corner in fear. So this perk, just by that, just judging it on that metric, falls flat on its face many times, unfortunately. That being said, it's not a terrible perk. It can actually help you do some aggressive playstyles that are quite cool. Ultimately, I'm sorry, I should maybe explain what the perk does before we get into comparing it to others. Yeah, when another survivor gets attacked in any way, self-preservation activates. One really nice thing about self-preservation is that they don't need to get damaged. Sometimes a survivor being attacked by a single knife of the trickster or some other small attack can trigger self-preservation. So self-preservation with the 16 meters actually is pretty nice. Most of the times you'll be aware that this is happening. Sometimes you won't even realize that a teammate is nearby and this perk could warn you that something is happening. And when it happens, you leave no scratch marks, you don't make any noise, and you don't leave any pools of blood for 10 seconds. This can be pretty huge. Let's say that you're playing against an Oni with infectious fright and they down a survivor right next to you, right next to you, and they have infectious, so you go, you scream. The killer's gonna be like, huh, I got you. They're gonna check, they're gonna look, they're gonna see no blood, if you're injured, obviously. They're gonna see no scratch marks. They know that you are there because you just scream, but there's also no noise. So they're gonna get a bit paranoid. They're gonna check around everything. They're gonna open a locker. They might get a little bit crazy. They might not realize that you got the hell out of there many seconds ago. Because with self-preservation, if they're not already seeing you, you can make really clean getaways despite blood and stuff. If you don't alert a crow or get spotted by some other perk, this perk does a pretty good job. You can also use this very aggressively. So for example, if a survivor gets down next to you, and you would typically be a crying mess, you'd be like, because you're injured. You can now hide next to a tree by a tree next to them with a flashlight to go and rescue them. For this purposes, Iron Will is typically better and more reliable and doesn't have any conditions. It just works if you're injured. But even this perk can sometimes save you. I have sometimes been working on a generator. A survivor dies next to me, which is incredibly annoying. And the killer looks and just doesn't find me because this perk saved my butt. Still, ultimately, this perk has too many little conditions and encourages a kind of playstyle that doesn't always benefit you. It triggers a bit more often than you'd like, than you'd think, and sometimes this can be pretty huge. So if you put this perk on, especially as a beginner, where your teammates are clumsy and the killers are oddly aggressive and don't always pick up on every available cue, this perk can be okay. Beyond that, however, I don't recommend it too much. If you want another anecdote, I've actually heard that this perk was fairly popular, even in a tournament, against spirits. So sometimes a spirit would down someone next to you, or injure someone next to you, come right at you, and then suddenly you would have no groans of pain. So like a little budget Iron Will. In tournaments, some perks are restricted, and they couldn't have multiple Iron Wills, so I heard that a spirit got very, very confused when they tried to chase someone, and it's like, wait, why are they quiet? What? So yeah, you can throw a killer off quite a bit, and that's always fun. Now, unfortunately, not incredibly consistent. or powerful. Although 10 seconds is a decent duration, so out of all of the stealthy, beginner-oriented perks, this might be one of the better ones. Situational Awareness is a common perk that has a couple major flaws. Again, super quick. People that are on comms, that are super experienced, don't need information perks. They are literally talking to their friends on Discord. They are literally relaying every possible bit of relevant information. Or they are so good that they can just gather it with a quick glance and analyzing the situation. They don't need info perks. That's the main downside of Situational Awareness. The second downside is another common perk called Kindred. It's literally better than Situational Awareness. It's better than Situational Awareness. It helps the team more. It's more concise. It tells you where the killer is more precisely. So that perk just outclasses Situational Awareness / Better Together. There's not much getting past that. That being said, Situational Awareness is still a helpful perk. If you have no Kindred, it can still be quite helpful. And it does one or two things that almost no other perk does. So that makes it fairly unique. So this perk activates when you are working on a generator, and it's remarkably simple. Anytime you're working on a generator, the generator turns yellow for people that are 32 meters away. Most people will interpret this in one of two ways. There's three things that can turn a generator yellow. Number one is this perk. The other one is Blast Mine, which works similarly. And the other one is a killer perk that makes the killer undetectable and impossible to hear from afar and so on. Now, the undetectable perk is called Trail Torment. It's incredibly uncommon. And based on context, you can figure out if it's there or not. So if I am playing Survivor and I see a generator turn yellow, if it's from extremely far away, it's Blast Mine. If it's from up close, it could be Blast Mine or Situational Awareness. And both of them are telling me there is a teammate here. Come here if you need to be healed. Come here if you need to help me with the gen. Away from me if you have the killer on your back so that I can finish it. And that is awesome. Helping your teammates avoid you with the killer on their backs, or helping your teammates converge to you so that they can use Prove Thyself, so that you can help them out. All of those things are awesome. So any perk that helps your teammates are incredibly precious if your teammates are just not super aware. So that alone makes this perk worth running sometimes. The 32 meters is not forever, but it's still pretty damn good. If the killer downs a survivor in any way while you are working on the generator, you see the auras of your teammates for 10 whole seconds. And this is not as good as Kindred, but it's still a pretty damn good thing. So for example, what can happen is I am working on a generator, right? I am very far away from the hook, and someone goes down and they get hooked. And I see during those 10 seconds that my teammate is right next to me and the other guy is hiding super, super close. So I can already tell, all right, I'm going to stay on this gen, this man is going to stay on this gen, and that girl is going to go for the rescue the moment that she has a chance. That's pretty good. Lets you know what to do, what to expect. Sometimes it can also induce horrible sadness. Sometimes you can be doing generators and notice that your two other teammates that didn't go down are just doing nothing, and that is devastating. But yeah, better to know than not to know, I suppose. And one really nice thing about this perk that is actually fairly unique and no other perk can do as far as I remember, is that it still shows you the aura of the survivor that gets picked up. So typically, when a survivor goes down on the ground, by default, you see their aura. You see them red on the ground. And there's only one or two things that can hide that are really rare. So you see them, and then eventually you see them disappear because the killer picks them up. And when the killer picks them up and takes them somewhere, you stop seeing them. With situational awareness, if the killer picks them up within those 10 seconds, and they likely will, you can actually see your teammate get picked up and get carried by the killer. So you can actually have a very decent idea of what the killer is doing and where the hook will happen, even before it happens. So if I see that a cannibal downs my teammate in the middle of the map, and then they go towards the shack with the basement, I can already expect what's coming. I can try to play accordingly. And that's a thing that no other perk does. So that's quite nice. You might be tempted, as I explained earlier, to use situational awareness with open-handed. Open-handed increases the aura reading of certain powers, and you might think that that would help with this perk. It does not. This perk has a unique condition of 32 meters, but it doesn't count for whatever reason. So those 32 meters cannot be increased. Overall, Kindred, go read what that perk does if you want to, is just a better situational awareness and helps your teammates more directly. But situational awareness is still pretty damn good otherwise. Slippery meat. Slippery meat is a little bit hard to understand because the way percentages work in this game are not immediately clear. So let's get it over with. Let's explain that because it's basically the only perk that really affects this. When you are on the hook for the first time, the second time you don't have any chances to escape. So this perk does not affect that. But the first time you get on the hook, you will hit second stage in 60 seconds. You can try to escape up to 3 times. Every time you try to escape, you lose about 20 seconds of progress. A little bit less, I believe. But the point is that if you try to escape 3 times, you will immediately skip to the second part and you will die much, much quicker. Doing this is typically a really, really bad idea because your chances to escape a hook are 4% per attempt. And that is not very good. If you try 4% once, that's 4%. Try it again, it's slightly increased. Overall, if a survivor tries to escape a hook by themselves 3 times with 4% each time, your cumulative chances to escape amount to 11.5%. Yes, it's 4% each time, but if you try it 3 times, you understand, right? It's like playing the lottery. Very unlikely, but if you play it every single day, every single year, your chances are slightly higher. So your chances cumulatively, don't make me say that again, go up to 11.5%. That's not great. That's not great. That is really, really bad. Base kit, it's a really bad idea. Occasionally, I will hook a survivor and I will think the game is done and they will use that 11% and get out. Ooh, maybe the game still lives. So occasionally that 11% can come into play, but it's typically a very bad idea. And survivors are heavily advised against trying to escape because they could destroy their team. Now with Slippery Meat, you actually change the percentage not 4%, but 8% per attempt. And someone that did the math, if I remember correctly, estimates that your chances to escape with this perk go from 11% to somewhere north of 30 to close to 40%. So you have a somewhat between 30, I think it's 37 point something, it's something close to 40%. So with Slippery Meat, if you are willing to risk it all, you have a 40 almost % chance to get off a hook on your first hook. That is still a horrible thing. You should never do that, and this perk by itself is honestly a huge gamble. Sometimes, yes, you go on the hook, you look at your teammates and they're all falling apart and you think to yourself, it's now or never. And then you try it and you die. Or you try it and you get off and somehow that initiates a miracle that saves everyone. Awesome. But your chances are very low, and with this perk, they're still below 50-50. Now here's the interesting part. Luck is an offering, is a stat that can be affected by offerings and by one other perk. Now luck does almost nothing. It almost only works on one thing about chests, not what you might think. We'll get to that with another perk, and it only works with unhooking. But if you and your team stack up on certain offerings and bring another perk, your chances to escape the hook suddenly spike up and get close to like 80-something%. And that is nuts, because escaping the hook by yourself with an almost guaranteed chance to do so is honestly incredibly crippling for the killer. Think about it this way. Your teammates are all in on this. They all bring offerings to increase the luck. They all bring up the ante, which is the other perk that completes this. And then you all split up on 4 generators. And then the killer hooks you, eventually, puts you on the generator, kicks the generator, goes away. And then you unhook yourself and immediately back on the generator. And your teammates, they don't even need to bother to come and get you because they know that you have a near guaranteed chance to escape. Not 100%, but near guaranteed. And unlike Deliverance, you don't get broken, so you can start healing immediately. And unlike Deliverance, you don't need to unhook someone else, so it can work from the get-go on the first hook completely. And then you just sit on gen. And the pressure that this puts on killers is tremendous. If the killer has a perk like Devour Hope that works after unhooks, or Make Your Choice that works after unhooks, you completely counter it because you're unhooking yourself. There's no target for the perk. So that can be a really, really big kick in some builds' guts. So that's awesome. That's really, really good. However, the not so nice things. You also, I forgot to say this, but you also have 6 attempts to escape if you start from the get-go. as opposed to only 3. So that's important. There is a perk that counters Slippery Meat slightly, and it's called Monster Shrine, which works only in the basement. But still, Slippery Meat works really, really well, and the other perk, Monster Shrine, it counters it in a very pathetic way. So even that wouldn't counter this perk. So you use this perk with a bunch of offerings, with a bunch of other perks on the entire team, and yeah, you can actually kick the killer's ass, I think, very reasonably. And it's very unexpected. It's not a very meta or common setup, but it can genuinely be terrifying to go against. And the killer has no real way to counter it in many instances if they're not prepared or see it coming. And by the time they see it coming, it might be too late. So it is really, really rough. However, at that point, you need a full squad or near full squad using a bunch of offerings, using one or several perks, 1 or 2 perks on several, if not all of you. And at that point, honestly, if you want to win that badly, you could just put on the best medkits, the best perks, the best toolboxes, send yourself to a nasty map for killer, and that would be a lot less effort and a lot more consistent, and it wouldn't have a small chance to fail like this does. But yeah, if you're going to use that much artillery, you might as well just use the common, tried, and tested meta perks and items that already exist, and that would be just better. So for that reason, Slippery Meat has a small bit of consideration as a strong perk if you really make a build around it, and it's an unexpected ace in the hole, or ace in your sleeve, if you will. But it still has nothing on the common meta perks, if you honestly judge it on how reliable it can be. Not to mention that you could be playing against a Pyramid Head that just sends you on a cage and then this whole thing falls apart. But there's not that many Pyramid Heads out there, funnily enough. So yeah, that's it for Slippery Meat, and I believe I told you everything about it. Next up is Small Game. A lot of text, but it's actually not that complex. What Small Game does is it projects a cone in front of you that is invisible. And if this cone, which has a range of 12 meters, try to visualize that in game. If it comes in contact with a bone, with a totem, you have a little sound effect that is very distinct, and this perk pings you, so you know it's active. This perk is pretty great. For new players, they don't know where to search for bones, so they can just look around, go around the map, and find them if you're looking for totems. For new players, they know exactly where to search. They know exactly where they can spawn. So what they do is they quickly scan the areas, and they go whoop, whoop, bing, and they know exactly where it is after a quick ping. As a new player, when they make new maps, and I don't know the totems, this perk messes with me. I hear a ping and I look everywhere, but if you're patient and know how to move your camera, eventually you can figure it out. So it's a bit of a learning perk, and once you've learned, you use it a lot better. Don't try to search for a totem for 20 minutes if it keeps pinging and you don't know exactly what it is. Just ask for some help. Pair this with a map. You know, be smart about it. Do not turn this into a perk that works against you. If you use it well, you will use this to detect totems really, really quickly. And there's many good things that come out of detecting totems. Oh, by the way, every time you cleanse a totem, the cone becomes smaller, so it's easier to slightly narrow down exactly where it is in front of you. That's not a big deal, but hey, just in case you care. The perk also has a small cooldown, so it doesn't ping you repeatedly. And if you're working on a bone, it doesn't ping you on that same bone repeatedly, as to not annoy you. It does seem to ping you on blue totems though, which is a bit annoying, but that's fine. So what happens when you find a bone? What are the good things that come with it? Why would you want to find dual or hex totems? Several reasons. If you have a daily or whatever to cleanse bones, well, you can do that. If you want to get just some extra points at the end of the match, you can do that. If you have the circle of healing or other boon perks, you can immediately begin to bless them, and that could help you and the entire team a ton. So this can be great. Obviously, you can also learn the natural spawns of bones and use that information for future matches when you take this perk off. If the killer has some nasty Hex perk, like Hex Ruin, Hex Devour Hope, those are very impactful, and getting rid of them sometimes is really, really important. Whether you bless them, which takes a long time, or cleanse them, which is a bit quicker, without setting a boom totem on at the same time, it's good to find them, so that you can at least know what to do. And if you get rid of them early, if you spawn next to a Hex that you would have missed, and then you check and it's a Hex totem and you get rid of it early, that could be really detrimental for the killer. So that's awesome. And if there is a danger of Know It, which is that one perk that allows the killer to insta-down you and your team at the end of the game, you can quickly go around and figure out where the last totems are. This perk also gains a number every time a totem gets cleansed. So if your teammates did all the totems, this perk will let you know, and you know exactly how much you need to look for. So that's awesome. Yeah, that's pretty much it. If you have inner healing, aka inner strength, you can also cleanse a totem to heal yourself. You could use this perk with other cleansing builds, such as this. Maybe someone with leader to help you cleanse faster. Maybe you running counterforce, which can make totems be cleansed super quick. But be careful, cleansing totems can actually enable the killer to use a new powerful perk called Hex Pentimento, which slaps you and your team with a huge slowdown on gens and later healing. So if you do break many totems unnecessarily, you could be walking into the strategy of certain killers. Not common, not all the time, but still a small concern. Breaking totems for no reason is not in your best interest. If you are afraid of Know It, don't cleanse all of the totems, just keep an eye on all of them and eventually find it and hopefully deal with it. That's the best piece of advice against Know It and the best way to use small game. Overall, it's pretty good. Detective's Hunch outclasses this perk in terms of raw finding power and utility, but it's still very good, and it's better than some of the other cleansing perks like Counterforce, in my opinion, and it's a great learning perk, so it's an okay choice, to be fair. And it can really make sure that a Hex perk that might go the entire game unnoticed is eventually spotted. Yeah, I think that's it. Then we move on to Smash It. This is the black sheep of the exhaustion perks. It is, I think, the least popular exhaustion perk. Now, exhaustion perks, you'll use them, they trigger, you get some kind of advantage and distance from the killer, and then you become exhausted, so you cannot use them repeatedly, and you cannot link them with other exhaustion perks, typically. So because of that very simple reason, typically you only want to run one exhaustion perk, because you cannot combo them very well, and people want to run the best one. Smash It is perhaps the worst exhaustion perk, and it pains me because I love this perk and I think it's super fun, but it breaks my heart to say that it's just really not worth it. So when you stun the killer with a pallet, whatever it happens, you get Smash Hit to trigger, and it gives you a speed boost of 150%, which is standard for other exhaustion perks, but it does it for 4 seconds, and that is brilliant. Oh my goodness, 4 seconds is a very long time, and it's definitely worth something. Here's the problem though. Because you are recovering for the animation of dropping the pallet, those 4 seconds in practice turn more into 3.5 seconds. And because you need to do this at a pallet, which is not always exactly where you'd like, those 3.5 seconds sometimes are more like 2.5 or 3 seconds. So the extra 4 seconds is honestly nothing to write home about. This is a very normal exhaustion perk in a best case scenario. Sometimes if you do it at a wrong pallet, it's possible that a killer might not even be that far behind you after the dust settles. So yeah, that's not amazing, but it's not terrible either. If you pallet save a survivor, they should work. If you save yourself from a killer's grasp with Power Struggle, this helps. Unfortunately, it triggers super early and you lose half the timer. So even though it helps, it's not great. There's also one little trick that you can do with Smash It that could save your life. So I'm going to tell you about it. And that is to dumb tech the killer. If you find yourself in a corner of the map with a horrible, absolutely horrible pallet, where you know that if you drop it, you're going to be on the really bad side and you want to be on the other, one thing that you can do is somehow stun the killer with a pallet and then immediately vault it. You will waste about a second out of your 4 seconds, but you will be on their side of the pallet, and by the time they recover, especially if they don't have Enduring, you will more than likely be able to get a decent sprint past them and maybe beat them to the only potential safe area. So you can use a Smash It to dumb tech a killer and get past them and maybe get to a hook or something that you couldn't get otherwise. This could honestly be very, very strong in some incredibly unlikely scenarios. So keep that in mind. Unfortunately, for about anything else, this perk just doesn't work. Let's go over some of the downsides of this perk. On top of not comboing well with any other exhaustion perk, which is just a thing that you already know, this perk fails utterly against several types of killers. I would say about half of the killers, this perk is just really hard to use against. Killers like Nurse completely disregard pallets, and they do not get stunned by them often at all. Killers like Huntress or Nemesis can hit you over a pallet, so if you drop a pallet in front of them, they are very likely to just slap you, and they are very likely to keep their distance and not get stunned. And even other killers that need to get close and dirty that you can typically stun, sometimes if they identify that you have the playstyle of trying to stun them, they're just going to avoid the stun by stepping to the side slightly or stepping back slightly. You need to be, in my opinion, quite the daredevil, and you need to get in their head. You need to pretend that you're not gonna drop the pallet and be very smart. Play with your their field of view. Play with what they can see, and make them have the certainty that you're not gonna drop it. And then you go and stun them, and then this perk suddenly can get you out of a really bad situation. I've used this perk against the Nurse and made it to an execute, which I wouldn't have made otherwise, and that was awesome. Then again, if I had Dead Hard, I probably would have made it much more consistently and would have done better throughout the game. Another tragic thing that can happen is that sometimes if you are a little bit late because you really want to ensure the stun, if the killer hits you and then you stun them, you will get the normal speed boost from the hit, and yeah, you'll get smash hit, but it will be a bit of a waste. So that can happen, and it's a bit tragic. And unfortunately, when trying to use this perk and get the full value out of it, you need to play differently. You don't play normally and loop tight, and then maybe vault and use Lithe, or drop and use balance, or greed until the last second and use Dead Hard. You need to play a certain way, and if the killer reacts and plays around it, you're gonna get slapped. And this perk not only will not help you, it will actively harm you by making you predictable and making the killer get a hit with their power or something similar. And yeah. There's also the ugly realization that you might have when you run this perk that pallets are not forever. I've had this perk sometimes against perfect killers to use it against, and then I run to a part of the map and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna use this pallet. Oh wait, the pallet is gone. If your teammates get chased before you, there is a very good chance that in many maps they're gonna clean the floor from all the pallets, and by the time you go there and try to use this perk, it's gone. Unlike Windows, unlike Hells, Smash It has a finite resource that you might run out of when it really matters the most. So for that and every other reason that I've listed, this perk unfortunately falls flat and it's not super great. Shame though. Soul Survivor is an incredibly muddy perk that people struggle to understand. So I'm really gonna try to do my best to explain it. When you go into a match, you always have 3 teammates, right? And this perk does absolutely nothing while all of those teammates are alive. For every one of your teammates that dies, and they need to die, it's not like they escape with left behind, they need to straight up die, this perk gives you a circle of protection from auto-breeding. So when your first teammate dies, you get a 24 meters diameter radius. 24 meter radius around you, and then when your next teammate dies, another 24 meters radius, and then obviously this can happen up to 3 times. If another teammate dies, you have an even bigger circle of 24, 24, 24, which is like what, 72? I think it's 72. So for 72 meters, you will have this circle of Soul Survivor protection. And basically, as long as you are in the circle, you do not show up on any aura that the killer could see you with. So let's say the killer has some common perks to see your aura, like BBQ and Chili. Unfortunately, BBQ and Chili can work as the last survivor is dying, so that could be a bit risky. That and if you're far enough, the first one's not gonna do anything. But all right, moving on. If the killer has, for example, Nurse's Calling. Nurse's Calling works up to 28 meters. Oof, this is 24. Oof. Let's say that you're very, very close with Nurse's Calling, right? You see the problem, right? Let's say that you're very close with Nurse's Calling, and you're healing yourself. And the killer would typically see you. Well, this perk, as long as you're in the 24, 48, or 72 meter, depending on how many teammates are dead, or 0 if none of them are dead, this perk shields you. It puts a little blinder on the killer, and it's like they cannot see your aura. And it also does a nice thing. It actually lights up anytime it's protecting you. So if you are healing and your teammates are dead and this perk lights up, that means that the killer would be seeing you right now if it wasn't for this perk. So it can give you a bit of insight into what perks the killer has after your entire team has been slaughtered. So is this perk great? No, this perk is terrible. This perk is terrible. Some killers don't even have any add-ons or perks that see your aura. So you could have your entire team killed, and maybe the killer has whispers. Or some power like the Doctor's Blast, and they will find you with this. This doesn't protect you against any of that. So yeah, it's a perk that protects you from certain perks and add-ons on certain killers in a match as your teammates have begun to fall and die. In some endgame scenario where one of your teammates is already being killed and the killer has Bitter Murmur or some other crazy perk that are not even that common, this could sometimes do something. And again, the nice thing about it is that you can know that the perk is being used and deduce which perk it is and tell it to your teammates if they are alive, to the 1 or 2 of them left, or none left. So yeah, incredibly situational, that protects you from things that you don't need to be protected, that only works when your team is dead. Horrible, horrible perk that you probably don't want to have ever. And that's it. Oh, it also makes you more likely to be the Obsession. And I guess that because you are more likely to be the Obsession, if you die as the Obsession or you escape as the Obsession, you get extra points. So I guess this perk can give you slightly extra points. There's no downside to running this perk. So if you have absolutely nothing else, I guess that can help a little bit. That's the nicest thing I can say about it. Solidarity. It's a really interesting perk, but its trigger condition, even though it's simple, it's actually the biggest issue that works against this. So this perk only works if you're healing somebody else without a medkit, and you need to be injured yourself. If you heal them from the ground, it works. If you mend them, that's not healing, it's mending, so it doesn't work. And if you heal them from injured to healthy, that also works. But that's it. That's it. Nothing else, nothing else works. Medkits doesn't work. Healing yourself obviously doesn't work. That kind of stuff. Now, once these trigger conditions are met, anytime you heal them, 50% of your healing immediately passively gets back to you. So if you heal a survivor 10% of their health, you'll have 5% of yours. If you heal them 20, you'll have 10. If you heal them 50, you'll have 25. And if you heal them fully, you will have your half health reimbursed, and you'll be halfway healed. If you have a perk like Autodidact that removes healing, that's okay. It doesn't remove from you. So if you have a perk that if you miss a skill check, or if you have Autodidact, which removes progress as if you miss a skill check, don't worry, you don't lose anything from you. So you cannot, the good things that come from healing others cannot backfire onto you. So that's at least nice. Now, what is the bigger problem with this? If you heal another survivor, it takes you about 16 seconds, give or take, on average, and then they heal you, and it takes them about 8 seconds because you're halfway healed. You know what would be better? Just have that survivor have leader, and then you'll heal them a little bit quicker. And then another survivor can heal them a little bit quicker. And heal you a little bit quicker. And you could have bodily knowledge, which would be consistent without any conditions, and it would just be a bit better. Circle of healing, I feel like I'm mentioning every other minute, would obviously be much better. One of you said circle of healing, and then you heal them in 8 seconds, and they heal you in 8 seconds, and anybody else can also heal themselves very, very fast. So other healing perks are all incredibly better than Solidarity. And you might be thinking, well, what if I use those perks along with Solidarity? Doesn't this perk shine then? No, this perk is terrible. And the biggest deal with this perk, the biggest issue, is that you need to be injured yourself, and that's just not a good practice. If a survivor is injured, they are vulnerable, and you should not be healing others while you yourself are vulnerable. If I am injured and my teammate is injured, it's better that another healthy survivor heals that teammate, so that if the killer comes, they can still have a chance. Maybe the healthy survivor can take a hit, maybe the healthy survivor can protect the other, maybe the healthy survivor takes a hit and they both scramble off, and that's okay. But if two injured survivors get together and a certain killer shows up and they both go down really quickly one after another, that can spell the doom for the rest of the team, no matter how well the match is going. So you, as a injured survivor, never want to put yourself in the front line. You're going for a rescue on a hook and you're injured? That's most of the times when you heal, right? After a hook, you're going there injured? That's crazy. If the killer is a hack and you step on the wrong place, you go down, and now the entire team has to go on emergency mode to save you and the person that you were going to rescue originally. So it is a really, really bad idea to be the team medic, the team doctor, and try to heal others while you yourself are injured. Super, super bad idea. And many times you'll see that it almost never happens naturally. Now, the nice thing about this perk is that sometimes in some incredibly clutch situations, you can heal a survivor off of the ground, and as you heal them off the ground, finish your own healing and tank a hit. That could be the dream miracle that could make this perk almost look good. But also consider that this perk does not work if you have a medkit. So if you have a medkit specifically to heal others, it doesn't work. Oh yeah. It's just not good. Whatever combo you have with this perk and another perk, other perks are better for the very simple reasons that I explained. Soul Guard. Soul Guard is a scary, scary perk. And the fact that it exists can sow doubt and fear in the minds of killers. Anytime a survivor gets picked up from the ground, Soul Guard activates. It has a bit of a cooldown to make sure that it cannot be spammed, but for the most part, it's always going to activate. Survivors don't pick themselves off the ground every 30 seconds on average. And every time someone gets picked up from the ground, in any way whatsoever, Soul Guard gives them a shield of protection, much like Borrowed Time, where if they take a hit that would put them in the down status, they don't go down. They just take the hit. They now have to mend, but they get a speed boost, and the killer has to recover and loses massive distance. So I, as a killer, I am very mindful of this perk. It is not a super common perk because what it does is largely occupied by other stronger, more consistent perks, but it can still be used alongside those perks, and it's really, really strong and really scary. So anytime a survivor gets up from the ground, because they use Unbreakable, because they use Soul Guard itself, because they use Boon Exponential, because Adrenaline picked them up, because another survivor picked them up, because anytime a survivor who is on the ground gets back on their feet in any way, 8 seconds where they might be invincible. Be very careful. In some scenarios, sometimes right, sometimes wrong, I will just wait 8 seconds because I cannot afford to hit the survivor and then see them speed off into the sunset. So that is a really, really scary thing. And the fact that this perk exists alone can make you bluff and can make the killer doubt. And if the killer is a little bit mindless, obviously it can be a huge turnaround point for the survivors. Think about it this way. You have a survivor on the ground and you pick them up. The killer's right there, they hit the survivor, now they're back on the ground, you cannot do anything for the next few seconds because they need to recover, and now the pressure is on you. If this perk is in play, that survivor takes a hit, gets a speed boost, you get the hell out of there while the killer is recovering from their animation after a hit. Hugely impactful perk that will literally scare your socks off as a killer many times, even though it's used sparingly. On top of this, on top of giving you the ability to, on a 30-second cooldown, be able to tank a hit for 8 seconds, it also gives you the ability to pick yourself up from the ground fully if you are hexed and affected by a hex. What this means basically is every hex reveals itself in different ways. Ruin, you need to let go of a gen. Undying, you need to walk by a totem. Retribution, you need to do another totem. Know it, somebody needs to take a hit. Devour Hope, the killer needs to hit someone after 3 stacks, etc, etc, etc. Through the hunt, you need to touch any bone. etc, etc, etc. Every perk reveals itself in a different way. If that perk has been revealed to you and you have the hex symbol, then with this perk you can pick yourself up unlimited amount of times, which is awesome. If you have Unbreakable, you save the Unbreakable. You don't need to worry about which order of the perks are equipped in. They patched that. So have this and Unbreakable and you recover yourself automatically. You recover yourself very fast. If the killer has no hexes, you recover yourself once and tank hits. And if the killer has a hex and you're still cursed, you recover yourself and as many times as you want fast because of Unbreakable. We'll get to that. And can tank for 8 seconds. The only thing that you could mess up is if the killer grabs you. If you get grabbed, the endurance status effects doesn't count. So don't go into a locker or do a silly vault because then you'll get grabbed. But if you play right, then the killer has to eat those 8 seconds or worse, hit you and then never catch you ever again. So Shot Guard is incredibly scary. Unfortunately, it gets overshadowed by Unbreakable, which does a similar thing. We'll get to that. And other perks that are a little bit more applicable. But if you use it well as a team, this perk is incredibly nasty. We talked earlier about how For the People can make this perk a fantastic resource. A survivor goes down, someone picks them up, and now the person that picked them up gets behind the survivor that was picked up. And the survivor that was picked up has Soul Guard. You cannot do anything. Chase them for 8 seconds. If after 8 seconds they reach a pallet or a window, that's it. That's your final chance. They go through the pallet, they go through the window, and if you couldn't down them before, now they get to loop you for God knows how long. Super, super powerful perk that sometimes doesn't quite shine, but that can really, really destroy an experienced or an inexperienced killer alike. Very, very strong. And remember, it triggers anytime you get off the ground, so it has very good synergies with many, many perks and can work in a number of ways. That being said, don't run this perk if you're playing solo, because you will not be able to make the decisions and the team will be completely clueless about this perk. It is a perk that shines when at least some people in your team know what you're trying to do with it. Spine Shield is a common perk that every survivor unlocks, and it's a fan favorite at all skill levels, I would say, for different reasons. Funnily enough, it's still a decent perk. The only danger in this perk is that it's a warning perk that lets you know when the killer is looking at your direction, and some people can take this a little bit too far. I made a video some time ago because this is one of those perks that really gets used really badly, especially by new players and sometimes veterans. People see this perk light up. This perk lights up when the killer's looking at your direction, for the record. And they see it light up for 0.2 seconds. And then they freak out. They go, they hide, they do nothing. They stop being a useful contributing member of the team. And instead, throw a lot of time away. And the killer ultimately can win because you do that. So use Spine Shield, but please listen carefully. Watch that one video I made that I'll try to link up. I want to write it down before I forget. And use it correctly. So with Spine Shield, the killer has a 45-degree cone of view in front of them that extends 36 meters. And if they ever are looking in your general vicinity, it's a pretty wide cone and it extends pretty far. This perk turns on and and shows up brightly on the HUD. And if they don't, it goes off. It has no cooldown, no buffer, no delay whatsoever. The killer looks, it's on. The killer looks away, it's off. Looks, on, away, on, off, off. And that's brilliant. Immediate information and feedback that gives you immediate time to do with that whatever you will. You need to understand how to use this perk. If at the start of the match, you don't hear anyone being chased and everything is quiet and this perk stays on for a couple seconds, there's a very high likelihood that a stealth killer is about to come and grab you. In those situations, maybe step away a little bit, see what's going on, and you'll probably dodge a terrible fate. How about times where you hear or maybe see a survivor nearby and you hear the turret radius distant and you see Spine Shield go on, off, and you hear a terror radius that doesn't get any louder. That means that there's a killer nearby who's running in circles, chasing someone else. React appropriately, don't freak out. If you, the general guideline that you have with this perk is that if you stay on a generator or doing something and it turns on for a couple seconds at a time, that means the killer is typically walking towards you. It's not a foolproof perk, Some smart killers that are really good at playing stealth killers in particular know that if they look away at a certain tricky angle, they can approach you and not trigger this perk. I have grabbed many scaredy cat Claudettes happily working regen, thinking that they are completely safe because I can fool this perk. So that's something that you need to maybe worry about at higher levels, that this perk is not entirely infallible. I don't think it happens very often. I think many people don't know about it or don't even bother, but it can happen, so please be warned. The average killer, however, will never even think about this perk and will go right and charges you like a bull, and this perk will give you a really good head start. You can try to be stealthy, but you don't need to. You can just use this perk to position yourself a little bit well, look around yourself, make sure that you have at least a plan A and a plan B of where to run if the killer approaches from a certain way or another, and that's good enough to make this perk amazing. And on top of that, it has other side effects. There's more. When a killer is looking at you and this perk is on, you have a slightly a higher chance to get a skill check. If you leave a generator as a skill check pops up, watch out. That could be bad because you will miss it automatically. But most of the time, this is an okay thing. And the reduced 10% is completely... The smaller skill check zone is completely irrelevant. Like, the skill check is still completely fine. So you hit more skill checks. Potentially, you could actually be doing the gen even faster. So this could turn into a good thing. And here's another thing that's really nice, and one of the things that makes this perk really popular at higher levels. Anytime the killer's looking at you and this perk is on, you do a ton of things quicker. It's like resilience, but only 6% and works even if you're healthy. So repairing gens a little bit quicker can help you do the final bit of the generator. Sabotaging a little bit quicker could help you potentially. Healing a little bit quicker. You could finish a healing in a clutch moment. Awesome. Unhooking a little bit quicker. Very, very critical. Even 6%. Cleansing a little bit quicker. Opening gates a little bit quicker. Believe it or not, Spine Chill is an amazing perk when it comes to opening gates. Let's say that you are the final survivor and the killer has found the hatch. You have a winning strategy with this perk. If you're lucky and they don't have a couple perks that could really mess with you, No Way Out and Whispers, this perk is awesome. You hide and get to a gate, wait until the killer looks at you, they come, they check it, they go back, this perk goes off, then you get on the gate and start progressing it right before 25%. It says open or escape or something like that. You get to the first A, I think. Depends on your language, probably. You do it up to like 20 or so %, and then you hide again. And then the killer will come, you'll see Spine Chill on. Then the moment it goes off, that means they're checking the other gate. Go right back, open it. Then the killer comes last second, you're finishing it. You have 6% faster speed in the final bit because the killer's looking at you, and that is awesome. And you can get away just with this perk. So the survivability in these situations with this perk is a lot easier, and I've lost countless survivors to gates that just use that. Even if I try to fool it, it's just really difficult, and you're still guessing 50-50 which gate it is. If you don't have some perk to let you know where to go, obviously. So that's awesome. And we haven't talked about perhaps the most important part. This perk makes you vault 6% quicker. Now, vaulting is a very, very quick thing. I think it's like 0.9 seconds if you vault fast. So 6% of 0.9 is not too much, but it's something. And vaulting is what survivors do to get away from you on a pallet or a window. And this can stack with resilience. Oof. Some survivors that are really hard to catch, really hard to catch, sometimes slip by thanks to this 6 or 9 or 15 cumulative, 15 combined speed. That's good. That's good. Vaulting things faster lets you hold forward and make more distance earlier, lets you react quicker and get away with very, very close hits. So this Spine Chill is great for that. Most of the times, 90% of the times the killer is chasing you, they are directly staring at your soul. So Spine Chill is almost always owning chase and almost always allows you to do these things faster. So it's also a really nice chase in perk in chase. It goes without saying that if a killer is not super smart, they're not going to play around this perk very much, and it will constantly give you information about where they are. For stealth killers, this is particularly the case. Even if the killer is undetectable, it doesn't matter. This perk doesn't really care about undetectable. The moment they look at you, this perk turns on. And if they don't do the trick I told you earlier of looking sideways, you will know. And some killers have to look at you to get their power, namely Ghostface and Myers. So those killers who could find some kind of spot to stalk you can't even do that for very long before you notice that this perk is on. So this is a massive help against such killers and could really save you and by extension your team. For that reason, it's popular and it's good. That being said, am I scared of 4 spine shields in my lobbies? No. This perk does not give you a second chance at the end of the game. It doesn't stun the killer for 20 minutes. It doesn't do anything super nasty. It's a nice little bit of everything perk that ultimately is not that impactful. If it ties your build together and it helps you make the best decisions, awesome, it's worth the perk slot, very much so. But don't think that this perk is something that you absolutely need or that will absolutely carry you, because more often than not, it's other stronger perks that killers are afraid of. And next up, Sprint Burst. This is perhaps the second most common exhaustion perk at higher levels, and it's probably the second strongest. Gives Deadheart a really good run for its money. Because exhaustion perks work once, give you a bit of distance and advantage, and then they exhaust you, you cannot use them back to back to back, and you also cannot combine them very effectively. So people only choose one exhaustion perk, and most survivors run one exhaustion perk in their build. Deadheart is possibly the best, but Sprint Burst, as I said, is a really good second, so you're gonna see this perk a lot, and you, even if you're a killer main, you better watch the rest of this explanation because it's very, very important to you. You're gonna be dealing with this perk a lot. Anytime a survivor runs, this perk triggers and gives them a massive sprint burst of 150%, so they're 50% quicker. You typically as a killer move at 110 or 115, so they are very, very, very fast for 3 good seconds. And after that, they're exhausted, and they recover from that in one way or another. It takes them a little while. So Sprint Burst is really, really strong. If used in the worst possible way, it's still a decent perk. Even if survivors are completely mindless and don't try to use it well, they're going from point A to point B faster. And they're reaching one point to another quicker. And they're being in places that they need to reach a little bit quicker. That's already buying them a little bit of time. A few seconds here and there. That's already good by itself. The problem comes when survivors are mindful of their sprint burst and they save it. And they use it well. They see a generator 3 feet away from them, and instead of wasting it, they just walk, they just sit on the generator, and they just do it. And for the average killer, when you catch a survivor in the act, and they massively speed off, perhaps to a really good part of the map, that is a huge thing. You often cannot get a free hit, even though it looked like it, and you might need to commit to a chase that takes you to extremely survivor-sided areas of the map where you have very small chances to down that person in a timely manner. Let's talk about the ugly things about this perk, because there's only a few. Some killers are so incredibly fast, so insanely quick, that even the speed boost that Sprint Burst gives doesn't always save you. Sorry. Against a really stacked nurse with add-ons, sometimes if you are predictable enough, she can catch up to a sprint burst in no time. A really strong blight with the best add-ons can catch up to a sprint burst in no time. A very stacked spirit can do something similar. A a powered up Oni, even without many add-ons, he's also much faster than a sprint burst. So some of those killers, if you try to use them, use this perk on them, a cannibal for example, if they are right on top of you with some add-ons and even without, can catch up at the end of a sprint burst because they get so fast. So against certain killers, don't use this perk mindlessly. There's also many survivors that have this perk and they're afraid to use it. They have a generator 20 meters away and they just walk everywhere. And they hear the turret radius for half a second, they just hide. Ooh, oh, I have sprint, I need to wait, ooh. They play very passively, and ultimately that is the end of them and their team. The problem begins obviously for you as a killer when survivors begin to use this perk effectively. How do you use it effectively? You use it when you need to, when you know that you're going to be safe, and when you expect the killer to be engaging with you soon, you try to save it. And then you have it available. And then it's not like the killer finds you and then you get a sprint burst, which is strong. The killer finds you, he engages with you, he chases you for a little while, he thinks that he's getting the upper hand, he corrals you and zones you into a terrible part of the map, and right when he's about to deliver the insta-killing chainsaw hit, then you let go, your sprint burst is like 99 recovered, you let go of running for a second, get it back, and then whoop! So a good survivor can 99 their sprint burst, hold the exhaustion tightly, keep running, and then take a little break, a mini break, and then whoop, immediately get off to a huge sprint, and again make it to some very powerful part of the map, or the execute, or whatever else. So the threat of that happening is devastating. If I know I'm playing against several strong survivors that all have sprint burst, and I don't have the perk Mindbreaker / Fearmonger, which is a big counter to this perk, that is really devastating. Some killers in particular who rely on the element of surprise get big countered by sprint burst. Even if you're doing the world's unsafest generator in the middle of nowhere, if a wraith shows up and starts to uncloak, you're gonna make it to safety. You're most likely gonna beat them to safety. And the fact that you don't need to be injured, that you can prevent the first hit entirely, can sometimes be very difficult. Lesion, for example, is a killer that can get many people injured. But if they all spread out with sprint bursts in different directions, good luck catching almost a single one of them, let alone multiple. Yeah. Really smart survivors can use sprint bursts in a multitude of evil ways. I've seen survivors hold a 99 their sprint burst and use it in a pinch to make it from incredibly far distances in time to do a pallet save, a flashlight save. You can down a survivor, look around you, see absolutely no one, and by the time you turn around, someone's let go of their sprint burst and it's going to be on top of you in the next 3 seconds by the time they need to drop the pallet on you. So they can do crazy bold plays. Every time you unhook a survivor, that survivor immediately loses their exhaustion. So sprint burst is always available. Survivors can stay on a hook, heal up, and if the killer comes back at one point, the person that is most vulnerable, that was just unhooked, always has sprint burst available, unless some crazy debuff happen or whatever. So that's disgusting. That's really strong. Obviously against the killers that insta down, it's also really strong. And I'm running out of really strong things to say. Even in a worst case scenario, even if the survivor is kind of brainless and just holds forward and runs in a really straight forward line, an average killer that doesn't have a lot of mobility, just catching up to the sprint burst is already so many seconds. And then even if they only do the simplest loops, they can buy so much time. Sprint burst is really powerful. And I think I've covered almost everything to say about it. If Deadheart was ever dethroned as the incredibly strong perk that it is, you would see this in every match without a fail. I am certain of it. Stakeout is an interesting perk. It has a couple holes in it, and it's ultimately not super powerful, but it does something useful. Let's go over it. First of all, this perk charges by being close to the killer without technically being in chase. So when you're trailing the killer or the killer is chasing someone else around you, this perk begins to charge. This can be a really useful perk if you're one of those people that is hard of hearing, that doesn't hear very well. There's no visual indicator for the terror radius in Dead by Daylight standard game. The mobile version does, but the standard game does not. But this perk can actually work as that. Anytime you hear the terror radius and you're not actively in chase, this perk actually begins to charge itself. And that can be a great visual indicator. So if you're one of those people that doesn't hear super well for one reason or another, this perk could be for you to help you keep up with the information that the game doesn't give you visually, unfortunately. So the perk begins to charge up, and for every 15 seconds you get a token. 1, 2, 3, up to 4. And these tokens stay on your inventory forever, and they get consumed when you hit certain skill checks. So let's explain the skill checks. Skill checks happen mostly, I don't think Stakeout affects other skill checks. I think they happen mostly, Stakeout only works on healing and repairing. When you heal as Survivor, a great skill check gives you an instant 5%, and that saves you about 0.8 seconds. So if you miss a skill check while healing, forgive me, if you miss a skill check while healing, that costs you 0.8 seconds. So if you're healing yourself or other people and you miss a skill check, and you don't hit the great part, you only hit the good, that typically does nothing. The game pretends that you hit the great, and now you save 0.8 seconds, 5% of a heal. Give or take, depending on the heal, obviously. And that's nice. And then you lose one of the tokens, and you still have 4, and then you have 3, and then you can get more and more. And throughout the match, you will, maybe on average, consume 4 or 5 or 6 tokens. And that's, you know, a little bit of time that you're shaving off in healing, and sometimes that can be critical, and in generators. The nice thing about the generators, however, is that when you hit a great skill check, it will give you 1% of a generator. 1% of a generator is also 0.8 seconds. And an additional 1%. So this perk is better for gens than it is for healing. So if you are hiding and wasting a little bit of time, you shouldn't be doing that much. That's why this perk is not super good. But if you're hiding and wasting a little bit of time, this perk can convert some of that time into useful progress later. So when you hit a skill check and you don't hit the great, and most people don't hit the greats all the time, then the game will be like, no worries, bro, I got you. You will hit the grade automatically, and then an extra 1%. So every time you have a stakeout thing happen, you will be saving 1.6 seconds on a gen. 1.6 seconds on a gen is not incredible, but it can stack up with a bunch of other things. And if you use fast track triggers, because the game thinks that you hit a great skill check. So you can use fast track and stakeout at once if you struggle with the skill checks a little bit. And it's a nice, cute way to speed up gens. Not bad. A bit passive, but not bad. Toolboxes are better, Prove Thyself is better, but still not bad. You can still use this with those. So that's okay. Now the problem, if you hit great skill checks, if you're very good at hitting great skill checks, then Stakeout doesn't give you anything extra on healing because you're already hitting them. And it doesn't consume the token. This only consumes the token if you hit goods. So if you're incredibly good at hitting skill checks, Stakeout technically should do nothing. In fact, you'll want to miss great skill checks and hit good skill checks so that you get the extra 1%, which is a bit awkward that you need to consume the perk to get the use out of it. Ultimately, it's not that great. There are occasions where this perk can make a nice difference, and as I said, it has some sweet benefits. But some killers have very small terror radiuses, like, for example, Huntress, who's only 20 meter terror radius. Some killers constantly lose their terror radius due to their perks, like Tinkerer, or their powers, like Pig, Ghostface, and so on. And these killers make it really, 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 really hard to ever get many tokens. So if you're playing against one of those killers and they're doing well, you're going to be sorry that you have this perk. One nice thing about Stakeout, it counters the perk Gearhead. Go watch the Gearhead perk or from Killer if you want to know more about that tragic interaction. And that's about it for Stakeout. Streetwise. Streetwise is a very simple perk. It shares some characteristics with other team effect perks like Leader. So we'll get to what it does, but let's explain first what it affects. It affects you permanently. It affects anyone within your 8 meter radius permanently. And if you leave them, they still get the bonus for another extra 15 seconds after you're gone. Unless you come back and then you get them back. Very simple stuff. And what it does, it makes it so that items last 25% longer, or the consumption rate is 25% lower. Now, let me explain to you why this is not a big deal, and then let me explain to you why this is actually a huge deal. It's not a big deal because most of the times, if you bring an item or you find an item, it might be a very low quality item. It's an item that saves you 3 seconds on a gen or 5 seconds on a gen, and this makes it save you 6 seconds on a gen. Meh, big deal. If you have a medkit that can let you heal yourself once, with this you can heal yourself 1 point something times. Well, that's not useful. What's the point of having a slightly leftover medkit? You cannot heal yourself twice with it. So what's the point? Okay, you have a bit of leftover medkit. Boo-hoo, big deal. Most of the times, again, with most average items, this perk is worthless. And typically not worth the perk slot. You might as well bring something else. However, there are some items in this game that have a lot of charges. And they are very powerful. And you can make their charges longer with add-ons, which this will still help you preserve. This also affects add-ons, of course. And you can regain those charges with a perk called Built to Last. And here's the terrifying thing about this perk. It stacks. It stacks with itself. So if you have 2 people with Prove Thyself, or even if you have 1 person with Prove Thyself, it's affecting multiple people. But if you have 2 people together with Prove Thyself, with Streetwise, Prove Thyself is also affects multiple people. But unlike Prove Thyself, Streetwise stacks with itself. So if you have 2 people, and they both have Streetwise, the effects of this perk are now 50%. And that starts to get really, really disgusting when you consider how strong some of the items in this game are. So what are the items that really make Streetwise stupid? You could have a survivor with a flashlight chase you and blind you a million times forever, and this would make that stronger. Not that big of a deal, a bit annoying if you're Wraith or Hag, but whatever. You could have a survivor with a key, with a blood amber, that can see you constantly forever, and this would make it even longer. Annoying. You could have a bunch of survivors with a multitude of items, and just one of them occasionally giving each other Streetwise, making those last even longer. A bit annoying, but the really game-breaking thing that is generally not even fun is toolboxes. Now, toolboxes make the gens a little bit faster. Certain toolboxes are really strong, and they have many add-ons that extend the charges. So you take a toolbox with 32 charges, give it another 10 or 15 or whatever charges with add-ons, then make it be consumed at 25% the rate, maybe 50% the rate if multiple people have it, and those toolboxes shred, absolutely shred through generators and shave off 20-30 seconds at a time each, which is disgusting. And then it stacks, and then you have much more of that toolbox to use on the next generator. And then when you run out of charges, mercifully at last, you can go in a locker with build to last, which we explained in detail earlier, and then you get the full toolbox again, and you can use Streetwise again. Unlike build to last, Streetwise lasts forever, so any item you get your hands on, anyhow, anywhere, will be affected by Streetwise. So when you consider the potential of this perk, it's legitimately one of the most disgusting perks. Am I afraid of this perk by itself? No. But if I went into a lobby and some little bird told me that the survivors have a couple toolboxes and a couple Streetwises, I would be terrified to know what other things they brought with it. So this perk potentially can legitimately break the repair speed because some toolboxes are just very badly designed in that regard. Without that, a very mild perk by itself with strong, without items, it literally does nothing. With small items, it does very little, but you just need to be scared of those extremely annoying, scary scenarios. Technician is a beginner-oriented perk that should take the fear away from you when it comes to hitting skill checks on generators. It also has a secondary effect that makes it a little bit nice. Let's talk about the secondary effect first, because it's the only thing that honestly has any appeal past the first few hours of you learning Dead by Daylight. When you work on a generator, there are 2 noises that happen. One of them is the generator noise itself. Bloom, 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 bloom. Those noises that get louder and louder and louder and become really loud when the generator is almost or fully completed. Those are always there, and there's no way to really change them with any perk. But when you work on a generator, you also make your own little working noises. Sometimes it's the levers, click, click, click. Sometimes it's the wires doing sparks. These are the noises that Technician affects. Those noises can be heard from, if I had to estimate, about 10 or 12 or 16 meters. I mean, you can maybe hear them from a bit further, but realistically, you can hear them from about 12 meters. With this perk, those noises are basically gone. If the killer is right on top of you, they can obviously see the generator. But many times the killer needs to navigate around walls, obstacles, hills, and they might hear the generator, think that someone was there a long time ago, and not realize that you were there a second ago. So Technician allows you to be very greedy. A generator is patrolled by the killer, they go away, you run right back at it, start working on it while the killer is still not a few meters away from you, and they didn't even hear you. They're not going to turn around and be like, wait a minute, what's that sound? Because Technician masks it quite well. There is another add-on that you can use on toolboxes that also does this, but it's not worth bringing. And the killer has a perk called Surveillance that does the exact opposite. So a killer like a pig with Surveillance would immediately counter this, but it's a very unusual perk, so don't worry too much about it. So that part actually is the best part about Technician and the most slept on quality of this perk. Still, is it worth running? No. The other thing that Technician does is that when you miss a skill check, the generator will do a special sound, bling, and you'll hear like a muffled sound, but it will not do the big explosion. It will not do a loud notification for the killer, and it will still lose progress. Typically, a generator will lose 10%. With this perk, it loses 13%. So this is bad. This makes losing a skill check worse. Although, I guess that if you're new and you're really scared of the killer, the safety and the peace of mind that comes knowing that the killer's not right on top of you immediately after missing a skill check, it can be okay. Unfortunately, Technician doesn't protect other people. If other people are working on the generator with you, they will still do the loud noises. If they miss a skill check, it will still blow up. The only perk that can help with other people blowing up generators is Corrective Action from Jonah Basket. So you can try that, but why would you? Yeah, this perk has a very, very small niche. You use it when you learn, you use it if you want the distance, but it's not a very good perk under any circumstance, almost. You could use it to wake up from Freddy. Freddy is the only killer where you sometimes want to miss skill checks on purpose to wake up and not give information, but again, minus 3%. And if Freddy is running one of those perks or add-ons that increases the... It's rare, but it could happen. The regression for missing a skill check, you could legitimately blow up a generator a lot. So it's a very risky thing. Overall, there's no real utility to run it past your first few hours in the game. All right, final page. Here we go. Tenacity. Tenacity is an amazing perk that just gets overshadowed by other stronger, similar working perks. Anytime you're on the ground, you typically have a difficult choice. You need to stand still and recover, which is very slow. You need to recover for about 30 seconds before someone can pick you up properly. Maybe a bit faster with certain add-ons, maybe a bit quicker if they heal you fast with certain perks. But typically, if a killer downs you, you cannot immediately get picked up again. There are very few things that can do that. And you are typically grounded on the ground for a little while. Another thing that you could do, which is risky, is to start crawling away. And that is maybe not the best idea. If you crawl away, yes, the killer might not immediately pick you up. They might not immediately realize where you are. They could waste a few seconds looking for you. But if a survivor comes and helps you, now they need to heal you the entire thing. And they'll need to heal you for 16 seconds on the ground while being maybe in the middle of nowhere. Very, very bad. Tenacity solves that problem beautifully. It allows you to move and recover at the same time. That is the best thing that Tenacity does. You don't need to choose whether to stand still or crawl away. You always crawl away and always recover. And on top of that, you recover at the same speed, but you move faster on the ground. You move at 0.7 meters per second on the ground. With Tenacity, that is increased by 50%. So it's not incredible. If you know how speed is calculated, you move at about a meter per second or so. It's still very damn good. The distance that you can cover on the ground is incredible. And if the killer downs you and doesn't pick you up immediately, start getting the hell out of there. Start going towards grass where they might not see you. Start going away from the hooks where they might delay them. Start going towards a gate or towards your teammate and then get picked up. If you have Unbreakable, you'll recover even faster while you move. And you can pick yourself up. We'll get to that very soon. If you have Soul Guard, you might be able to do something similar. If you have No Mither, you might be able to do something similar, but don't run No Mither. And if your teammates are nearby, they can pick you up quickly once you recover. This perk is awesome. You can be down and immediately crawl to a pallet if you're a little bit nearby, and that can make the killer nervous. If your teammates are nearby, they might be afraid of a pallet rescue, which would be super detrimental to their ability to exert pressure. And even if your teammates are not nearby, the killer might still get paranoid. It might be like, wait, is there anyone? Is there anyone? You could waste time just because you make it to a pallet with this perk. And if you completely dodge the killer and they see and they get really far away, and you go super far, this perk makes finding you super, super hard. So you don't typically get put on the ground very often. It doesn't happen all that quickly, all that often. But when it does, Tenacity is just amazing. And it goes really well with other perks in the field, as we explained. You can run it with Flip-Flop, and then you could be picked up far away. And by the time they pick up, you've already been struggling a little bit. So that's great. You could run it with Unbreakable. You could run it with Soul Guard. You could run it... what would I run it with? You could run it with Breakdown. You could run it with Saboteur, you could run it with Sabo toolboxes. One thing that you can do that would be incredibly annoying is to go to the one corner of the map that has maybe only one hook and then sabotage that hook. And when the killer downs you, you just crawl your ass to that corner and make it really, really, really annoying. So yeah, this perk works in situations like that, little ideas like that. And it's quite nice. If you have Decisive Strike and you've been downed, you have about 60 seconds where if the killer picks you up, you stun them and you get away. If you're far away from the gate, you have about 40 meters of distance, maybe, depending, to make it. With Tenacity, you can actually make it from like 60 meters or so. You can crawl your butt across the ground from a very long distance, and if the killer picks you up, you hit them with Decisive and you're out. And if the killer doesn't pick you up, you keep crawling away. And because your teammates can pick you up away, it's also really good. Let's say that you try to unhook a survivor, and as unlucky, the killer downs you. This is a really shitty situation, obviously, but with Tenacity, you have a great plan. Just get away while you recover so that your teammates don't have to choose. And the killer has to choose. If they stay on the hook, they lose you, and if they go after you, they lose the person on the hook. So it makes many situations that could be a little bit tricky into very simple scenarios for you to come back from a down. So it's pretty awesome. And if you play with friends and they know that you have it, even better. If you play with randomers, they might see you crawl at fast speed and figure out what's going on, but it's a little bit more of a long shot because you need your friends to fool the killer into letting you be on the ground, and that's when this perk begins to shine. Overall, pretty good. It's just that Unbreakable is such a strong perk and other perks are so strong that this one just doesn't see use. Many killers are afraid of leaving people on the ground for long because of Unbreakable, because of all these other perks, and thus they'll just pick you up immediately, and Tenacity could go many games without ever seeing use. So yeah, that I guess is what makes it not so popular. And This Is Not Happening is a simple perk, and it is simply terrible. When you are injured, anytime you're injured, any great skill check that you get from healing or doing generators are 30% bigger. If you're completely new and you don't hit skill checks very well, you're still gonna miss them. But let's say that on average, you're injured half of the match, and you do gens for half of that, and you get, let's say, 6 skill checks. You don't get any more skill checks with this, it's just the same amount. You get 6 skill checks, and you hit 3, and this perk helps you get another 1 or 2 that you might have missed, right? It helps you increase your chance to hit great skill checks on gens and healing. Well, every time you hit a great skill check on healing, it saves you a little bit less than a second, and it's a similar thing for gens. So if you have this perk and it works perfectly as intended, maybe at the end of the game, you will have saved a total of 3 seconds. That is horrible, horrible. If you want to do gens faster, prove thyself, fast track. If you want to last longer in Chase, Windows of Opportunity, which is coming up, Dead Hard, any exhaustion perk to build distance from the killer. All of those perks will buy you and your teammates more time, are more reliable, and don't teach you bad habits of like trying to hit skill checks when you're new. Just, just take your time, learn the normal ones. It will make more sense. Yeah. You could run this perk with Resilience to try to stay injured and be useful, but it's so easy to heal nowadays with good medkits and Circle of Healing that honestly this perk should have 0 consideration in any build whatsoever. Unbreakable, I think, is generally one of the most annoying perks in this game for killer. It is a really, really strong one. It also has a terribly strong power of deterrent. Anytime a survivor is on the ground, you have no way of knowing as a killer, no way whatsoever of knowing, and very few ways of slowing them down, that Unbreakable could be in play. So a situation that can seem incredibly good for killer could immediately turn south for you. I down a survivor next to an exit gate that is this close to being done, and then I chase the last survivor and I'm like, yes, I got everyone. But then that survivor picks himself up, opens the gate, and gets out. That's what Unbreakable does. You can pick yourself up once from the ground without any help, which is huge, huge. And you also pick yourself up 35% quicker. Now, the way the formula works for this game is a little bit strange. What that translates to is that instead of being on the ground for 30 seconds plus, you'll be on the ground for about 20-something seconds. So this saves you about 10 seconds, give or take, of being on the ground before you can be picked up or before you pick up yourself. That is a lot of time. That is a lot of time. If the killer downs you and tries to wrap something else up to win the game, he has or she has 10 fewer seconds to do that before you pick yourself up, get someone on the hook, open a gate, you know, or do some other incredibly powerful thing at your disposal. So that's rough. Now, survivors cannot pick themselves from the ground by themselves very much. The only way they can do that is if they get a lucky adrenaline, but not by themselves. If they have no mither, which is a pathetic perk and you're never gonna get it off, let's be real. Or if you have Soulguard and there's a Hex. But if there's no Hex, Soulguard doesn't let you do that. Unbreakable, however, no conditions, no prerequisites, no weird, this killer yes, this killer no. This is very simple. If you're on the ground, you can pick yourself up once. And there's a really tricky thing that survivors do to keep this ability. If I go down on the ground and the killer leaves me for whatever reason, I will heal myself and recover from the ground really quickly, get myself to 99%, and if a teammate is available, I'm gonna let them pick myself up. Instead of having to heal to 95% and then they pick me up in a little, how much is it? Healing 5% in like 0.8 seconds or so. Instead of letting them pick me up when I'm 95 without Unbreakable, with Unbreakable I can 99 myself, so they pick me up immediately. And I save Unbreakable because technically I didn't use it. So I can use Unbreakable for my next time that I am down on the ground, so I can save it. So this allows survivors to pick themselves up from the ground earlier, faster, and keep the ability going to pick themselves up by themselves in a future event where they go down. Super, super, super strong. It's good if you're playing solo. It's even better if you're playing survivor friends because you can coordinate who is going to go down. And if your teammates know that they don't need to come for you, that is huge. You're on the ground, typically someone, maybe multiple people have to come and help you. You're on the ground with Unbreakable, you're completely independent. You can just pick yourself up whenever and they can do their thing. Open gates, help each other, heal each other, finish generators, whatever it is they need to do, they can do that for as long as they need to because you'll pick yourself up and soon join them in doing useful things yourself. Whew. Very, 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 very strong. The ability to recover faster from the ground also stacks with no mither, but don't run no mither. It also stacks nicely with Boon Exponential, a perk that is a similar counterpart to Unbreakable. And if you have Boon Exponential, you save Unbreakable. So if you pick yourself up with the speed of Unbreakable and Boon Exponential, you still keep it just in case you need it later outside of the Boon area. So that's really, 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 really strong. Lots of killers have powers that work really well when you down multiple survivors. And you are encouraged heavily to try to do this. The Plague, for example, the Oni have Michael Myers in tier 3. They all have short bursts of power. And they can down survivors, sometimes insta-down them really quickly. Doing that and using perks to insta-down and trying to get greedy ultimately is incredibly scary right now as a killer because survivors can come back from the brink, come back from the ground with Unbreakable and then potentially heal themselves in seconds, completely robbing you of your progress. And because you didn't hook them, they are actively undoing your damage and you are eventually going to lose the game. And as a perk that has no telltale, no indication, it's really, really hard to predict this perk and you need to just tiptoe your way around it and be super scared anytime you down someone that if you're not there in 20 seconds, they could be up and running thanks to this perk and a bunch of others that help it do its thing. Because of its absolute power of deterrence, because it stops potentially and in practice many killers from getting away with being super aggressive, Unbreakable is legitimately one of the strongest perks in the game. And the only reason why you wouldn't run it is because you think that killers don't leave you on the ground very often. But if killers don't run you on the ground very often, that's because your team is doing well, and that's wonderful. If your team suddenly goes against a killer that is a little bit stronger, they're going to be stretched in, they're going to begin to fall, and then this perk will save your butt. You have 1 or 2 Unbreakables on your whole 4-man squad, and almost any killer needs to work some insane miracle to keep you on the ground forever. That's what makes this perk so strong. Really, really scary. Even downing multiple survivors, if your hooks are not in the right spots, beats that by the time you pick one up and you hook one, you now need to worry about multiple things at once. So yeah, it is very, very strong. You can use Unbreakable and then immediately tank a hit with Soulguard. You can use Unbreakable and immediately do a super quick Dead Hard to dodge a killer that's trying to hit you immediately. You can use Unbreakable and flashlight save someone, which has happened to me. You can use Unbreakable in so many messed up ways. And it is such a difficult perk to deal with that it really is one of the strongest in the game. And that's it. Up the ante increases your luck for every survivor that is alive. And the real nice thing about this perk is that it works for you. As long as everyone else is alive, you get even more. And it also works for them. And if multiple people run up the ante, these stack. So it's 3%, 3%, 3%, 9% to you and to them. And if it's multiple up the antes, then it gets higher and higher and higher. Now, luck does two things. Number one, if you're opening a chest and you have the perk Ace in the Hole, I believe that you have a slightly better chance to get a second add-on with that perk. That is completely inconsequential. It is a complete, non-factor, so forget about that immediately. The other thing that it does that is actually quite important, it doesn't help you with bear traps, so that is outdated. It doesn't help you with reverse bear traps from the pick. It doesn't help you with literally anything. It doesn't help with the catch. It doesn't do anything other than increase your luck to escape the hook if you're on your first hook stage. If you're on your first hook stage, you have the typically bad idea of trying to escape. And if you're lucky, you get off, hey, you don't need to be rescued. But if you're unlucky, you die much quicker and potentially jeopardize everyone's safety. So that is terrible. So up the ante increases your chances to escape by a tiny little bit, and every other survivor sees that and increases there as well. Does that make up the ante worth it? No, this perk by itself is an absolute weight of a perk slot. The one thing this perk does very solidly, however, is that it stacks. And if you run maybe 2 or 3 or even 4, if you're that crazy, and you run a full build with Up the Ante and Slippery Meat, then it makes Slippery Meat have an incredibly high success rate of like 90-something% or something incredibly high around that level. So if you have a full team of Up the Ante, Slippery Meat, as well as strong luck offerings like Salty Lip, and then the Slippery Meat and stuff, then this perk actually pretty much guarantees that Slippery Meat will work. So please go back to Slippery Meat if you skipped it and read what that perk does, and then know that with Up the Ante, it becomes a very solid strat that is a cheeky, off-meta, actually good strategy. Other than that incredibly complex, multiple perk, multiple offering, multiple team-based strategy, Up the Ante is literally a worthless perk that does absolutely nothing else and should never be run by itself or with any other idea. So please do yourself a favor and avoid it. Retribution is a cute little perk with a very, very simple with a very simple premise. When you crouch, you move at half the speed of your walking. This perk doubles your speed when you crouch. So basically, if you notice, this perk makes you crouch at the same speed at which you walk, which makes you be able to move around the map in a slightly stealthier way without sticking out. Now, if you walk, you don't leave scratch marks, but you, I think, can bother crows. And if you crouch with this perk, you do it at the same speed. You also don't leave scratch marks. You are exactly as fast as walking. You're not faster than walking, so please don't crouch everywhere. And you don't disturb crows from as far, which is nice. This helps you to move around the map, get behind a rock, be a little bit stealthier. As we've explained with many stealth perks, it is honestly a really, really bad idea to run this perk and play extremely passively. Some people crouch, they move slightly faster, and they get this feeling of confidence that they will not be spotted. I have seen survivors crouch when a killer is very obviously across the entire map and feel super safe, and that is a mistake. If you need to go from point A to point B, run. Just run. Get there fast. Save your teammates. Do your gens. Do your gates. Do whatever fast. Your time is important. If the killer is near you and you think it's critical that you should stay hidden, then by all means, be stealthy. That's why this perk does okay. In a best case scenario, a killer doesn't realize that you can crouch that quickly, and if you don't move grass and if you're actually kind of silent, a killer can check around something, and if they don't check very thoroughly, you could totally fool them and just keep walking circles around certain objects and really mess with them. Don't forget that killers have a first-person perspective. You, on the other hand, see in third person and can use that against them. There are some other situations where this perk also comes in handy. Certain killers actually get countered by you crouching. Let's go over some of the more obvious. Pyramid Head leaves trails on the ground that if you step on, they will affect you with a special status effect that allows him to kill you much quicker. That is a bad thing. So it is actually a really, really nice thing to crouch past them. However, crouching is very slow. If you have Urban Evasion and you need to crouch past every now and then some trail, you can do it faster. You could even maybe do it in a chase if it's really, really important, but obviously don't throw the game just to avoid that. It's not as important as not getting hit. So yep, you could do this against Pyramid Head. Similarly, the Hag sets up traps, and when those traps get stepped on by a walking or running survivor, that makes the trap spring and the killer can teleport and hit you. So you need to crouch to avoid triggering them. If the killer is busy, then you can just trigger them and that will waste their traps. But if the killer is available, it's actually a really, really scary thing that they could teleport. With Urban Evasion, you can get through an area with several traps, like down the basement, and unhook safely and quicker. And hopefully your teammate doesn't trigger the trap right afterwards. So against Hack, it helps a little bit. Some killers benefit from stalking you mid-chase, mostly Myers, a little bit of Ghostface. And if you can crouch and still loop occasionally and crouch and deny the angle for them to stalk, that could occasionally be slightly useful, although you don't want to be sitting ducks against these killers. So be mindful, but it could be useful to deny them a bit of stalk. There's also killers that have projectiles. Typically, these killers hold their projectiles, like Huntress and Trickster, and they throw, and they're a little bit slower. And then they can just hit you while you run around a certain tile. With Urban Evasion, you can, again, use your brain, occasionally crouch mid-looping so that you do not lose as much distance because you're slightly faster and you dodge most of these projectiles or some of these projectiles. So this perk helps in these situations quite okay. If you're playing against something like Spirit and you want to really mask your sound, when you crouch and move, you make way less sound than when you run. So you can run in one direction, then crouch in some other direction, in some weird angle, suddenly do a U-turn when you hear her use her power. That could throw her off if you mask your other visual and audio cues and you're not obviously crying from pain or whatever. And that is, all of that is okay-ish. But ultimately, if a killer is on top of you and chasing you, this perk does nothing. And if a killer is murdering your team, this perk does nothing. And if a killer is camping someone else and you're just doing gens, which is going to be half of your gameplay as a survivor sometimes, this perk does, you guessed it, nothing. So this perk that encourages you to be stealthy can backfire horribly if you use it as an excuse to not do what you should be doing, which is to be efficient and effective. And yeah, learn to use it in these specific ways against these specific killers and perhaps some others that I might have missed. And it is a decent, occasionally useful perk that might fit your playstyle. Do not let it define your entire playstyle, however. Visual is yet another one of these really interesting perks that work for you as well as for other people in your area, much like Streetwise, much like Leader, which is awesome. So this perk constantly 100% of the time works on you, and it also 100% works on anyone within those 8 meters. And if they step out of those 8 meters and don't step back, it lasts for an additional 15 seconds. So this perk helps you and other people quite a little bit to recover from certain targeted status effects. Let's go over all of them. It makes your blindness recover faster. It makes the broken status effect recover quicker. It makes exhaustion recover faster. It makes expose go away sooner. It makes hemorrhage go away sooner. And it makes hindered and oblivious go again 30% sooner. So they disappear a little bit faster. And again, this is for you and for any teammate in your vicinity or outside of your vicinity for an extra 15 seconds. Another nice thing about this perk is that it stacks. Now, please make no mistake. If 4 people have visual, that doesn't mean that these things go away immediately. 30%, 60%, 90%, 120%. If you understand how the formula for the speed works, that means that these status effects will dissipate in about half the time. Not immediately, not immediately. So please do not misunderstand. Let's begin with the most common and the best use for visual, and then the other things that it kind of fails at. Visual is most often used to recover from exhaustion faster. As I've explained many times, exhaustion perks give you a bit of an advantage, give you a bit of distance, but they make you exhausted, so you cannot use them constantly back after another. With visual, however, you have a better shot. Since you recover 30% faster, a 40-second exhaustion, which is the standard, now gets you back a little bit quicker. Exactly 9 seconds and something quicker. So yeah, you get your exhaustion a little bit faster with the way 30% in this formula works. So instead of waiting 40 seconds to get your sprint burst back, you now wait only 30 something seconds. That can be good. We've just talked for many minutes how sprint burst is a really strong perk, and this can let you use it much more often if you're constantly up running and around. So that's great. Some people run this with fixated, aka self-aware, to run around, walk, get it back, and have a back and forth. I don't think you should dedicate this build, this many perks to a single idea. That could backfire. But since it stacks, you can also be helping other teammates. Most often, visual helps to get exhaustion back from sprint burst, because you can use it earlier. It can also help with balanced landing and head-on, so you can use it more frequently. With Dead Heart, it's difficult, because typically you use Dead Heart as a last-second ditch, and then either escape or go down, and if you go down, when you get hooked, you get your exhaustion back anyway, so it's not necessary. So for Dead Heart, it's really not that hot of an idea, but it also helps with the other exhaustion perks, all of them, you name them, this helps. It also helps you recover faster if you use Adrenaline and heal up, you'll recover quicker. Adrenaline gives you a big one, so you'll recover fast. And you can use other perks again. So that's nice. It's okay. It's alright. Those perks are strong, especially Sprint Burst with this, so this makes it stronger. And that alone makes visual worth running sometimes. If you're not very confident in using those perks, and you don't love them too much, then visual has not much utility for you. Now, let's go over why this perk sometimes fails. Some of these status effects are inflicted on you forever. So for example, if you play against a pig that has a helmet that makes you permanently blind, you are permanently blind, and 30% less of permanent is still permanent. So if a Myers stalks you and they hit tier 3, expose lasts the exact same amount. That's not a targeted effect. So Ghostface, Myers, many add-ons, even some perks make you permanently broken until a certain condition is met, or permanently blind, or permanently hindered, and this perk does nothing against those. So that is a little bit sad. Now let me tell you, and let's be real, some of these status effects are such a joke, and they are so underused and so underpowered that many of them are not even covered in the first place. You're not gonna see a Huntress with a blindness add-on on her hatchet all that often. Let me just put it that way. But if you do, this perk helps a little bit. Now let me tell you two things that actually happen a lot more often where this perk actually helps. There are two killers that actually make you hindered, which means that you're a little bit slower, for a few seconds anyway, as part of their base kit. One of them, a big one, is Clown. Clown's power, as long as you leave the purple gas, lasts for a couple seconds, and it makes you hindered. It slows you down. You recover from that 30% faster. That is awesome. If you're playing against Clown, visual is straight up a big nerf to his power, which could totally make a difference in several chases. So that's awesome. If you have visual and you play against Clown, that's great. Another killer that does this is Nemesis. When Nemesis hits you with his tentacle, you are hindered for 0.2 seconds. That is tiny. Well, it's tiny, but it's even less with visual. So when you get hit by a tentacle for the first time and you become infected for the first time, or by a zombie. Is it a zombie as well? Yeah, I think a zombie as well, maybe. Yeah, that happens. So yeah, that's something curious about visual. Other than that, it's mostly for the exhaustion perks, and that's it. And next up is Visionary. It's a very simple perk with a really hard to understand cooldown. You permanently see the auras of generators that are shown in red, 32 meters around you with a big 32-meter radius. And anytime a generator gets done, for some reason, it has a 16-second cooldown at tier 3, so you need to wait a bit before you see the gens again. This 32-meter distance can be increased with open-handed, and other perks are typically better than Visionary, but it still does some things that are worth mentioning. For example, if you find a generator that is red, and you see that it has the entity, the red entity aura surrounding it, that means that that generator is corrupted, is blocked by Corrupt Intervention, an extremely common killer perk. So in a map where you could go and then find a gen and then notice that it's locked and you could waste 5 or 6 or 10 seconds doing that, Visionary is literally warning you, do not do that. Visionary actually comes in clutch for mostly 2 situations. For the very experienced players, they can guess where generators are, they can remember everything that happens, and they know the map layouts really well, they can even communicate with their teammates. But for newer players, Visionary is great, saves you a ton of time from searching for gens. You look in an area, you don't see a gen because it's slightly hidden, and then you waste a lot of time searching for another, where there was one right there. Visionary, obviously, completely solves that problem because you can see the generators. As long as there's not some blindness status effect or some nasty thing going on, you will see them permanently. Until you get to work on that, and then one is completed. That's awesome. Another really nice thing about Visionary is indoor maps. Even seasoned veteran players do not find generators in indoor maps very fast. Yes, there are some cues like little flashing lights that can sometimes help, but in big indoor maps, newer players and seasoned players alike get lost a lot. They know that 2 gens popped, and then they find a room and a gen is already done, and they're like, ugh. And then they find another room and there's no generators because the randomness of it makes it unpredictable. With Visionary, you will always know where to go. You will not be lost. It's very likely that the last few gens are all in your radar, and you can call it out to your teammates as well if they need the help. So Visionary, as silly and as simple of a perk as it is honestly slept on, and I think many survivors would benefit from this. I've won many killer games because there's one generator that survivors never find, and I only need to defend the other 2. And that's a bit on their, it's a bit on them. Not finding that final generator that's a little bit hidden. So Visionary, in that regard, is awesome. In my opinion, Detective's Hunch is a more complete perk that will let you see gens and other stuff. Deja Vu tells you the gens that are closest together, so it tells you which gens, not where the gens are, but it tells you which generators are the ones that you need to care about the most. So go back and read about Deja Vu if you'd like. And ultimately, even with a map or some knowledge, you don't need Visionary that much. For that reason, it's not a super popular perk, but it's an okay one. Next up is Wake Up. It is a terribly situational perk that doesn't see much use for typically a good reason. When the exit gates are powered, and I think this happens, this happens either if all the generators get done, it's a bit deceiving. If all the generators get done or the killer closes the hatch, either or, Wake Up triggers. Now, typically as a survivor, you see both exit gates for a couple seconds, and then if you miss that, if you didn't pay attention, sometimes it can be a bit tricky to find them. But many maps have big indicators, and many maps have fixed exit gates that always spawn in the same location, so finding exit gates is not that hard. However, if you struggle with that, Wake Up literally has a basically unlimited range telling you where they are to make sure that you never ever miss them, even if you are not paying attention at all. While you open the gate, it also helps your teammates. Sometimes, occasionally, I see teammates who are healthy, they're chased by the killer, and instead of running into the gate that's being opened, they run into a corner and they die because they're not paying attention. With Wake Up, you could help them, because when you open a gate, your aura is shown to other survivors, and if they're paying attention, they should see, hey, that dude is opening a gate, let's go there and be safe. Also has basically an unlimited range of 128 meters, which basically covers the entire map. That's the secondary effect of Wake Up. The main effect of Wake Up is that you open the gates 15% faster. Ouch. Talk about a good perk doing nothing. Opening gates is really important. If 3 survivors are waiting on a gate and you are opening it, it doesn't matter there's 3 survivors. It's not like healing when you can stack, or generators when you can stack. One person is bottlenecking everyone's time. So a few seconds, which on an exit gate extra, or a few seconds shaved off could be really, really huge. But 15% is pathetic. It's less than 2 seconds on a 20-second action. And it's just really bad. If the killer has Remember Me, you get countered big time. If the killer has No Way Out, you get countered big time because the gate could be blocked for up to a minute. And this perk does nothing. Despite saying wake up, it actually doesn't wake you up against Freddy. Adrenaline does, however. And yeah, opening gets that little bit faster is just almost never a big deal. If you have Resilience and Spine Chill, and the killer's looking at you and you're injured and you have wake up, then you'll open exit gates 30% faster with this perk, which is, okay, alright, that can be, okay. Still not crazy good, mind you. That would only save you a little over 4 seconds. So it's nothing incredible. And it would not protect you against no way out or anything like that. So yeah. On top of that, sometimes you don't need to open gates as soon as possible. If the team, as we explained for a very long time with the perk No One Left Behind, sometimes it's best to 99 a gate and leave it almost open, and then heal up, gather up, take hits for each other, make sure that you have time, don't start the endgame timer too early, and then open the gate when everyone's ready to leave. So wake up, even in those situations, it's not really important or useful. Not to mention that if you die at any point before making it to the end of the game, or if you make it to the end of the game but someone else is opening the gate, this perk is worthless. So yeah, it's exactly as useful as you would expect it to be. Will Make It is a very, very strong perk with a simple premise, and it actually works really well. The only reason you don't see it very often is because people can bring very, very strong healing options with medkits and not have to use a perk like this. And because people have very, very, very strong Circle of Healing powers right now. With Boon Circle of Healing, healing is super fast, comparable to Will Make It, and this perk is a little bit obsolete, even though it's still very good. Not against Plague or killers that don't injure very much, but against the average killer, it's still very, very nice. So when you rescue a survivor, you have an altruistic healing increase of 100%. So that means that you heal other people twice as fast. You cannot, super important, you cannot heal yourself twice as fast. So you cannot use this with a medkit on yourself or with self-care on yourself. Forget about that. And this does stack with anything else. So if you have Botany Knowledge, you will heal others at 133%. 133%, obviously, be smart. Doesn't mean that you heal them more than immediately. It just means that, you know, it begins to stack up to a way where it's not that incredible. But that first 100% is pretty awesome. So you heal a survivor instead of in 16 seconds, in 8 seconds, maybe a bit less if you hit a skill check. That could put them out of danger super nicely. If the killer has returned, you can use borrowed time. If the killer has not returned, you can use this perk. Alternatively, you can bring them both and then heal the person. And because it lasts 90 seconds, this perk is awesome to bring it around. If everybody is injured, you can unhook a survivor, heal them very quickly, then heal somebody else, and then have the entire team be in good shape to do whatever it is you're going to do. That's awesome. It also works on people on the ground when you heal them off the ground. It doesn't make you mend people faster if they have mending, but that's its own thing. It's pretty damn great. However, you're never going to have your entire team injured because your entire team brought medkit, and because your entire team, half the times, is using Circle of Healing to heal very fast. So because of that, Circle of Healing is basically a Will Make It in an area for anyone that wants it. And as such, it's just more common, more useful, and makes Will Make It less useful. You could use Will Make It and Circle of Healing together, and then you would heal at 2/3 the speed. Not half the speed, but yeah. I believe it would be 2/3 if you're healing at 200%. You do the math. But yeah, it's not bad, but you don't need to stack it. Just run Circle of Healing on medkits and this perk becomes a little bit obsolete. Still very good on its own, however, can really change things around if used correctly in the right circumstances. We're Gonna Live Forever is the survivor equivalent of BBQ Chili. It's a perk with moderate effects that can sometimes come in clutch that give you extra points. And those extra points, unlike any other perk other than barbecue, actually come after the match. So if you hit many points, this doesn't help you stay at the max. It actually doubles your points potentially. So that's awesome. Let's talk about the points super fast. Every time you save someone safely, every time you take a hit for them, every time you stun the killer with a pallet to rescue, every time you blind the killer and rescue, you get a stack of We're Gonna Live Forever. If you play a bit passively, you get maybe 1 or 2 per game. If you're a bit of a hero, you will easily, and maybe with a bit of cheeky hits at the end, you will easily get 3 or 4 hits, 3 or 4 protection hits, rescues, and so on. So it's actually fairly easy for at least one survivor to have 4 stacks of these. You have 4 stacks, that's 25, 25, 25, 100, and eventually at the end you get double blood points. Awesome. That makes this perk super worth running just for that alone. Now let's focus on what it actually does in terms of gameplay as well. When a survivor is on the ground, as we've explained many times, they need to recover for 30 plus seconds. And if you're there and you pick them up and they're max recovered, you take 0.8 seconds to pick them up. With this perk, you heal them off the ground at twice the speed, 100%, twice the speed. So if a survivor is already fully healed, up to 95%, instead of 0.8, you pick them in 0.4 seconds. Brilliant. That's already really nice. And if the survivor just got downed, you can fully pick them up from the ground in about 8 seconds. Maybe a little bit less, maybe a little bit more, depending, you know, depending if you get interrupted or if they had already begun to recover a bit. That is super scary. That is super scary. This perk has a terrible power of deterrence built into it. If I know that multiple survivors are lingering in one area and I down one and I go away for 10 seconds or to pick up, to hook someone else, I am living under terror thinking that some dude could come in and in less than 8 seconds pick up that survivor from the ground. And then I could lose them both forever. So that perk is super, super scary and allows you to play very, very aggressively. Some killers don't slug very much. They don't leave people on the ground very much. And they're more oriented towards hooking as soon as possible. And this perk obviously doesn't help us much in those. But there are many killers that by their very nature, their very design, have to do this. Let me give you the worst potential example. Obviously, killers like Myers, Plague, Oni, those killers get a short burst of power. And they have to take advantage of that. And they need to leave people on the ground, sometimes momentarily. And this perk can work well. But one killer in particular... one killer in particular really stands out. And that's the twins. With the twins... if you group up in teams of 2 with this perk, it is incredibly hard to do anything. So if you 2 are injured, or one person is injured and takes hits for the other, when Victor hits that person and downs them, then the other survivor can kick Victor, and in the time that it takes for Charlotte to regain consciousness and get anywhere near, 8 seconds is more than enough to pick them up and get both of you going. You do that repeatedly and twins can literally be reduced to a laughingstock of a killer that gets completely countered by this perk if they don't play in a certain way and they don't react about it right. So this perk can completely erase mistakes from the survivors or completely stop a killer's momentum when they get a little bit greedy and they leave multiple survivors on the ground. And that alone is insanely powerful. Makes it pretty good, although, of course, if you don't feel like you see the situations as often in your games, you might want to bring other reliable, strong perks instead. And finally, thank goodness, we get to Windows of Opportunity. A beautiful, simple perk. It makes a big radius around you of 32 meters, and anything in this radius is shown to you. And it includes pallets, breakable walls, vaults, which means windows and other things you can vault over, like logs and so on. And this is very important. You as a survivor move slower than the killers. Big shocker. So the killers, if they hold forward, they're eventually going to catch up. However, you are faster than the killers at vaulting windows, and obviously you can drop the pallets. These are the points of safety. This is where you need to run when the killer is on you so that you don't go down immediately. And believe it or not, it's not always immediately obvious. In some indoor maps, in some strange maps, in an unfamiliar map that you're only playing for one of your very first times, it's sometimes really hard to get a sense of where things are. There might be a pallet that always spawns here, but maybe one of your teammates dropped it earlier. With this perk, you don't need to guess. You run, and the perk has no cooldown, no condition whatsoever. It will just tell you straight up, there's a pallet, there's a breakable wall that was here, but now it's gone, so it's no longer here. Mind that. And there's a window here. This perk pairs incredibly well with exhaustion perks. If you use Sprint Burst, you will almost always have a good plan and be able to improvise. It pairs really well with Spine Shield so that you can start to get away from a generator also with a plan. It pairs really well with anything, really. Think about it this way. If I constantly as a killer notice that a survivor who is in a somewhat difficult spot has a pallet and they miss it and they just keep running straight and then they go down. If that survivor had made it to that pallet and they dropped it, even if I catch them only 10 or 15 seconds later, which would be a good case scenario for me, that's 10 seconds or 15 seconds that survivor has bought to the rest of the survivors. Do you understand how important that is? If you buy your teams, your entire team at the start of the match, and maybe throughout the match especially, an extra 10, 5, 15 seconds, that is more than most perks ever do for you. This perk, if it helps you even once to last 10 seconds longer in a chase, is legitimately out of one of the best perks in the game. Very experienced survivors, with a quick glance, they can immediately analyze the layout of the map and know what to expect. Sometimes they even know little secrets about how the RNG works, and they can tell that, okay, if this building spawns here, if this vehicle faces this way, I know what to expect. But for the rest of us mortals, that stuff is hard. And if your team is not constantly telling you, I am here, I dropped this pallet, or you're playing solo, this perk is a godsend to know exactly where to run, what mistakes to avoid, how to lengthen the chase for as humanly long as possible. And that makes a huge difference. This perk turns average survivors into great loopers. Instead of running only into one window or one pallet, you might notice that there's another window on another pallet you can connect it to that you might have not noticed otherwise. So this perk is awesome for people like that. You can also, if you're absolutely out of your mind, run open-handed, which will make the range 48 meters. And then you'll be able to survey the entire map while sitting on a generator. Even without that perk, you just sit on a generator, look at the HUD, look out for the killer, look around with this perk, and start to come up with a plan of what you're going to do if the killer comes in your direction. Overall, really nice, really strong. The breakable walls part of it is a little bit strange and gets a little bit overwhelming, but in some maps, you'll actually be thankful. Some windows in Midwich, for example, they become really strong if the breakable wall is still unbroken. Same with Deadlock Saloon. So you can know quickly if the killer has already preemptively broken those breakable walls. Sometimes the killers do that at the start of the match and your teammates might not even know about it. So this perk can give you information that even good comms might not always be in the know about. For that reason, a very solid perk, although obviously as an info perk, incredibly experienced survivors will probably pass it up. And then next, oh, Jesus Christ, this has taken 16 hours over the course of 2 days. I'm gonna now go and see my family, and thanks so much for watching. That's all I have to say. I have no doubt forgotten some small details about some perks here and there. I'll be sure to put them in a really neat list in the description, so please read it if you watch the whole thing. And if you've watched the whole thing, so you and I are tied, we're basically friends, so thank you so much. I'll see you in the next one that will hopefully not be as long. See you in the next one, friends.